A cool, chilly day here in Winchester, Virginia, but we are live anyway from Shenandoah University, cool in the indoors here, nice and warm and cozy because we are approaching the holiday season, and that means we get to stream one of our favorite days of the year here, watching some incredible high school talent in the Virginia High School League Championships. My name is Chris Clayton, and I'm joined alongside Ben Kincaid and Xander Merle Smith because we are here to take you through some League of Legends action here today. We've got 4 different teams that have qualified to make it this far to their fall championship series. And we can take a look real quick at this bracket. We've got Lightridge, Woodson, James Madison High School, and Chantilly all here in person to compete for a League of Legends title.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting. I mean, we have 4 very, very good teams traveling from afar to Shenandoah University to play in person, side by side against the opponents, and it's a great way to cap off a very successful season for all of these teams.
Yeah, personally, I just love that we get the best of Virginia to come here and compete and get to see the excitement. There's no better day than a LAN day, right? And we get to just have such incredible competition, but it's not only League that we have today. We got some Smash Brothers, and that's happening over in another part of the building, but we've got another stream going on over there. So same channel, youtube.tv/Shenandoah Esports, and you can check out the B stream we have going on. We've got every single match today streamed, and it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, you won't want to miss any of these. You can see all of these schools on your screen here. I won't go through all of them as the Smash stream will be taking you through all the different storylines there are there, but there's some pretty exciting stuff going on. You saw a 22 seed on that bracket there. So plenty to look forward to here today, no matter what your taste is. And like Xander said, it will all be streamed in one place or another. So feel free to bounce around, come in and out as you need, and we will always have something for you to watch.
Yeah, it's just going to be an exciting day altogether of Smash Bros. And League of Legends. This stream will primarily, of course, be the League of Legends side of things, and when we're on a break in between games, we'll kind of have the B stream up and going kind of in the background. But yeah, it's going to be awesome. We have a whole other production team over there doing Smash Bros. They're going to absolutely kill it. They're good at what they do, of course. But to get down to the thick of things here, we got the first seed, Lightridge, up against Woodson High, the 4 seed here tonight. Expecting a pretty good matchup between these teams. There's a little bit of skill disparity, but I mean, when you look at the grand scheme of things in a team setting, some teams just are better teams, right? So we'll have to see how Woodson fares up against this matchup, but I'm expecting a good one.
Yeah, and it really just, it's Lightridge that comes in as the easily the favorite at the number 1 seed overall in the tournament based on the regular season performance. Pretty sure undefeated through everything.
I believe so.
And just, they've got some juggernauts on their team, right? When we're talking about some of these players, we're going to probably be looking at mid lane. Iron Giant is a player to watch today. Has in their matchup earlier this semester, through their entire series, putting down 35 kills across 2 games, and that's nothing to shake a stick at.
Yeah, that's going to cause problems no matter who you're up against. And this is sort of the range where I'm sure a lot of us at home, I surely can speak for the 3 of us, we've watched a lot more professional League of Legends than high school League of Legends, and those are 2 very different games, and especially at a level like this, you are looking a lot more at individuals than you are a team being a cohesive unit, and especially, you know, these players are dealing with class as well.
Yeah.
Like, they have full lives to live. So when you have those real gems in these teams, those are really where your attention's going to go, and we've got a couple here tonight, but you're right. Lightridge certainly seems to have the most, at least, and I'm definitely keeping an eye on that mid lane too, because that player certainly seems to know how to take over a game.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting seeing kind of the Woodson side of things as well. They do have a little bit of a longer roster that they can kind of play with and see what goes down, if you will. They are putting in Mini Judgment, which is their Emerald 3 player. He's the highest rank on the team. He's a pretty good Draven player, but I don't think they will be in the bot lane. I think that'll be reserved for AT Jack on a primary Smolder player throughout the season thus far. So I'm excited to see if Mini Judgment goes into that mid lane, just try to challenge Iron Giant, or if they're going to try to take over another lane themselves and try to build advantages for Woodson in other ways.
Yeah, I'm curious how the sort of game is going to map out, because you highlighted how we could be looking at more of an individual takeover, whereas I feel like Woodson, if they're going to stop any one of the higher level players on Light Ridge, they're definitely going to need to be cohesive and work as a team to get the job done.
Yeah, you're so right. And the biggest things I'm going to be looking out for is how can you sort of stop the bleeding early on, especially with, not giving up like solo kills. That's where a lot of these games can sort of fall apart before you even really have a chance to get things rolling, is if these individual talents in these solo lanes just start taking care of business by themselves, like with no help from their own team, then you've got all sorts of problems. But if you can sort of hold your own, and especially, I'm looking at whoever Woodson's mid laner ends up being, that if they can just, hold it down, and not even just the mid laner, but like all the lanes, if they can sort of hold it down and get rolling, get out of the lane phase, especially if you're picking characters like Smolder. We know the mid laner likes Syndra. I see a Dr. Mundo here. These are all picks that kind of have to just get there to give you a chance. But that's going to be the strength of Light Ridge, and what I expect them to be looking for is to sort of take over the game before Woodson even really gets a chance to fight back.
Right, yeah, you don't want to give up ground early.
Exactly.
Absolutely. And if you are able to, not only that, but I think maybe some of the power from these Light Ridge players might come from their not only early game lane dominance, but also easy rotations and getting a lot of those objectives to give them that ball rolling early on. And so communication going to be high level, or need to be high level to stop them as well. So I know we're talking a lot about how Light Ridge is the sort of team to beat, and they are, right? You have to be at the number 1 seed coming in from regular season, undefeated. It just is what it is, and that's kind of going to be the narrative throughout today, is how do you stack up against the number 1, number 2 seed? Yeah,
if you're going to be the best, you got to beat the best. But to be fair, these are the top 4 teams in this bracket, though. Yeah. We're talking as if there is some, massive gap between these teams. There's not. All of these teams are earned their right to be here in person, and we obviously get to reap the benefits of an electric LAN environment here in our esports arena. But yeah, it's a matter of how do you shake up against the best teams who on paper just need to go in and play their game, and the rest will take care of itself. But how can you get in there and disrupt the game, disrupt that game plan, maybe put them on their back foot and put them in a position where they haven't really been until maybe today?
Yeah, I was looking through a little bit of Iron Giant's OP.GG earlier as well. They're a jungler. They jungle, right? They're not a primary mid laner. So I am very intrigued to see if that plays into their mid lane play style, if they're not going to be in mid lane a whole lot, if they're going to be roaming, looking for these ganks and these timings, and then if Woodson can capitalize with cross maps because of that, right? If they can get numbers bot side, top side, get grubs, rift, whatever it might be in that game state that they're at, and just try to mitigate Iron Giant's movement across the map. I mean, their prior matchup, Iron Giant played Scion first in that first game, right? That's not a traditional mid laner, right? You'll see them, and that might be the play of ulting top or ulting bot, trying to get those cross-map plays going and really trying to impact the rest of the map.
I'm also curious to see how we're in December, right? And we just got the conclusion of professional world championships in November. I'm curious how some of those matches are going to inform strategy going into these, right? There were clear meta picks. Obviously, we got the luxury of Fearless Draft going into that, which we'll not be doing today. But we got to see so many different champions, but there was still some that people leaned on in various roles. And how are those, like, would some of these players who are not world champions, right? But maybe Virginia champions here shortly. We've got maybe they don't have the same skill set as some of the professionals. Are they going to go, oh, maybe that's meta. Maybe I'll try it. Maybe I'll work on it a little bit to see if it works in our scheme, or just playing something that's comfortable.
Yeah, that is always one of my favorite parts about doing VHSL every year here in December, and especially, selfishly doing the League of Legends is, will teams lean on meta? And I feel like every year it has sort of shifted more and more that direction. And that's always surprised me, but I think it speaks to the skill level of the high school scene improving year over year. I expect this year to be no different, but I would not be surprised if we get some real heaters out of nowhere. We get a shocker of a pick that is based strictly off comfort, and that's totally fine, because sometimes at this level, what you're most comfortable with will pay off way more than what is, like, statistically the strongest pick.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a comfortability on a champion and, like, you're in a game 3 or just, like, trying to make a statement in game 1, there's nothing wrong with going, let's say, Talon jungle or something like that, right? That's not something that we see often, but if you are very effective and it's proven itself throughout the year and you're very comfortable with it, why not give it a try and see what happens, right?
Give me a Pike support.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's go Pike mid. Why not?
Let's get explosive. Let's do it.
Let's just throw things around and just kind of see what happens. And the nice part about kind of these surprise picks as well is because, well, there's surprises. Now the enemy team's like, oh, okay, I'm playing up against a Kled mid and a Talon jungle, and I don't know what to pick into this. I don't know how this is going to look in my game and what I have to do to try to avoid ganks or whatever Kled ultimates come down mid lane with support and an ADC out of nowhere. So it's definitely got some spice potential to it, and I'm excited to see if that comes out here today.
Yeah, we are now into our first draft of the night. VHSL Fall Championships officially underway. Our first semifinal series of the day here, bright and early, 9:39 local time between Lightridge and Woodson. First phase bans now behind us. Gragas, Diana, Yasuo off the board from Woodson. And on the other side, Fiora, Syndra, and Viego looking pretty targeted at those Woodson players, but on the other side, those Woodson bans just scream more standard.
Yeah. I mean, we've got Woodson on the right, Lightridge on the left here for the viewers, and it's looking like the Syndra, Viego, Fiora bans. That's definitely looking more towards the top jungle mid. Trying to slow them down a little bit. And we've got a Nautilus and Ezreal locked in. Loving that.
Yeah, I'm interested about the Syndra ban on the side of Woodson as well, because that is Kubzi's pick. Kubzi loves the Syndra, and they're opting to take that away instead and prevent Iron Giant from picking that one up in the mid lane as well. So I'm interested to see what the secondary option coming through from Kubzi might be as we look for their second selection on the red side. We already see the Ezreal locked in, a very volatile pick in the bot lane, has a lot of escapability, survivability, and scales very well into some of these late game encounters that we'll see.
Yeah, Nautilus first pick is interesting to me because that, no matter who you're picking first, that's a lot of priority on a champion. So clearly Woodson here is putting a lot of value in that Nautilus pick, but first picking support is tough because now you do sort of set yourself up for a lane like this against an Ezreal that can just sort of ignore your engage and sort of brush it off. But now as more of these picks start coming in, we see Nocturne, the second pick from Lightridge, and Man, I mean, we are moving through this so far.
Yeah, I am loving a Nocturne pick from Jolly. That is making a global statement.
Yep.
Because the paranoia with that ultimate can absolutely shut down any initial positioning for team fights, and you can kind of set the tone for things. So once we get into that mid game, it's going to be pretty scary. Also incredible for ganks if he power farms to 6.
Yeah, we did get word as well that the sides were swapped, so the Syndra ban was against Kubzi, which was
that makes more sense.
expected to come through on that one. So Kubzi will not have the Syndra in their back pocket, and Lava Pit gets their hands on the Echo, who is their second most played champion thus far. Very good in the jungle. And can have some pretty effective ganks if they get that W timing with their dash just right as we go into our second phase of bans. Yon and Melio off the board for the side of Woodson, and then an Ashe Caitlyn ban against AT Jack there coming through from Light Ridge.
Yeah, so all of a sudden these picks and bans are starting to take shape a little bit with that Syndra ban, again, being targeted at Kubzi, as well as look at this comp. You've got Ahri and Nocturne sort of clicking forward on you. Ahri a bit more of a pick champion, but Nocturne obviously a heavy dive, and that's what a lot of Light Ridge's champs are. So that Syndra ban makes a lot of sense to me, as that would be a really strong get off me tool, but now no longer an option. As Vladimir is the response. And now these lane assignments are starting to confuse me a little bit. That must be a Vladimir mid, which I haven't seen in a hot minute.
But it's interesting because you say that a lot of the team from Light Ridges really go in, but and they're also very movement, kind of dance around focus, at least the carries that we see. And then you kind of have Woodside, which is just stand there and battle you and survive. So going in may not be the best choice. So I definitely think they'll be leaning pretty heavily on the pick potential of Iron Giant with those charms to see if they can at least pick one off and then make it sort of an unfair fight in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I feel like the big threat just champion-wise on the side of Woodson feels to be this Kai'Sa, right? This constant DPS. I wouldn't expect them to go into a poke AP Kai'Sa with the Vladimir and the Echo already on the board, so I'm expecting kind of an on-hit crit strike Kai'Sa build to come through from this character. So a lot of emphasis on AT Jack's ability to maneuver around this fight, maneuver around the Ahri, the Cassante as well, and survive the potential dive coming through from the Nocturne, right? You would assume that Nocturne is going right to this Kai'Sa and is going to try to blow them up as fast as possible.
Yeah, I'm absolutely keeping an eye on this bot lane because, again, the investment here is into this Nautilus. So you'd like to get some serious payoff from that in terms of maybe taking over the lane and impacting the game, maybe around the map. We'll see. But into an Ezreal Lulu, all of a sudden taking over lane doesn't feel as realistic. And especially as like an early game Kai'Sa. You're not going to see a Kai'Sa really steamroll that lane. So on the other hand, though, I do put a lot of expectations on this Ezreal now because, the DPS in terms of playing into a Nautilus or an Aatrox, that front line is going to be hard to chip away at if your only real ranged damage is Ezreal. You don't have that consistent DPS sort of 80 carry auto attacker. So I think this bot lane is going to kind of determine the pace of the game, especially the longer we go. Whichever bot lane sort of pulls ahead more than the other, I expect to be more impactful, but I do think the cards are more in favor of Light Ridge as of right now.
Yeah, the team comp for Light Ridge, it seems like it has an objective, and it's kind of poke down until you're ready to take control of the team fight. Whereas you have the Nautilus on the other side looking to get those picks in a similar way that Ahri would be looking for charms. I'm really looking forward to seeing what this looks like because the laning phase is really going to determine whether or not this the direction that this game goes.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what the target's going to be from Peapot on this Nautilus if they're going to try to find this Ari and get the mobility out of the way, the AP damage kind of nullified, because that's really the only AP threat on this team, allowing potentially a Lava Pit if they go in a tank Ezreal or a tank Echo direction, or Aatrox in a kind of a bruiser direction, to really just focus on the AD side of things, or if they really are going to try to get that heavy range from Ezreal, that constant DPS out of the way as well, because both of these champions are very capable of taking over a team fight, a stray charm hitting the back line, the mobility that you have, and then just the long range of the Ezreal as well. So Peapot's target selection will be very crucial in these team fights of who they get a hold of.
I also think a big storyline for Woodson's path to success is going to be through top lane, because, just statistically speaking, Mini Judgment is their highest ranked player, and I think they put a lot of, weight into that, especially going off the draft. We saw that they were trying to get him counterpick, and it didn't end up working. Lightridge held their top lane pick until the very end, which, obviously is the trade-off for taking the first pick. But Aatrox blind gets responded by Cassante. I admittedly am not 100% sure how that lane goes, so I'm going to be interested in that one too. But if Woodson's going to have one of those individual takeover moments, I think it's going to have to be through top lane on this Aatrox, if he can sort of pull away in lane and maybe translate that to the rest of the map.
And I must apologize. I earlier said Woodside, referring to Woodson. We have 12 different teams here today competing for 2 different titles. There is a Woodside over on the Smash side.
Is that true?
There's a
so we have a Woodson and a Woodside.
Okay, important distinction.
So my apologies to Woodson.
Good catch.
Yeah.
I didn't think anything of it, because I'm thinking, he mixed blue side and Woodson,
that's
the side of the map.
When you're looking at Woodside versus light side.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there you go. Well, we're going to have a lot of fun here today, but the players are into game, but we have a tech pause here as the equipment is warming up just as much as we and the players are. So we'll get into game as soon as we can, but with draft behind us, we got a pretty important game 1 here between the 1 and 4 seed.
Yeah, it's gonna be exciting. I'm excited to see kind of the play styles, what lanes get priorities from the junglers, right? Who are we looking at to really put ahead early and try to carry through that mid into that late game? You mentioned the top lane matchup, and I think you're right. That's a very important matchup here with this Cassante and the Aatrox, with Mini Judgment going on a very kill-dependent and early snowball champion of Aatrox. Does have a little bit of struggle in the mid to late game against the Cassante. Cassante's just dashing all over the place, and with the all-out, it hurts, right? You get a lot of damage dealt when the Cassante finally comes through and has that scaling capability, whereas with Aatrox, you have the sweet spot on the Qs. It's very telegraphed in the movement of what you're going for, and it's sometimes really hard to get a hold of a champion like Cassante in a 1v1 scenario.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I don't know if we see much early Nocturne. I think that the advantage is going to go over to the Echo in the jungle, just because ganks come a little bit easier pre-6, and Jolly Jellyfish first goal is to, one, make sure everybody's stabilized for the most part, but ganks are really tough before 6, and I mean, they're incredibly impactful once you get Paranoia. Unless he's willing to expend a flash to try and get a fear on somebody, I don't see Nocturne kind of making too much of an impact. Probably going to be looking to power farm. So early game may be advantage to Woodson to try and get something going early with ganks.
Yeah, and it's going to be a matter of if they can capitalize on it, right? I agree. I think the on paper advantage early game is in favor of Woodson, but all of that can go away so quickly if your solo lanes start dying. Then all of a sudden that whole analysis we just had sort of falls apart. So I'm looking at early skirmishes as well. League of Legends as a game is currently very much in a meta based around neutral objectives and skirmishes around those neutral objectives. So with an early advantage? Can you move your players around and give yourself numbers, or cross map when you need to, take these fights that we think you might be stronger in? It's obviously League of Legends is a very deep game. It all matters. I think I've said I'm keeping an eye on like 4 different things this game, and I am. Like, I'm not making that up.
Right.
There's a reason there's 3 of us to try to keep track of everything that League of Legends has to offer in game. So
yeah, there's so many avenues of where this game can break open for either side, and I think a lot of it will start to clear up about 8 to 10 minutes into the game.
Yeah, I like the emphasis you put on the early skirmishes as well. Dragons are fairly important in this game in today's meta, and with the bot lane scenarios with the Kai'Sa, Nautilus, and the Ezreal Lulu, I kind of like Lightridge's early skirmishing power. They have a lot more sustainability with shields and slows and escapability as well with the arcane shift from Ezreal, his kind of get out of jail free card without using flash. So I do like the early skirmishes on the side of Lightridge, but that's not to say a Nautilus hook hitting one of these important pieces could completely sway the fight advantage from Lightridge right into Woodson, and vice versa, right? If a polymorph comes through or a charm. So we'll have to see how these early games go for these 2 teams, but I do think early on it might, for at least the bot side, favor Lightridge.
Yeah, and as you saw, it looks like we are back into game. Maybe some more tech issues, but looks like the players are in the winter map and moving around. Here we are. We are officially into our first game of the day. And again, League of Legends, the Summoner's Rift, feeling awfully festive as we celebrate the end of a very exciting season here in VHSL. Semifinal number 1 underway between Lightridge and Woodson.
Lightridge looking a little bit cheeky, trying to get a nice invade early here. We'll see what advantage goes to them over on the red side. Just looking to get a little bit of vision, though, and nothing doing. Going to back off to their respective sides as more defensive postures coming out for Woodson.
Yeah, and worth mentioning that Woodson did get a ward in the river there, so Woodson knows that happened. Both teams in the know about the other team's shenanigans so far. But we'll see how that impacts the lane states. Right now, both teams know where they're starting, as well as we did see, looks like Woodson got a ward on Lightridge's Raptors as well. So an even trade at level 1 as we get underway.
Yeah, we fully have knowledge of where junglers are starting on both sides, pretty much. You would assume that the Echo starting was the top side with that blue buff, trying to maintain some mana and some clear power as we start off with our early laning phases, right? Level 2 early there for the side of Woodson. So we'll have to see if they capitalize on that or if they will just try to push that one in and see what they can find.
Now, I did say that we may not see Nocturne until 6, but we have both junglers pathing towards the bottom lane. We've got an early skirmish here at top, an advantage going over to Aatrox, but it could be in about a minute or 2. There could be an explosive 3v3 fight as both junglers probably going to hit that lane about the same time.
Yeah, an ugly trade there from Cassante, but the top meta, very much right now. Dorn Shield's second win, so he's going to be just fine. And he did pop his potion as well, and he's running biscuits. So
He's
this
got everything.
can take as much damage as he wants in lane and never have to worry about it. So not too put off by that trade, but now we see Woodson's bot lane looking to shove this one in pretty hard, maybe stack another wave in there. It looks like that one might crash, so never mind. But Woodson maybe looking for a dive down bot. It looks like the timing just won't quite work out as we move top lane. We will get another trade here. That's oh my lord! I can't believe that just outright finishes it. Aatrox with first blood. We said Mini Judgment might have to be the one to take over the game, and that's a heck of a way to start.
Already with the farm lead 21-6, and now forcing the teleport back to lane, so teleport advantage to Aatrox as well in case any major skirmishes happen in other parts of the map. This could be really, really good for the Woodson.
Yeah, now Mini Judgment is so far ahead over this Cassante, right? They have that
That's
first
a
blood.
pickaxe buy. Did I just see that?
Yeah, that's a lot of money in the pocket of, okay, we're going to switch up to long swords and a little bit of ability haste, or no, we're going to go back. It's going to be the hammer instead. Warhammer will be the one coming through. So, yeah, Aatrox now with a very healthy advantage, only a cloth purchase on the side of Cassante there for Sly. A little bit of armor, but, I mean, it's not going to do a whole lot right now with that big buy coming through from Mini Judgment. Mid lane right now going pretty even in the CS department. Nothing too mind-boggling there. Same with the ADCs, both around 32, 34 CS apiece.
Yeah, the good news for Lightridge, and I'm sure they know this, is that this Cassante will be fine. Whether he comes out of lane even or behind, he'll be just fine. But where this really does matter is, like it feels like Mini Judgment might be able to turn this into more, as now Lightridge feels the need to respond, and Nocturne just sort of walks top but can't find much from it. Mini Judgment able to just walk pretty casually away from that. But a big gamble, I want to say, too, starting Doran's Blade at top lane, running Conqueror obviously on this Aatrox, right? This was a very aggressive pick. He knew that he had to find an advantage early on, and so far has. And he's gonna hold this wave as long as he can to further this CS lead.
Yeah, that definitely hurts if you are Sly on this Cassante. You are getting starved out of so much CS right now, 33-19. Trying to step forward, trying to find anything, but the Q1 and Q2, they just provide so much. Oh, well, this could be dangerous for Mini Judgment. Does hit
Level
6, does land the W. The flash out is used, so Sly still able to walk away from that one for the time being, but yeah, very close exchange.
Yeah, does Cassante recall here? It looks like he will. Low mana bar as well as a low health. Again, Dorn Shield's second win would probably get him a lot of health back, but no TP spent means that Aatrox will look to shove this, and Cassante now on a timer to try to get back to top as quick as possible. But I think that's what we saw that Nocturne gank was meant to be, was to try to crash that wave and just sort of didn't. And now we're seeing the effects of that, as Aatrox has now doubled the CS count, and Woodson will start the Drake because of it.
Yeah, first move here on this Dragon does go to Iron Giant. The hook coming through, has to ult and dash out as the collapse comes through.
Yeah, Vladimir a little late to move here, which means that Lightridge will have numbers, and Echo stuck in the pit will go down. Meanwhile, we have another fight top lane. Mini Judgment hasn't backed yet. We'll get back to that soon, as this Dragon seems to be in Lightridge's hands, and Iron Giant wants more. He'll ult over the wall, but get hooked.
I don't know if you want that.
Over the wall. We'll see. Will he go down? Another charm connects, and that's more damage coming out of this Ezreal Lulu combo. Meanwhile, up top lane, Mini Judgment did get out with his life, but so far, good news from Lightridge as they find 2 kills and a dragon to boot.
Yeah, just because you're first to the objective doesn't mean it's always best. And the collapse from Lightridge really putting the hurt in early game here onto Woodson. So, and Nocturne about to hit 6, so that was pre-paranoia. So Jolly Jellyfish about to put a lot more pressure onto the Woodson team.
Yeah, and a lot of that is due to Iron Giant having the first move, having that wave pushed in mid, gets hooked, but Kubzi is not able to get there in time as yet another skirmish goes on. Just a couple of trades coming through from each of the top laners there, but yeah, Kubzi unable to get there in time to help the team, and it falls into a 4v3 scenario where Lightridge, they just have the advantage just with the champions and the early game power that they have.
Yeah,
loving the brawl that we got so far.
Yeah, for sure. This has been a much more active game than I admittedly was expecting, and that, again, selfishly, makes me pretty excited. But good news for Sly here. The Bramble Vest is online, and that's going to make these top lane skirmishes way more manageable into an Aatrox, as Aatrox will be applying heal cut to himself every time he auto-attacks you, so that is going to help with some of the sustain on the other side. But Mini Judgment now looking for a collapse alongside Lava Pit. They can't get much damage onto Cassante because he's Cassante. So, walks out pretty unscathed. True Shot Barrage comes through, goes very wide. Just barely wide, I guess I should say. But lots of poking coming through, and it looks like Woodson's just going to opt to give this one up and try to maybe get some money on their bot lane down here.
2 for 2, it seems like, with the major objectives around the map. Lightridge just has more numbers. Their rotations have been better, especially prioritizing those specifically. And the Grubs, medium impact. It kind of depends on how much damage you're trying to get on early towers, but they're doing a great job with I think they got all 3 there.
Yep.
So that's going to be fairly impactful if they're able to get some work onto the plates.
Yeah, Clixer just trying to maintain stability and safety under the tower. It has that kind of 1v2, as we saw Captain Squid was on that roam up towards top to secure those grubs. The W hitting that minion there. Trying to get Sly caught with that one to pull him in and try to go on a full commit, but won't be able to land it as they... This is just top lane, you know?
Yeah.
They just hit each other a lot as AT Jack needs to retreat. Clixer going in. The connection from Iron Giant will be there, and that will be the feats of warfare secured. And Mini Judgment going in as well gets pulled back. Will die in the end. So in the end, it will be a 1-for-1, but still slightly in favor of... Lightridge, there it is.
Where I thought good news was coming for Sly, it's not enough, as Mini Judgment finishes that fight with over half health. I mean, actually winning that fairly comfortably, but unfortunately on the bot side of the map, yeah, we saw Peapot Dredgeline hit a minion, so could not bail out the AD carry, and a good roam from Iron Giant, not losing much in mid lane either, still up in CS actually over this Vladimir, so... Problems starting to arise for Woodson here, as it's a small, well, gold advantage actually is next to none, but neutral objectives starting to lean Lightridge's way.
I mean, the top lane, look at that, 1,200 gold advantage, and this early, that's absolutely huge.
That is
huge CS, 2-0 as far as kills. That, I think... At this moment, Mini Judgment is the win condition for him to get going for Woodson, because everything else so far feels like they're on their island, and the rest of the map is brawling, and the rest of the map is in favor of Lightridge.
Yeah, we've got trouble here in the bot lane once again. Paranoia comes out, but Kai'Sa will be able to just walk away and maybe turn into trouble the other direction. Some good damage onto Nautilus, but not enough to secure a bag for Ezreal. So the finances stay relatively even in the bot lane, and that's a big investment from Nocturne to not find too much.
Yeah, Jolly Jellyfish trying to get on the board, try to get this Ezreal some more momentum, a kill in their back pocket, but able to escape is AT Jack, and then Nautilus Peapot able to just kind of walk out of it as well. I do want to mention, when we were looking at the gold graphs, the mid laner, Iron Giant, only has about a 600 gold lead over Kubzi, right? With a 201 scoreline, you might think, oh my gosh, this is drastic, but this mid lane has been kept fairly close for these two players. So we'll have to see if they can continue that kind of evenness in that mid lane, as we see the Woodson squad go for this dragon, trying to even this one up, and it looks like it'll go uncontested.
Yeah.
Lightridge deciding they didn't want anything to do with that second dragon, so evening it up on that.
Yeah, and I think a couple things went into that decision. One, they got the first dragon, which means they're less compelled to contest later ones. But they also got the grubs, which means Cassante, I believe, got a plate or maybe two. Looks like one plate in the top lane. So just a little financial investment into this Cassante, as now he goes all out onto Mini Judgment, and there are two members of backup to help finish this one out. But it's getting awfully uncomfortable. Sly sneaks away with his life and does secure a bag for himself. Now again, more influx to this Cassante gold investment, this hedge fund that is a 2023 champion. So Mini Judgment unfortunately goes down, but does have a full Eclipse online as well as another Caulfield Warhammer. So he's doing all right for himself, but also you see across the aisle a full Thornmail now for Cassante.
Yeah, and I like that decision by Lightridge to spend a little bit of time and investment on that Cassante, sending two players up to support when they were skirmishing to try and get an elimination on Cassante. just to try and get a little bit more gold rolling for that player, because it has been fairly one-sided when in that isolated 1v1. So really nice decision from them, because Cassante is going to be, a problem, but you'd like him to be a problem earlier.
Yeah, no, 100% as we see Sly going in. Yet again is getting some poke damage. You can see the damage that Mini Judgment does have in this matchup. I mean, in a 1v3 scenario, they almost make it a 1-for-1 trade. I mean, this Aatrox does a whole lot of damage with this Eclipse, as we see kind of completed items now coming out across the board almost for both of these teams. The Kraken Slayer completed for the Kaisa, the Cosmic Drive as well on the Vladimir, and the Triforce on the Ezreal, a very standard item build and pathing rather for the Ezreal. So and it will be the on hit from the Kaisa with the Kraken Slayer as expected from the draft.
Yeah, Herald spawning in 10 seconds here, and you can see Jolly Jellyfish starting to posture up with Paranoia up, but it looks like he might actually be caught on his own scuttle as Mini Judgment and Peapod all the way from bot lane make the move and catch Jolly Jellyfish way out of position. That'll be a secured Rift Herald for Woodson.
And that's just great timing, them recognizing that Herald was going to be up right at the 15-minute mark, and they postured to try and catch, and that's exactly what happened. And Nocturne, the one that could potentially steal, goes down, and so they're just going to continue working on these side lanes. Now some effort from the bot lane. Ahri coming down, missing the charm, but so much damage from that Malignance is going to do enough to take out Kaisa.
Yeah, and it'll be a tower as well. So a great cross-map response there from Lightridge. That's kind of what I would have liked to see more of from Woodson in those earlier exchanges when they were outnumbered at the neutral objectives. Lightridge making a great display out of what to do when you're losing on one side of the map, and now what looked like a pretty good play. Still, they invest the Herald into their top laner to try and further this gold advantage, but with plates down, all that is some damage onto a top tower that was probably gonna die anyway.
Yeah, I mean, the investment not going into mid, just going into that top laner, again with Mini Judgment, the all-out coming through as well from Sly, getting some good damage in, does get the World Ender out of Mini Judgment, but just as an escape tool is that one being used, so able to get out with their life, will not get eliminated, but still a lot of investment to escape. From Mini Judgment with that ultimate down. Now as we go back into mid, the stun just barely missing.
Yeah, here we go. Lava Pit does get hit by the Paranoia. Nocturne fully online. Spell Shield comes out to ignore the Nautilus ult, and we all walk away like nothing happened. So another big investment from Nocturne actually does not result in much on the scoreboard. But thankfully, no major objectives up for... Oh, no, excuse me. Dragon coming up in 30 seconds. So, good damage from both teams, but nobody down just yet. Means we'll still likely have a pretty big fight here at this second Dragon. And
I do feel like Nocturne thrives with that ultimate when there's a lot of follow-up CC, because he can create the... just straight up paranoia from the other team. They're going to bunch together a little bit so they can sort of combine their vision. And because there isn't much of that follow-up CC from the side of Lightridge, that's why I feel like we're not seeing a huge impact. Unless you get like a Lulu ult onto the Nocturne.
Yeah, but we're going to start this Dragon now. Iron Giant sitting comfortably in mid lane and threatening this tower with that grub damage, but Mini Judgment trades a tower top lane, and it looks like Woodson will opt to just not make the play. They will take the top tower and be fine with that and give Aatrox an opportunity to maybe threaten this tier 2 and get even more of a gold influx there.
Yeah, it's definitely unfortunate that they have to sacrifice that Dragon, but it's still only about a 600 gold difference, and Captain Squid getting caught out there by Lava Pit. That will be Kubzi finally on the board. Lava Pit getting a little aggressive towards this Ezreal, but won't opt to follow any further, but still gets that trade. And this gold difference is really not existent. This is a very, very close game thus far as we look across the board at these gold differences.
Yeah, I mean, now you have to look at individuals. That's what we said this was going to come down to all along. Iron Giant, again, No surprise, they're up just about 1,000 gold over their lane opponent, but Mini Judgment on the top side up almost 1,400 gold. And it's little things like that, the Lulu getting caught there, that's what Lightridge kind of can't afford to let their opponent stay in the game, right? When you have these lofty expectations, this is the 1 seed. They're expected to sort of take care of business. The last thing you want to do is give up freebies like that. So,
or certainly have a almost even gold at almost 20 minutes.
Exactly.
Yeah, this Vladimir as well, 1-1, right? Well, 1-0-1 rather. No eliminations on their scoreboard just yet. And that's pretty darn good, right? This Vladimir is going to continue to scale and get very, very scary in this late game. Kubzi is very capable of possibly one-shotting Iron Giant or Clixers in the bot lane as well when this late game Vladimir finally comes online. It's just a matter of getting there, and right now Woodson is doing an amazing job at keeping their pace up against Lightridge, not letting Iron Giant have this roaming power that we've seen time and time again from this player. And Mini Judgment as well coming in, playing very, very powerfully and proactively in the top lane.
And now we see the Otacon coming in, so the top lane is going to have a little bit of priority there. But to no surprise, right, we were talking about Iron Giant's power throughout the regular season, and it's no surprise that their one major advantage right now in Game 1 here is the advantage that Iron Giant has on this Ahri. Been rotating incredibly well and securing eliminations and really also helping with a lot of the objectives. But now that we have Otacon on the map, we're going to see just how they are going to be looking to posture towards this top side and who ultimately is going to be trying to force it more than anything.
Yeah, and I'll tell you who's sneaky impactful right now. We have a full 2-item Ahri in the mid lane. We have a full 2-item Aatrox in top lane. Vladimir is threatening a Rabadon second item.
Yep.
That's going to be a really strong Vladimir. The biggest issue with Vladimir is his ability haste, though. While he's going to hit pretty hard, that Cosmic Drive helps quite a bit. And he went Lucidity Boots as well. So, you know, certainly has some ability haste to get off the ground. But that Vladimir's going to be hitting pretty hard if he can get in a position to capitalize on it. But now you're starting to see the posturing up toward this top side of Otacon, a bit of a rare phenomenon in competitive League of Legends, but given the early game we had with Mini Judgment and Sly just duking it out at every possible opportunity, I can't say I'm too surprised.
Yeah, they quite literally just saw each other and were like, oh, I'm going to hit you. Like, I'm just going to start swinging and see what happens. And, well, it went very much so in favor of Mini Judgment for the time being. Both of these players with Teleport as well, playing this cross map, trying to secure these towers, but can't quite find an angle to push any further as Mini Judgment.
I think Lightridge just made a wild macro decision there that just went kind of under the radar. They just recalled right in front of Woodson, and Woodson saw it and had numbers on the Otacon side. I'm very surprised that Woodson did not just right-click the Otacon. and Nocturne, to be fair, was sitting in that topside tri-bush, but all by himself. For a good 20-30 seconds there, like waiting for a response, almost expecting Woodson to start the Otacon in that scenario, but no movement on either side, so Lightridge just sort of gets away with big recalls there, and now you see a completed Kanik Rookern for Cassante as well as the Manamune on board for Ezreal.
Yeah, that Cassante is not going to be taking really any damage from Kubzi or AT Jack in
magic
that
or
sense.
attack damage.
Yeah.
Both covered quite well.
Very true. Ooh, the ult coming through, the charm going just wide. Oh, AT Jack, the Ezreal on from Clixers doing quite a lot of damage with the hook. This might be a fight.
Yeah, big response here from Woodson to find the hook, and it will lead to an elimination. Numbers now favoring Woodson, but they do have a very low health AD carry, so Lightridge is going to move toward the Dragon, with Dragon spawning now, or is up, but Echo W goes a little wide, and the fight will slow down, but Dragon has started.
But look at this damage from Ezreal. The poke damage makes it so that Woodson can't approach this Their health bars are way too low. Though Lava Pit is in there trying to go for the steal, but no, Nocturne going to get this one. And now the engage comes from the 4v4. Lots of damage coming down from both sides. Just free fire from Ezreal in the back line. And now Cassante just... Oh my goodness.
Yeah, look at the impact from Vladimir too. The damage is here. He was chunking there. And what looked like a massive overcommit to me from Woodson. Well, we're not done. Iron Giant wants to bring this all the way back. The dredge line connects, and he'll look to flash out. The Q will confirm as well. And Vladimir gets a nice shutdown for himself. Mini Judgment still online, dishing as much damage as possible. But the Ezreal getaway, the Ezreal escape is too much for Woodson. But what a trade. What a chaotic fight from both of these teams.
And props to Captain Squid finding that polymorph. Mini Judgment had Q3 ready to go with Flash. Clixers was about to get absolutely obliterated by a Q3, but the polymorph is found and keeps them alive. And AT Jack as well, by the way, surviving for so long. Sly doing so much work in that backline, but cannot quite find that kill. Kubzi with the Rabadons fully completed, doing so much work as well. The survivability of this Woodson team is something that I didn't necessarily expect going into this, looking at like the Lulu and kind of the healing opportunities that they had, but they have a lot of sustain of their own.
Not only that, but add a Fiendish Codex and a Tome on top of that. Huge power spike for Vladimir and Kubzi. I mean, this is still with the gold deficit from the Ahri, but this is a Vladimir that, like you said, is going to start punching and was punching hard in that last team fight.
Yeah, and it just seemed like sort of a Hail Mary play from Lava Pit, and that's fine if the team is on board, right? If you send Echo in it, you know, everybody hope and pray that maybe he comes out with a dragon. If not, it is what it is. But Woodson was posturing like they were ready to fight, and that really surprised me because Echo got blown up, and that was the game plan. But Woodson proved me wrong and had way more damage and capabilities than I was expecting, because Andrew, you made a great point. They were getting chunked by that Ezreal damage.
Yeah.
That's causing a lot of problems. The REQs as well are racking up damage, and this is no exception, as now we do all start to gather around the mid lane and posture top lane. Mini Judgment splitting bot, though, before this potential Otacon.
But we also have to keep in mind that the two main carries on Woodson's side doesn't really matter how much they're getting chunked out. Those are two characters that heal an insane amount.
Very true.
So they're going to be able, if once the fight starts, they get to sustain, and they can keep the fight going as long as they want.
And the only heal cut on Light Ridge is Thornmail. And
Don't hit Cassante, you're
exactly,
good.
This is a massive discussion in League of Legends that Aatrox can just choose to ignore Cassante. Vladimir's not auto-attacking anyway.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they can get around that heal cut pretty easily as long as they're aware of it. So you're right. The sustain is going to cause issues against a sort of poke comp like Light Ridge has, and that was a concern I had in draft. I didn't know if the Ezreal would be enough, and the Qs are certainly doing a lot of damage, but is it impactful enough to alter these team fights?
I'm worried, yeah, if the poking is going to give them the confidence to start a fight, and then just like what we just saw with Woodson, they were able to sustain right through all of that damage with the false confidence that was given from the damage from Clixers.
Yeah, I do want to give a quick shout out to the game state right now. Woodson now has about a 1.5 2K gold lead over Light Ridge thus far. We're about a minute away from the Soul fight in favor of Light Ridge, and Baron has spawned as of 2.5 minutes ago, right? So there's a lot of neutral objectives that will be fought over here in the coming moments, and the first one likely in 45 seconds for this Cloud Soul. Woodson gonna try to avoid giving that one over to a Nocturne and an Ahri and Ezreal. All of these ultimates will thrive off of that Cloud Souls. We'll have to see if Woodson can prevent it.
This is one of those moments in a game where I put so much value into vision as well.
Yeah.
Because the map is really scary in this state. You have two neutral, specifically for Woodson, you have two neutral objectives on the top side of the map, but you have the other team's Soul sitting on the bottom side of the map, now spawned in 10 seconds. So you don't want to give up either. I mean, you could offer a trade, but you don't feel great about giving up Soul in exchange for both Baron and Otacon, and you expect Lightridge to probably be able to move fast enough. So, again, I put so much value in vision. Which team can establish their vision and know where the other team is so that they know where both teams' priorities lie. We see Cassante TP in, and we might be getting underway here.
Soul point.
Mini Judgment's posturing as well has a flank angle, will be collapsed on. Let's see how long they can survive for World Ender coming through. There's so much chaos coming through as well, but look at the health bars. AT Jack able to find one. Jolly Jelly is gone. Kubzi as well. The Cassante doesn't do anything in these team fights. Clixer's still alive, but now it's a 5v3 or 4v3.
Yeah, Mini Judgment does get hit by the charm, but gets his Q3 off and forced to keep going up. Clixer's still dishing a lot of damage. The kiteback is very strong for Lightridge. This is not a one fight just yet, but now with Lulu down and out, forced to burn his flash and maybe pull off a miracle, but not quite enough. We do have Iron Giant finding potentially one more. Peapot staying a little too late, and we will find a response from Lightridge, but man, what a fight once again from Woodson.
I figured out how Lightridge can beat the sustain. You never let them hit you. If you can't get hit, you can't get a life drain or omni-vamp or anything like that. So the way that final portion of that fight where they were kiting away and dishing damage, instead of just going head-to-head, which you kind of have to do around the objectives a little bit, that's how they're going to be ultimately getting these eliminations. And yes, Iron Giant was the only one to make it out of that fight, but a lot of eliminations went down in favor of Lightridge after the objective because they were able to kite away from the Vladimir and Aatrox.
And look at this Vladimir's items too. This Vladimir is fully online, but AT Jack in trouble now with one more ult from Ari left. That's just a bit of an overstep to try and secure that tier 1. The tier 1 was fallen, but unfortunately it will come at the life of the Woodson AD carry.
Yeah, if I'm Woodson, I'm alt-tabbing and looking up Ari ult cooldowns at level 3 just to see, level 3, just to see how soon we should expect to be really scary, him being able to jump in and get that. And now the Otacon started by Woodson.
Yeah, a huge misstep from Woodson here with the AD carry now gone, but good damage there onto Iron Giant. The Q2 does not connect for Echo, and Otacon's just about to go down, and Lava Pit gets it, steals it away, and makes up for the sins of the AD carry. So Woodson gets away with a crime, and Lightridge now reeling once again, forced to come up with another solution.
My apologies, I did say that Woodson started it, and it was Lightridge that had the advantage with the numbers, and all of a sudden, just one great play from the jungler there. They create a little bit of enough chaos to steal it away, and that's a huge gold buff and other buffs going over to Woodson.
I mean, Woodson right now is in full control of this game, right? Baron is up on the cards, but I don't expect either team to start it just yet. They need to get these lane states back in their favor. Mini Judgment just kind of sitting in the bush. Iron Giant farming up just a little bit, but just dash away the ultimate again.
Zeta, what was that already
right back? Yeah, that was maybe like 40 seconds, if that. But look at the damage that Iron Giant's able to do to Mini Judgment. The ults are gone, but still able to survive and get some trade outs there with that ult.
Aatrox still with plenty of sustain. Probably could have kept fighting now that Ari's mobility options are much more limited. But AT Jack now back to farming in the mid lane. And again, I agree. I think this is now Woodson's game to lose. These carries have reached their point, and I don't see it getting much better for Lightridge in terms of strictly character picks, right? This Ezreal is going to keep poking, he's going to keep chunking, but he's been doing that and it hasn't been enough. Ari's damage is going to be great on, these sort of pick style plays. If you can catch someone out, they'll blow up real quick, and it did result in a good look at Otacon, and just there, another good look on the Nautilus. Flashes down, but he's got Hex Flash. Character-wise, I don't see any of these Lightridge characters or champions really taking over a game, whereas this Vladimir, this Kai'Sa, this Echo, and Aatrox, frankly, are all going to be causing more and more problems the longer this goes on.
It's just a really hard game state right now for Light Ridge. I mean, you mentioned all the scaling champions on the side of Woodson. AT Jack, while sitting 2-4-2, does have 3 items, and now the Seeker's Arm Guard for some extra survivability here in these team fights. If Sly or Jolly Jellyfish gets onto this Kaisa, they'll go invulnerable for 3 seconds, and they'll be dead by the time they're able to come back alive. So it's definitely a sticky situation that Light Ridge has found themselves in, but it still has some potential if they are able to find these early picks and some really good poke damage before these fights kick off.
Yeah, about 10 seconds to this next dragon, and we already see Woodson posturing to try and secure some of the vision here in this river. Taking out that control ward's going to do a lot to help them. We'll get a Hex Flash over the wall to safety for Nautilus. Now Dragon started up by Light Ridge. And this is going to be an important moment for Woodson if they can stop this soul point.
Yeah, Dragon's going to reset. Mini Judgment now finally arriving from top lane, as it looked like Light Ridge might have had an opportunity to force an engage there while Mini Judgment was very far away. But that window has now closed. This is not the end-all be-all for Light Ridge. If Light Ridge does not see a perfect engage here, I don't think you take it. And what you could do, actually, is go threaten Baron right now. Now already a bit too committed at this point to ignore it, and so Cassante will go in. Lulu ult there, Paranoia comes out, but knock up onto 280. Jack will take down the jungler. All Out will steal the, who was that? The support, excuse me, for Woodson. They go down, but not enough to matter. AT Jack in the back line, but here comes Iron Giant taking down this problematic Vladimir. The Lava Pit will finish the Dragon at least so that Woodson can get out, but Iron Giant very much taking over this fight. The Q3 Mini Judgment will go down. A triple kill to Iron Giant, and they might be able to move toward Baron when Nocturne's up first.
And that's what I'm talking about. The win con for these team fights with Light Ridge is playing a bit of dodgeball. Dodge, dip, duck, dive, and dodge. Get away from the damage and don't let them sustain through fights. That Nocturne got blown up almost immediately, but still the sustained damage when they're not going in, right? The one player that does go in, obviously Cassante also is one of those players, but he can separate the fight a little bit with his ultimate. When they're dealing damage from far away, Vladimir, Aatrox, they can't do anything.
Yeah, and in that fight as well, early on, a lot of that healing got mitigated because everyone was hitting Cassante. Yeah. No one ignored him. Everyone was hitting that Thornmail, and a lot of the heal that Mini Judgment has been able to find in these team fights was not really there. And AT Jack as well, unfortunately, following the support along with Sly, is able to get a kill off the back end, but not really much else off of it. Not able to stick with Mini Judgment in that team fight, which is where Iron Giant might have gone down and Mini Judgment could have survived in that instance.
Yeah, Jolly Jellyfish also had a pretty tough time in the early game and hasn't been able to get rolling. I see the experimental Hex play able to get their ultimate back pretty quickly, but in a lot of instances, this isn't a 1v1 threat. If he sees somebody out of the way, I'm not sure if he'll be able to 1v1 them quickly.
Yeah, and a look here from Woodson as they contest over this Scuttle Crab, but a lot of the CC goes wide. Nautilus ult will get invested, but again, a lot of the focus is on this Cassante, who just will not go down. Jack Show fully online. It'll be one more hook, but look at the Echo W. Does land a stun onto the Ezreal. He's forced to retreat, but a charm connects onto Vladimir. Seeker's Arm Guard is online. We'll see if he's forced to use it, but one more big Q from Vladimir gets him a full 1,500 health back. Nocturne goes down. Iron Giant in a skirmish on the right. Kaisa goes all the way in to finish this Ezreal off, flashing to finish the job, and here is Mini Judgment all the way here to lay down his own judgment onto this Cassante. It's 4 down for Light Ridge and a Baron sitting there waiting as a reward.
And looking at that fight, Lava Pit did so much work in the backline. Clixers was not even involved in that entire fight. They were trying to avoid Lava Pit the entire time. The Ezreal damage was not there. Iron Giant trying to do as much as humanly possible to follow up on Jolly Jellyfish and Sly, the jungle and the top laner, but they just didn't have enough sustained damage to blow up the front line of Woodson, and they capitalize it. They find a Baron, and now they've ballooned into a 6K gold lead.
So many Cloud Drakes are just zooming around the map. And now we look, we've got 1 minute and 40 seconds still. The next Drake, it is just full stop Cloud or Drake point, right?
Yeah.
Both teams able to get that soul point. And that's going to be a huge next one. I mean, I think if you're Woodson, you're trying to prioritize lanes to maximize the pressure that Baron buff offers. So we're going to see that for a little bit. But that they may be able to give themselves sort of that pressure advantage in the lanes for the next minute so that they can then retreat, have all the vision for Dragon, and be able to take that advantage over to Woodson right now.
Yeah, looking at the gold graph there as well, Mini Judgment has about a 3K gold lead of their top lane opponent. I mean, doing pretty well, getting some sustained damage, but the all-out will come out. Almost finds that kill onto Iron Giant. Oh, goes in as AT Jack, able to find one, but now you kind of have to get out of dodge. Reinforcements coming in. Peapot, do you look for the dredge line? It'll just be the ult.
Will come out, and the Unstoppables mistimed. Lots of CC onto Cassante. Kaisa opts to start attacking the Lulu, but nobody able to secure anything there, so it will just be a 1-for-1, but a huge 1-for-1 with objectives coming up. The bigger story, though, for me is that Woodson had shutdowns. I was just about to say that before this Dragon, Woodson cannot afford much of a misstep, because Kaisa has a 650 gold shutdown, Vladimir has a 700 gold shutdown, and we're to a point where those shutdowns might not matter as much, because if you end up losing your life, you might just lose the game for it. But the last thing you want to do, especially when there were like 90 seconds left on the Drake, is give the other team an opportunity to back, spend all that money, and move first before you respawn.
I was just thinking to myself, AT Jack having a really tough early game. Now you just tell me he has 7 eliminations?
He's fully online. No, I had the same realization, and this Dragon might just go down. The Nocturne isn't able to get into the pit, and it will be a soul secured for Woodson. Now Cassante fully in there, but Mini Judgment again laying down the law in the back line. This Cassante is not enough, and he will get evaporated. 5 alive still for Woodson, and they might just chug down the mid lane unless Lava Pit in some trouble here, forced to 1v1. Iron Giant, lots of damage coming out from this Ahri, but the Q will not connect. One more shield coming in for Echo. It won't be enough. Again, another shutdown for Iron Giant, and it looks like Lightridge might have done enough to keep the game alive.
And they're able to rush down that Cloud Soul, but in that fight, Kubzi was doing so much damage. I mean, granted, it was on a Lulu, but it was quite literally 2 abilities, and Lulu was gone.
Yep.
Like, absolutely one shot by Kubzi. The sustain not there. Oh, Jolly Jelly now caught out, will likely go down. I mean, look at the damage. Yeah. Look at that. That's unbelievable damage from Kubzi.
Yeah, this Vladimir is a problem. 5, 1 and 12, 700 gold shutdown. Still has his Doran ring too.
Man.
Like, can sell that for one more item, whatever he wants. Maybe even a Spirit Visage would do a lot of work here. Because again, Ahri does have heal cut now. So the idea of ignoring Cassante is a little off the table now, at least for Vladimir and Aatrox, but Aatrox will secure that tier 2 top lane again, get a nice little influx of gold, 700 gold solo to his pocket, I believe is what I saw on the mini-map there, and we'll see if he's able to translate that into much, as Woodson will opt to take their recalls now and maybe push some of these inhibitor towers.
Yeah, AT Jack 3,000 gold lead over Ezreal, the Clixers. I mean, I can't believe how quickly that happened. I wasn't even seeing a lot of those eliminations coming down. But still, Iron Giant with 4K over this Cubsy, and Cubsy seems to be doing just as much as anybody else.
And in the top lane in the jungle, both of them have a 5K gold lead over their counterparts as well.
I thought Kaisa might opt to ult in there.
I don't blame you.
Up. But
I mean, seeing the top lane exchange, very likely that AT Jack might try to go in there, but will opt to not pull the trigger.
Yeah, so not many resistances on the side of Lightridge outside of K'Sante, obviously. This Ezreal is not super tanky. I mean, Shojin and Trinity obviously give you a good amount of HP, but when you're dealing with a Kai'Sa with a full Rabadons and Zhonya's, that passive is going to hit you so hard. So if you're getting sniped by one of those Ws, I think you're in so much trouble if AT Jack feels like pulling the trigger.
You do have the Redemption and Locket over on the Lulu, though.
That is
so
true.
Captain
That's
Squid going to try and help. I mean, the Locket's going to be great for mid-fight, and the Redemption help with any poke that's happening, though not a huge poke comp that they have. But if they are all in a big skirmish, Redemption could do a lot of damage and heal a lot if they do stay alive that long, though. But it is huge chunk damage that Woodson is offering at the moment. And now in position to take the second Baron of the game.
Yeah. And look how dark the map is for Lightridge.
Yeah.
Woodson has been playing this.
Look at that
great,
Observer.
just suffocating.
It's gone?
Yeah, thank you, Observer. That was great. Yeah, just suffocating the map across the board, and now that's a completely uncontested Baron. A great macro play from Woodson there to continue to push their advantage, with probably Elder being the target in their eyes. 2 minutes left on that timer, and that might be the one to end the game.
I mean, this is dire situations right now for Lightridge. A lot of poke coming through on to Lava Pit there. We'll just kind of retreat, go towards the jungle camps, try to heal up as much as they can. But yeah, with this Elder Dragon up in just about 1:40, this is a very key Baron to see if they can really put some more momentum and really kind of keep them in their base and try to find this one for free.
And look at the options from Woodson right now. They're running a 1-3-1 there for a moment, so they pushed all 3 lanes up, and now the mid lane inhibitor is just gone. The bottom lane is about to go, and very easy rotation up to the top lane if they wanted to take all 3 inhibitors, or maybe just end the game. I'm not sure. They're kind of looking like they wanna.
Yeah, no matter what, it's going to be so hard for Lightridge to leave the base now. Dropping 2 inhibs there hurts quite a bit, but this Baron value is very much making itself known. That first Nexus Tower will go down, but important thing, Nexus Towers do still respawn.
That's true.
So that will likely come back before the end of the game, if I had to bet, with Elder up in now 50 seconds. But again, look at how hard it's going to be for Lightridge to leave their base with super minions chugging down mid and bot. Baron empowered, potentially, depending on how Woodson opts to play it. So this is Lightridge's window to get out of their base.
That's the other thing. We have 2 TPs on the side of Woodson as well, on a Vladimir who will one-shot towers, and an Aatrox who does a whole lot of damage in their own right as well. So if there is a contest here, they could look to just try to TP in and end the game if they really want to. So Lightridge need to play this very smart.
Yeah, Lightridge moving as a unit, moving as 5 all the way through the jungle, and don't run into much trouble. So they've made it this far, but you do have super minions in your base. You are on a timer here, but you kind of have to think that if you don't make this play, the game will just end itself anyway. So here we go. Dredgeline connects, and that's one blown up for Lightridge. Numbers advantage for Woodson, as now the dragon down to about 1,000 HP. Who got it? I can't tell. Woodson does confirm it. Iron Giant, the one remaining. All the damage in the world coming out from Woodson, and they will get it done. The TP backdoor would have done it anyway. Kubi, the one to drive the nail in, and game 1, 47 minutes goes Woodson's way.
The undefeateds taking their first chink in the armor.
That's true.
By the number 4 seed Woodson. I mean, I don't think we expected this, and I'm amazed. What a first game. What a way to step up. I think this sub with Mini Judgment going into the top lane was a huge impact, because earlier in the regular season, this was a 2-0 Lightridge. I mean, they very clearly dominated this series earlier on, and this looked very even until we got to the late game, and then it turned into, I mean, honestly, once we got to about mid-game, we started to feel the impact of draft, and draft really started to make itself known, and how these players and how their itemization was going to affect the gold leads going into late game. And wow, what a game by Woodson.
I mean, Kubzi did a whole lot of damage on that Vladimir.
Look at me, I'm
but
sitting all the way up in front of my seat. I'm like,
looking at the damage graphs
I gotta
here.
relax here for a second.
Mini Judgment did the most damage on Woodson. He did 43,000 damage, and Iron Giant was the most in the game with 49,000, right? I mean, there was so much damage, but so much sustain coming through from this team. It was very, very well done by Woodson.
I think the big tail there was Nocturne, 7k damage. That is a damage carry jungler. Only doing 7k, that is not enough.
Yeah, yeah, that's not going to be a winning formula.
Almost as much as our Lulu.
I'll tell you what a winning formula is. We talked about this in the pregame. If Woodson can hold their own through lane states and just give themselves a shot, and again, we said that the win condition was going to have to be through that Aatrox lane. Mini Judgment holds up his end of the bargain, but I'll tell you who really held up their end of the bargain. Kubzi.
Oh my God.
What a sleeping giant in the mid lane, just not falling behind. While Iron Giant was creating advantages, we can take a look at these replays again. Yeah, Mini Judgment taking over this top lane and I mean, time and time again, making his presence felt across the map in all of these skirmishes. But again, you see Iron Giant impacting the map as well, creating advantages, making these cross-map plays and walking out with gold. But what is Kubzi doing? Holding it down, not falling behind, staying in the game. And that was the winning formula for Woodson.
Yeah, honestly, in team fights, more AoE and more sustain from Kubzi on the Vladimir, and that was a huge breaking point for this Woodson team.
Yeah, Kubzi just did a great job at knowing what their job was, and that was get to late game, don't try to do too much, and one-shot people when you get to 30 minutes and 3 items. And that's exactly what they did. Mini Judgment, the whole pick behind this Aatrox was to carry them through that early mid-game scenarios, and they did exactly what they had to do. And then when Kubzi was finally able to come online, they were like, all right, I'll be a body, I'll heal, I'll do damage, and you're just going to start one-shotting people pretty much. And that's exactly what we saw in a lot of these late-game skirmishes. It was very back and forth in some of these affairs, but I mean, the Otacon steal, there were so many moments in here where Lightridge had momentum and looked like they had it locked down, but they just could not get the job done.
Yeah, and I mean, you said it, in these team fights, so much AoE, so much impact in different ways. But again, yeah, just look at Kubzi. Full health, not in any danger, pooling again, like just dishing damage. And none of this works if everybody doesn't do their job.
Yeah.
You make a great point. You know, if Mini Judgment doesn't take over top lane, we never even get to see past 30 minutes, right? If Kubzi is giving up solo kills, we never get to see the impact of this Vladimir in these team fights. And even in the bot lane, right? We all thought that the Woodson bot lane really was not going their way, and this Ezreal was dishing damage and just causing problems for Woodson. But again, it's just sort of a sleeping giant sitting there making your money where you can and finding your impact later on. Every player on this Woodson team knew their job and executed so well, and it ended up knocking off the #1 team.
And this is on a second pick too, right? Kubzi wanted to play Syndra.
That's true. It was banned. It was banned out. Yeah.
But do we see a Vladimir ban in game 2? So annoying to play against, and Kubzi did a great job.
Yeah, I'm so curious what the draft for next game will be as we start to wrap up these replays. And again, just, I mean, fight after fight going Woodson's way. And, you know, there was 1 or 2 moments of hope, but this one, the final nail as Cassante goes into the dragon pit, but a huge Zonya's there from Kaisa to stay alive long enough for the dragon to die. And just like that, you've got true damage on this Cassante, and he just disappears. And Woodson, able to just march down and finish the job. What a game from both of these teams. I'm not super disappointed in what I saw from Lightridge
not
either.
at all.
I think it just sort of all fell Woodson's way. They were winning the team fights. They won the little moments, but now looking to game 2, what needs to change? I think you need to put Iron Giant on a character that can take over better than Ahri.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I feel like the Ahri was really good early on, but just kind of didn't have that late game impact that they were looking for. It had good damage, but didn't have the sustain that the Vladimir was able to have. Just wasn't able to find avenues into the backline, right? Could not get through the sustained giants.
Need heal cut.
Exactly. The heal cut.
Need heal cut.
The healing was unbelievable from Mini Judgment and Kubzi. And, I mean, you do all you can with Ahri, but it's hard when you get into those kind of game states to really come into your own and really take over a game with that champion.
Well, here we go. We are into draft of game 2. We won't have to wait long. And yeah, I'm so curious what the adjustments will be, because if you're Woodson, I don't hate anything about what just happened. And if you're able to force that again, Woodson now on red side. So that means Mini Judgment might get counter pick if they opt to take it. But yeah, who do you put Iron Giant on? I think that is the lifeblood of this team. You saw that Ahri was the only reason that game even went to 50 minutes. But if that's maybe there's the
Vladimir's going. They're not dealing with that at all.
We're a little ahead of you guys.
Sorry,
at home, but we did just see a Vladimir band come out from Light Ridge. But yeah, if that Ahri is maybe an Orianna, an Azir, something, if you're comfortable waiting that long, I don't know, something that can and will inevitably take over the game, I think Iron Giant is the right hands to put it in. But is that the direction you want to go?
Yeah, and I have to wonder, Mini Judgment, I assume that Fiora ban is top targeted, so is Mini Judgment in games past, maybe they've done a little bit of research that Fiora being a really dominant player with that
lane bully too.
Yeah, so I can only imagine, based on how good Aatrox was in the hands of Mini Judgment, how good the Fiora must be to get a first ban, probably, I think, both games.
Yeah, I assume the last thing you want to do is let Mini Judgment have a lob in in the laning state, excuse me. But the draft is moving along here, and it looks like it will be a Viego first pick for Woodson, as you see now, with the response being the Syndra. So now we do get to see this Kubzi Syndra, and I'm very curious who Iron Giant will opt to pick into that.
Yeah, this Viego pick is something that Jolly Jellyfish does like to play. This is one of their go-to champions, so definitely expecting some more pace coming through from the Viego. Has a lot more early game impact as well than the Nocturne, able to, at level 2, charge that W up and find a pretty long stun if it hits. And like you mentioned, the Kubzi Syndra will be making its first appearance here in the playoffs, in this top 4, in a very important game here as well. So we'll have to see how that one plays out, as I believe the lobby might have just crashed. So we'll see if
it looked like they just needed to reset something. I saw a player leave the lobby. But it looks like, I assume that we'll keep the same bans and picks up until this point, going back in once we get fired up. But Peapot feeling really comfortable on that Nautilus, not really opting to change things up. I think really good for pick potential, very beefy between the dredge line and the depth charge. Can really get some single target CC for quite a while if you layer it well. And that's just one person, and then you throw your auto attack in there as well to root them. Well, a single Nautilus can put somebody in jail for quite some time. True. So I think you add the Syndra ultimate on top of that, they are going to be targeting people very similarly how they were trying to do in game number 1, but now with Kubzi on the preferred mid laner.
Yeah, and now we are back in the draft. Looks like it was just a logistical issue. One of the players didn't own a champion that they wanted to that they wanted to draft for a different player. So we're gonna get back into draft, and we are now running back the picks and bans. Everything will stay the same, but that's what the delay was. But we're back in it. Yeah, it's Nautilus as a character has more CC than any other character in the game, and it's due to the auto attacks especially, and then the ult. as well as, I mean, the ability to sustain in those fights with that W shield, that thing gets huge. So Nautilus can kind of play stupid at times and get away with it. Not the tankiest character in the game, not the tankiest support in the game, but tanky enough.
Pretty tanky.
Yeah, tanky enough
Yeah.
to get away with pretty aggressive looks like that. But an interaction I'm looking forward to seeing, though, again, Syndra is such a unique character in the sense that they do have that get off me tool in the E.
Scat of the week.
Scout of the week. There
Scout
you
of
go. So a champion like Viego or, whoever this mid laner ends up being, if they try to sort of pick a divey champion that'll build aggressive early game advantages through eliminations, that's going to be hard for a Syndra or into Syndra. But looks like we are getting our Iron Giant champion lock-in, and wow, all right, not where I thought we were going. They hovered Mel, they hovered Orianna, and I wouldn't have been surprised with either of those. But a last-minute swap to Silas.
Faked out our observer.
Yeah, this pick is not correct. Ignore that. Yeah, we have a Silas pick.
No,
with
but the Briar
response.
Yeah, Briar.
Sorry, I'm trying to not. I'm looking at two different screens. I'm trying not to until our observer informs our audience at home of who it is. I'm trying not to react, but it's tough.
It's hard, yeah.
Yeah, the Briar pick is Lava Pit's most played throughout the season as well. So some comfort picks with the Syndra and the Briar coming through from the side of Woodson. The Melio, I believe, is new. Along with the Silas as well for Iron Giant and Captain Squid on the side of Lightridge. So Silas is definitely one of those champions that can take over a game, but if played around with range, so I'm interested to see what the ADC pick, the bot lane pick, will be for Woodson. Can be a little tough.
This is kind of just a game mechanics thing. If Silas steals Syndra's ultimate, does he then use the balls that she has put out on the ground? If a Syndra is a mirror matchup, do they use each other's cues?
I think he creates his own.
He would use the base 3 that come with the ultimate.
I assume it's only the 3.
Okay.
But that's a great question. I guess I'm not technically 100% on that, but I'm pretty sure it would only be the 3.
Yeah. Just nerding out a little bit. Sorry, folks.
No, that's a great question.
You're watching a League of Legends stream. You're probably going to be...
yeah, you probably know what we're talking about.
A little knowledgeable.
Yeah, and it's a great question because that Silas was locked in before we saw Briar. So the only ultimates on the board were Syndra and Nautilus.
So the way this works is that he summons 3 orbs from his own power plus any existing orbs that she plays, allowing for massive burst with damage calculation with his AP stats and the stolen ults ratio.
Curious.
So 3 ults of his own and her orbs.
So
that's a lot.
That interaction, it only makes sense for Silas to ult after Syndra ults. Because Syndra is going to put a ball or 2 down and then ult to throw 3 more out. And then Silas ult back to throw all of those plus 3 more back at Syndra.
Oh, man.
That'll be interesting. But I guess the hardest part is going to be surviving the original Syndra ult.
Right.
So we'll see. I don't know. Interesting things to keep an eye out for. But good news for Woodson here. They did not give many other great ults to Silas. So did not fall for it. It will be an Ornn last pick. And we will have mini judgment on Set, which is a very different style of character than Aatrox.
I kind of disagree with you there because 3 of those ultimates let you dive in, and Silas likes being in the mix with sustain.
That's fair.
Right? You've got the suplex. That's gonna, if you can take either one of those 2 into the mix. He's got the Briar ult and he's got the Kai'Sa ult where he can just kind of go.
Yeah, no, that's a fair point. Yeah, Silas is gonna have no trouble gap closing.
Yeah,
this
that's,
game.
That's really good for him.
That's very good for any Silas. Will it be enough to take over a game? And now my attention has turned to the jungle. Jolly Jellyfish had a rough game 1. Nocturne did not play out great. But Viego, I think, has even more tools to at least snowball a lot harder than even Nocturne, who does snowball pretty hard. So big investments into the jungle here as well as the mid lane. And you have that insurance as well in bot lane in the form of a late game Xayah causing all kinds of problems and being really hard to take out. So good looks here from Lightridge. If you ask me, I do like that draft quite a bit. The Sylas was pretty aggressive. But I'll tell you what, one thing that really scares me, and Sly's just going to have this in the back of his mind the entire game. If Mini Judgment ults Sly into the team, fight's over.
Yeah,
Boom, fight's over. Everybody's gone.
Yeah.
Everybody will lose 80% of their health. So that's a scary look that you'll, it's easy to forget that kind of thing when you're positioning, especially in team fights and all the chaos on your screen breaks out. You all saw it all of last game, right? It can be overwhelming quick, and sometimes you forget where Sylas is with respect to you and your team, and oh no, all of a sudden you're up in the air and being slammed on your teammates' heads, and they all disappear.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a big positioning question for Sly, who is on their most played champ throughout the regular season on this Ornn. So it's definitely something to keep in mind for Sly. You are the front line, but you don't want to be too much of the front line where Set can walk up, suplex you, and obliterate your Xayah on accident. And I was looking at the bans as well. I was curious of why some of these champions are getting banned. The Yasuo is Sly's ban specifically. He has 418 games on Yasuo this season.
That's so
Interesting.
He plays a lot of Yasuo. So expect that one to be a permaban.
I see.
If Lightridge can win this game, next game, and move on to the finals if they can do it. We'll have to see. I was like, why are we banning Yasuo?
That makes sense to me.
That's why.
And I'm glad you looked. I noticed also the Samira ban that we didn't see last game. That was an interesting pick, but clickers opting to stick with, again, a more traditional just right-clicking AD carry. And again, Xayah's a very strong champion, especially if you can let her get to 3 items or so. So we'll see if we get there. Again, that's the name of the game for both of these teams. Will we get to that point, or will one team be able to take over? Lightridge now on their heels, dropping the first game of this semifinal series in a 1 seed to 4 seed matchup that we admittedly did not see this coming. We knew that there was going to be some good League of Legends played, but it certainly seemed to be Lightridge's day to lose. And so far through one game, they are behind.
Great Viego skin, by the way. Dissonance of Pentakill Viego. Very good. The coloration pops very well on the sword. It's like squiggly too, which is really cool. But yeah, a little bit of some cheeky maneuvering again coming through from the Lightridge squad. So we'll see if they can find any picks here. It's a standard 5-point start minus that top try. So realistically, Lava Pit could be in some serious danger here as they are just sitting right on the opposite side of this red buff. Lava Pit, you're going to want to get out of there, man. All the chains connect. The flash burned, but should be able to, I don't know, actually. It's going to be an interesting scenario, but yeah, Lava Pit does look like they will be able to get out.
Yeah, pretty uncomfortable though here, and they're not done. Iron Giant's gonna get an E here, and Lava Pit's still pinned. Sly walked all the way through the river, and a tough break for the Woodson jungler. They go down, and how about it? Woodson falls behind to start, and again, the roadmap, the blueprint for what we've been talking about since before game 1. Can Woodson just hang on and give themselves a shot? Well, just like that, Lightridge starts with a pretty sizable advantage in terms of both money and tempo now.
Yeah, this top lane matchup is definitely, I feel, Mini Judgments to lose, right? This set should be able to beat out this Ornn fairly quickly and fairly confidently. So we'll have to see how that one pans out. Level 1 again early towards the Woodson High School bot lane. AT Jack and P-Pot on the same champions that they were in game number 1, trying to maintain that early advantage with some face breaker coming through there from Mini Judgment, but won't be able to get too much off of that one other than a very good trade.
Yeah, again, Dorn's Blade start here for Mini Judgment. Aggressive laning option here for this set to try and take over early, especially against an Ornn who has Grasp, Dorn Shield, probably second win, and Biscuits. So plenty of sustain again. But the one thing that Sly can't afford, again, with all of that sustain, you just can't let your health hit 0. You can go as low as 1, and you'll regen so much health back. But where last game got out of control was, yeah, level 2, level 3, that health bar did hit 0, and then that does snowball into all sorts of issues. So Sly willing to take a lot of damage here, but as long as he's not going down, right, you can take these trades, but maybe not. Does eat out, forced to flash again. Crazy trades coming out between these top laners, but no bloodshed just yet.
That Haymaker is so impactful. You absolutely have to expend the flash. Otherwise, you're just gone.
Yeah. But look at the regen already. Sly has more health than Set. Like, this is the top lane meta. As long as you are alive, you will regenerate so much health back. Here comes a flank from the Viego. Can he insert his impact on the map? It will. Jolly Jellyfish finds not first blood, excuse me. I forgot about the invade, but already impact on the map, and this Viego's on the board where they were not last game.
Yeah, and look how much earlier Jolly Jellyfish is able to impact the map, right? You don't have to wait for this level 6. You're what, level 4 going for that gank? You have your W, fully charge that bad boy, and they're going to be stunned for about 2.5 seconds, right? So able to find an early advantage, find kills into this mid-jungle duo here. Lava Pit now trying to do the exact same thing. We'll be able to find the stun, the flash face breaker will land, and the kill will go over to Briar. Lava Pit's Briar now on the board.
Yeah, and this is we're starting to see the impact of the junglers early enough in this game. Kind of what we expected in game number 1. But now they're getting rolling, and I love to see it because they were a little bit quiet in game number 1. Echo not really having that much of an impact. I think the biggest plays came from stealing a couple of those neutral objectives. And now to see them getting into the fray with their own eliminations is huge. And Viego coming in once again, trying to make himself known here in this bot lane. Nautilus getting a lot of damage down, going to be forced to flash out. Peapot safe, but expending a very large cooldown.
Yeah, and Iron Giant looking for more here in the mid lane, but won't find an elimination of his own, but big damage down onto this Nautilus. And it kind of looked like they might be able to trade some good damage onto that Viego too, and maybe walk away with a bit of a reversal, but not enough, and that means Lightridge will just meander over to the Dragon. Too much pressure on the bot side of the map. Woodson cannot move out of these lane states, and so Dragon number 1 goes Lightridge's way, which is how last game started as well. But we'll see if that trend continues.
Surprise, surprise, Cloud Drake.
Yeah, we've seen too many
more
of those.
zooms.
No Cloud Soul, though. No Cloud Soul.
that's
So
good.
that's the only Cloud Dragon that we'll see all game, which is super, super nice. I want to point out one thing about Set's kit specifically into this matchup. That face breaker that you see pulls from both sides. And if there's an enemy on both sides, it will stun whoever is pulled in, as we see an engage here in the mid lane. Lava Pit. Flashing exposed there as well. Unfortunate timing there on that flash. Lava Pit does go down.
Beats of Warfare over to Lightridge early, 6.5 minutes.
Yeah, how about it though? Both junglers, the Ornhorn coming out too, and no W to protect himself. A solo kill in favor of Ornn in the set matchup. Not one you see very often, but a misstep there from Mini Judgment as well as Lava Pit. And again, this is sort of back to what we expected before game 1 from Lightridge's playstyle, right? This is how this team wins. They 1v1 you, they 2v2 you, and they beat you outright before you can get a chance to get in the game. And this game, much more that type of storyline compared to last game.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter if somebody like Koopsie is on their comfort pick on Syndra. If they're not having the same impact as... And this is kind of how game 1 went, right? Iron Giant yes, was pretty even as far as CS goes, but the rotations were that much stronger from Iron Giant and made himself known around the map with eliminations and ganks, whereas the gold stayed fairly similar between him and Kubzi. I'm interested to see where this goes with the Syndra, maybe getting some spikes, maybe getting involved with some of these neutral objective fights as we start to step into the mid game here soon. Is it going to have the same impact as the Vlad?
Yeah, one thing about Syndra specifically as well with their CC ability, with the scatter. We have not been able to see these skirmishes that we saw earlier in that game number 1, where Kubzi will have a lot more early effect with the scatter. If that lands on 2 to 3 people and Briar and Set are able to just go to town on a Grubs fight or whatever it may be, which is happening right now, but not fighting over it, is Woodson. It's going to be tough. Oh, under tower.
Yeah, not enough damage either way, but the support here to bail out Iron Giant. But Lava Pit wants more, and I don't know that Lava Pit has the damage for that, and it might just be one more elimination in Iron Giant's pocket. So again, the ball's starting to roll out of control right now for Woodson.
And the sort of priority there going towards the full health Milio in the mid lane when you really kind of want to be angling, posturing towards the Sylas as much as possible. You know, it is what it is. I'm talking about the impact of the Syndra, right? Cubsy actually hasn't really had the opportunity to stray too far from mid lane because always just been getting battered by the poke of Sylas, and so kind of forced to sit there. If he gets into an engagement with other champs around the map, he's going to be going down because his health bar is lower.
Exactly, and now it is starting to snowball into a CS lead as well.
Yeah.
All of these eliminations, all the money in Sylas's pocket that Kubzi is not able to keep up with is translating into, you said it, yeah, more lane bullying, more like negative wave states for Kubzi, and now it is all starting to add up a lot better than it did. Here we go, caught out of position outside the lane, and Iron Giant gets free will of whatever he wants to do here, and he will finish the job there. Another 320 gold into this Sylas's pocket, and a mastery flare along the way. Another skirmish up top, good damage out from Sylas, but not nearly enough onto this very tanky Ornn, and now Briar taunts herself. It does get the shove into the wall and hits the blast cone. So Iron Giant now looking to pursue, but won't be able to finish Briar off at least just yet, but will trade a Nautilus instead. And again, money flowing into this Sylas, and boy, can Sylas take over a game.
Boy, yeah, this is a completely different type of game than we saw in game number 1.
Let's do it.
Once again, just a very simple 4v1 dive, and even the Haymakers top aren't enough to really do much damage to Ornn. Set having a much different time than the Aatrox. Mini Judgment definitely feeling the pressure of a much tankier champion to go up against. And now all of this pressure is going to relate to a second dragon, damage down on the bottom turret, and each lane is not really doing all that well compared to game number 1 for Woodson. Lightridge just honestly dominating across the map at the moment.
Yeah, this is a completely different story from game number 1. 8 kills to 1 within the first 11 minutes of this game. Mini Judgment threatening to possibly fall yet again. The scatter coming through just to try to push Iron Giant away the best they can. Mini Judgment running for the hills. Facebreaker will connect. Haymaker is there, and that's just done. That might just be a kill in favor of
Briar even have the damage?
Well, yes, okay. For a second, I was like, wow, there was no damage happening. But now Lava Pit possibly in some danger of their own and likely to go down.
Not even possibly,
here. Yeah,
very much.
There's the, flash away. Oh, hey now, all right.
You did say in danger, and he was in danger, all right?
That's true. That is true. He was certainly in danger.
Forcing a defensive flash, my statement stands.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, that was hilarious. Again, it's to this point in the game where, yeah, like it's hard to find much light at the end of the tunnel for Woodson. The scoreboard is 8-2, and this Sylas quite literally is walking wherever he wants on the map,
Oh, yeah.
and doing whatever he wants when he wants. And that's exactly the one thing that Woodson can't afford. And it's going to be really hard to get out of that game state without having to reset to a game 3. So, the tall mountain to climb here. Obviously, Syndra scales extremely hard late game, but can you get there? I mean, the Sylas has a full item and is sitting on a lot of money, I believe. I don't believe he's recalled.
5-0-1.
Yeah.
I mean, you kind of did say that Iron Giant kind of just gets to go wherever they want. And if they don't want to go back and still have that domination, then they can do that.
yeah, and for Woodson, that's good news. But again, you can't get caught like that, you know, especially when you have a ward in that bush. Yeah, this Iron Giant's gonna be literally doing whatever they want, and it's gonna take a massive misstep as the feat's also going Light Ridge's way. That's upgraded Merc Treads for that Sylas. Yeah, you said it, 5-0-1.
And because of the domination around the map, this bottom lane can fearlessly be in the faces of Woodson's bottom lane, right? They can be pushed all the way up in that tower because help can't come. Help, when it tries to leave their own tower, dies along the way.
Sylas.
Yeah.
No, you're exactly right, and it's rare that you see a Xayah with such control over their lane like this this early in the game.
Yeah, 40 CS lead.
Yeah, that's great news for Xayah. That's you can't ask for anything better. And now, Set gonna look for some some damage the other direction, but we do have a TP coming in from Iron Giant. Can they take out Ornn before Ornn takes out
boy.
Set? Maybe not. The shove under the tower, and it still won't be enough. A 3-man response for Light Ridge results in 2 more eliminations, make it 10-2, and it's only getting worse for Woodson.
I mean, Mini Judgment trying to do as much as they possibly can to survive, but all of a sudden the Avengers pull up to top lane for Light Ridge, and there's nothing you can do about it. Everyone is...
I shouldn't do that. We don't get copyright strikes.
That's great. Yeah, I mean, you can just see the aggression that this team can play with when they have these advantages. I mean, we're ulting under tower to secure a kill there against AT Jack for Clixers. Now 2-0-1 on the Xayah, doing a whole lot of damage. The 50 CS lead pretty much for this Xayah now, and it's just such a tough situation that Woodson has now found themselves in, with champions that really struggle from behind.
And 11-2, that alone tells the gold story, but then 5-6K on top of that with the CS differential due to that additional kill elimination pressure. And it's just been really all Light Ridge. There hasn't been a moment where Woodson has been able to breathe in any one of these. And now they're going to go straight for the Herald. Once again, the next phase of the neutral objectives. We do have the Dragon coming up here shortly, but it's not going to be before they're able to utilize the pressure that comes with the Rift Herald.
Yeah, and like, well, here we go again. Iron Giant finds Lava Pit out of position, won't secure an elimination, but will at least take the Briar out of the fight. And 20 seconds before Dragon spawns, that's about the last thing you want to see your jungler doing. So, again, good news gets better for Light Ridge, as they will just posture in front of this Dragon just to make sure there's no trouble, but obviously Woodson not in any position to contest. They'll try to push their lanes as much as possible, but Light Ridge actually wants more. They will call the Ornn Horn down. Iron Giant all the way in there. Has a Kai'Sa ult online as well, but doesn't have Void Seekers to help him get there, so a bit of a awkward interaction there. But here might walk into trouble, but this is the limit test. Can you take down Iron Giant? No, he Kai'Sa ults out, and Briar shoves him even more to safety. Now Iron Giant is taking some damage, but it's not enough to take him down. None of it matters, and what does it cost? 2 more for Light Ridge. Again, bad news gets worse, and that's all this game is.
I mean, this Briar's now 2-5 to the 3-0-2 of this Viego. And with this champion, it's so hard to come back from these big deficits because they're so snowbally, right? Briar is so well when they're ahead, but when they're behind like this, it's almost rendered a useless champion, unfortunately, right? It's just so hard to do anything with it. And right now, I mean, Lightridge full control as they go for a dive.
2 and 5 and the only 2 eliminations on their team. Now Briar finally coming in, maybe able to secure another one underneath the turret. This is huge for Woodson if they're able to secure a couple more. And this is a big moment for Woodson if they're trying to get back into this match, because that is some big shutdowns going on to a couple different. Finally Set, finally Syndra have eliminations, getting a little bit of bonus gold. This could be a turning point if they're able to secure additional, but we still have Soul Point over to Lightridge. We still have the various other objectives and a 10 elimination lead. 4K, 5K gold lead overall. This is brutal.
Yeah, the gold lead still feels insurmountable, but that is undeniably going to be a moment we all look back at if this somehow gets out of control even more. Shutdown, all to Woodson's carries. Set gets one, Briar gets one, Briar gets the big one onto Iron Giant to hopefully propel this Briar a little bit into at least a playable state, as well as Syndra, again, just the sleeping giant now up in CS because of how much Silas has been everywhere but in lane. But you know, 1-1, just sitting pretty, trying to scale, trying to get to that point where maybe, just maybe, this Syndra might be able to just blow one person up and create an advantage for Woodson in 40 minutes.
This might be a potential pick here as well. Iron Giant, the scatter does connect. Iron Giant, oh my God! No! There's no way. Sure, okay. No, he's
he can't
dead.
keep getting away with it.
Holy moly. I was about to say, there's no way.
A disaster. All right, well, Woodson able to finish the job, so no problem there. Was that another shutdown? I didn't see. I assume
I mean,
not,
6-1 maybe. He might have, I'm not sure.
But, I mean,
that's back-to-back eliminations onto Iron Giant within a 40-second span.
Exactly. The Silas has been free roaming around the map, completely uncontested, and by no fault of Woodson. Like, they couldn't really do much about it. But now,
have the winds shifted?
Yeah, in a position where they can
turntables.
punish some of the movements of the Silas, and they have now 2 times in a row. It's something. It's a trend, if nothing else, that Woodson did not have much to look forward to. That's something.
I think something that we can kind of eye is that every single interaction up until this point was Iron Giant and company isolating members of Woodson. And now we finally see our first true 5v5. All of a sudden, Woodson, with their many crowd control opportunities and options, made a pretty large impact. And we saw them dominate once, and kind of catching out Iron Giant a second time was a little fluky, and not so much that thing, but they brought 3 to the fight, made it unfair advantage in their favor, and now going to be threatening this Otacon in top.
Yeah, this is the hard part about that gold lead. How does Woodson get in here if they're not already there?
Yeah.
A 20-minute Otacon start on the top side, and just like that, it's already gone, right? This is now Lightridge showcasing how much stronger they are. Woodson did not have any angle there, and they opt to take a back seat and continue to farm and just stay alive for now.
And that's good game state knowledge, right? And recognizing where they need to be at what time. They took a couple blows back. They felt the heat from Woodson, understanding that they aren't down and out yet. They're down, they're not out. And losing that last team fight, maybe letting them know, okay, we need to focus on what really matters right here, and that's neutral objectives. And they were there first.
And this is now for Soul here for this Hextech Dragon. And this is a pretty big Soul for either of these teams with a Kaisa and a Xayah across the board. Mini Judgment not there yet, but look how this Dragon's practically gone,
it's just gone
already. There's nothing that Woodson can do to get in. Now the fight following up, but Lava Pit is already gone, and it looks like the rest of Woodson are to follow.
Yeah, that one, I would have loved to see Woodson get there a bit faster and put up a bit more of a fight. It's never going to feel great, right? You're never going to find a fight that looks good, but it's you have to take that fight for the soul, and unfortunately, they don't get there in time. Lightridge gets the dragon and punishes the late move from Woodson, takes down 4, and now might just march into the base and end.
I mean, 22 minutes in, already taking down inner turrets. Looking at base turrets, that just goes to show how dominant Lightridge has been in game number 2. And look at the damage already. I mean, this is such a good job from this team, understanding where they need to be and when. Another 1v1 here in the mid lane. The junglers duking it out.
Suspiciously well. All right.
Yeah, help coming along, and now once again another one going down. Briar in that lava pit in that Briar. Posturing towards this mid lane. Again, they're going to fight, but maybe a little bit too late.
Haymaker.
Huge haymaker and another ult dealing. Oh, the stolen ult dealing tons of damage. Sorry, I was like, why did so many health bars drop on Woodson's side? Ah, that's right.
Yeah,
he took it.
Big scatter there on a 3, but again, just too little, too late. 4 health bars versus 2 health bars. Kubzi able to just barely get away from those chains and hold on to their life. But again, I mean, good looks for Woodson. It's just going to take a perfect look to get them back into this game, and that one just wasn't quite perfect. So Lightridge continue their march. 1 inhibitor down in the mid lane. Now, we'll give Woodson an opportunity to at least farm a good amount of gold with super minions coming on every wave, and give some gold to Syndra the longer this game goes on. But again, the way Lightridge is playing with such a commanding financial lead, I don't expect this game to go on much longer with all these neutral objectives still coming up.
Yeah, I don't know if you need to wait for Baron. You may as well. 80 seconds to go to kind of empower those minions as you march into the base. You already have mid lane inhibitor down. It's going to be a while before Elder, so that might be the next point of contention, and they could use the gold lead they have to get a little bit of vision there, or they could just go in and slap them in the face because they have that big of a lead.
Yeah, I'm also looking at the finances here. 10,000 gold onto this Xayah, and I was just looking at the items. Your late game insurance is completely online. That was a completed Yuntal and Ornn upgraded Infinity Edge. This Xayah is extremely strong, but now Woodson does find a 2v1, and they will get another shutdown onto this Ornn. So a bit more money in Seth's pocket. Will it be enough? I'm just not sure, but it's at least giving them a chance with this Baron spawning. If they're able to get back, maybe become a little bit healthier to contest this Baron in 30 seconds.
It's buying them a little bit of time at the very least.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough situation, of course, that Woodson is in, but there's still a lot of potential to win these team fights. I mean, Lava Pit, if they can start getting onto the backline carries, if they can get onto Iron Giants, find a stun, get onto Clixers possibly before the feathers get thrown out as well, and try to just mitigate some of the damage so that Syndra Kubzi can find some angles, AT Jack can find some damage to be put down. Peapot now running right into a trap, and that will be the support off the board, but there's still a lot of a big burst. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, there's a lot of burst potential still from Mini Judgment with the Haymaker. If that connects on the carries, it could spell trouble. But
100%.
I mean,
fully charged especially.
Yeah, fully charged, it can really turn the tides. But a Baron already locked down for Lightridge.
A fully charged Haymaker on anybody can kind of blow them up if they're in the middle of it.
Yeah, and especially with a set with items too, which he's gotten a couple shutdowns, right? Those Haymakers are going to be doing more damage than they would, but again, I'm looking almost exclusively at this Xayah. That's an Ornn upgraded Infinity Edge, a full Yuntal, feet upgraded Berserker Greaves, and a Zeal upgrade from the back. A huge flank here potentially on the Xayah. They get set ulted as well, but the Xayah ult will keep them alive, and down goes Briar. A great look, a great call from Woodson to throw everything at the wall, but unfortunately none of it stuck. Just not enough, and Woodson will lose their base for it. Lightridge strike back hard and fast. 28-8 in under 30 minutes.
And it's just an absolute domination of a game. 28-8, like you say. The bot lane, Melio, Captain Squid went 0-0-21 on Melio, 7-1-7 on the Xayah, 12-2-9 for Iron Giant on the Sylas as well. They were doing so unbelievably well, so much damage. It's so hard to try to deal with Iron Giant when he has so many tools put in his pocket.
I love that idea of let's go for broke. Either we claw back with some great play here towards the late game and maybe just end this series, or we throw everything at them. It didn't work. Let's reset. We don't want to spend too much mental on a game that is really crumbling around us, so that we can look towards the next draft, look towards the next game, and really figure out what worked in game number 1 and put that towards game number 3.
Yeah, and you see it in these replays again. It's just sort of the tale of the game. From the moment we started these replays, Woodson was already behind, right? From level 1, they were just never able to get out of it, and all the lanes just sort of fell out of control. Lava Pit able to strike back a couple times in a couple different scenarios, but this was a big one too, where it felt like big investment here from Woodson to try and again keep Lava Pit and Mini Judgment in it. They come up empty-handed, and again, you said it, the Avengers response from Light Ridge. It just continues through the rest of these replays. It only got worse, and where there were moments of potential hope, right? We saw the mid lane, this play right here. I was just going to say that mid lane tier 1, a huge misstep here from Light Ridge, not taking out this tower. That thing is fully ramped up and chunking out all of your teammates.
And then the middle of the fight, the huge Briar Fear.
Yeah, tons of CC, tons of damage coming out, and tons of money going in Woodson's pocket. But was it enough? Well, they continue their push. They find a second pick onto Iron Giant. Maybe things are starting to turn around, but late to this Dragon, and again, it's more of the same. A huge sweeping victory for Light Ridge in this fight, and bad gets worse. Multiple Set ults, one from Set himself, one from Iron Giant. This Hail Mary play, I agree, I think was a very smart decision given the circumstances. The Briar ult landed onto Xayah. I mean, that's a gamble in itself. You might connect onto Ornn and, all right, throw out the FF mode and we all go home. Like, you know, but it looked as good as it was going to get. But unfortunately, just too little too late. Not much more that Woodson could do given the circumstances, and Light Ridge very much earn a win in Game 2 and tie up the series.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the problem was looking at the draft. I feel like this is the comp that you saw coming through from Woodson was a very much, if I lose in the first 3 minutes, it's hard. Like, it's hard to come back. And we kind of saw that with the Briar, specifically with the Set as well, unable to get solo kills onto the Ornn, and instead got solo killed by the Ornn. And when that starts to happen, it's really hard to find your footing with that champion, a short-range top laner, right? It just doesn't have a whole lot of peel other than the haymaker, and that's kind of all you're really working with. So it was just a hard comp to win from behind with, and they just put a big kind of all their eggs in one basket with. If we don't win early, it's going to be really hard, and we saw that. Yeah,
and when sort of the counter to them was an early invade, them going down, that alone might have been enough to sort of steal a bit of the confidence that they got in game number 1, and across the board, mid, top, bottom, there was, bottom wasn't as explosive. They were pretty net neutral for the most part, it felt like, but everywhere else, it was all Light Ridge because they were winning their solo engagements. And even if you are net even bot lane, if the rest of everywhere else is losing, it's not going to spell good.
And especially net even in bot lane, also catching a lot of the collateral too. Like, the rest of the map is sort of falling apart, and then all of a sudden you have Iron Giant behind your turret and 4-man diving you, and it's like, okay, my fault.
I should have won my lane. I'm sorry.
That's on me. That's on me.
You know, that's the collateral damage. Unfortunately, that's the snowball effect of a mid lane character that can take over the game, and that's exactly what I said I wanted to see from Iron Giant, and it's exactly what they put on display. And the big takeaway I'm seeing now is that Woodson very much had to earn it in game 1. They had to They had to play great. They had to take advantage of little missteps from Lightridge, and they did exactly that. It put Lightridge on the back foot and let Woodson go back to their comfort picks, and that was not enough. So I think what this is telling me is that, Woodson's going to have to get uncomfortable and outplay and out-macro, out-team Lightridge if they're going to take this third game.
Yeah, because the comfort picks, I think individual skill at the moment, individual skill isn't what won them game one. Individual moments, like you said, those little moments, I think that a couple of the different steals, the picks that they got, some of the turning points, like the knife's edge that a lot of the team fights were on because they were poked down, but then the sustain brought them back to life in a lot of these fights. It was huge, little moments that led up to big moments for Woodson. And I love the idea of them being uncomfortable because that means they have to rely on each other more. So Lightridge clearly showing domination in game number 2, whereas Woodson showing that it's doable, and they have made Lightridge bleed. Right, the big undefeated number 1 seed team coming in here, they've shown that they can be beaten, and we'll see if they can do it a second time. Something that nobody has done in VHSL this season.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting. Oh, my computer turned off. I was gonna look at picks. It's gonna be very interesting to see kind of what the draft is going into this one. If there are gonna go back to these comfort picks and just see if it works better on the blue side, to see if you can just get a first pick in there and just kind of snowball off of it. But I feel like a consistent slow part of Woodson's game has been the bot lane, specifically with this Kai'Sa. I feel the Kai'Sa has been off to a really slow start in the first 2 games. In the first game, it took them a while to get into a positive KD ratio, right? It took them a while to really get going. And when you put that in again into another lane that is going really aggressive on you, and now you're 0-6-1 and just have no impact, and then you have to try to play for this late game, but everything else is losing too. The Kai'Sa also kind of gets taken out of the game and can't really do anything effective, right? So I wonder if there's a switch up in the bot lane picks. If we go into a more of like that back to that smolder, some more self-peel survivability, and a big late game scaler as well for AT Jack. It'll be interesting to see what comes through, but we'll hop into draft here, it looks like, as we go through our pick ban phase. So
game number 3, folks.
Yeah, here we go.
Game number 3. You came here to see the best in Virginia go at it, and you are getting every bit of that.
Absolutely. If coming into today, if you told me this series was going to go to 3, I would not have believed it. And that's been the story of Lightridge so far this season, right? They haven't let that happen. But here we are. And what's the response now? Woodson, the ones on the back foot for the first time this series, it's a Silas ban. They don't want to deal with that. They don't have a champion ready to deal with that, so they're just going to get rid of it.
Yeah, I think that makes the most sense. I mean, it took complete control over the early game. There was nothing they could do around it, and just getting it off the board early, I feel like is the right choice to try to put Iron Giant on a champion that might not roam as much as they were able to in that game 1 or game 2.
Yeah, once again, we see that targeted Fiora ban. I mean, Mini Judgment must have done something in a different life to deserve this permaban of the Fiora. The Vladimir, once again, I think Kubsi had enough of an impact in game number 1 to steal that one away, which is pretty big. And the Echo as well, blocking out Lava Pit from that. I mean, must have had game number 1. They're taking away what worked for Woodson, and so not letting them have that win condition once again.
Yeah, and now it's Woodson opting to take the Viego back, or I guess not back, but take it away from Jolly Jellyfish, maybe feeling that it was too much of a problem, or just not wanting to deal with that again. But it'll be a Jarvan Milio in response, and the bot lane for Woodson has been locked in already with a Ziggs Braum.
I like it.
Whoa.
I like it. I mean, I'm not surprised to see Peapot on another big CC support. And we've had Captain Squid opting for sort of the healer enchanter support, giving shields and heals across the board. But this next lock that we have, we're just waiting for everything to catch up. Pretty excited to see the bot lane coming out for.
Excited?
Yeah, I see.
Well, it's Jinx.
It's Jinx. Yeah, very different comps so far, I have to say. This is going to be a much different game than we've seen in either Game 1 or Game 2 from both of these teams. Lightridge, I guess, still opting for a bit of a divey look with the Jarvan, but heavy late game scaling with clickers. Again, just late game insurance, but locked in phase 1 here. Is interesting. I'm very curious who these priority picks will be for Iron Giant as well as Sly. But we make our way through phase 2 bans, and Aatrox and Yasuo will be taken off the board. It'll also be a Darius ban.
Oh, whoa.
Which, again, I actually think makes a lot of sense, right? You got to think of these top laners that take over games, right? Because that does seem to be the winning formula for Woodson, is playing through mini judgment. Taking out Aatrox and Darius and Fiora, right? That does sort of squeeze that champ pool pretty hard.
So on these picks that are coming through, Ziggs Braum is something that Woodson has been practicing in Ranked Flex on their OP.GGs, so they are very knowledgeable about this combination. They have been trying to work this into their game plan. And okay, so they do pick Mel. Iron Giant does have Jarvan as their most played champion throughout the regular season, so I was thinking that could have gone mid, but with the Mel lock-in, it does look like that will go into the jungle for Jolly Jellyfish. So there's a lot of things kind of moving around right now. The Pantheon also, well, hang on. That's another pick from Peapot as well. So that might be going to the jungle or mid, rather, for Kubzi as well. So we'll have to see what this one looks like. But there's definitely a lot of shakeup in these two drafts.
Yeah, I'm curious about the Pantheon. I like it. I think the global pressure along with the Ziggs can be really solid. But yeah, that Jinx hyper carry late game. Wow. Okay, I don't what's going on with this team?
So
here?
now I definitely think it is a Pantheon mid. Volibear blind is a little scary to me. But a pretty strong champion with some items depending on how he decides to itemize. Volibear, one of the strangest itemizations in the game, and has so many different ways you can go with like Cosmic Drive, Spirit Visage, Navori. Like there's so much Volibear can do depending on how the game is going or what his role in the team is. But the response finally from Sly, the counter pick to this Volibear, will be an Ambessa. So max health damage. No surprise there to me. And again, feeding into this dive, right? How do you get onto this Ziggs through a Braum and a Pantheon and a Volibear? Well, you just blink right to him.
Yeah,
Pretty much.
That'll do it.
Yeah, I like the drafts on both sides thus far. I do like the Jinx pick coming through as well, just to try to get Clixers up ahead early and just take over the game. This is their second most played champ in their ranked climb that they've been playing, so very familiar with the champion, second to Vayne, who is the other champion that Clixers usually plays for their solo queue ranked. So there's a lot of experience with these champions across the board, and yeah, we'll have to see what this mid lane matchup looks like with this Pantheon Mel, because I think this could frankly go either way.
Yeah, I will say this Jinx is pretty high and dry right now. Like, usually when you're picking a Jinx comp, there's a lot of support around the Jinx, keeping the Jinx alive, a lot of peel, a lot of whatever, a lot of big bodies around the Jinx. Nope. Everybody on this Lightridge squad wants to get fed in their own way. And while Jinx, again, eventually will get there, there's not much in terms of helping her get there. And maybe that's not a problem, but it is a bit of a gamble from Lightridge to say that I think this draft from Lightridge is saying we expect this game to go like game 2. We expect all of our lanes to just beat you outright, and we don't expect to have any problems in terms of team fighting later on.
I do really like the Pantheon pick mid, though, because giving him options once he hits 6 to go top or bottom.
Yeah, you're right.
Just have a lot of play around the map, rotating faster than the Mel possibly can. So it's going to be kind of what the selection of those ultimates looks like from Kubzi, and then how Iron Giant responds to that. Is Iron Giant going to be playing very similar to that Silas style of play, just constantly going around the map and picking off people? Mel doesn't really have that same kind of toolkit, whereas Pantheon is much more of the, hey, I found you in the jungle. I'm going to do a lot of damage to you.
You're gone. Yeah.
I will say, too, this is our first time seeing Sly on a non-Cassante or Ornn.
Yeah, damage type
like
bruiser.
This not just a health bar anymore. So
Fair.
this top lane now to me is extremely volatile, right? Between a Volibear and an Mbessa, both of those champions can cause all kinds of problems later on in the game, especially in a side lane too, if they're able to, be in a position where they can pressure a side lane when an objective is up. Mbessa and Volibear, whoever gets ahead in lane, can. I don't know that I would say take over a game like I've been using that phrase to refer to like Silas and stuff, but very much be impactful in ways that other champs can't. And I'm excited to see how that looks in Sly's hands, because we've seen Mini Judgment do it, we've seen Kubzi do it, we've seen Iron Giant do it. We haven't seen Sly impact the game in that way. So is that the play style? Is that can this player play that way? I think that's a big question mark coming into this one.
Well, folks, spectator delay is up. It is 1-1. We will decide who is advancing to the grand finals of the VHSL Fall Championship right now. We are going to settle it between Woodson and Lightridge. They have been blow by blow, back and forth here in the Summoner's Rift, and we are here to figure out who's going to take it down. We see a little bit of movement here. 5.
But look, another
Level
full
1
stack almost.
antics. Yeah, this might be a heck of a clash if they choose to go up. You never choose to go up, and that's the right decision there. But depending on how patient Woodson is, it takes a lot of patience to commit to this play and sit in that bush, knowing that they might be wrapping around, but Woodson has no idea. This could be a huge clash between these two teams. 5 on 5, big damage out, and Mbessa comes out. Mel starts E, finds a huge root, massive damage over time coming out of this Mel. But nobody has abilities. Nobody can deal any damage. Pantheon has his passive up, but everybody walks out clean.
I can't. If Mini Judgment's in that bush and you have a Volibear Q, you find a kill, like 100%. But since there's only
and Braum passive,
there's no way anyone walks. Exactly, no, 100%. And the fact that no one died in that entire exchange, we did get a flash burn on Iron Giant to escape one from Peapod as well. So there was a flash for flash trade, some heals. Like there's a lot of stuff going on, but in the grand scheme of things, nothing has happened.
We all wash our hands and walk away.
There is zero impact on this game other than the flashes, and nothing's. Well, usually nothing happens in the first 3 minutes, but we'll have to see.
Wow.
How about it?
What an electric start for absolutely no score change in the game. The build-up, I think the anticipation was everything.
that was a really special moment. We just had. But, okay, so, I mean, what can we take away from that? Mel burned both summoners, but now has quite the HP advantage over Pantheon because Pantheon did not recall, opted to use the health potion instead, and now sort of getting bullied out of this lane. Volibear opting to engage, get some good damage there, and playing with this shield as well. Great damage. Pantheon will level up to get a little bit of health back, but promptly loses it to an undodgeable skill shot. So,
is it a skill shot then?
I guess that's the question.
That is the
question. We'll have to ask Riot next time we see them. But potential play developing here as Jarvan showed top, but Mini Judgment gets out of trouble, and now very much a play developing here in the mid lane. But Iron Giant, again, just with that Mel passive, racks up enough damage and gets the execute. And just like that, we have a relatively anticlimactic first blood, potentially more here as Iron Giant's threatening with the root, and it will be a two-man play there from Iron Giant to snowball himself firmly into the lead in this mid lane.
Yeah, it's tough to walk up, especially because you can't go at the same time necessarily because Pantheon was already at a huge health deficit. But just eating a little bit too much damage, Viego just pops, and then already postured a little bit too far forward. Pantheon, Koopsie falling. I mean, this is a huge sway in Iron Giant's favor, and Light Ridge, if nothing else changes across the map, that is going to be really impactful moving forward.
Yeah, it's an awful start, right? I mean, that's not good. Like, it does not help to have a Mel who has such late game scaling have a 2-0 start in the lane. A shutdown already there. We have a lost chapter on the first recall within the first couple of minutes of this game, and now Mel can really run away with this lane as well. Has the range to play against this Pantheon. Doesn't have to really engage. Can just find this poke and then find a root and blow you up, frankly.
Yeah, and I'll tell you who I think gets the worst of this is Mini Judgment. Because now, if I'm this Volibear, I'm feeling so much pressure to make a play top lane and try to even this out and be impactful. But Flag and Drag bot lane means that they'll get some good damage on a Braum, but he gets his shield up just in time to not take too much damage from this Jinx Milio combo. But we'll get chunked out pretty solidly there with Dragon online as well. Light Ridge once again making the first play bot lane at the Dragon spawn, and they will likely be rewarded for it.
Jolly Jellyfish, yeah, working with Iron Giant towards his first Drake. And that's a little bit of the pressure that Mel offers with that 2 elimination and CS lead. That's just extra damage. And nobody can really contest this. Also already level 6. So definitely looking pretty solid there for Light Ridge. Taking stock around the map. Yeah, bottom lane still doing exactly what they've been doing both games before. Nobody really gaining a competitive edge in either way. Also top lane, like I said, if nothing else changes game state-wise and both lanes go even, Iron Giant will ultimately win out in mid lane prior to Pantheon being able to roam.
Yeah, Cubsy did just tick over to level 5, so only about probably a level and a half down from Iron Giant thus far.
Yeah, still a while though. Yeah. It takes so much poke.
And looking at the CS difference too, there's just about a 15 CS difference, and that adds up pretty quickly. And with the range that Iron Giant's able to play with and able to force Koopsie off of that wave time and time again, it's really hard for them to step up and find some of this XP and some of this gold that is very needed for a character like Pantheon in this early game.
Yeah, it just extends that timer before Pantheon can step into the role of roaming threat around the map.
Yep, and now Jarvan showing top, and a great public execution from Mbessa does connect. It will be interrupted by the Volibear ult. He's unstoppable in that and will cling to his life, and Viego's here in response. The stun goes just wide, and now the return from Mbessa. All of her abilities back and good damage in response. Nobody goes down, but this Mbessa has not even backed yet. She's sitting on so much money and still dishing great damage with her jungler, and if nothing else, this buys her a free back to buy all of her items and snowball this lead that doesn't look like much just yet.
Something that I think Lava Pit needs to recognize is sort of timing-wise, an engagement is a little bit over. Stepped into that mid lane fight, went down, also leading to Pantheon's elimination, and then Volibear getting out Lava Pit doesn't need to go in then. It doesn't need to step into the engagement, lose some health, lose some timing rotations around the map. And finally, Pantheon stepping into the fray. We've got the ultimate coming in, trying to take down Quixers, but the heals so impactful. And the Super Mega Bomb, I can't remember which one that one's called. I know that Jinx has a Super Mega Death Rocket. But
That's true.
He's got a big bomb and he missed.
That feels like a miscommunication from Woodson too. Pantheon had his passive fully stacked, and Ziggs was obviously looking for the ult. Now we see that in hindsight. So if Pantheon just kept walking forward, it might mean taking a tower shot, maybe 2, but that would have forced Jinx into that little cubby where Ziggs threw the bomb.
Yeah.
But Pantheon let up, thought the play was over, and then Ziggs' bomb goes way wide.
Yeah.
And they walk out empty-handed. That's a heartbreaking misstep there from Woodson. It looked like they might have been able to make a play with this Pantheon that has not been able to be impactful in his own lane, but not enough. And Clicker stays alive, gets the whole wave, and will get a reset too.
Well, those cooldowns aren't quite flash length, so, I mean, Ziggs already 2/3 away back to the ultimate. Pantheon almost halfway there, so they can try again pretty soon.
Yeah.
Ooh, skirmish up in the top side. A lot of good damage, but Sly likely will be... Whoa. Oh, no ult to follow up. Won't be able to find that kill. Could have maybe found it, but a good trigger discipline from Mini Judgment, not going too deep.
I'm always surprised by Volibear damage, and now I see the sheen on there. I now understand why maybe that Q or the W is doing so much.
Yeah, Volibear's damage is so strange. He's just such a unique champion in the way that his abilities, or the way that his scalings calculate and his itemization because of it. But opting for a Sheen, that will probably be a Iceborne Gauntlet, or I guess it could be a Trinity. We'll have to wait and see. But for now, Flag and Drag once again will result in a Cataclysm, right? That's the name of Jarvan. But again, no eliminations to show for it, just more pressure with a dragon spawning soon. Again, the Light Ridge play, and this time we have Iron Giant to potentially finish the job. Ooh. Lots of Mel passive on the board. The E gets blocked by Braum Shield, but Mel ult comes out now, and that's 2 more eliminations from that Mel passive execute.
Mel is now 4-0-0, 95 CS, and a 350 gold lead, or gold bounty, rather, for this Mel. Does so much damage. The Blackfire Torch completed for that first item as well. A lot of DOT, some damage over time. Possibilities. The ult coming through there as well. Sly with the shield, able to walk away for the time being. The Ignite ticking, but won't be able to find that kill. Very, very close exchange.
And you know what? I like the sort of call with the Pantheon because they get the opportunity to rotate first, rotate faster. But unfortunately, and we've got a public execution coming down. Volibear taking not enough damage, and Mini Judgment going to get the first elimination down onto Sly, and that's top lane getting a much needed help for Woodson. And we've got a rotation from Jolly Jellyfish coming down. Gonna opt to slow because the health bar from the Milio not quite high enough. But more action across the pit. Lava Pit caught out of position, and Mel with Iron Giant just stepping up. Gonna deal so much damage, and Koopsy can't do anything.
Yeah, Lava Pit just got hit by too many of the individual hits of Mel, right? That passive was really racking up, and while he was able to sidestep the root from Mel, it was a big investment because it meant he was just taking more damage, and just like that, he goes down. We fight for Dragon, and Woodson's not out of it yet, but with no jungler there to contest, it'll be one random Ziggs bomb just and a prayer, but not answered just yet. 1-5 in favor of Light Ridge, and again, it's maybe not as drastic as last game, but it is sort of giving shades of game 2 where Light Ridge is just winning outright, specifically in the mid lane. But this time around, Mini Judgment putting up more of a fight and stealing a solo kill in the top lane. A little flag and drag one more time. Braum jumps into the pit to block for his Ziggs, buy as much time as possible, but Iron Giant is here. Iron Giant is everywhere and impacting the map even more. Make it 6-0 for this Mel.
Yeah, 6 kills, 6 eliminations for Light Ridge, all of them on Iron Giant. Just what a performance, continuing the domination from game number 2. I was curious what sort of performance he was going to put up on the Mel. Now we've got a little bit more action in the top lane. Sly in trouble, going to flash away and going to be able to get out. So a decent rotation to force that flash, but that is not the problem on the map. If you can get... Oh! All right.
That's half health.
Just a little bit of extra damage. Lava Pit taking just a single rotation from Iron Giant.
Oh, but Iron Giant might be in some trouble here. We do have a TP coming in from Light Ridge to potentially bail this out, but they're going to look for the stuns onto Iron Giant. Pantheon W lands. Volley Bear Q lands as well.
Spiked it!
But it is a double kill for Lava Pit, and Woodson finds their way potentially back into this game.
I can't believe Mini Judgment got out there.
I can't believe
Sitting
it.
on
Yeah.
1 health for a lot of that.
Yeah,
How about it?
It was so close. I mean, it was an unbelievably close exchange. Mini Judgment, like you say, escaping with a sliver, a fraction of health, but Iron Giant going down. I did not see who got the shutdown. I think it might have been Mini Judgment
Both
that got the kill.
were Viego.
Both were Viego. Oh, yeah, of course. Yep, because he got the solo kill up against Sly. So, yeah, so both kills now to that Viego, now sitting with almost a 2K gold lead there in the jungle and bringing the whole game state back to only about a 700 gold lead for Light Ridge. Still large, but definitely very much so comebackable.
Super manageable, right? And if you take out the Mel, the rest of the Light Ridge squad doesn't have the same power. So if you're able to get that pick, and we've got the Cataclysm coming down from Jolly Jellyfish, kind of isolated all by themselves, trying to take out Mini Judgment, but Mini Judgment does not go down like that.
Yeah, it's again just a miscue there. This time from Light Ridge, it looked like Sly kind of called the play off and turned back to keep hitting minions because it seemed like Mini Judgment reacted in time, got out safely, but Jolly Jellyfish opting to still commit to the play, comes up empty-handed, but they do get a good chunk onto Volleybear, which means they will start the Herald. But is it enough? Volleybear can still move, and Volleybear has some great self-sustain, and you see that? He's sitting kind of pretty up there, but Lava Pit opts to go in a little early. Here comes Pantheon as well. But Jarvan goes down, Volleybear on the board, and still sitting pretty healthy. Pantheon taking a lot of damage, though, and Iron Giant has entered the fray and is starting to sling some serious damage. Numbers here in favor of Woodson. Will they look for a dive? Probably not with just Ziggs. So no real cross-map opportunity here, and Light Ridge walks away with a Herald.
Yeah, and that was really just a timing issue, right? We saw it on both sides as well, with Jolly Jellyfish originally going in to try and take down Mini Judgment before that fight sort of in the river, but Public Execution being down, not Sly wasn't able to join the fray, and then coming down into that river fight, we had the Pantheon flying in, and if sort of timed well with the Viego, with Lava Pit starting to dish a little bit of damage, I think it's there. I think that could have worked. But again, the timing just not working out in Woodson's favor, and more eliminations going down for Light Ridge.
Yeah, they find themselves with close to a 2K gold lead now for Light Ridge. The top lane relatively even for the most part. The jungle side of things starting to sway a little bit towards Light Ridge, but still an advantage for Lava Pit thus far. But the story of the game thus far has been this mid lane, right? Mel is 6-1-1, 2 items completed to the 1.5 on the side of Kubzi. And oh my! See, I didn't think that. All right, yeah, that is an elimination from pretty much half health.
Yeah, okay, so that's Shadow Flame value too.
Yeah.
Shadow Flame second on this Mel and built up enough stacks from, maybe 2 Qs and part of an E, I'm not sure, but how about it? Iron Giant, again, just impacting the map in ways that nobody else has been able to match. Now, potentially an opportunity, no Braum Q goes wide. Jarvan will secure the Mountain Drake and make that 3 for Lightridge. Once again, neutral objectives going solidly in favor of Lightridge. It's going to take a lot of pretty impressive efforts from Woodson to overcome the stat advantage.
I think I'm always surprised by Mel execution damage, and more so from a fed Mel.
Yeah.
Right, Iron Giant really putting this champion on display, and now rotation top to try and take down Mini Judgment.
Herald
a dive
too.
coming in with Herald. This is trouble for the Bear. Already less than half health, and Iron Giant not making themselves known just yet. And with the charge of Shelly coming through, a really nice job staying alive. A lot of damage coming down on the Iron Giant, but isn't enough. And now both champions from Lightridge, Sly and Iron Giant, super weak, but nobody else available to rotate.
Oh,
Could
no
this be
Mel
enough?
reflect.
And that's enough!
Koobzy able to strike back on 2 low health bars. Lightridge getting a little too confident in the situation. Needed to leave there after the play was over, but staying a little too late. Give a shutdown to Koobzy, and this Pantheon gets a nice little influx of gold.
Also has a little bit of execution damage, so
True,
they're going blow for blow.
With the... Oh, no, that's the Eclipse. It's not called Executioner. My bad. I was like, that's gonna be so fun to say, but it's not even the item. Anyways, hey, back into the swing of things. We look across the gold here. Top lane relatively even. Jungle pretty close as well. Just about a 700 gold lead, a 600, 700 gold lead, in favor of Lava Pit there. The mid lane, however, 3,000 gold lead for Mel. That is a big issue for Woodson to try to find a solution to and see if you can mitigate the Mel's impact in this mid to late game.
Yeah, I'm very, very curious when this Ziggs comes online, how impactful that will be, because you're not going to outscale a Jinx, but maybe you don't have to because you'll outrange the Jinx, right? You're going to play around these neutral objectives with a lot of poke and just like burn damage from your little bombs, but now, the Ziggs is definitely not online yet with just a Ludens and a needlessly large rod. Otacon started for Lightridge and
ended.
Yeah, pretty quickly dealt with not much response from Woodson, and I get it, not really feeling like you can contest these neutral objectives yet, especially with this Ziggs not quite there. An interesting TP to, I guess, maybe stall that effort and make sure it doesn't push into anything more. But Lightridge, again, making plays around the map that Woodson is not quite keeping up with.
Yeah, Jolly Jelly as well, getting a little aggressive there, trying to catch Lava Pit out with the flag and drag, but not enough range. Peapot now, the reflect
hey, why
coming
don't you
through.
take your cue back?
The Glacial Fissure popped out. Okay. I was about to say, if that shield doesn't come up, it could be dangerous.
Mel passive is still adding up. All right, now it just wore out. It scared me when Braum walked back in that all Mel would have to do is auto attack him to re-up that timer. But not enough just yet. Iron Giant can't walk away with the kill. Another flag and drag won't confirm into a ult, but Mini Giant in some trouble here. Iron Giant turns, or Mini Judgment, Iron Giant turns his attention to the Ziggs, but can't connect that. He either look at this Mel damage. Big flash there
already
from Braum. Otherwise, an ult might have just done it, but yeah, that mid-range mage is causing a lot of problems, and this Ziggs just can't match it yet.
Yeah, and the fact that there's just not nearly as many items on AT Jack, even though being able to match the same range, every single hit is that much more difficult to hit with the sort of bouncing bombs, and also not going to do nearly as much. So you have to hit that many more.
And we got about 30 seconds now until Mountain Soul Point for Lightridge High
that's
School
fast.
here. Yeah, it's very, very quick. And
23-minute soul.
yeah, that's quick. I mean, it's hard to really match that pace, especially when the Mel is 8-2-1, and Jinx has a shutdown right now. 150 goal shutdown, going 0-0 and 3. The Kraken Slayer completed. Both teams now posturing around this soul. This is one that Woodson likely will have to fight for, but Iron Giant taking control of Mini Judgment. Yeah, I was about to say, that is a lot of stacks and a lot of damage dealt with a very, very low top lane.
Yeah, no Infinity Edge completed on this Jinx, so this might be the opportunity if you're going to get one, but a lot of damage taken onto Mini Judgment. We will see Pantheon ult in. The Dragon is secured by Jarvan. Mini Judgment does get the confirm onto Iron Giant. Pantheon now in the backline, finding good damage onto Jinx, but not enough. The Milio healing is too much.
Well,
Meanwhile,
now hold
on the
on.
other side, Mini Judgment able to take over the fight and secure the shutdown onto the Jinx. It will be a 5-man wipe for Woodson in exchange for Mountain Soul.
Now, this is interesting. There's a lot to take stock of here, right? They have just traded a permanent buff for the rest of the game for a little bit of an edge to try and get back in. They now have the lead in gold, which is something they haven't been able to say just about the entire game. So what is the big trade-off here, and how can they transfer this moving forward?
Yeah, this, again, now feels more like Game 1 than Game 2 ever did, because, Light Ridge was still, they got the grubs, they got the first two dragons, I think.
Two, I believe.
But, you know, early neutral objectives going their way, but Woodson was just hanging in there, staying in the financial game just enough to keep themselves alive, and then it was ultimately enough for Woodson to turn it all the way around. This time, though, Light Ridge did secure Soul, and Mountain Soul is huge, especially into this Ziggs and Viego. You know, the Ziggs is going to try to poke you down, but now everybody has that shield plus extra resistances, so that Mountain Soul is a big difference maker if we're comparing Game 1 to Game 3 here.
Yeah, we were able to see so much poke being dealt onto Mini Judgment earlier in that exchange from Iron Giant, and they ended that whole skirmish pretty much with full health. Oh, flash force out there from AT. Jack trying to stay alive as Mbessa goes in. We have a fight.
Yeah, Public Execution does connect, and Catalyst finds two. Viego forced to ult out, but Braum left in the pit. Can't find his way out, so Sly will confirm that one and give numbers to Light Ridge with the Baron standing behind them.
Yeah, and that's just an engagement that Woodson didn't really get to pick, right? That was all tempo pushed by Light Ridge, and so that's why they were able to take advantage, get that early pick. The Public Execution coming through and dealing enough damage and sort of CCing the member of Braum. So they were able to rotate that into now a Baron, and now they're going to push this wave that is very well timed into taking the tier 2 turret.
Yeah, a lot of gold influx coming here for Light Ridge, where we saw Woodson pull ahead just barely. That I don't expect to last much longer, as here comes a 700 gold influx, potentially more or not, if they're able to hold on to this tower. But with a Baron-empowered cannon minion, that will inevitably take this tower down, especially with grubs. There it goes. 700 gold now in favor of Light Ridge, where they did not have it before, but kills still pretty even. There's Milio ult.
Not sure why, but
that tells the whole story there.
Bit of a misclick, potentially. But that's a cooldown. That's something to keep in mind if anybody on Woodson saw that. But we'll have to see, right? Light Ridge fell behind, had a bit of a hiccup there at the Dragon fight, but has more than responded in these last 3 minutes.
Yeah, and you can already feel the impact of those bonus shields, right? The fact that they were able to all 5 rotate down to the bottom lane after what felt like it was almost a full engagement, but they were able to get at least one elimination, and Baron, full health, walk down to the top lane and continue their pressure. And now the sustained damage, the Jinx is gonna get a little bit scary here. Mega Death Rocket going down. Iron Giant gonna take that one though, but the excitement still stands from Jinx, and they're gonna rotate this pressure into sustained mid-turn damage. Public Execution coming down. Sly making his presence known here in the mid lane, and hopefully gonna be able to walk back out. Yes, plenty of shields and heals coming from Milio, and wow. Big moves from Lightridge.
Costly mistakes from Woodson, just not respecting the spacing. Jinx was about to get excited from that tower, and Braum was way too close to danger. And now with a two-man advantage, Lightridge is threatening these Nexus towers with multiple Baron-empowered cannon minions. Look at the Jinx range as well, buffed by Milio. That damage is going to be a problem. They have vision, and the Cataclysm will confirm. One more kill in favor of Lightridge, and they're going to turn it into more.
This is just game over.
Yep, Jinx gets too excited at this point in the game with a completed Infinity Edge and Kraken Slayer and multiple stacks of her passive and exposed Nexus. Woodson fought hard and earned their way to Game 3, but it will not be enough to propel them to Grand Finals. Lightridge stand strong in the face of adversity and get the job done.
Wow, that was such a crazy series of events. We had Dragon's Soul taken, then that team get fully wiped out, Lightridge wiped off of the map, and then that translated into a pick in mid lane, the tier 2 turret in top lane getting taken, and then all of a sudden they're knocking at the front door and the game is over.
Yeah, and
Lightridge woke up after that.
Yeah, and huge props to Iron Giant, right? The Silas game was like 12-5-3, and then here with Mel, 13-3-3. Absolutely coming alive here in Game 2 and Game number 3. Putting Lightridge on his back there for the very close Game 3. It was starting to get clawed back there by Woodson, but like you said, they just couldn't quite keep that momentum going. They had some avenues to approach, but the damage from Mel showing up to be too much, right? Just unable to stay alive. The Ambessa dive as well from Sly, able to clean up the Ziggs on the back end of some of that damage towards the end there as we hop into some of these replays.
Yeah, and the Jinx switch was fully turned on at the end of that game, right? You have to remember, they made that change like 2 years ago or whatever, that her passive can stack. If she gets excited from one thing and then gets excited from another thing, like those, it doesn't just reset the timer. Like that attack speed and movement speed stacks up. So yeah, Jinx just snowballing that mid lane tier 2 into an inhibitor tower, into one elimination, into 2 eliminations, into the inhibitor, right? Like it all became way too much, and just like that, yeah, the base is blown open. But we get to relive some of these experiences. This was a huge breakaway here for Woodson to keep them in this game, find their way back, and keep the gold as close as they could. Big double kill there onto Lava Pit, but again, just little missteps, little timing issues, like you said. You know, this just little moments where, as a team, as a unit, Lightridge just seemed to play better in the biggest moments.
Yeah.
They just struggled to get this Pantheon effect fully underway, right? The Pantheon was picked to have a lot of map impact, but they just couldn't really get out of their lane without Mel taking too much or finding a cross map. He had to try to match the Mel's movement, and by the time they knew where Mel was going, it felt like it was too late. There was too much damage, and they couldn't survive long enough to wait for Pantheon to arrive. We saw that there kind of with the miscue at the Rift Herald, with Lava Pit going in a little bit sooner than Kubzi was able to get there. And this fight as well, we see Pantheon coming in just a little bit later, but still able to find this kill because the Mel goes down earlier. Mini Judgment is able to separate Mel from that fight, and that wins them. So much damage is gone from Lightridge, but they just weren't able to recreate that in future fights.
Yeah, and it really came down to how much pressure Iron Giant was putting in early game, and so it was, like I said, slowing down that ticking time bomb of the Pantheon ultimate coming alive and being able to impact across the map. And then the textbook
Look at Jinx.
Game close, yeah.
So
just
fast.
so much damage, so much output, attack speed, movement speed, all improved anytime a tower goes down, an elimination happens, and they are a part of it. And that was just an incredible job by Lightridge to utilize the soul advantage they got and then just push that in. I mean, it never really stopped once the soul happened.
Yeah, and what a display of resilience from Lightridge as well after a scary game one. I mean, very close all the way from start to finish. But Woodson prevailing in a game that I'm sure Lightridge was not exactly expecting to drop.
Yeah.
But able to bounce back, not be shaken from it, and swing back real hard in game two to make sure that everybody knows that they are not out of it. So a strong display of resilience in the face of adversity. We can take a look now at the updated bracket, as now Lightridge has secured their spot in grand finals, and Woodson's tournament so far unfortunately ends there. But we do have one more League of Legends series to determine who Lightridge's opponent will be between James Madison and Chantilly.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a pretty good matchup, right? Chantilly is a team that we have seen time and time again here for the League of Legends VHSL playoffs. Very, very good team. Have played together for a long time. I believe we have some many new faces on the Chantilly roster as well, minus Curb, I believe, has been there for some time, the support player for Chantilly. So exciting to see how they perform up against a very good James Madison high school team as well.
Yeah, that ended up being a pretty long 3-game series of League of Legends.
Yeah.
But just as a reminder, in case you guys were not here at the start of the show, League of Legends is not the only game being played here at our fall championships for the Virginia High School League. We also have Smash Bros going on in a different room on a different stream that you are welcome to tune into as well, Shenandoah Esports on YouTube. And we take a quick look into an updated bracket for them. We have Woodside, taking a huge Game 5 win, 2 Game 5s.
Wow.
That's
they got
cool.
some good
That's
games
really
going
cool.
on
Maybe
over
you
there.
do want to tune into that. But what an exciting start to the day. Both League of Legends and now 2 Smash Bros. Series going the distance, and they're just getting started. So plenty of action still left here today, but after an exciting finish to this series, we've got a bit of a lunch break here as all the players get to take a breath and get ready for our next semifinal series. So we are going to take a pretty extended break. Be sure to tune into the Smash Bros. Stream if you want to stay up to date with them. But we will be back in a little bit with our second semifinal series between James Madison and Chantilly, and you won't want to miss it.
Frank W. Cox, looks like that is not updated. We'll get that updated in just a minute with the actual score. But very close, back and forth so far. We are going to go into our third set. This could inform a lot. And I imagine we'll get probably the characters that are listed here, but for the sake of counter picking, I won't say anything until it says something on screen. Because we are now at that point.
It's true. And I won't say anything either. I am excited to see if they go with what we have here on our list.
Yeah. Shout out real quick as well to the production. They've done so much for this event. Absolutely crushing it. Almost as good of a job as we're doing on the casting side and how the previous casters did, but, not quite there. And, I think that they would agree with that. They don't have a voice right now, but they would probably agree on that end.
I say they'd agree 100%. I mean, they brought us in because I think they needed help.
I'm just jawsing. They're giving us some eyes over there, but they're genuinely doing a phenomenal job. Going into this last set, really excited because I think we're going to have a character that I know all too well, and the other character is my wife's main. And yes, you heard that correctly. I am a Smash Brothers player with a wife. And that is something that you can all achieve eventually, if that's something you want. We've beat the allegations, everyone. Yeah, you can be in a relationship and be in the Smash community. Yeah, there it is. Boom. So we got Banjo and Kazooie up against Mario, regular Mario. Well, actually, Construction Mario, if you want to get technical.
I would say I believe that's from Mario Maker.
Yeah, technically Mario Maker Mario, but wearing the construction hat. And I love this Banjo pick, Banjo being my main, Mario being my wife's main. So I'm very understanding of this matchup and super stoked to see what stage we're going at first.
Yeah, I mean, this should be interesting, especially because Mario being #1 on the roster versus Banjo, one of the DLC. So as we start, we're at Battlefield. So this is a great one for Mario because Mario's got that top platform that he can use to extend most of his combos. But what he's going to need to watch out for is probably that Wonder Wing coming from Banjo-Kazooie, a move that if it starts, Banjo and Kazooie are invincible in, and you can't do much about that.
Yeah, I mean, you can wait and try to grab at the end of it because he is susceptible to grabs. But yeah, you're going to play a lot around grenade here. Banjo-Kazooie's probably best move. This character often described, the wait until the Breagle into the up air. Banjo does have some tech that he's able to use in terms of conversions and true combos, but they're very difficult to achieve. They're super technical. So you can separate a really good Banjo player from someone who's trying. Like I'd be in that latter category. I'm not great with all of my combos as it comes to this character, but I understand them enough to go, wow, that is incredibly difficult to pull off.
Yeah, and I could actually say the same for when I like to casually play this Mario. Like, we're seeing they're neck and neck, but Mario, to set up those combos, the amount of time and effort you've got to put into, like, practice those, because I know, me personally, I can't do what I'm seeing Mario do here.
Also, shout out to the Dan reference. We got Okaroon on the Mario, Celis on the Banjo. But trying to get this first stock, both sides remaining very resilient and holding on to the stock. The pressure is on, as this is both of these teams' third characters. So anything moving forward, we'll see sort of repeats. It's imperative that they do all they can because this is a 1-1 set, as you can see in the upper left-hand corner. Both teams taking an individual set. That'll be Mario taking the first stock with a back air into the stage. No tech zone.
Yeah, and even as close as it was, Mario took that stock, but the recovery options from both sides, both players, is incredible. Seeing Banjo make sure not to burn all resources, immediately recovering. Same for Mario, because as we've been talking about, these two are characters that have limited resources to get back. They can use them and mix and match them, but like Banjo-Kazooie almost killing Mario there. Mario at 156 holding on to the stock. It's just incredible play on both sides.
Yeah, to add to their options for recovery too, Isaiah, both of them have wall jumps. And while that's very difficult to pull off on a battlefield, you can still wall jump on battlefield. So that adds a lot of variety. Banjo and Kazooie taking their first stock, sitting at 80%. They're going to have to recover a little bit of lost time here. But if you're hitting those combos with Regal Blast, like we've been seeing, as long as they can finalize those combos with like a forward air or even a down air, bringing them back down into a forward smash, if they can find something heavy at the end of that combo, they're going to find that these stocks are going to get pretty even pretty fast.
Yeah. And on Mario's end, you got to be careful because if you get to that top platform, I know personally I have a friend that made Mario, and he's taught me that if you go to that top platform, like we were about to see there, Mario's looking, he can do that up air into up B, and that could spell doom right then and there.
Yeah, you get those up air conversions on Mario on this top platform. It's like coming down off the top rope, elbows ready. Ooh, the spot dodge into the Banjo-Kazooie Wonder Wing. Now, another thing that Mario has that's a really good tool in this matchup is actually Flood. Flood does so much for Mario in this matchup, but won't do anything when you're buried. Banjo-Kazooie hitting that down throw into the up tilt, which will kill. Now Banjo-Kazooie coming back, side being back to stage, will hit the Mario with that side B. Sitting at 152, this Mario will want to get rid of the stock as quick as possible, and Banjo will be looking to rack up as much percent as they can as quick as possible.
Yeah, we're seeing this Mario with the forward smash to take the next stock on Banjo, but we're seeing this Mario is trying to use that cape as a tool, because that cape can send the projectiles back, but it can also turn a character around that it makes contact with. So Mario trying it on Wonder Wing, for example, to see if he can take Banjo, but we got a barrier from Banjo, trying to get that Nair set up.
And Banjo trying to play around this grenade as they get back and they know the setup, but Mario forward air going to slam him back down into that second platform. Now, conversions more in the favor of Mario. Banjo having to back up, use a little bit of their zoning utility to try to get back into this. Mario back air going to start a conversion, but Banjo has the tech option, rolling back in, pulling out that Bregal, seeing if they can find anything. Mario baiting out some options, went back and forth, and Banjo said, you know what, bait out all the options, I'm going to Wonder Wing. And that'll be that game in the set. So now it is 2-1 in favor of, that would have been Frank W. Cox, I believe.
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah, 2-1 in favor of Frank W. Cox. So now we go into game 4. And if you were watching earlier, you kind of know what happens. If you don't, we'll reiterate. In game 4 and 5, you can play any of your players from the first 3 games, but you cannot repeat them more than once. So if I pick, say, the Banjo to go into this next game as a repeat character for set 4, I would not be able to pick that Banjo again for set 5. So now you have to choose between your 3 characters who's going in.
Yeah, but are you ready for this, Chase? Because I've got some news. It looks like we're only going into the game 2. We haven't even finished the set. That was the first game.
Oh my gosh.
So we are just now looking at the next game starting. So Banjo would need to take another one before we even move into set 4.
Dude, I am sitting here mind blown. I am thinking that we're so much further than what we are. These games are so close. They're just so close, man. Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, we obviously have to finish out this set first, and it looks like we're going to go with a little bit more of a traditional color scheme as Mario switches over to the red. And I know I mentioned it last set, but I will say again, I'm very, very happy to see the amount of skin variety we're seeing in-game. These different costumes, you often don't see that many when you're playing in tournaments. Someone picks their tried and true color, that's what they pick. So really excited to see the different color options we're seeing from these teams.
Yeah, it's just... Well, everybody knows this iconic red M hat. Like, you see Mario, most of the world, they can just go, oh, that's Mario. But Banjo, it's not bad because they've got Kazooie's a different color. I know that's not as, but it's just almost had that up air conversion into the up B.
Oh, I thought that the jump pad was going to hit Mario, and that would have caused the tech option. Mario is going to grab the grenade after trying to use the Nair. That's the issue with trying to just throw aerials around. If you're not careful, you're going to grab one of the Banjo-Kazooie grenades, and just like the snake grenade, it will blow up in your face. You got to be very careful. That will take percentage very fast. Speaking of percentage very fast, we are less than 1 minute into this game. Both players sitting at high percentage stocks, 103 to 82.
Yeah, it's just close back and forth, each looking, attacking shields, and both players just shielding each option, just getting around, finding the opening where percent-wise, we got a buried into up tilt from Banjo for the first stock on Mario.
What a schmoove. What a bait. Ran back, said, I'm just going to choose in the yoink, grab you, throw you down. Love to see those options come through. Yeah, this level of Smash competition I love to see because you're seeing a lot less of the I'm going to run at you and throw out what works. When you get into this playoff bracket, there's a lot more of this back and forth as we're seeing a trip into a down smash. Banjo-Kazooie having to come back, going to need to use both side Bs to get back there, but that's what Wonder Wing is there for. If you lose your stock and you haven't used all your Wonder Wings, what are you doing? Trying to go for that forward air, going for the mix-up, expecting a different mash, but not quite finding it. Okarin holding onto this grenade, and that could have been an option from Celis. Not quite finding it. 2-2. This Mario's at 100%.
Yeah, it's going to be close. Mario said, I want to hold this stock. But Banjo said, I'm going to make that very difficult. I've already set you up damage-wise. Now I'm looking for what I want to do to you in my combos to take you out.
Up throw, down air, playing around the sledge well. Banjo trying to go for another grab conversion. We'll say this Banjo has done an exceptional job of being able to get something out of these grabs, because Banjo grab has a lot of in lag, and if you are not careful, well, something like that will happen if you're not careful.
Yeah. So, but what I want to give credit to all of the players I've seen today is the amount of variety. Like, we're seeing they're going for different things, as we saw, but some of the same tried and true. We've got the berry into up tilt from Banjo there, but they're not going. They want those mix-ups. They don't want and Wonder Wing just to take that kill, but they're not going for the same one. Collegiate, a lot of the times we're just seeing players go for what they know is going to work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and like sometimes you have to, but at this level, like this, the level of where they're at, you have that variety of being able to choose in a good option from, maybe not the best, but a second best option that will bait out something that they've had a behavior on.
Yeah.
Now at 104, Banjo trying to mix up how they're getting back. Wonder Wing back to stage, playing around that neutral. Nair around this middle platform. Mario scrambling, trying to find a aerial option to set up. Looking for nairs, looking for back airs, not quite finding them. Banjo resetting up on the center stage, both realizing that the set is at hand here. 112%, 113. Banjo going down. That's going to be a nair. Mario stuck without an option, and that'll be a Wonder Wing off the side to take it in favor of Frank W. Cox.
I'm going to be so honest. I was not ready to see Wonder Wing there. I'm going to be honest. I knew Mario was looking for
You're
that
never
recovery.
expecting Wonder Wing.
But like that's the danger of Wonder Wing is because if you're not keeping track of the Wonder Wing and how much Banjo's used it, then Banjo could surprise you, be like, oh, I haven't used it at all, or I don't have it anymore.
Yep.
So that's the danger of Banjo-Kazooie right there.
Tough. That's just crazy. But now we are 2-1 in the set, and it is a best of 5. So we got another game coming up soon, which will be a repeat matchup like I was talking about previously.
Yeah, but if I'm correct, if a team chose so, they can send in somebody who just played, right? Because now that now that the first 3 have gone, it's do we want to send someone who's warmed up back in, or do we want to send someone who has had some time to kind of watch and assess the other players that they didn't go against earlier?
And you probably get that as a strategy playing on the team and being there firsthand and going, do I send myself in because I'm warm, or do we send someone else in because this is a better matchup for them? And did they play well earlier enough to be able to beat this matchup? Like, there's so much variety that goes into it. It truly is like you're mixing a lot of different rule sets between like tennis and martial arts and wrestling, and like sort of how those rule sets play out. That's why I love Smash at the collegiate level and high school level, because you're seeing a very, very similar like lines you can draw in between those different rule sets and how it plays out in esports.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at these sheets, and I'm seeing, like, there's the 3 competitors, but, like, for collegiate, when I competed, there's the 4, and so my role was what we called the closer. So I would typically be what player 3 is, or number 3 is here on the team. I'm the guy that you bring in at collegiate level because it's like that Pokemon battle. It's almost like you're the partner Pokemon.
Your closer or your anchor?
Yeah, the anchor. The one that you're looking and be like, hey, we need you. You've got 3 stocks. The enemy team has 5. So we need you to hold on to your 3 and take their 5.
Yep.
So,
and it, like, that format works for collegiate.
Yes.
I will say, I wish collegiate had this format. I like this format much better. I think it's a lot more equitable across the players. It's smaller team sizes. We've seen collegiate struggle some with the large team sizes being 4 or 5. I think a sweet spot for most esports teams, and it does vary game to game, but it's that 3, that 3 mark. I think it's 3 to 4, generally pretty good cutoff. But teams are getting their next players in, and we are waiting to hear from them what that will look like as we're prepared to move on and see who's going to take the cake between Frank W. Cox and Osborne.
Yeah, I mean, all the players, it's been neck and neck. And like you were saying, that seeding, because we're getting closer and see for the number 2 seed versus the number 7, like they're number 7 saying, hey, we're not here just to lose. We're going to put up a fight. And if I believe, remind me who is currently up again, Chase?
Yep.
It was Osborne, who is the number 7, correct? So
Yeah, Osborne is the number 7 seed. Yeah.
Osborne is looking for that upset. They said, we're here. We're going to finals. That's the dream. I know it. If I were on the team, that's the dream for me. I'm aiming for finals all the time.
Yeah. I mean, like, it's enough to spend your whole season competing online, but to qualify and make it for a LAN is such a special feeling. Coming in, just giving it your all. That's why we have a bunch of, you can see behind us, a bunch of side stations for people to play throughout the day so that when they're not playing in their main set, they can go over, relax, hang out, get warm, stay warm. And then we have some side activities going on later this afternoon in the space, some cornhole, a home run contest, a 3-point contest, and Wii Sports Resort. So there's a lot of variety for players to stick around. And when you play on LAN, the beauty of playing on LAN is that you have no lag. So if you want to play against other competitors in the space without lag and just play to get better, you have that option on LAN to do that. And it looks like going into the next game, we got our setup ready. We're going to see the Pyra Mithra return for Frank W. Cox and the Mario return for Osborne.
This is going to be intriguing because I know Mario, he's got those combos he's looking for, but then Pyra Mithra, again, they're a sword fighter. So they've I've got the tool to keep you out. Like, if I don't want you to approach me, I can say, back off just for a little bit. I'm not ready just yet. I'm going to approach when I want to. So we'll see Okarun here on the Mario, already 32. Mithra just keeping up that trouble because of just how fast she truly is.
Yeah, Mithra, and this will be an interesting matchup because both of them like to get in, like to get these combos, but it really comes to how they're finishing these combos. Pyra Mithra considered a sortie, Mario definitely a brawler, and sorties generally just have the edge over brawlers because they can keep them at that mid-distance if they're good at micro-spacing. So we'll see how it comes down to this 5-foot range spacing between the two players, because that'll determine a lot in the set, as we've already seen this Mithra take a stock from the Mario and is now racking him back up 23, 30, 40. That's a lot to take in a 3-second span for a character that is not heavy enough to afford that percent.
Yeah, and just like that, we see Mario rip the force smash. And Chase, we just hit a minute into the match and 2 stocks have been taken, one from each side. Like, the level, it's just the competitiveness.
We're scrapping.
I'm loving, yeah. It's Super Smash Brothers. It's a fighting game. We're here to fight. We're not here to stand around and just watch. Oh,
The jab reset. Okay, we saw some. Coming back to that platform, trying to get the cape, throw him off the platform. That was almost a very cheeky play from Okarun, who's now playing in this mid-stage, going for an up air, trying to play around this. The platform is gone for the moment, turning this into an FD sort of situation. Going for those forward tilts, that micro-spacing shining through for this Mario, waiting out the option, going for the grab, but it's going to go a little too far, and instead find the other end of Pyra's sword. Pyra, the CJ Nova, wanting to take the stock as soon as possible, Isaiah, or they're going to be in a sticky situation.
yeah, like you said, it's sticky. Pyra has they're the kill option, but here's Mario charging up Flood, looking to use it, but the battle for neutral, the advantage-disadvantage we're seeing. Ooh, almost caught there with the force smash by Mario. With the roll read, that down smash was a great read coming from Mario there to catch Mithra.
In Smash Bros, we'll talk about covering options a lot. And options basically mean when you're put in a situation, the things that you can do in that situation. Can you jump? Can you attack? Can you grab? Can you dodge? Mario covered 3 different scenarios and options there with that down smash. An incredible play from Okarun, who's trying to get Osborne in a 2-2 situation. Okarun needs to win this set for Osborne to continue in the bracket. If they lose this, Frank W. Cox is on match point. So adversely, CJ Nova really trying to solidify this out, but sitting at 105%. They don't have much room for error. They'll need to take out this Mario as fast as possible.
Yeah, and here we go. Mario takes some time, saying, hey, I'm up a stock. I don't need to approach you.
Yeet.
Oh, here we go.
Yeet.
We're looking for that back throw. And we get the kill off the back throw from Mario. Just like you said, that's a yeet,
Yeet.
for the stock.
Yeet. Didn't need to yell it. Knew it was going on. I saw the grab and went, yes. I've been here before.
Yes.
But truly, now that Mario up 1 in the set, and Osborne looking pretty right now, like we could go into a Game 5 situation.
Yeah, and this is just one of the Game 5s we've been in. It's been close like this all day from every team that's competed so far. And I want to chalk it up. It's like you were saying, it's a championship. This is the best of the best from this for the league. Like they competed online all season, and they said, "We're here. We made a name for ourselves, and now we're going to prove that name here."
What really surprises me, Isaiah, is sometimes when you get into playoffs, in the quarterfinals, in that first round, the games aren't as close as what you'd hope going into playoffs because normally of how you seed, right? You're putting the first seed against the 8th seed, so no one's really expecting those games to be very, very close. I got to give props to all teams in Virginia. This is an incredible quarterfinals, probably the best quarterfinals round I've seen in VHSL history. These sets are so neck and neck. It could go either way. And as we start, we're now on PS2, a stage that favors both of these characters in some way, shape, and form. The platforms Mario can get a lot of value out of, and Pyra Mythra, honestly, can play around these ledge options really well, as well as coming back to stage. Could get gimped on the bottom of the stage. It's just a matter of how you play the matchup, and that works honestly either way for both characters. The sword option that you were talking about earlier, the side B from Pyra, so we're going to probably see that a lot more this stage as these platforms are a little bit lower and easy to catch.
Yeah, and we got that forward tilt guarding Mario here. But Mario saving that up B for the last moment he needed it. But we're looking, and right there with an up tilt from Pyra to get the early first stock there. But it wasn't easy by any means. I mean, that's probably the longest taken. Right there, a forward smash from Okarun to match it. They're going neck and neck. They said, we're competing. We're going to stay in this.
I loved the composure from the Mario when they returned with that stock. Okarun fell, baited out an option, ran up, and as soon as they saw the Pyra jump, did that up air, back air conversion, which led to them taking the stock. Now 2-2, going to play around this neutral. Mythra trying to get Mario off this platform up in the air right above them in that sweet spot. But instead, it's going to be Mario now trying to reset back to neutral. And what I love about PS2 is resetting to neutral is always looking so pretty because you're standing right in that Pokeball in the middle of the stage. So a little bit easier to tell when you are resetting. It's going to be a neutral B, giving Mario an air of opportunity to get back on stage. Flood fully charged, making it a little bit harder to see. There's going to be a down throw into up air conversions, but jump always being usually being a great defensive option. We'll see Pyra take that option there into a prominence revolt.
Yeah.
Will take Mario's stock.
Now let's see, because Pyra Mythra are currently up right now, but Mario's got them at 83. So Mario could put them in a scenario that makes it very challenging to hold on to this stock, as we see trying to catch with that forward smash. But Mythra said, "I'm a little faster, so I'm gonna try and stay outside your zone until I want to keep you in my range." As we're seeing here from the forward smash. Now we've got to swap over to Pyra. Pyra using the options. We got Prominence Revolt with the up B. Garden with that up air. Mario with an air. Pyra makes it back.
Yep, going to make it back, but now at the last stock, Mario trying to hold on to that. Not going to find it. Instead, Pyra Mythra taking that game. So now it is 1-1.
Yeah.
The next game could be the entire set. It's all a matter of what stage they play on. Now, they were previously just on Pokemon Stadium 2, which, me being a millennial, I try to not say PlayStation 2. PS2 just gets me every time, but was on that Pokemon Stadium 2, and that was a stage that generally the team, Frank W. Cox, prefers overall. So now going down into Osborne, I think it is their pick going into this stage, and truly it could be a mix of a few things. I'm anticipating we'll see a stage that they've already played on, as it is Mario's preference going into this, and they have a pretty high win rate on that stage. But, Osborne, I don't think had anticipated this, right? They didn't send in their Steve into the set, and they didn't do that probably because they're like, hey, we need that for our 5th game. If we win 4, we got to take Steve into 5. But that strategy might not work out for them as if this Mario's unable to take this game in front of us.
Right. But as we see, so the pick has been Smashville, so we're back on that center that one platform. I believe it's a little higher than the platforms on PS2.
Yes.
But so not bad because I mean that keeps Pyra from doing anything with Prominence Revolt while you're under the platforms. But
or the side B.
Or the side B, right. So here we go. We've got Mario's at 92. Pyra using side B as an edge guard. Here we go. Into that forward air to catch that stock.
That was almost a really good cape from Mario, just a tad too late. And honestly, I think they were in lag, so unable to throw it out earlier before they threw it out there. But incredible play from both sides. Mario almost getting that cape out and deflecting it back. 27%, 33%. Spyromancer, CJ, Nova really racking up the stock percentage here for Okaru.
Yeah, it's just, we see Pyra is trying to catch that ledge grab with the down air, which is very strong. If you get that spike or that slam from it, it's just doomed. You have to accept that it happened. Neutral B to catch Mario. Mario using Fireball to recover, but Pyra catching each option.
Trying to go for that down air into up air conversion. Ominous Revolt, Mario able to get a dash attack off. Going to go for a cheeky play on the Flood, but it's a little bit too late. And the Pyromancer are going to get back to stage now, playing around this mid-stage control. Sitting at 130. Mario's looking for an out-of-shield option and picking the wrong one. Unfortunately, back air going to find the other side of a full-fledged sword.
Yeah, but I like the use of Flood here to try and keep that Pyra out, because if, say, Mithra had thrown an option out while Flood was hitting, then you're automatically pushed back by Flood, and it's doomed.
Yeah, it could have been really good if it was the Pyra that was pushed out, or if it was a little bit earlier. Completely agree. The up smash will take the first stock of this game, and this will may be Mario's turnaround in this game to get things back in order. Sitting at 47% on their last stock, they certainly don't want to be in this position.
Yeah, but as we talk about Mithra having that ability of foresight, being able to dodge last second, be like, oh, I saw that though, and still taking some damage, but it gets her out of a lot of combos, really. And so Mithra still keeping that advantage, but Mario doing a great job returning it, saying, hey, I want to turn an advantage. Let me have my turn now.
Yeah, you hold up, wait a second, it's my turn. We're gonna see a cheeky neutral B play on on the ledge. Not gonna quite find anything, but the conversion that might take it. Unfortunately, for Woodside. Listen to me. Unfortunately for Frank W. Cox, that.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you've had a nice opportunity to catch a breather, maybe get a nice lunch and relax a little bit between these two League of Legends semifinal series, coming off a very, very exciting three-game series between Lightridge and Woodson. Lightridge securing their spot in Grand Finals, and we await their opponent being the winner of this upcoming series. Hi, everybody. I'm Chris Clayton, joined alongside Ben Kincaid and Xander Merle Smith, and we are gearing up, unwinding, I guess rewinding now, to get back into hopefully just as exciting of a series as we got to watch just an hour ago.
Well, if you go by numbers alone, 1 and 4 being that close, taking us to game 3. Now we're going 2-3. This is the middle of the bracket where it should be even closer.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a very close matchup. The skill is fairly even between these two teams, so I'm very excited to see who comes to play and what it's going to look like. I think it's going to be an absolute blast, and whoever wins this, I think they've got a good matchup up against Lightridge into that grand finals position.
Yeah, one thing we know for sure is that, whoever wins this one certainly has their hands full coming up in their next series, because we got to watch Lightridge put on quite a show, especially in those later two games. And even game 1, they end up dropping, but they had a lot going their way. And just couldn't put it all together in the end. But that's a very complete team, and I'm hoping to see two teams of that caliber that can hopefully match up with Lightridge in the finals, but we'll get there when we get there, and these two teams got to get through each other first.
Yeah, and there's not much to say about these two teams. We haven't seen what their overall sort of team composition or what players were going to be standing out at this point. But looking back at our previous matchup, right, Lightridge in that game number 1, it goes to about 47 minutes. Mm-hmm. That game was a barn burner. They were in it for probably about 40 of those 47 minutes until Woodson started to really take command in a very decisive looking way. But then they just kind of flipped a switch, and all of a sudden you get this mid laner Iron Giant really starting to take control, make his presence known throughout the entire map. And whichever team makes it through to Lightridge, they're going to have to figure out a way to deal with him.
Exactly. Yeah. We talked about it, that these are going to be series determined by individuals, and the individual through that series certainly was Iron Giant. Even the one holding them in that game 1 that they ended up dropping, but he was still like 9-3 on that Aria, and very, very impactful. We do have our bracket here. Again, it's very simple, but to give you an idea of where we're at and what's at stake, these two teams that we're about to watch, 1 seed separating the two of them, James Madison and Chantilly, the two contenders. Chantilly coming off a VHSL victory this time last year as well, worth mentioning, taking a 3-game series off of Rockridge, who is not here this year. But Chantilly, just a very consistent force in this league, in this style of competition, and looking to continue that level of success here today.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a close matchup, right? You mentioned Chantilly, of course, winning last year's VHSL championship against Rockridge, who does not make the cut. But the Chantilly has a lot of different faces on this team. We said this kind of before the break, but just to reiterate that I believe the only returning member is Curb, their support, who is their highest ranked player on the team. So the highest ranked player on the team is retained, I guess, does not graduate and go to college or whatever it may be. No transfer portal in high school that you have to worry about. But yeah, there's a lot of hope, I think, for this team moving into this matchup. Trying to repeat last year's success here as the 2 seed this time instead of the 1.
Yeah, and I'm looking at some of the statistical differences between these two teams, right? We have a lot of their OPGGs pulled up, and getting as much scouting as we can from a distance. And looking strictly at rank disparity, there is a disparity here. Chantilly certainly has numbers in terms of performance in at least, solo queue and all that. But The bigger thing to me is that James Madison here has 2 unranked players, or playing on 2 unranked accounts, which could mean anything, right? Like that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's a question mark that could mean just about anything. So there's a lot that we don't know back here getting into this series, right? We're going to be kind of all learning together what these 2 teams are capable of, but the top side for James Madison is one big question mark for us right now.
Yeah, I'm just looking. We're finally getting started with our tournament draft here. So we're going to start getting these picks and bans in just a moment. And that'll really start to tell the story of how these teams want to navigate game number 1. They have played each other in the regular season, so they do have some feel as to what the other team is going to be looking to do. But this is LAN. This is different. This is the Virginia High School League Championships here live. The people you're playing are right across the way, and there's no other feeling like it. So I'll be interested to see how that comes into effect. I mean, especially with you saying Chantilly was returning, one new player?
Yeah.
So there's 4 new players that have not experienced this before, maybe not at least in our facility. So there's nothing quite like it. I'm really excited to have them in here and really just give the opportunity to play in person. But boy, we're getting started here in just a moment. We do have some bans coming out, but I'm going to wait for them to appear on your screen. I looked at the wrong camera. Your screen. So that we can begin to discuss. But yeah.
Yeah, a lot going on. Don't expect us to pronounce those top laners' names. They will be referred to as their champion names as soon as we know what their champion is. So I apologize to those players, but I'm out on that one. So Silas, first one off the board, character that we saw really terrorize the last series in Game 2. Absolutely storming through that early to mid game and sort of just handing it off to the rest of the Lightridge team to take care of business afterwards. So the one ban we have on our screen, and I've got a hunch that a lot are about to populate on your screen in just about any second. There we go. So Zeri and Ornn banned in response, a Kled ban coming in for James Madison,
and a second
as well.
Kled ban.
2 Kled bans. We might have to check the legality of that. No, that's it. That's a joke. That's a prod issue. Nobody's cheating.
Now you can't play him next game either. He's gone.
That 3rd ban is a Pike ban, for what it's worth, with Varus being the last ban on the other side. We are chugging through this draft. I have to say it right now. First pick off the board for James Madison is Wukong, though.
I do like that. It's a pretty big impact late game with the team fights, but also really, really good movement and gank ability with Wukong. So kind of across the board, early to late game, going to be pretty impactful for Kokoshibu.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see if they try to.
I thought that was the top laner that locked into Wukong, and I thought you just pulled that out.
Yeah, I was like, that's crazy. Whoa. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if the mid lane pick goes well with Wukong. We've seen a lot of Oriannas paired with this jungler specifically for the Shockwave ultimate. But also Wukong just kind of does a good job on their own as well. They're very good at finding their own engages, can get into the backline fairly easily as well. So definitely intrigued to see how they kind of pair up the rest of this draft thus far. But
I'm pretty thrilled about a competitive Cho'Gath coming into this game.
Cho'Gath is such a unique champion right now because he is actually like really strong.
Yeah.
And it's based around. I'm curious if this guy will do it. That. Some Cho'Gaths just go full tank and like are just similar to like an Ornn or any other.
Because you still have incredible damage with
body.
your feast.
Exactly. So you have that. Or if you want to go this route, it's pretty common for Cho'Gaths right now to bring Hail of Blades and play around their E that does max health damage. Ooh. So they attack 3 times really fast. Each one does like 20% of your HP, and then you're in chomp range. So
Interesting.
Cho'Gath can kind of one-shot you, which is really
Wild to think
alarming
about.
because he's still extremely tanky. So I know that especially in like solo queue style play, that Cho'Gath is actually a pretty popular pick right now. But I haven't seen it much in competitive team dynamics. So I'm curious if it'll be enough to impact the same way that it can in a chaotic solo queue game. But that I agree with you. I'm excited just to see a Cho'Gath right now.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting matchup as well into Camille specifically. Camille is a very high damage top laner, whereas Cho'Gath isn't usually that kind of route, but with that build that you highlighted, it can kind of go toe-to-toe with the Camille, especially with Camille getting an AD shield where Cho'Gath does AP damage. It's kind of rendered useless in that lane specifically. As we get some more picks to come through, a Yone and a Zoe. So not sure where, well, I'd assume the Zoe, well, you know, I don't know. I don't know where these are going because some of these can go top, some of them can go support, so 3 of them can go mid. Like I don't know.
We'll wait and see on that one.
Yeah.
But Maokai looking like on that support, that's pretty reasonable position for the Maokai to go. Really good ultimate there, so going to be pretty good at sort of stopping mobility
It is
early
a
on
Camille
in team
support.
fights.
Camille support. Okay.
Camille support.
Whoa,
Okay,
alright.
so the Yone going up to deal with the Cho'Gath. And Lux as the, not AD carry, but bot lane
The
carry.
AP carry.
Huh.
Now, yeah,
Also-
the Fury.
Worth mentioning that it looks like Curb will be in the top lane on the Yone.
You're
so
so right.
we're a little schmixed back here. We got a couple surprises on our hands, but namely also Lux AD carry for James Madison. Or
bottom carry, bottom lane carry.
With a Nefiri mid and a Zinzao in the jungle.
As much as I would love
Don't
to see
hate
a
it.
Lux go AD carry,
Would be really electric.
great
Would be a
attack range.
VHSL first, I have to say.
That would be cool.
I don't have the statistics ahead of me, but I'll go out and say that one. I feel pretty confident
I like that. Yeah,
that's
I
never
think that's-
happened before. But Camille support is something that I haven't seen in a long time.
Since Carrier pulled it up.
And
probably.
yeah, it's very much a lane bully, and I don't know. I mean, unless Camille can get on top of Lux through this Maokai and maybe just sort of chunk out and cause problems in the early game, that's sort of where this Camille thrives, is level 1, level 2, level 3, just wrecking the lane until it's so irritating and unplayable for the other team to claw back in.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say, outside of a level 1 engage in the jungle, Lux is going to be the first champion to burn their flash.
That's a good. I'd put money on that.
I'm fine with keeping tallies. No, I think you make a great point, and we'll see. It looks like in the client, the James Madison roster is also a little mixed up, but I think we have it right on your on your screen.
lower third. Yeah.
But just know that I guess technically that could also be a factor if some of these pieces are moving around as well. So just very strange draft all around, very unconventional, but certainly not bad. I'm seeing the visions for both sides. James Madison very much just sort of front to back, blow you up pretty quick, and Chantilly not really having a tank to absorb that outside of Wukong, but Wukong does give himself a good amount of resistances.
Yeah.
So interesting dynamics. Otherwise, Chantilly is just kind of, well, also has a pretty solid dive of their own onto... Yeah, this Lux is not going to be allowed to play the game.
I don't
There's
think
going to
so.
be a Camille ult, a Kaisa ult, a Wukong going invisible and jumping on you and ulting, and then Yone is going to appear behind you.
Yep.
Yeah.
and maybe a bubble from a screen away. Like I don't know. Like you might not even be able to see it. So it's I like Zoe here because I like the range that you're able to play with the very short range comp that JMU is coming out with. I think it bodes well for the mid to late game, especially with when you have your E up and available, your sleepy trouble bubble is what that bad boy is called.
Good
Is it
pull.
actually?
Yeah,
Good
it
pull.
is sleepy trouble bubble.
I've
Yeah,
not
that's-
played Zoe, so it's really funny.
She can do a whole lot of damage from about 2.5 screens away from where you're at.
No,
Very
I've seen
true.
her play it. I just didn't know the name of
Yeah,
the,
no, of course,
the
yeah.
sleepy trouble bubble.
Big thing too, though, is that the Nefiri pick gets the dogs. So Nefiri kind of can't get hit by a bubble because it's always going to
that's
hit
true.
one of those dogs first. The Paddle Star, Zoe's Q, has an AoE, so that will still hit Nefiri even if it hits a dog first. But Nefiri does have some built-in protection just in the form of free-flying hitboxes around her that can block single-target projectiles.
No, that's a good point. I mean, Zoe definitely strives with kind of that splash, but with that protection that the Nefiri has, maybe this lane won't be too troublesome for the Nefiri, and especially if the Nefiri can get onto the Zoe as
this.
well, can really do some serious damage.
Interesting.
They started
wait.
E. They started E.
See
didn't
what
they?
I'm saying?
Oh, yeah, this is horrible.
Well,
Are we ready for
but
the
they're so
Camille
far
effect?
away.
Because here we go.
That's
Where's
one.
the flash? Not in time. Lux started E as well, so can't root under tower, but Lux does get away with her life, and there might actually be a response here from James Madison to try to punish the walk back.
No.
They can't get there in
Wow.
time, and they will just walk free, and a very chunked out Lux now forced to deal with this lane in a miserable state already.
No flash yet.
No flash yet.
True.
Half health. So
Yikes. Yeah, that is definitely troublesome in this lane, especially with how short range that you do have to work with here. Camille can kind of do whatever she wants now in this lane in terms of engages and whatever they want to try to fish for. But yeah, right now, I mean, it's look how far Kais is able to step up with the amount of pressure
Yeah.
that they can put on the Lux right now,
Well,
and
that's
the level
wild.
2 already going in
Well, this
right
is-
off of that
all
one.
right.
So yeah.
it wasn't great though.
Yeah, that Camille getting rooted under tower was a pretty bad outcome for that engage, but thankfully for Chantilly's bot lane, the James Madison bot lane was still level 1, so Maokai could not push Camille further under tower,
Right.
and potentially at least force a flash. But now Lux's Q is on board. Camille will threaten on the wall and lose the bone plating for it, and now starting to take a good amount of damage. And Lux with some good regen. I believe that's both health pots popped now.
Maokai took saplings as well, so just going for a little additional poke to try and give them some breathing room.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, all of a sudden this lane is a lot more workable than it was
Yeah.
just a minute ago.
They have stabilized for sure. Yeah. That's gonna. I was curious if Maokai was gonna go that Q to be able to do that combo that you were talking about, but opting for the
Look at the
saplings,
damage.
putting
That's
them in,
crazy.
and Cho'Gath. Yeah,
Is that Hail of Blades?
Hail of Blades.
So that is the route that Cho'Gath went, and it is not nothing.
Yeah, it's. I hope I don't hope. I know we will see more of that interaction, and I'll try to point it out when it happens. But yeah, that's Cho'Gath's whole game plan, especially in lane, is just play based around your Hail of Blades timer. And as soon as that's back, and this Yone decides to walk up for a minion, bang! He catches 3 max health damage autos, and his health just kind of disappears.
I'm interested to see what the jungler's decision-making is going to be. Both of these jungle champions have a lot of agency that they get to work with. It will be gank mid lane right off the bat onto Gnarly, but just able to walk away, nothing really expended there. So these junglers have a lot of playmaking ability in the early game, and I am intrigued to see if they just try to cross-map each other or try to make these 3v3 or 2v2 fights wherever ganks start to happen.
Yeah, as we continue to look toward this top lane too, I want to point out that Cho'Gath's passive gives him health every time he kills a minion.
Yeah, so sustain is real.
Exactly. This Cho'Gath is feeling 0 pressure in this lane. Anytime Yone gets a trade, Cho'Gath just goes and smacks a couple minions, and he's sitting pretty. He's still sitting with a potion as well.
Two
Two
potions.
potions.
Hasn't even
He's got
used them.
2.
Hasn't
Oh,
popped
you're
a single
right.
potion.
Excuse me. So sitting pretty comfortable, but now it will be Goob making a move down on bot lane. A great flash to avoid trouble, and Chantilly will just walk out of that one, getting away from a scary Xin Zhao engage, I must say, but ultimately getting away with their life, and that's all that matters.
I'm glad I didn't put any money on that one
Yeah.
for Lux, because
Oh,
my life savings would be gone.
But even bottom lane, Lux walking into 2. I mean, everything was looking like Lux was going to have the hardest time ever. But they have righted the ship. They're a little bit behind in CS bottom, but no eliminations traded either way. And they're going to be farming up to try and close that CS disparity right now. So they're really quite even, and we haven't seen anybody go down yet.
Yeah.
So this is still just kind of bubbling under the surface, waiting for either champ in any lane to make the first move.
Yeah, this Lux Maokai lane was holding the weight pretty well there before and after that gank. So while they can't hold a total freeze, although now they could if they wanted it, and it looks like they're going to try, but now that will give Chantilly the opportunity to move toward this dragon, and Wukong will go ahead and start it by himself. And with no real play in bot lane itself, Kai'Sa will go ahead and move up and try to burn this faster. So James Madison not really in a position to respond. It will likely be first dragon over to the Chantilly jungler.
Neferi looking a little bit too late here. They had the information about the dragon and just opting to maybe take an extra couple CS in mid lane. And then we kind of saw in our first series, players responding just a little bit too late to some of these objectives and maybe getting caught out. Luckily, Neferi with plenty of mobility to escape, so nothing doing there. But a dragon going over to Chantilly, and that's going to be our first opportunity. Now Cho'Gath just gets to walk away. It's no problem.
Yeah, it would have just S-key out of that one. And, so Cho'Gath is sitting with his ultimate up, and this is always a big decision with early game Cho'Gath. Do you ult a minion, or do you hold on to it with hopes that you might be able to ult a champion? And so far, opting to hold on to it, maybe hoping that one of these trades will sneak that Yone health bar right under the threshold and just get away with one. But the more time spent with that ult up, the less scaling he will get the longer this game goes on.
Yeah, going for a gank here is the Xin Zhao, but of course noticed by that ward in the tribe rush. The bot lane now opting for a reset on the side of Chantilly, and this could be the opportunity.
Look.
Oh, the Q going
Great
wide,
damage,
but
though.
Re-engaged. A lot of damage being dealt. The flash out to safety from Cho'Gath. They are able to survive, and we remain killless or deathless here in the first 8 minutes.
I think you stick around and eat a minion real quick and then go home.
That cannon.
Oh, there it is. There it is. So value still to Cho'Gath, getting a little extra health stacking on that ultimate, getting a feast stack. So yeah, the mechanics around that, just anytime there is a munch, get a feast stack and you get a certain amount of health. And good damage onto Neferi here in mid lane. What's Popper?
Popper? Yeah.
Gonna be forced to back. Names are very small. Popper forces back. So mid lane or bottom lane still even Stevens. Lux maybe looking to back here by using the laser to clear the lane. Boy, we are at a very Yep. Don't let me finish that sentence. Zoe. Gnarly with the first elimination of the game, 9 minutes in.
Yeah, that's, again, just a pretty simple misstep. Sort of greeting for the wave, thinking that Neferi could just walk up and take those minions, and then we would both recall, but no, and now Yone looking for a bit more in the top lane. Halo Blade's on cooldown, and a good flash to get away from the Q. This Cho'Gath does not have much to contribute, especially, well, is that ultimate up?
He's
Am I seeing that?
But does he get close
ready
enough?
for it. No flash, and he can't get it off. Yone will get one and might get away with it. No, he will not, but Wukong has made his way all the way up here with this extended fight. Won't quite take down that Xin Zhao, but ultimately a 1-for-1 trade with investment from James Madison. They come up short, and that's great news for Kurt.
Wow. Yeah, just wanted so badly. As a Cho'Gath player, you want so badly to be the one that gets the takedown, because it does mean longer late or better late game scaling. The more health you're able to acquire on Cho'Gath. But sometimes if you hang on to it a little too long, that's what happens. And had to go back to the black and white screen, or grayscale rather, and the cooldown, the more times, or the longer you have the ultimate up, like you said, it's kind of just wasted opportunity. Although you do get a certain amount of stacks limit on minions, so at some point it doesn't make any sense, but early game.
Yeah, plenty of game left to be played, and we have a Xin Zhao moving in on this bot lane. Camille opting to engage and take the fight, but that will go to Lux. The ultimate connects on both members of the Chantilly bot lane, and Kaisa screaming to her tower but can't quite get there, and that will be 2 confirmed for James Madison, which also will secure the Feats of Warfare.
Yeah, Feats of Warfare in the back pocket. The Sleepy Trover Bubble connecting as we have a top lane engagement here as well. Won't be able to get anything off of that. And a big chunk play in mid as well. Popper on that, and Fury is dangerously low. We'll have to go onto a reset and recall to get some health back. Some plates going in the hands of Rue as well there on the Lux. So thus far, James Madison playing very, very well.
I think we were just waiting for a moment like this, right? No eliminations for the first 9 minutes, and then just 2 minutes, we get 4 more. Now we have the Drake spawning, and it's starting to look a little bit more like our first series of the day, because this one started off slow, and now starting to ramp up. Our first series was explosive all the way through and through, so I'm excited to see that they're finally, now that the sort of feel out phase is over, maybe game 1, maybe the rest of the series we're going to expect just absolute all out brawls.
Yeah, you raise a great point. I was just going to say you have to sort of factor in the human element too. This is all 10 of these players' first game competing today, right?
Yeah,
we as broadcasters, we as fans have sat through a very exciting series. These guys are still shaking some rust off, right? Settling into the environment, this LAN environment. Some of these players maybe have never been in this type of situation before, but now, yeah, 12 minutes in, you'd hope that can sort of shake a lot of that off and really start to settle into the circumstances, which right now is a pretty even game state. But this Cho'Gath again is always going to be a factor, even if he falls behind early. It's shocking how a Cho'Gath can just one-shot you.
Yeah.
If you misstep just a little bit. So that's certainly scaling that Chantilly needs to be ready for. And
now with 3 feast stacks too, so the HP is going to start being a factor here in these engagements.
Exactly, and I do worry about Chantilly's team fighting a little bit. If this Yone is not able to get a lot of his damage off, like one ult goes wide, or maybe he gets caught a little bit and has to use his E. We'll have to see when we get there, but for now, a little look from Xin Zhao gets promptly stuffed out. Meanwhile, bot lane we go with the Camille. She will ult onto the Lux and hold her in place, but the ult expires in a good route under tower. The laser won't connect, but that Maokai Q also does max damage. Max health damage. Kaisa forced to ult in to get the shield and hopefully come out with an elimination of her own, but she won't get it. Plenty of passive stacks on everybody, but nothing to write home about, and that's 2 more deaths for the side of Chantilly's bot lane.
Goob is best on this Xin Zhao, is making great rotations around the map. And now with 3 eliminations in her name, Sundered Sky acquired, so a little bit of sustained fighting ability. This is going to be, it's already a threat, but going to be a threat mid-game to late game, especially if able to continue getting some of these picks. But that ultimate is so good in team fights too. So be looking out for Gooba's best to be an impact player here as we move forward. But with most of the kills on the team at the moment, it's going to be, Yeah,
Xin Zhao is definitely one of those champions that can really take over a game. It's very, very powerful when given these early leads like this. You mentioned the ultimate, the displacement that they're able to inject into a team fight is definitely something that Chantilly needs to keep an eye on, because if you get back onto the Zoe and or the Kaisa and hit R, everyone is all of a sudden spread out, and there's not much you can really do about it other than try to regroup. But that's something that I'm also worried about. Gnarly's damage and the late game scaling that Chantilly's team has with Yone, Zoe, Camille, Kaisa. The whole squad has great late game potential, and that is something that James Madison will have to be taking note of as they go later into this game.
And that's just with Eludens, right? Yeah. That's going to ramp up so much, especially if Mejai's is the route.
That is true.
Holy.
Well, this will be a factor here as we have a bit of a scuffle around the Rift Herald, and here comes that Zoe damage way downtown. Maokai is chunked as well, but Cho'Gath uses the ult. It won't confirm. Meanwhile, we have a 1v1 in bot lane, and Lux is winning that, but Gnarly comes out with a second one, picks up an exhaust, and James Madison forced to retreat with low health bars. But man, what a fight! And you're right, that was Gnarly from start to finish.
That's the thing about Zoe too. You play so well with that range. The ultimate, of course, increasing the damage that you are doing. The furthest the paddle star travels, the more damage it will do. So if you can't get on top of this Zoe early and have her play a closer game, and you let her have that space to work with, it's really oppressive and really frustrating to play against, because you're getting hit from so far away and taking so much damage in the process.
Now with 4 stacks on that Dark Seal as well, so early ramping going to be happening, and just huge damage. Now a needlessly large rod acquired as well. Just immense from Zoe here, and Gnarly is definitely going to be a problem later. We'll see if Popper is able to make an impact, catch up a little bit, have one item completed, and as well as a serrated Dirk. So not going to be doing no damage, but certainly if not able to get on top of Gnarly, not going to be as impactful. But 4 members from James Madison here in the bottom lane looking for something, but nothing doing. All of Chantilly going to back out. Now the matchup we've all been waiting for, Cho'Gath versus Zoe, and look at this damage. Unbelievable. Huge pop-up, big slow. Work out for the Hail of Blades, and just still a little bit too slippery. If the minions weren't in the way, I think that might do it.
Probably, yeah, and that's the tough part about Zoe. Zoe's very strong, and as we'll come back to this might be potential steal. No, but Chantilly will opt to not go for it. Although Wukong does get caught. Tried to fake out with the clone, but can't get away from that Lux binding. And this Lux is causing problems for Chantilly. I have to say, that's been the biggest surprise of this game for me. But Zoe, my biggest concern about Zoe is that it's so hard to execute. Right, it's just hard to hit your skill shots. Wow, excuse me.
Sure.
Wow, I did not think Cho'Gath was in much trouble there, but I apologize, Mr. Curb. Great solo kill there onto Cho'Gath under his tier 2. That's a big problem. Huge damage once again from Gnarly. But yeah, it's hard to land those paddle stars in team fights on important targets. Like, it's, sure, it'll be easier to hit the Cho'Gath and the Maokai later in this game, but like, we'll reach a point where they won't care.
Right.
So if Gnarly is confident enough, and you said it gets the space to work with, and maybe throws in a couple mix-ups in there too, right? It's just hard to execute, but if you can do it, this Zoe can cause some serious trouble.
It kind of depends on how ahead Gnarly stays as well, right? Because that damage could matter all the way up until the game ends, right? There may never be a chance where some of the bigger players on James Madison get going and can kind of shrug that off. So very similar dynamic that we saw in Light Ridge with Iron Giant, where this mid lane, if they're able to stay ahead and make their presence known across the map, they may never get to the point where it equalizes.
Yeah, just taking a quick look at the finances there. I guess we'll have to come back to it as here comes the Zoe damage. One more paddle star connects, and it will chunk out this Zinzao.
But that Lux, though.
Yeah, Lux is dishing a lot of damage back. Gnarly scouting out for some information. Another thing about Zoe is that Zoe is deceptively immobile. And, you know, unless you get into these team fights where people start flashing and then Zoe can start taking all those flashes, then all of a sudden Zoe's anything but immobile. But a great play there to catch the Maokai recalling, but not enough to knock him down just yet. So,
Almost,
again,
though.
Yeah, Gnarly just causing problems right now.
Yeah, Gnarly is definitely a thorn in the side of any recalling champion on the bottom side of the map right now, as the Otacon does spawn in as we hit the 20-minute mark of this game. And with where this is spawning, all the rubble and terrain that you have around it, it's kind of a playground for Zoe to work with.
And it kind of something we haven't really talked about, even though we just saw a solo 1v1 with this Yone. Curb already taken the second or the tier 2 turret in the top lane. Now in the mid,
you're not allowed to do that.
that's
illegal.
Cheese nibble a little bit out of position. And but this Yone, Curb, has been doing such a good job keeping this pressure up in the top lane and kind of been a little bit quiet about it.
Yeah, now Lux in a little bit of trouble, but not quite, as the tier 1 will fall in the bot lane, and Wukong will opt to take it at the turret. Maybe no. He will, and hit the Lux along the way, but that's a big commitment. It will put Wukong pretty far up. Gnarly is here to follow up with some damage. Big laser once again connects, and Gnarly now in some trouble. Maybe no proto build online for Cho'Gath to close the gap, but he will flash and find the E to slow her down, and that's a shutdown. Cho'Gath on the board, 2-2, and that'll be almost surely an Otacon for James Madison.
His feast came up 2 seconds after
Heartbreaking.
Zoe went down.
So close.
But you can eat this Otacon.
That's true.
Oh, that's true. I didn't think about that. Yeah, can eat the big scary demon man.
Meanwhile, top lane. I guess we're not done at the Otacon, though. We do still have this. Kai'Sa has respawned from the mid lane skirmish, but does get slowed by that Lux E. Won't. Oh, no.
He's dead.
Wide, and another Lux laser comes out. Camille dropping the ult onto the Xin Zhao, but this is a support Camille. She does no damage, and Xin Zhao will claim a second. This problematic Yone still pressuring the top side, but James Madison not feeling too much of that pressure just yet.
Just this crazy split push, 215 CS on Yone. Just all this
Sitting
solo
on 3K
turret.
gold, by the way.
10,000 gold total on this Yone.
Wow.
Jeez.
Yeah, so not been on your screen very much, folks, but doesn't mean they're doing nothing. Split push Yone, once he joins the fights, oh my goodness, look out.
Yeah, Chantilly has done a great amount of investing in this Yone, and a Yone that has, I believe, Blade of the Ruin King as well, to help deal with this very large Cho'Gath. So, yeah, this Yone is going to cause problems as soon as he starts entering fights. But for now, James Madison is making the most of it, and that's totally fine. Like, it's, you know, they are cross-mapping very well. They get the Otacon. 1 dragon for James Madison, 2 for Chantilly, and another one coming up here as both teams are looking for it, but keep an eye out on these paddle stars. Can Gnarly start to chunk out some of these squishies? Can this Nefiri have an impact on one of these fights? This has been a very quiet unit, but Xin Zhao makes his way in, and we have huge damage onto the Wukong. A massive knockup from Wukong's ultimate. Xin Zhao in the backline, though, and Lux will take down the Wukong. Kai'Sa doing great damage, though. Another laser connects onto the Kai'Sa. Very low health bar, but there's a very strong Yone as well. The E is online, but will it be enough? Nope, too much CC. The shield bow comes out. Good healing, though, on the Yone, and all of a sudden, Maokai surely doesn't have the damage to finish this Yone. He might take Maokai down, and Xin Zhao forced to run for his life. We're taking the blue buff instead. But the Gromp to potentially heal up this Xin Zhao in place of a recall, because the dragon is still alive.
This Yone is going to become a big problem.
Yep.
I have a sneaking suspicion. In the beginning of that fight, my big reaction was to a 3-man Yone ult that landed onto 3 people. Wasn't able to find too much off of that one, unfortunately, but you can see the sustain that Yone is able to play with, right? With the Bork and the shield bow completed, you have a lot of survivability that you are able to work with. You have so much lifesteal. You have the shield to keep yourself alive when you get low on health as well. And we saw that on full display there in that 1v2 towards the end. It looked like they were done. They had to go down, but in the end, they find a trade, and Xin Zhao's running for the hills.
Oh,
we have
boy.
another
He
fight.
silenced and feasted. That is the Cho'Gath value. No vision from Chantilly, and they lose their Yone to start the fight. And what happens to the rest of them? They all get wiped. And Nefiri engage onto the AD carry and almost out with their life. They will trade with Cheese Nibble, but James Madison make their way to their second dragon and collect more tallies on the scoreboard. But again, you look at the gold differences. Gnarly's going to go for it. Won't quite get it. But you look at the scoreboard, right? There's a huge disparity in eliminations, but the gold value is only 2,000 in favor of James Madison, and that is strictly because of that Yone.
Yeah, the Gnarly, I mean, we kind of, or you kind of called it, the ability to start shrugging that off. Gnarly hasn't really gotten much going since those first couple of big chunks that we were highlighting earlier. Now the big story is Xin Zhao on James Madison and Yone on Chantilly. Those are going to be the two big threats you have to watch out. Of course, we need to talk about Rui, right? This Lux has, I mean, I have been
Overperformed.
color me surprised.
Yeah.
But the lasers have been amazing.
Yes. So much damage coming through as well. 6-1 in 10 shutdowns on 4 of James Madison's teams. I almost said JMU there for a second. Anyways, but yeah, so very large lead. But you mentioned, Chris, the goal difference is not insane. It's not insurmountable by any means for Chantilly to come back in this game, especially with the scaling that they have on their side.
Yeah, and this Kaisa is 2-7. I mean, that is starting to hurt, but this is actually trouble for Curb here, as no more Eat It, Get Out, and the feast does not confirm, but will still result in Curb going down. No stack for Cho'Gath, but still no more Yone to deal with is great news. Look at all the dogs, blocking for this sleeping Nefiri. Still in trouble, though, with a great Wukong flank, and Camille able to close the gap. But here come the rest of James Madison. One laser from way downtown does connect with a little bit of damage, but they'll see if they can convert this into more scary blast cone there, man.
Baron is up, so teams trying to vie for vision around this top river. It looks like we're going to have some backs, so probably not going to get anybody starting it right away, especially as we have a couple members from either team down. But certainly early vision before it actually becomes a necessity to compete for that objective will go a long way. Something to note, the types of dragons acquired by either team. 2 Mountain Drakes going over to JMU. So this is a tanky team. Additional resistances going over to them, whereas you just have Ocean and Cloud.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, and good news for
Did I say
Yone.
university? Whoops.
Good news for Yone, though, a fully complete Mortal Reminder as well to hopefully shred through some of that armor that we can see Cho'Gath starting to build, as well as Xin Zhao's plated steel caps and Maokai's. So Yone certainly will not struggle to shred through some of the defenses, but the rest of Chantilly is going to certainly have some issues on their hand. And I do want to talk more about Zoe's spot on this team, because moments like that can still happen, right? This Zoe, while yes, is now pretty much even in gold with Nefiri, Zoe's a champion based around moments, and this is a moment for Camille. Will ult all the way into that huge Yoda ult. Cho'Gath eats the Camille, but not a massive impact target, but Lux does take down the Yone. There goes the gold lead for Chantilly. Now the rest of James Madison can just clean up the fight. Finally, Cho'Gath will go down, does get slept by Gnarly, but again, Yone first to drop in these fights means the rest of Chantilly just doesn't have much of a chance.
Oh, flash forwards as well, trying to get anything
play there.
that they can possibly grasp
How
at.
about this, Lux?
Yeah, this has been crazy performance from Rue thus far on this Lux, and able to obliterate Curb before they're able to do anything with that big Yone ultimate, right? You hit so many people, but you can't get the damage down. There's so much CC, the silences, the knockups, the roots, whatever it may be, is so oppressive to this Yone that they can't get their damage out in time and snap back with their soul unbound.
Didn't even feel like that impactful of a laser either, but all the other damage with the rotations of spells coming out from Lux, just they're all hitting.
They're all
at
landing,
the moment.
exactly.
And that's not something that is, I mean, it can be common depending on the player and the ability to dodge from your opponents, but the fact that Rui has been just cleaning up here, not only that, but providing lots of shielding for their team as well, just doing a great job.
Yeah, and this Cho'Gath is fully online damage-wise as well. Protobelt completed and Riftmaker completed, which basically means if, frankly, Zoe, Kaisa, Camille, or maybe even Yone. Well, Yone has the shield bow, but if any of those targets walk within silence range of Cho'Gath, you get silenced, he protobelts at you, and autos you 3 times before you're unsilenced, and he eats you, and you're dead.
Yeah.
So this Cho'Gath is a freak of nature currently, and unfortunately for Chantilly, you know, all of your investment is on this Yone, who's going to have to get up real close to this Cho'Gath, get ults into the entire team. It's going to take a lot of CC and added efforts to keep Yone alive if Cho'Gath has the ability to select the right target in these chaotic fights. If he can get all of his damage on Yone, this Yone will blow up.
Yeah, the gold lead's starting to climb in favor of James Madison High School as well, sitting around a 4,000 gold lead. A lot of that, of course, towards that bottom side of the map on that Lux and the Xin Zhao as well. 6-1 and 13 on the Xin Zhao in the jungle. So everything kind of going James Madison's way right now. There's not a lot of sustained damage on the side of Chantilly thus far in this game. The Kaisa struggling to really get a footing in their lane and thus in the game as a whole. And right now it's just kind of in the poke game from Gnarly, trying to find an opportunity to blow someone up, but it might just be the opposite. The laser able to come through, but you can see Curb getting one kill back. It will end up being a 1-for-1, but still, it's just so difficult for Chantilly to really move around the map right now.
Yeah, and I want to highlight two of the players on James Madison real quick. Gooba's Best has been playing great. 6-1 and 14. That is 2 less assists than the Maokai support. So getting so much elimination participation. And not only that, but just finished their Death's Dance. So going to be able to get in and their health is not going to drop all that quickly. And if you include the Sundered Sky, very big sustained damage from the Xin Zhao. So I think when we checked in, there was about 13k gold on that champ alone, and that's surely more at this point, probably pushing 14. So 27-12, 3, count them, 3 Mountain Drakes for James Madison. Very beefy squad at the moment. And everything kind of, I mean, there's getting good picks back. We just saw a 1-for-1 trade with Chantilly recently, but for the most part, a lot of this game has gone in favor of, as far as team fights going, James Madison has been really, really taking advantage of a lot of the positioning that they've been able to provide for themselves.
Yeah, and that's something that I think you raise a good point. The fights that James Madison have been winning have been the team fights. This Cho'Gath did just prove me wrong in a 1v1 in top lane. He lost to the Yone. So that means, okay, all of a sudden we can't be side laning one-on-one against this Yone. We need to keep taking these group effort fights where we as a unit can take down this Yone and then just sort of melt through the rest of this roster. And so we'll see if they're able to do so now. But Camille does find an engage onto this Xin Zhao. He will pop his ultimate to protect himself from some of that Zoe damage, and bang! there goes the support. And now the Maokai will follow. Another Lux laser comes out, and Fury will find the engage there, and now the Zoe stuck in a real tight spot. But Yone has arrived, and here come the Paddle Stars as well. Zoe in a pretty good spot to start dishing some damage out. Does get a sleep onto the Cho'Gath. Can't confirm it with another Paddle Star. So James Madison comes out with 2, but Kurt finds an angle and forces a flash onto this Xin Zhao, who has a Death's Dance. He will go down, but not before trading. Gnarly now really the only major damage dealer left in this 2v4. Cho'Gath moving up as well to try to contribute, but can't make it there in time.
I just love to see everybody seems such normal size, and you see a gigantic Cho'Gath lumbering over.
Exactly.
I'm helping.
Wait for me, guys. I want to be. Oh yeah, gnarly.
Lux in a strange position here, but somehow almost taking this Zoe out.
Not mad about it somehow.
Now being threatened by this Wukong, but Wukong taking too long to take down the Lux. And just like that, Cho'Gath gets another stack. Gnarly just fishing and might be getting a little too aggressive. Never. Rui cannot miss with these lasers.
What on earth is... Oh my goodness. Just stepping so far forward and not really being afraid, probably knowing that there's 2 people there, but knowing they have the damage to stay alive, be able to walk out and get a 2 for nothing. Baiting both players in, and that max range laser, oh my goodness. It's a thing of beauty. I think probably blind, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think they might have had like a general space.
There might be, I think there might be a ward on their
on the rafters
cut through bush. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, we have an interesting cross map here, as Kaisa and Camille have opted to start the Baron as 2, but Camille taking so much damage now. Yone has arrived to lighten the load a little bit, and it looks like they will get it. So Kaisa doing some solid objective damage. They will sneak away with a Baron, but can they get out with their lives is the bigger question. Maokai ult now chugging down the jungle. Will it find anybody? Not quite. And Chantilly able to walk out pretty unscathed and with a Baron.
Okay, Mountain Soul with 4 mountains. James Madison's just not going to take damage.
Yeah.
They're done taking damage this game. I'm sorry. That is so much value.
No, you're absolutely right. And again, like Death's Dance on the... Oh, here we go. Oh, all right. Not quite. But Yono comes out and will wake up the Cho'Gath and not quite confirm it just yet. That's the Mountain Soul.
There's no way. He's going to get a... flash. Shield's back.
Stop.
Yeah, okay. He's actually going to walk out.
What's happening? All right, we do have another sleep here on to the Maokai, now forced to run for his life, as this Kaisa is pretty far behind but still has great damage and will get a shutdown. A nice little influx of cash there. And James Madison with a bit of a misstep again. Chantilly finding their way a little bit back into this game.
Okay. When I say they're not going to take damage anymore, that is in a position where they're in a 5v5 competition. You cannot over-posture yourself forward in a position where you're 2v5.
Exactly.
Right? You're still going to take damage in that instance. But for speaking of when they're all things even, they're not going to be able to get poked out.
Yeah.
So it's still, I still think advantage over to James Madison here for the midterm to long term, because that is just a permanent buff. Baron buff does not last very long, and we also haven't seen much impact from the Baron buff coming in. There hasn't been an opportunity to utilize it and push those minions to get further objectives, because most of the turrets top are already gone, which is where most of their champions were, chasing out the Cho'Gath and the Xin Zhao. So they haven't really been able to get anything off the back of this Baron buff.
Yeah, and it makes it like you think that this is probably just a stalling Baron, right? They're just trying to avoid having that go over to James Madison and having them just end the game right then and there, right?
Yeah.
They had to try to pull off something to buy themselves some time to get some more items under the Kaisa's belt, under the Yone and the Zoe as well, and just try to have some chance later on in this game. We still do see a lot of good damage coming through from Yone and Zoe, but we just have not seen Kaisa quite get on that level yet, but once they do, there could be some trouble for James Madison down the line. But as I say that, I mean, there's so much going their way that it's going to be hard.
No, and that's a great point. Something I hadn't considered is that it could very much be a denial Baron as much as it is trying to take it and utilize it to the best that you can. Maybe it's just sometimes about keeping it out of your enemy's hands, right? Because they'll be able to do so much more with it. And now we got a little death bush situation going on here.
Whoever walks in there,
40 minutes into the game.
Yeah, it's a little hard to play into a Kaisa like that when she's just shooting Void Seekers all around. That does help alleviate the vision situation for Chantilly just a little bit. But again, pretty stuck in their base, all things considered. And now, once again, playing the vision game, playing around their corners. That's a 5-stack of 4 Mountain Soul champions. And here comes a Maokai. They are here to take one of them, and it will be gnarly on the Zoe. No more long-range poke outside of, I guess, just Void Seekers landing on consecutive targets. But that's a big pick from James Madison, just opting to pull the trigger.
A minute off the map. But the problem is all 4 members of Chantilly sitting underneath this turret, and they're not going to let them push through. There's not a huge amount of poke potential beyond the Lux to try and siege this. And so they're going to opt to rotate a little bit bottom, wait for somebody to maybe come out a little bit too far. But even off the back of that pick, looks like it's purely going to be a little bit of gold going into the pockets of that Lux and company. Now 9-1 and 19. Rui has been making their presence known across this snowy Summoner's Rift on a beautiful Saturday here in Winchester, Virginia. And 33-14, 41 minutes into game number 1. What is it about game 1s? We get a knife's edge. Both teams just duking it out.
Yeah, I do feel like we're to a position where I think James Madison could be doing more with their advantage, but they're sitting in these bushes, and now they're losing their topside jungle. There's a top lane tier 2 still on the board that they could be overcommitting to or overloading, I guess, and just sort of brute forcing, because James Madison is stronger right now. Like, they can commit resources to this while we're waiting for these neutral objectives. Now Dragon is up in 30 seconds, and this is where you might start to look for plays like this, and they have made it clear that they're not afraid to. So we're going to sit in this boomerang bush and wait for potentially someone to walk into it.
Like this
might be the fateful the sacrificial lamb, I guess, if you will. Curb going in with the Fate Unsealed, trying to get anything that they can possibly find, but we'll have to retreat very, very quickly. The support Camille off the board, and now Elder Dragon in the sights of James Madison. This is what I was going to mention. This is very coin flippy. This could sway the game in favor. Almost finds the kill, but yeah.
From Kaisa. Yeah, the ult shield able to protect her there. This Cho'Gath has not really been able to do his thing to anybody yet, but doesn't really matter. Elder Dragon secured. That's another end-game buff in favor of James Madison, as once again, this Wukong has found his way deep into the James Madison jungle.
But I think the threat of being able to do that is having as much of an impact, right? It is forcing cooldowns, flashes, ultimates, just by, even if you only go the 3 auto attacks through the silence, you may be able to get a pop-up, the rest of the team piles in. You still are threatening that feast, so if they don't flash away or utilize some other cooldown, it is just as impactful. And now Elder Dragon in the hands of James Madison. If there was ever a time for a team that is fairly still close in gold, about 6,000 gold ahead this late game, though, with Mountain Soul, that was a Maokai ult that just couldn't quite catch up to Chantilly. But both teams looking to vie for this. The red turret going down. And we've got James Madison with vision control over this river and Mountain Soul, so a lot of this poke damage is just going straight into the Dragon's shields, and not much going here as we kind of hit a stalemate.
Yeah, I do think James Madison is playing a little too scared.
A little safe.
They do find their way in and sort of pierce the vision here and force Chantilly to scatter. but no pick, and they will all walk away. So this Elder Dragon is quickly ticking away. This buff does not last very long. They'll opt to use the Elder Dragon just to secure another Baron. And maybe now, with one more recall, we 1-3-1 and take this, start to siege this Chantilly base.
Yeah, really surprising there wasn't a little bit more aggression once the Elder Drake was secured, because you only have to take out about 90% of their health bars, and Elder Drake will take care of the rest. So now we're starting to feel a little bit, but here we go.
Yeah, we're getting to that point of the game as well, approaching 50 minutes here. That gold lead is kind of not really mattering anymore in this game. Everyone's getting to that full strength power spikes for all of their champions, and now it's down to execution. Who can find the kills? Who can find the angles before the other team blows someone on your team up, right? It's to that point that the gold lead, while looks drastic, it is not as important as you might think.
And that's great news for Chantilly, because James Madison, I think, has had a couple windows to potentially force something and just close this game out. This, it looks like, will be their opportunity. The Fury goes deep, and the Maokai ult lands onto 2. Kaisa drops quickly to follow, and now only 3 remain for Chantilly. It was that simple all along. James Madison pulls the trigger finally. The Maokai ult comes out to secure those first 2, and now we have an extended storage here, but Yone will go down at the hands of Poppers, and now Gnarly stands alone with extreme death timers and one more laser to write home about the story of the game. What a performance from James Madison, and especially this bot lane, man, holding them in this game in times where it looked like they might not, and they end up taking game 1 because of it.
Wow. 46 minutes will be the number we hit. And I got to say, really impressed with not only the bottom lane in Lux and Maokai, but the rest of James Madison to weather the storm of that early gnarly pressure. It felt like the game was going to be over a lot sooner than it was, based on how quickly health bars were getting chunked by some of those gnarly damage.
Yeah, paddle stars.
Paddle stars.
Yep.
Yeah, and we get to take a look back at some of these paddle stars, and an incredible first blood, just individual effort there. The top lane shaking out to be pretty curb favored, although worth mentioning that at the end of the game, Cho'Gath had the most damage on James Madison's team. So,
Crazy.
like, this is the Cho'Gath value, man. Even if he doesn't get super far ahead in these early replays, like, it's just so impactful no matter what. And you said it, weathering the storm of this Zoe, knowing that your big bodies were gonna be there in like 15 minutes if you could just hold out that long. And James Madison did exactly that and more, taking multiple eliminations from this bot lane. This Kaisa was like 2-7 at one point, and the Camille really never got to see its value outside of level 1. And even then, did not force a flash, just forced a health pot. And then, unfortunately, that's the extent of Camille's support. It's really never going to come back online much more than that.
Yeah, looking forward, you have to wonder how reactive the bans are going to be moving forward, right? We saw in our first series, Vladimir absolutely taking over in game number 1 and was banned out for the rest of the series. What does that look like for our Lux, right? What does that look like for our Xin Zhao? Those are 2 champions that did so well. Not to mention, I mean, the Cho'Gath, I think if you can play around it and figure out a way to combat that, then you can leave it up, but was a pretty big problem through most of the game. So I'm curious to see what the next draft is going to look like. It's always kind of always exciting. One of the most exciting parts of the game is the pregame.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, and there's a lot to say about kind of that Cho'Gath and Lux specifically, because those are those 2 players most played throughout the entire season as well. So they let them have them in game number 1. I don't expect them to get it in game number 2. I think the Cho'Gath and Lux will be gone I'd be surprised if either one is frankly left up on the board, just with how dominant they were in this game. I think the Lux might pose maybe, well, the Cho'Gath was a pretty big threat too, but the Lux damage output that was very consistent throughout the entire game was very worrisome for Chantilly, and they will have to find a way around it. And I think the way around it is just don't let them have it. Just ban it out, figure out, push them onto secondary options, and see if you can win out in these next 2 games and punch your ticket to grand finals.
And it's curious because, the uncomfortability we talked about in Woodson, and they're needing to be uncomfortable, lean on each other, and overcome. That was a different story in this series where we got a couple comfort champs, and it showed. Goodness gracious. James Madison coming out swinging early, never really, I wouldn't say they never let up on the pressure, but they never let up on the lead. They played a very safe mid to late game, and ultimately, even though it, as Chris put it, it really was that simple as they knocked down the door quite convincingly of the base. They played it very safe and made sure that that was always going to be that easy when they got around to it.
Exactly, yeah. The Maokai ult right here at the end, just the one to finally seal the fate of this Chantilly game 1. And yeah, just barrel through the rest of the base. Unfortunately, this Kai'Sa just never really got going as well. I noticed in a couple of these replays, Kai'Sa's getting a lot of auto attacks off, but it's just not mattering. In the face of a Cho'Gath and a Maokai with 4 Mountain Drakes and Mountain Soul, and this Kai'Sa was behind from the beginning. All of that really adds up, where I think mechanically Chantilly had opportunities. The game was just in an unreachable state after probably 30-35 minutes, and James Madison just sort of waited for the perfect opportunity to make sure that they could close it out.
Yeah, they were making sure that they didn't give Chantilly any option to any avenue to get back into this game, right? We in the moment, we all were just kind of like, just go click at them and you'll be all right, But in the grand scheme of things, if that goes wrong and Yone finds a triple kill or something like that, that can really flip it. If Yone can get those big shutdowns and have full build faster, maybe this is a different scenario. If those can go over to the Kai'Sa instead and get them back into the game. They were very calculated with the decision making that they were making, and they were just kind of stalling out for that Elder. They were waiting for all right, let's just get this off the board. We'll have the Elder. They won't fight us while we have the Elder, and we'll just wait for Baron, farm up a little bit, get that, and we're going to go end the game. They were very calculated with their decision making, and they did not overstep and did not give Chantilly any avenue back in.
Yeah, right. We gave him a little bit of grief, but it was a very safe way to go about closing out that game, especially coming in. It's not that big of a deal, but they are technically the underdogs of this matchup, right? The 3rd seed going into the number 2 seed. So playing it very safe and ensuring you get that lead. This is only a best of 3. If they win one more game, they advance to the grand finals. So making sure that every single game that they play is as methodical as they just did in that end game, hats off to them. They got the dub. So there's nothing we can really critique about that because it worked.
Winning is a winning formula. It's as simple as that. So we do now await the next draft, and like you said, this is always one of the more exciting points of a series because, now we get to see, at least on paper, where each team thinks the result of that game came from.
Right. This is the strategist coming out of them, where they just got to play out what the initial strategy was. Now they've seen the other team play. They have a very good idea of how each player is playing on certain champions, and based off the history of the regular season, and now with one game under their belt here at the championships, how are they going to react? And do they go, oh, we really don't like that Lux. That was a little bit too impactful. Those lasers were on point. We ban that out. Or do you just let them have it again and figure out a way to combat it with mobility or tankiness, right? So very exciting. Oh, God, we're nerds.
Well, I was thinking, like, so Gnarly also plays Lux and plays Lux a lot. So I don't know if you leave it up and see if they first pick it, and if not, you just take it.
Yeah.
Or do you even give them the option to have that first pick? Because, frankly, I don't see why you wouldn't just first pick it. Going into the lane in game one, it felt like Lux was going to have the worst time imaginable.
I know.
And she had a field day.
Chris even said, Lux isn't going to get to play the game.
We all agreed. We all agreed.
We all kind of said
we were
some
like,
iteration of that.
Kind of. Like, there's no way you can escape the Camille. And, I mean, props to the support as well, playing very, very well. Being able to keep them alive. Jake on the... what was that? Maokai. Being able to buy so much space and keep them alive. Being able to keep the Camille off. So there could be an avenue to leave it up and try to pick it instead. But I think it's in such a close first, well, for a little bit, a very close first game. But just with how dire this situation is now on match point, I don't know if you can really leave it up and give them the opportunity to first pick that champion.
Yeah, I don't know how confident I am in a Lux getting those results 2 games in a row. Like
That's
that.
fair.
Lux is just not that kind of champion. It's, maybe in the right hands, this is an exception. But I liked Xander's point. I don't think that's worthy of a ban by any means. Like, I think you're either picking more mobile champs in that lane or tankier champs in that lane, or somebody who can out-poke her or whatever. But I don't think Lux as a champion is worthy of a ban.
That being said, also Lux is, as we said, a very skill shot dependent champion.
Exactly.
Do you just go, I don't think you can hit that many again?
Yeah.
Because it was a unique amount that we saw both bindings and lasers landing all the time.
All the time.
And that's just, I mean, a testament to them being maybe locked in the adrenaline of first game going in. And they just said, I don't care what all happens. I'm going to make sure that is my impact on this game. You could just ask them to do it again and say, I'm not sure if you can because you did a great job. Can you stay that locked in that long?
Yeah, and I guess in my head, I put Zoe and Lux on similar tiers, right? They're very skill shot dependent. They're very execution dependent. You got to be hitting your stuff on the right targets for it to matter. So we saw 2 sides of that coin, right? We saw Zoe get ahead early but not be able to execute in an effective way late game, where Lux very much was executing almost flawlessly for the entire game.
Yeah.
So, does it warrant you saying, I don't think you can do that 2 games in a row?
Yeah.
Or, maybe Rui here on the Lux is the best Lux player we've ever seen. It's, I can't rule that out either. That was an incredible performance, and I don't mean to downplay that at all. I don't want to make it sound fluky, but it's just hard. It's super hard to do that consistently, and I worry about that as a strategy in the long term.
Right. It can be a very safe champion, but the way that Rui was playing Lux was not safe a lot of times.
Yeah.
And a lot of times those lasers were right here.
I looked at you. I went, wow, that's a bright light. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, that's very
Some
true.
of them were max range, but a lot of them weren't. And it was just
blank.
like, all right.
Comfortably close quarters. Yeah.
It's. I wonder if Cheese Nibble's going to go for something a little bit different than the Kaisa. I know that the Zeri was banned out and
got banned out again.
Got banned out again. So I know that provides a lot of mobility, but they also play Callista, which can help bounce around a lot of the bindings coming through. They will ban out the Yone. I guess you didn't see that yet. But
Spoilers!
Hey, my bad. Hey, flag. Yep, my hand up. Hand of accountability. That's me. But yeah, so there's definitely some avenues of approach here for the ADC department for Cheese Nibble. I just want to see if they can kind of find that fix and get around whatever Rue is going to do here in game number 2.
Yeah, I would like to see, hopefully, this Chantilly bot lane be able to overcome the woes of early game. Because, yeah, we just never really got to see... Again, Camille is such a gamble on the early game. It's an extremely aggressive pick, works 95% of the time. But that time it didn't, and then Camille never comes back online. So... It just felt like Chantilly bot lane was never really given a chance to be impactful, and I'm hoping to see a different story this time around, as it looks like they get their Ashe pick to start, which is a very strong champion right now, with Ornn being the first overall pick from James Madison.
Yeah, great poke, great CC with the ultimate. Not only that, but global ish. I mean, it is global, but whether or not you hit it global is a different question.
Sure.
But certainly around team fights, when they're getting ready to, when you're looking to fight, or maybe you're looking for a pick, that is a pretty long, even if you use it mid range, a great stun.
Exactly.
So could be used for these picks, and you put that in conjunction with the public execution. I mean, pick potential already off the charts with Chantilly.
For sure. We do also see the Lux is back. Now, will that
And
go
a pike.
to
And a
Rui?
pike.
Oh, and a pike. Yeah, that's very exciting.
Yeah.
But will that go to Rui or not? I guess we'll have to wait and see. But I think we have to assume that. Yeah. Coming off that
Surely.
performance, there's no way we're at least intentionally flexing this unless somewhere in here we get a nightmare matchup, and it has to happen.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would say it's safe to say that that's going bot lane with the pike. Crazy lane. I don't even know.
I don't know how that's going to work.
I don't
Pike
know what to
pulling
make
them
of
out of the
that.
bind range or
Yeah.
whatever. I don't know how
I
it's
love
gonna...
it. Is
I
what I'm
like,
saying.
I think it's going to be really fun. I also like, on the side of Chantilly, some 2 big bodies up in the front. Ambessa and Cassante locked in. I'm assuming the Cassante will be top and Ambessa jungle mid would be my assumption. But with some jungle bans coming through, I'd assume they might think that is an Ambessa jungle. Well, I guess the mid lane ban, rather, with the Akali on the side of James Madison. So I like both drafts thus far. I think the Pike is definitely the most coin flippy champ that we have picked here. I mean, it's kind of the name of the game when you play that champion. You either kill it or you're useless. It's kind of how it goes, but we'll have to see how they are able to perform.
We do have a couple of those targets, though, we're talking about. Neferia and Xin Zhao both getting banned out. So keeping those out of the hands of Goob and Popper, that's not nothing when you can play one game and force a team's hand in making sure that you don't get to play that again. So playing it well enough that they feel the need to make sure that doesn't go back to those players. We have Poppy coming in, as well as, who's this last ban? Is that Mel as a
Yes.
ban?
Mel,
Mel was the final ban for James Madison.
Hard to see.
Poppy locked in to hopefully protect the Ashe from this Pike aggression. But Kane will be the likely jungler for James Madison.
This is a beefy Chantilly.
Yes, it is,
They are
which
very
scares
tanky.
me a little bit for that Kane pick, because that's almost going to have to be a
Frost.
red Kane.
Yeah.
With, wow, wait.
We got a sneak peek, and I'm very
on.
interested.
Hold, please.
Oh. All right. When this comes through, I have an idea.
Well, okay, like, we can
Well,
talk
yeah,
about it.
I guess that's true, yeah.
James Madison's final pick was Malphite. And
I think it's a Pike mid.
Chantilly locked in Aurora to go mid lane. So, wow. It appears to be a Malphite mid lane.
Mouth mid? I was hoping it would be like
versus
Ornn
the
support.
Aurora and Poppy support facing off against the Pike.
And now I believe they're locked in after 30
Okay.
seconds.
Okay.
So,
There you go.
how about it?
All right.
Not where I
Little
thought we
mix
were
up.
going. But that's fair enough. Again, I'm excited to see Cheese Nibble on this Ashe, and I think they have an opportunity to let that lane state not happen again. Now with a more defensive support as well, this Chantilly support may not feel as pressured to go force plays all the time. And just sort of sit back and do your job protecting your AD carry, who's going to be gliding, hopefully. So, a lot to look forward to there. I like the bot side draft from Chantilly, especially into the Lux repeat. Again, that scares me in terms of consistency, but if Rui's able to earn it, go out and do it. Prove me wrong. I'm so open for that.
Yeah, Poppy is, since I just have it up, is the most played champ for the support here. Oh. Okay, no, it's just going back to what it was. So Poppy is the most played for the support on the side of Chantilly as well throughout the regular season. So kind of going back to some comfort picks here for the support player. Just trying to get some familiarity with how they want to play this lane, right? They want to play a little bit more defensive, and if they have an aggressive look, if Pyke blows... let's say misses a hook, steps up, goes ease forward on accident or whatever it is out of sums, you can run him down with Ashe fairly easily because of the passive slow that Ashe has, right? It's very possible for that lane to kind of run at you and have you not be able to escape.
Yeah, I'm curious what the damage for James Madison is going to look like. Right, because Malphite could just go tanky or could go full-blown AP, in which case you need to rely heavily on the Pyke and Kayn AD damage. Ornn obviously just has to go beefy, but you could have two big front lines in Malphite and Ornn, depending on the way that Malphite prioritizes itemization.
This Chantilly lineup is also extremely tanky with two Cassantes over there. Is that what I'm seeing?
It's getting dangerous.
Wow.
Crazy.
Look at them breaking the game.
But jokes aside, with an Abessa, Poppy, and one Cassante is plenty of tankiness to go around. But will the damage be consistent enough is my concern, again, to get through this Malphite and Ornn, especially given that, obviously Malphite's going to build a bunch of armor, even though he is in a lane with Aurora. That's not going to feel great in the moment, but then you get to late game, and their only AP damage is Aurora, who's an assassin.
Yeah.
You're not going to blow up a Malphite. You're not going to blow up an Ornn. So I do kind of like the structure of James Madison's draft a bit more, but Chantilly's draft feels a lot more traditional, and I put value in that as well. So a little back and forth in my head, I have to say.
Probably going to come down to skins.
I was just about to say.
Great analysis.
Skins are a big deal in this game.
Wins.
Competitive analysis.
Exactly.
That,
This says Pool Party Malphite. He's a sand castle. Look at him, bro. He's sand. He's a bunch of minerals. He's so cute.
he was always a bunch of minerals. He was just a big
But now he's
mountain.
like smaller little minerals. They're like grainy instead.
Yeah.
Have big
They're
rocks.
coarse and annoying, and they get everywhere.
Yeah, they get everywhere. I'm interested to see what the Malphite goes. I feel like if Kayn goes Ross, there is the potential of a glass cannon Malphite. But I would not assume that right off the bat. I think it's definitely wise to see how the game goes and then maybe build like an AP item later or something.
Yeah.
Especially into almost a full AD team. Only Aurora has the AP, and Malphite's passive is just getting more armor. So the Ashe will do no damage to you late game. So it's definitely a look to just go full tank, be a mountain, and never die, pretty much.
Yeah. That's a viable strategy when you're Malphite, because you still have all of the CC available to you, and you can rely on the laser Lux lasers, the Pyke ultimates. There's a lot of finishing power to get to the point where you can get some really big picks and be pretty impactful in team fights, regardless of however you build. I think that they still go tanky I don't. You can get a little bit of AP, but I still think you need a bit of that beef. Ornn doesn't really feel like enough to me for this team particularly.
Yeah, I would say maybe a Malignance and nothing more to
Yeah.
try and maybe get your ultimate up more often. But I agree. I don't think it's worth going like full AP or anything given these comps. But we are officially underway, and level 2 advantage goes to Chantilly, so they'll get a nice chunk onto this Pike. Poppy takes a tower shot in return, but overall still a very positive trade for the Chantilly bot lane. Is much different pace of play down here compared to last game with the early invade onto the Lux that did not amount into as much as I'm sure Chantilly would have liked. But in a much better position now. Little handsies up top as he does land the Q3 onto Ornn. That's about the most exciting thing we're going to get out of that lane. But, oh, man.
And I will say, talking about Malphite itemization, if you're going AP, you're doing that against a squishy team.
Yeah.
This is not a squishy team.
Exactly.
You will not be able to blow anybody up
Right.
if you go AP. You need to be able to stay alive and support your team. So that's the more I look at it, the more I feel like that is the angle that they're going to go. And more hands up top. They are tickling each other to death. The flash into the bush, denying vision. You can see the ward in this bottom, and then he flashed up into the mid one and got at least one more auto attack off, which was the difference. Oh, Curb is hating his life right now because that was so close either way.
That's incredible awareness, and it's such an easy thing to overlook how your bushes can affect the early game skirmishes, or really any skirmish, but great awareness. And now we have another engage onto the bot lane. A Pike hook lands onto the Ashe, forced to sort of kite away, and does somehow get out with her life. That very much surprises me, but chunked out quite a bit, is able to catch this wave though, but the wave not in a great spot for the Chantilly bot laners, as both top lanes have returned to their lanes here, and now on the wrong side, all right, never mind, they're both tanks, they'll be fine.
Is that a call that I see on Ornn?
Yes.
It is.
Yes,
All
a
right,
pull
built
on the first
himself a
side.
little bit of farming.
Might as well.
We're not doing anything up. I mean, I say that, and
this
here
is the
we
most
go.
active lane.
Yeah, we are duking it out up here. We are going blow for blow. Both of these characters with an obnoxious amount of damage for how tanky they are. But now Kane looking to come up and ruin the fun as we no longer get a 1v1, and this will... Oh, wow, flash spent. I got my flashes mixed up. I didn't think he had it, but well done there by Curb to get out of that one with his life and not turn a bad situation into a worse one.
That's time well spent by Goobis Best, because the flash being down on the Ornn could be impactful in a straight up 1v1, but just spending a little bit of time visiting, maybe you get something for your troubles, but at the very least you got that cooldown off to even up the matchup, and keeping the gold over in favor of Ornn as well with that elimination.
Yeah, looking at the lane states right now as well, just in the CS department, so far, Gnarly's doing very, very well into the Malphite matchup, getting some good trades in their favor.
That's kind of about as good as I expected that matchup to go for Malphite.
I totally agree. Yeah, I would not expect Malphite to really get anything of note in the CS department, but everyone else is fairly even thus far. Some trading back and forth. The Q, the binding landing, but going in with the E, won't be able to land it on two Cheese Devil, and might be able to walk away. Flash auto attack will be able to find one as action in the top lane. Another solo kill up top with Rue getting a double kill. Gnarly trying to find another one up top as well. Likely will be able to do so with the ticking burn. And yeah, all across the board, James Madison looking good.
Can Rui do it again?
I don't know, man.
Fingers pointed, yes.
This is crazy. I'm sitting there for that whole bot lane trade with my jaw on the floor because that looked so good for Chantilly. Ash walked up and got like 6 autos off onto this Pyke. And somehow, Rui sneaks 1 binding in there, and bang! There goes Ash's whole health bar. I mean, Rui's playing this as well as anyone could ask for, and that's a testament to this James Madison team that understands that this is possible. Because, again, I think, especially, for me, here I am talking about it, that, like, it would be so easy to overlook this as a possibility. Like, if my 80 carry is sitting there being like, give me Lux. And I'm like, good lord, you better blow my mind with this. And here we are. Like, I don't know. I respect this James Madison roster a lot for having the faith in this player to go in and execute on a Lux 80 carry or a Lux bot lane role. And man, has it paid off so far.
Yeah, it's been looking clean. I mean, 2-0-0, lost chapter off that back. Here comes the Shark yet again with the gank coming through from Kane, but won't be able to get a whole lot other than some Rost stacks towards that red Kane, which is the assumption of where we are going with this Kane build for sure. So, yeah, I mean, so far, James Madison again in complete control in the top and the bottom lane. We'll have to see how that continues as Grubs gets started up.
Yeah, worth mentioning too, I do, looking at the items, and Malphite does have a lost chapter, which I'm hoping is turning into a Malignance and nothing more. Right. But we shall see, as he did go Comet, but I think that's just to help with the laning. Last Grub going down here, and it will go to Chantilly, so they trade 2 for 1. Now Poppy does get a stun onto the wall. Ornhorn comes out, and a big Aurora ult finds 2. Public execution onto the back line. The Q goes the wrong way, and Mbessa shoved into the wall. Kane gets out with his life straight into the wall, and now forced to run away once again. Q's over the wall, and Aurora can't finish the job either. Pyke hooking her the opposite direction to bail out his teammate, and James Madison once again squeak away with their lives, but Chantilly does still walk away with 2 Grubs.
You know what's surprising me is that Unstoppable Force I don't think was expended that fight, which doesn't make much sense to me considering it's a big AoE and everybody seemed pretty piled on top of each other.
And like, what are we waiting for?
Maybe a little bit, maybe a little trigger shy, but that seemed like a pretty ideal opportunity to utilize that. And all that being said, looking at the laning phase between Aurora and Malphite at the moment, Popper not all that far behind despite a roaming Aurora kill. Only 14 CS is really good for a melee champion into someone like Aurora.
Yeah, and that blasting wand will confirm my suspicion that that is a Malignance going to Malphite. But back to the laning states, back to our laning assignments, back to your regularly scheduled programming here as we wait for our next neutral objective. We can take a peek here at the gold difference, and yeah, just about a 400, maybe 400 gold difference in the mid lane, about as good as you can ask for. But again, this Lux, I can't get over this.
Well, top lane also has a 1k gold lead in favor of Ornn there as well over the Cassante. So a lot of the lanes doing pretty darn well, I would say, on the side of James Madison.
Yeah, and that's pretty scary too, because you've got Ornn items coming on later in the game too. So that's sort of indirect gold value just inevitably on its way for James Madison. The last thing you want to see is an Ornn up 1k gold. But here we are.
10-11 minutes in.
That's here we are. And Chantilly's going to have to find a way to navigate it. Thankfully, Ash not too far behind, all things considered, and still in a position and in a comp where they could still succeed, but I mean, it's going to be a problem when this Ashe becomes the only consistent damage, maybe outside of Mbessa, and you're getting Ornhorned on your head and Malphite ulted, and it's going to be very, very hard to get away from all of that.
And there we go, the Ornhorn to follow up on the Unstoppable Force. Aurora ult coming down, but nothing doing. 3 members of James Madison piling into mid lane. And that's going to be one more elimination onto the Kane. Ash Arrow going wide in the bot lane. Pyke is going to be able to secure that one. A little bit of extra gold going into Lux's pocket. Again, not what you wanted. Huge laser hits 2. And that's going to be Mbessa going down too. Poppy not all that safe still. And still had the cooldown from the R available. Just goes a little bit wide. But still may not be able to recall because we have a very long-range skill shot champion that has been hitting them. Just going to opt to walk away and
really
damage going down.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have much more to say, man. This Lux is playing out of her mind. We do go all out in the top lane. Here's Kasante's opportunity to come back into this game. A big knock-up lands, but it is interrupted by the Unstoppable. Is the W up? Doesn't even need it. Will opt to flash, and that's a shutdown in favor of Kasante. So a nice little influx of gold to the Chantilly top lane to hopefully try and put a dent in this gold lead.
And the gold lead right now is sitting around 3.5-ish K gold. A lot of that, of course. Well, where is that? Oh, I have them switched in my brain. In the bot lane. Yeah, on the Lux, right? I mean, has a lot of gold sitting in their pocket. Got a lot of the your cuts or the my cuts from the Pyke kills as another binding lands, and that's one laser yet again, and boom! That is now a 3-0 to Lux. Chris, I think you should pick up Lux ADC. I think
Shoot, man. I've been convinced. This is, again, just great damage coming out from Rui. Okay, so, again, that one is cheese nibble, getting caught a little too far up. You can't be playing in a hook lane like that without your support around to protect you a little bit. And now we see the Poppy engaging under tower. Ashiera connects an under tower. That will be a return, and Lux forced to flash. But the public execution will land, and this will almost surely be a takedown. Stop! Okay.
Dude.
Wow. Well, Lux kept it interesting, but not enough. Ultimately, a great arrow from way downtown to hold Pyke under tower and make sure that the rest of the Chantilly squad that was there in person could use their resources on the Lux instead of the Pyke.
Yeah, and the Rui did such a good job throwing the E out as a preventative slow instead of trying to add a little bit of damage to it. But public execution got to go right through it, and the gap closing that you have from the Mbessa really starting to show its teeth here, as that sort of pick potential is what we sort of expected from Chantilly with draft. And now the Drake going over to Poppy. Lux, sorry, Chris is banging his fist.
5 people there, dude.
The Warden caught on the wrong side and will catch a Lux laser for it. Kane goes inside the Aurora and will secure that one as well. But too much damage coming down from this Ashe. That's a completed Kraken Slayer, I see. A shutdown for Kasante to once again chip away at this gold deficit just a little bit. But Malphite choosing the right path to avoid a potential Ashe slow. But wow, I mean, what a moment that was. That Smite fight was uncomfortably close, but ultimately went Chantilly's way, I believe, which is definitely a mistake from James Madison. That was their dragon to lose. But then an overcommit from the top laner here, from James Madison, teleporting into Narnia.
The no man's land.
But maybe saw a play, and a bit of a miscommunication from the team results in nothing, and Chantilly all of a sudden only 2K gold behind, where this game was looking a lot worse not too long ago.
And that Kasante is not going to be taking too much damage from Lux. Kanik Rookern completed, which is negating a ton of magic damage. So consistent poke, not doing a whole lot. Going to be up to the Pyke to dish on that end. And now the rotation over to get this Rift Herald. And we've got Chantilly here first. And they're going to be able to burn it down pretty quickly. But other members of James Madison filing in. Big damage down onto 2 members of James Madison. The fight continues. Rift Herald is down. There's still a 4v4. Nobody has fallen yet, and they're just going to opt to walk away.
Yeah, Ash does drop, and that's a lot of damage off the board for Chantilly. So, yeah, they are somewhat forced to walk away, and Bessa did secure the Herald and pick it up. So, Chantilly walks away with their objective that they set their sights on. But once again, we're getting awfully close to Ornn items coming into play here, which is another stimulus of gold, as now Poppy might be in some trouble. It gets the charge off first, and Pyke opts to not even use his E. So we'll not get a stun, and we or anything really. So little hand fighting in mid lane, but nothing consequential.
Yeah, these Ornn items, when they come through, are definitely going to break the game open a little bit in favor of James Madison, right? I mean, the Ornn items are pretty good when you get them under your belt, especially when you get them early, right? If you can get them fairly quickly, and the way that the top lane has been going, they've been soaking up XP fairly well. They are a level down from Curb, though, but I mean, frankly, I would not be worried about that whatsoever. Wow. That tower shot got dangerously close, and instead the Poppy is there, the unstoppable force. So we'll be able to make that a 1-for-1, and Rue is going toe-to-toe right now with a Cassante down in the bot lane, and like winning right now. This is unbelievable.
And I was talking about the Kanik Rooker, but if he never lets that cooldown come back up by consistently dealing magic damage, that will not come back up. And now finally the shield appears once again, so Rui's going to have to break through that. But it doesn't look like it takes very many spells. Maybe one and an auto will deal with it.
Also worth mentioning, Kane's form is online here, and now threatening this Poppy, forced to use the locket, but Rui maybe in some danger, maybe not, able to get rid of the wave and get rid of any dive threat, but more fighting mid lane as Poppy gets a charge off there. The Pyke stun goes just wide, and a huge W from the Pyke, or from the Poppy, excuse me, will interrupt the dashes. Poppy gets one, and Bessa gets the other. And good news for Chantilly, once again, they have found their way into this game, keeping it close.
That'll be the mid lane tower as well,
Most
with the
certainly.
rift coming through. Yeah, for sure. That one is done and dusted. And now, just like that, gold is pretty much even, about an 800 gold lead still. Just about a K. Let's see. Do we have our license?
Show it to me.
Do we have our license?
Let's
Let's see. Oh my God! What? He got there. Wow. Nice. Well
the
done.
drift coming through, getting 2 Shelly hits in different lanes. Going through the jungle is quite impressive.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Ash catching a Malphite ult to the face during all of that. This Ash is starting to come online a little bit, right? A lot of that attack speed, plus Ash doesn't crit, so like, you know, this champion is going to start dealing some damage, and she's getting a lot of her damage off. Her KD is not really reflecting that, but this dragon now, awfully low, is secured by James Madison. The Lux Laser comes out. That's one in Ornn's pocket, but returned by Gnarly.
Tanky Chantilly
has to maybe find his way out. Jake able to secure that one and walk out with his life just barely, but we're not done. Ornn charging forward, trying to get out. Rui still alive and slinging spells. Ash able to dodge that Q and keep walking forward with these slows. Down goes Ornn onto the slow from Kane, and a great arrow onto the Lux. That's revenge. Can they get one more? Kane can't get into the wall, and it will just be a potential freebie. Maybe not. A potential freebie.
Stop it!
Dude, get out. Oh my lord.
No,
I can't believe that.
Goob is in fact best.
Goob is best.
No slows from the Ash to secure the Kane, sitting with double-digit HP on the edge of the map. But Kane or not, they're looking at this Otacon.
Wow. Did not think that Goob is best would be able to walk out of that one. And now doesn't have time to go back.
Look at the house. They're so
it's
low.
getting melted so fast.
Oh, they got it.
And Bessa going to secure it for Chantilly. And the fight is going to be a really good laser from Rui. But again, Chantilly is so tanky right now. It's kind of hit a turning point where the health bars and the resistances from the Chantilly squad are able to shrug off a lot of this Rui damage, a lot of this poke damage, and they can't really get in there. And we're going to see a little bit of Curb unafraid.
Yeah, the damage for Chantilly just feels like it falls off so much as soon as Ashe is off the board. Even though, again, this Ashe is not the flashiest member on the team and has caught the wrong end of a Malphite ult a few times, but this is still very much the backbone of this Chantilly roster. And while they got that Otacon, I think that fight is a completely different story if Ashe survives. Because there was one point they're all retreating with like 500 HP, and if Ashe is there slowing all of you with W's and stuff, that chase down becomes way more practical. So again, just not only Chantilly's ability to stay in these fights because of Ashe, but also James Madison's ability to take out the Ashe and give themselves opportunities, right? Both of these teams, I think, have identified their strengths and their windows, and it's coming down to the wire here as there's only less than 1,000 gold separating these two teams now.
Yeah, it's dangerously close between these two teams, right? I mean, only about well, there goes the Ashe yet
How about
again.
another unstoppable force to the face?
Yeah, that is a tough rock to try to come down with a catch with.
And that's another pick. That's 2 different picks across the map where Chantilly is kind of out of position here.
Yeah, it's those add up. That's the exact thing that you really can't afford, especially in this game state. You've clawed your way so far back up the mountain and back into this game. The last thing you want to be doing is giving up little missteps, little freebies here and there. But Ashe goes down once again, and Cassante gets dove. Means that top lane tier 1 will likely go down. We've got an arrow coming through. A great flash there to get away last second. The public execution almost held him there just long enough, but not quite. Does save the tier 1 tower, though.
Okay, yeah, Malphite's just going AP.
Yeah, Shadow Flame complete.
Oh, yeah.
That's true.
Just going full AP with Sork boots, so that is it's Ashe's worst nightmare.
I was about to say, I think it's
Yeah.
just targeting Ashe, blow up the 80 carry, and then let your Kayn heal off of all the tankiness. And
It also does open the door for Aurora to then one-shot the Malphite.
That is true.
That's sort of the trade-off. And if Malphite's able to, or if Chantilly's able to get to the Malphite before Malphite gets to Ashe, then all of a sudden Ashe can blow this thing open because you've only got one tank in its Ornn. So we'll have to see, right? The game dynamic has changed quite a bit over the course of the last couple team fights, but Malphite is back. You have to assume that ult is up, and here we go. Big play there, a huge laser one more time. So much CC, and it's a double kill to the Malphite. Cassante goes all out, but it's too little, too late. Ashe fighting for their life, and gliding will take down the Kayn, but the cheese wheel will finish it off. Aurora's still alive and very healthy, but Rui sniffs it out and does not fall for it. So a 3-for-4 trade with no neutral objective up at the moment. Dragon just now spawning in. Aurora's going to look for it. It does not land the Q. So not too much of a chunk onto this Lux, but we'll wait and see on those cooldowns.
Lux has more gold than Gnarly. Rui is wealthier. This is a true mid lane matchup where the bottom lane carry is just stepping into that role.
oh, jeez. Yeah, and Malphite is 7-2-7. Was able to find a double kill in that last fight. And Bess and I believe I believe the Poppy as well, the ones that fell victim to the Malphite ult as we go to put themselves on to Soul Point. It is a Hex Tech Soul will be the dragon of choice in this game. Arrow will land.
And it lands onto Lux, but where's the follow-up? Malphite is blowing up your carries. Gnarly finds one onto Malphite, but the damage is already done. Pyke's ultimate is on cooldown, did not get the reset, but it will be a lonely Cassante left to fight on behalf of Chantilly. Not enough. A triple kill for the jungler of James Madison, one more dragon in their toolkit as well, and make it a 4K gold lead now.
Wow. I mean, it really feels like the last 5 to 7 minutes has gone James Madison's way. Ever since those first 2 picks, the next 2 team fights were, I mean, the last one before this one was just a bloodbath. Everybody went down. But this one was fairly convincingly in favor of James Madison. And then they got the Drake off of the back of that, so now they're at Soul Point. And it's looking like if they're able to play a safe match, similarly to how they closed out game number 1, they should be able to walk away with this, but it really depends on how well these Lux bindings and lasers are going to be able to keep hitting. It depends on, quite frankly, how many people this unstoppable force from Malphite can hit, right? It is purely damage now with the Storm Surge, so people are just going to start exploding if he's able to get enough damage down. And this is a really big turning point for Chantilly and how they can claw their way back into this.
Yeah, I think we need to see Aurora on more flanks, in my opinion, as Mbessa is forced to flash out of that pike hook. But I'm also noticing the build for Aurora. She went Malignance into Leandri's. So she's dealing more burn damage. She wants to land more abilities and not necessarily play as much as an assassin role as, hey, James Madison is on the Baron here, and Chantilly is completely blind to it. There's the Hawk shot. So now they have all the information they need. Poppy ult charging. Mbessa ult does not land. So Mbessa's stuck outside of the pit, and James Madison gets the Baron. Cassante finds his way into the back of the pit, but now James Madison just looking to get out as much as they can. Lux takes a lot of damage and forced into her Zonias, but not down
just
yet.
Walk away.
Down goes Marley. Lux is walking to her base. Malphite with no ultimate anymore. Ashe dead once again. A shutdown for Cassante to help a little bit, but here comes the Rost healing with 3 targets to feast from. Heal cut was applied there. Ornn on the opposite side, and they turn their attention to him.
Does not have heal.
Does not have any sustain. He's going the wrong way, but Kane may be on his way to try and bail him out. Oh, he's not going the wrong way. I'm backwards, but anyway, a strong fight for really both sides, but James Madison comes out with the Baron.
That Zonia's from Rui may as well have been an invisibility spell. As soon as he came out of it, he was able to walk lazily away, and the priority onto that big damage carry that has been such a threat the past 2 games was able to waddle away like a little duckling going home.
Yeah, Rui is now 5-2-14 on this bot lane Lux. Frankly, repeating exactly what they did in game number 1. Playing extremely, extremely well. Getting a lot of damage put down at in a rapid succession, landing all of the abilities that are needed to be landed, and the follow-up has been there from James Madison. Everyone has been following up on bindings, whatever there is. Malphite ults from Popper as well have been landing onto the Ashe in the backline and absolutely blowing the Ashe up, and frankly hasn't been able to do a whole lot in this game because of that. It's been an extremely, extremely well executed game thus far by James Madison.
I've been really impressed with Goob on Kane. Been surviving so well when we saw that one runaway down in the bottom lane. We saw the 1v3 in the Baron pit just now. Just survivability has been excellent. And if you're forcing the enemy team to react to you because they're spending so much resources trying to take you down, that is giving the rest of your team the opportunity to find opportunities, find damage. And it's very, very similar to how we saw Vladimir in game 1 of our first series, where it's just buying time, right? And so been really impressed with Goob so far. Just positioning, damage, all the above.
Yeah, Ornn items starting to come online as well. 3 members with them as now they catch the Hexgate usage. 2 knockups onto this Cassante and 1 more root. You make it a 3rd knockup with a Pike ultimate to finish it off. Just like that, your front line is gone in about under 2 seconds. And Dragon spawning in 10 seconds. That is the soul for James Madison.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean,
you never count out a crazy steal from Poppy here, but
true, yeah.
I mean, I guess.
that
Until
would be that would
Does
be
have
expect-
until Spellbrook with Smite, so
mean,
they do
yeah.
have a Smite.
And I
mean-
don't know that
They
James
don't
Madison
know.
actually knows.
Oh!
They're going to
Oh,
go
but
over a
there's so
little
much-
early, but do they have the damage to put it
I
in
don't know.
smite range? We look mid lane to see the blue team does secure it, and it is a Hextech Soul for James Madison. Meanwhile, Ash goes down once again at the hands of this Ornn, and bad news
That's
gets
tough.
worse for Chantilly. That felt like maybe the one opportunity to get back in this with a miracle steal from Poppy, but not able to do it. Now one more dive on the tier 2, and Abessa actually really holding her own here as this turret has ramped up, but about to go down.
flashing
Does
back.
flash to drag the cane with her, but James Madison will opt to just click away, and they will get out with no trouble.
It was a really fun idea from Chantilly with Poppy to try and steal that away, but the focus came off of the dragon at the absolute worst moment. It was just outside of smite range, and Poppy doesn't have a lot of damage to be able to put it into smite range solo, and members of Chantilly falling outside of the dragon pit. The distraction was perfect. It just came a little bit too early, and it's so hard to time something like that. It could have been one of the greatest plays to get them back into this match, but like we said, Drake Soul Point going over to James Madison. 36-21, almost a 10K gold lead here, 33 minutes into the game, and I fully expect them to continue to really play a boa constrictor type match where they're just going to find opportunities, slowly gain advantages, and slowly work their way into Chantilly's base, because they don't need to rush anything. They've been playing these matches so well.
Yeah, they got a minute to the next big fight here around the Baron pit, but it looks like the fight's going to happen right now, and Cheese Nibble is eradicated from the Rift. Knockups coming left and right, a double kill coming through from Popper will finally go down as Gnarly's able to find one, but Goob is best, still alive, full health, chasing down the opposition. The Hexgate out, but now Mbessa, the only one left standing practically on the side of Chantilly, will fall to the Ornn.
They've got a wave top and mid. They're pushing. Lux invests the ult to try and clear that wave and meet up with it halfway. They split 2 and 2 between top and mid, so they are not looking for an end. Xander, you're right. We're in no hurry.
They're not looking for an end. They got 4 eliminations off that team fight. They only have to deal with Aurora in the moment, and they're going to look to take just 1 or 2 towers, push them in just a little bit, and now they can look towards Baron as they have vision control over this a lot of this top jungle, and they're going to start it up. Hawkshot does come through, so they do know it's happening. Chantilly is aware, and they are charging.
Yeah, the good news for Chantilly is that James Madison doesn't have a ton of great objective damage here because their 80 carries a Lux. But doesn't matter. It doesn't matter when they can do that much damage to your champions. Kane finds his way into the back line. He will get a knockup onto Poppy. The steadfast resolve will interrupt any further pursuit, but Cassante forced to retreat as well, and James Madison turns their attention back to the Baron. Poppy ult about to come online. It is now up, and charging up from the top goes wide. Mbessa's in the pit, and he does take the Baron. A stall from Chantilly. They do get to prevent the Baron, but at what cost? 4 members are offline for Chantilly. This might still be an opportunity for James Madison to charge down and at least maybe take 2 inhibitors.
You take advantage of this 100%, and look at that decimation of the tower. Half of the health gone in 1 hit. And Lux and company pushing in the mid lane, so they're looking to get a little tower damage there as well. Still down 2 members. Chantilly just looking to hold in this siege. And now we see members from the top backing off, members from the mid backing off. And the steal from Baron quite convincingly stalled out this game. Now Ash has sustained damage.
They might die.
Kind of. Okay. Wow. Flash away from the Ornn.
They still might die.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
I mean, just just crazy how much damage Ornn was able to survive through. Ash, it felt like there was a thorn mail on Ornn because of how much damage they were taking, but I guess it was the unending despair that was really pumping damage out in that moment.
Yeah, Ornn also can't just one-shot. Ornn's damage is crazy. Ornn also has a redemption. I
didn't notice that.
So
That's fun.
Proper
That's cool. That's
itemization here, and I mean, just good thinking, right? You don't have an enchanter support. Your Pike's not going to build a redemption, but redemption's still just a great item all around. And if your Ornn really is not feeling the threat of dying, then why not at this
might as
point?
well.
So another hook lands onto the Poppy. It will confirm with a snare, but numbers actually favoring Chantilly here, and especially now with the Poppy. Kane caught on the wrong side of the law now, but does have a blast cone out. Will he be able to get it off? He will not. Another shutdown goes to Cassante, and will they look to push their advantage? Chantilly forcing a recall from Poppy, but pretty healthy health bars across the board.
That is the first time I've seen an impactful ult from Poppy like that. To split the battlefield and put the numbers in your favor. And what a job it was to take out the jungler from James Madison. And now we have another fight. A huge damage going down. Zhonya's popped. A huge laser as well. It is 4v3 still. Everybody staying alive. And is Ambessa going to be able to walk away? Oh, just barely. And now we have Rui trying to also get out, and surprising there weren't more eliminations.
Look at what happens when Ash is able to do anything in the fight, right?
Yeah.
The health bars were getting eviscerated by Ash when she's actually alive. They had to run away. James Madison was not going to win that fight as long as Cheese Nibble was alive. And now it's an Elder swing potentially in favor of Chantilly.
Yeah, very different story here because Chantilly actually does have objective damage. So this Ash stays alive through a fight. They win the fight because of it, or at least stabilize, and they get to take the objective. They get an Elder Dragon after 38 minutes of Ash getting blown up. Chantilly is still in this game. Believe it or not, this is not over by any means.
No, yeah, and it's now down to a 5K gold lead. Chantilly, despite being down 20 eliminations in this match, 38 minutes through, they finally found some footing in one of the most powerful buffs in the game in Elder. So now they can take this opportunity, full health bars, move over.
Look at this.
Goes out. A full length here.
They can't hit him.
He's right through the wall, and it's perfect timing for Kane. Perfect positioning, able to slip out of the Aurora ultimate, and still staying alive, buying time for his team, but he's on an island. There's no help coming. He's inside one of the enemy players for just a short bit, but that ultimately will be the jungler for James Madison going down, and that's going to be an opportunity. Is Baron even up? No, it's a minute and 30, so that's a little bit of a sigh of relief from James Madison. They're not giving up too much as far as neutral objectives go, but that is still a little bit of morale going in favor of Chantilly, and that's not what you want to see as James Madison going up against one of these higher seeds, a team that knows how to close out games as we've seen in years past. This is a very big moment we have coming up in the neutral objective of Baron in about 70 seconds.
Yeah, and I mean, if nothing else, comes out just wide and no wave for Chantilly, so they can't really walk up. But a great Q3 from Cassante. Zonya's expended, and that's a long death timer. Over a minute off the board for this Lux. Chantilly might just look to end the game. I don't know how much time is left on Elder Dragon. It looks like
30
enough
seconds
for
at
them
least
to keep pushing. They have 2 grubs, so these towers will go away, but with Lux off the board, that's a lot of your damage. No longer intimidating to Chantilly, but they will settle for just the inhibitor tower and opt to recall.
James Madison, I don't think they want to go too far. I guess with Chantilly splitting off, they now have a numbers advantage here in the jungle. Elder Dragon has expired. Huge damage coming down. Storm Surge doing big stuff. But now taking Kane way away from the rest of his team. Can Aurora get out? This is a huge mistake from Chantilly. They now have 2 members down. Baron is up, and James Madison is moving.
Gnarly is trying to do so much in trying to save your support, Poppy, but you do so much damage. You need to stay alive there with Baron spawning. And now you're dead for the next 40 seconds, and now, well, they can't really burn the Baron just yet. If Cheese Nibble has a GA now, so won't get one shot, so there's potential for a fight to happen. We'll just have to wait and see if it's enough, if Chantilly has the firepower to do this.
Unstoppable Force is now up, so the movement is going to be happening towards this Ashe. We should be able to see a big blow up come in just a moment, but Malphite not in position to do so.
Yeah, Cheese Nibble is gliding. This is where it counts. Avoids the laser too, and they're all slow. They're gonna turn their attention to the Baron.
They're gonna go to the Baron, man.
They might have had an opportunity to end the game, but they choose to go to the Baron instead of chasing down with Ashe slows. They take the safer option, secure the Baron, and we play on.
This is against a Hextech Soul, by the way, but maybe that doesn't mean a whole lot because you don't really have an on-hit approach, right? You have a Lux. You're not really using this Hextech Soul to its maximum advantage, but yeah, now there's a Baron in the back pockets of Chantilly.
Oh my
god. The
God.
gold is pretty much dead even. I mean, we're so far into this game that gold doesn't really matter unless you're gnarly trying to the mid laners and a couple other people trying to shore up their final items here and there, but so sorry. Yeah, you can't see that. I accidentally kicked Chris. But yeah, it's just so unbelievably close right now that if Cheese Nibble stays alive and has the room to work, Chantilly will win this game.
Cheese Nibble did spend Ghost and Flash in that last fight.
Okay,
and that's a
that's
massive
huge.
reason why I really wanted Chantilly to run down and end the game. I don't think this Ashe can afford to play through another team fight. Unless Malphite ult just whiffs, or he has to use it on someone else, there's no way Ashe can survive a fight if Malphite gets their sights on him.
GA is still up for
That's
Ashe, though,
true.
so that is a big itemization that will keep Ashe alive for at least through one of those burst moments. And if all those big cooldowns get expended just popping a GA, that might spell doom for James Madison. But they're rotating around here towards blue buff. They're, I guess, trying to get position on this Elder Dragon spawning in 30 seconds. Laser goes out, so trying to get a little bit of early damage before the big team fight. But now in a very weird position where all members are split up, and I guess they're really looking to make sure that Malphite doesn't have a huge impactful ultimate on multiple people, because going purely AP doesn't get much follow-up damage from that character. And really just a game of cat and mouse, and we can't really tell who's the cat or the mouse in this moment.
Okay, so Ashe did just get a great flank there, but revealed herself by shooting another hawk shot. So Ashe's hawk shots are now on long cooldown. She used both. Aurora ult comes out, and there's the unstoppable force. This is Ashe's time to shine. Can she get through this front line? And Bessa finds two. Rui is down. The Lux lasers, the Lux bindings, they're all gone. Make it a triple for the Mbessa, and why not one more? Cheese Nibble gets his revenge in the end. Baron empowered minions, they chug down the middle of the lane, right through the heart of the James Madison base, and they are gonna take game 2.
We go to game 3, ladies and gentlemen, in this semi-finals. It was a back and forth affair, 44 minutes long. Cheese Nibble, the entirety of 30 minutes prior was an absolute nightmare for you, but in those last 15 minutes, you came alive, you were able to stay alive, and do a whole lot of damage and bring your team back from the brink of defeat. And now we go to game 3, one game to decide who goes to Grands.
We scheduled out for us to go to game 3s. I don't think we scheduled out to go to back-to-back 45-plus minute games and now going to game 3. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
There is no quit in these teams. Chantilly clawing back, the Ashe having such an impactful game. We saw Rui absolutely popping off early to mid game, but boy, you let that Ashe finally take control, and it almost was if, similarly to the Zonias on Rui making him seem invisible, there were no big ultimates coming down onto that GA once it was there. They were afraid to approach that and hoping that maybe they could burst down the rest of the team, but the rest of the team was really tanky. So it's hard to say what the right call there from James Madison was. Probably, I think a big turning point was when they were able to take 2 members of Chantilly off the back of a sort of a failed retreat. They opted to go towards Baron as opposed to pushing into the base. But it was such a game that long. It is so hard to make the right decision every time.
Yeah, for sure. And I think we saw the other side of the Zoe Lux coin this game around too. Like early game, this Lux was very problematic for Chantilly, but the longer the game went on, I felt like for the last maybe 10, almost 15 minutes, like we did not see much impact from the Lux because everybody on the Chantilly squad outside of Ash and maybe Aurora got to a point where they could at least absorb one rotation of Lux abilities, and Lux was not able to get any more off. So again, a great job from Chantilly to weather the storm and stabilize and get to a point where they can say that, because early on that was not true. But Rui did sort of lose impact later on in this game, and it really did come down to whether or not Cheese Nibble was alive or not. And later on in the game, Malphite opting to not use the ult. Maybe you said it, afraid of the GA. Maybe felt like that was a waste. I'm not sure, but one way or another, Ash is living through these fights, and that means Chantilly is winning.
And a lot of the lack of impact from Rui was gnarly as well, finding so many flanks and practically one-shotting the Lux in a lot of these late game fights, forcing out the Zonias, and then in comes Mbessa, right? Public execution gets used, you're into the back line, and now Rui's just running for their life, pretty much. They can't really output the damage because now they're trying to self-peel for themselves and they just can't get it done. Gnarly, by the end of the game, I believe it's 60k damage in that game. Absolutely unbelievable performance from the mid laner as well, doing a great job at keeping them in the game.
And actually, looking back through these replays, I forgot about the other instance of almost a full team elimination from James Madison onto Chantilly next to their base, where then they opted to go both top and mid. So there were multiple instances where they could have played a little bit riskier and maybe gotten a little bit more for it, maybe ended the game a little bit sooner than they did, instead of going for just turret damage and not opting to really go all in on one of the 2 inhibitors that they were pressuring. So there was certainly opportunities for James Madison to close it out. We did praise them in game 1 for how safe they closed things out. They were very methodical in how they secured various buffs around the map and then finally closed the door in game number 1. They were trying to do that very similar approach in game number 2, and what seemed like was working for most of the game, there was a couple knife's edge moments where maybe the itemization, maybe the champs that Chantilly was picking ultimately denied that same safe play style, where really they probably could have played a little bit riskier, got a little bit more.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah,
and I hate to say that, like, you know, in the moment, I think back to that play where they split 2 and 2, and in the moment I was stunned. I couldn't believe that, but you know, I was like, okay, maybe it is the safer decision, and hindsight's obviously 2020, whatever, but and who knows, it might not have worked even if they overloaded one of the lanes. But yeah, you can't help but think back to multiple moments from both squads and be like, what if we pushed a bit harder just to close the game out, instead of, you know, rotating off to secure a Baron or rotating off to take a tier 2. And it's, I don't know. You can't help but look back at those moments and think, what if? But now there's no point in thinking of what if, because here we are. It's game 3. You got to be able to shake a lot of that off. And what adjustments do you make now? What have both teams found that they value in this head-to-head? Because I think depending on the state of the game and which game we're looking at, that answer changes pretty drastically.
I think what we learned was that Rui can do it twice.
Yeah.
Rui
True.
was hitting all the lasers, and all the skill shots, and all the roots, and what the downfall was exactly what you were saying, was the champions ultimately, same as it happened to Zoe and Gnarly in game number 1, just got too beefy to get one shot to, and yeah, it took too long. So I don't know if you leave Lux on the table knowing that they can't do it twice and just build your draft around making sure that you get through early game and then can tank up and be ready for it. Hard to say, because if you let Rui on that Lux again, they were able to build enough of a lead to have the opportunity to end the game, but didn't. So do you leave that door open in game number 3?
It makes me wonder if Rui has a traditional ADC in their repertoire, right? If they're going to Lux 2 games in a row, is that because that's the only option that you have? Yeah, like, is that kind of your go-to, right? So it's definitely interesting to see if there is a pivot off of that Lux, where do you go, right? If you don't think it's gonna make the deal for you in game 3, it's definitely a kind of a toss-up to see if you can perform on a traditional AD carry.
Well, we are officially underway in our 3rd draft of this series, our 6th draft of the day, as both of our semifinal matches have gone all the way to 3, and grand finals on the line. The team waiting in grands.
Light Ridge?
Yes,
Light Ridge, yeah.
Wow. Awaiting the results of this game, and very much, I'm sure, taking away quite a bit because they've had plenty of film to watch. These games going so late, but here we are. The dust settles, and we get to see the priorities of both teams. James Madison opting to ban Nefiri, Silas, and Kled. No, I'm sorry. That's
right.
That's Chantilly. Chantilly opting to ban
Lip.
Yeah, Kled, Silas, and Nefiri. James Madison opting to ban the Yone once again, the Ornn this time around, as well as taking the Zeri off the board.
All right, so this is curious. They clearly felt the pressure from that Ornn. Or no, that is the team that was playing the Ornn. So never mind. Curb going to go this Mbessa once again. Definitely playing so well. I think there was a lot of really great picks that happened around the mid game that kept Chantilly's comeback viable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this is the big question as we move through the draft. It hasn't popped up on your screen yet, but we know that the Ashe has been picked up on the side of James Madison. So that means Rui is playing in an actual ADC. It will not be the Lux, as Xin Zhao's the other pick on the red side. So this is the first time we see Rui not on a mage, a control mage champion. So very intrigued to see how this one plays out.
But Goob is best right back on the Xin Zhao, right? Huge.
True.
Huge for that squad. And then we've got Callista over to Cheese Nibble. So I believe you said that Cheese Nibble very familiar with the Callista.
I believe
as one of their
so.
One or two top
that
2
is their
champs
second
played.
most played.
Would hope so, because Ashe is a very textbook counter to Callista.
That's very true.
So,
yeah, if you get slowed, you're kind of...
I saw your face, and I was like, I wonder what you're confused about.
So the way Callista works is that her hops scale off, she hops every time she attacks. So if her attack speed or her movement speed get reduced, the other one gets reduced. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If her attack speed gets reduced, her movement speed gets reduced, and vice versa. And Ashe does that with every single auto.
Yeah.
So Callista is just inherently losing damage against an Ashe compared to other ADCs. So that is bold to take Callista when Ashe was already locked in, but clearly a very confident decision.
Yeah, I'm also surprised that the Renata is not in the back pocket for the support, right? That's the combination that we often see with Callista, with the hostile takeover, and being able to buff auto attacks. If you alternate your auto attacks with Callista, it does a whole lot of damage, right? And not having that option with that double ranged bot lane is intriguing. I'm curious. I'm curious to see if the play was just to have another body, or if maybe they just might not have a Renata in their back pocket.
Hard to say, but I don't know that we'll find out because it's the pick is Alistair, and it's as simple as that. So more bans coming through, and we do have a Malzahar locked in for James Madison. So still this idea of basically pressing a button on cheese nibble and watching the rest of the fight play out. Gonna have to pay the QSS tax. You can QSS. Yeah, I always get Malzahar ult and Mordekaiser ult mixed up, but you can QSS Malzahar ult.
The interesting part about this Malzahar pick is that this, in terms of individual play, this is Jake's pick. This is the Pyke from last game. The support plays Malzahar. So I'm curious if Popper and Jake are swapping roles, if that it was communicated between the two teams that there is a role swap going on or not, or if it is Popper's time to shine, if Jake has trained his pupil well in the art form of Malzahar mid. As we make our way through the rest of the picks, Jax is going to be the top lane pick there for Curb, a very carry-oriented top lane. And the answer to that is none other than Swain. Swain, the one to come through on the side of James Madison.
Okay, so big damage threats coming through from James Madison. Across the board, a lot of AP, a lot of AD. But that Mel, we saw how impactful that was in our other series. Jax can certainly pop off if you let them get to late game. So Curb going to be looking to dish some serious damage, as well as the Counter-Strike stuns if he can get in pretty effectively. I really like both of these teams. I could see both of them, if played to their potential, really being pretty impactful in either way.
Yeah, again, I'm put off by this Chantilly bot lane. That's really the one thing that's really driving in my side right now. It's kind of hard for me to see the vision of Callista into Ashe, and this Alistair lane gonna get poked out by both Ashe and Maokai. I don't know. It's hard to see, it's hard to say, and we'll have to wait till we get into game. But thankfully, we have a long 3-minute break to sit here and talk about it. So while we have this break, we'll give a quick update once again. In case you weren't here earlier in the show, we do have more games being played than just League of Legends here. And while we are only watching League of Legends on this stream, we have a secondary stream going on with Super Smash Brothers. And here's a bracket update. We have a massive upset as Massaponics has gone down.
Number one seed dropping in the top of the bracket, Woodside taking them down 3-1. So the number 2 seed, Frank W. Cox, versus CD Hilton, number 3 seed. Either one of them is going to be facing this big upset, Woodside, in the grand finals.
Yeah, the Cinderella story here for number 13 as they take the number 5 seed as well earlier in this bracket.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. And you see the 22 seed over there, too. Could have had a 13 on 22 grand finals. Good Lord. But but it will be a 2 or a 3 seed coming from the other side of the bracket. But how about that? Woodside showing up here to play and finding results. Shout out to them on having a great performance so far. And
minimum number 2 in Smash Virginia.
Cannot complain.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty sweet.
If you want to watch more of that, be sure to tune into our YouTube stream at Shenandoah Esports as well. That is where we're streaming from a room about 2 rooms that direction.
That's true.
Right here in the same facility. So we've got plenty of video games going on in here. If Smash is more up your alley, be sure to tune into them. Otherwise, we're getting ready to go into our Game 3 here of our second semifinal. To determine Chantilly or James Madison, who locks in their final spot in the grand finals. This has been a banger of a series so far. Two incredibly long, back and forth, up and down games. And we might just get another one.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way. If these bot lanes go even, or if Kalista, for some reason, beats all the odds of her counter pick in Ashe and wins this lane, it will be quite the game to watch. But you can also look at the other characters on this roster with Mel and Jax, also very, very capable of taking control of a game. We saw that earlier today with Lightridge with their Mel pick for Iron Giant, going absolutely insane on that champion.
So kind of thinking back to previous games and what James Madison lacked. They lacked sustained damage when they had the Lux. Now they have a true ADC in the Ashe. Now they have been rejoined with sustained damage in the Xin Zhao. So neutral objectives are no longer going to be a pain point for this James Madison team. However, on the flip side, you basically have two smites on the side of Chantilly with the Kalista to execute damage. And this is interesting. What a beginning we have once again.
Oh,
this
my
happened
goodness.
in Game 3 of the last series, and everybody walked out unscathed.
5 on 5.
Will we get it again? Massive Mel rooted, and Alistair Q finds 3. Mel takes first blood, but no other abilities up because we're all level 1. So only one elimination, but it will be Chantilly's way. And an aggressive level 1 invade for James Madison comes up short and gives first blood to the opposite team.
I mean, the big story is the 6 on Mel's tier now.
Oh, you're so right.
Game breaking.
That lane is over. Mel gets it. Gnarly.
Might as well throw up the FF.
Yeah. Remake. Let's go. New draft. New everything. It's not even worth. But yeah, I mean, you get a little bit of gold for it. You know, you got some early advantages, but not yet till you're back at least. So yeah, another little 5-on-5 brush action, which is always fun to see in any game, frankly.
Yeah.
So yeah, we now go into our normal lanes, a route connecting there as well, an early level 2. Big chunking coming through there from Gnarly on to Popper's Malzahar with that spell shield down. You don't have a whole lot of safety from anything anymore.
But even with the spell shield up, Comet comes through, you're still taking some level of damage. So just so oppressive early. Mel making it known that this is their lane. Gnarly once again. I mean, early on with Zoe, now back with Mel. The one-syllable champs.
I was going to say the 3-letter names are causing problems right now. Yeah, and Mel has not even spent that first blood money either. That is just level 1, level 2 Mel. Causing problems for this Malzahar as they both started tier, so neither one of them is going to have great sustain outside of their potions, but both still holding on to their potions. Mel with 2, Malzahar with 1, just spending his last, excuse me. But taking a lot of damage, and now is going to have an opportunity to shove this wave back in, and potentially both of these mid laners opting to take it back here pretty soon.
Yeah, thus far, pretty standard lane states coming through both sides. A little skirmish up in the top lane as well. The Counter-Strike not able to connect onto a big engage coming through from Alistair there as well, but not able to capitalize on anything just of big note or anything like that, as we're still only level 3 Kalista with a Doran's Blade, so not a whole lot of damage.
Not much follow-up.
Not a lot of follow-up capable just yet in that lane.
Curb getting grabbed by a little bit of Swain CC. This might be enough. Goob is best with second blood on the Rift. And getting that Xin Zhao going early can mean everything for James Madison.
Yeah, Jack's just really struggling to avoid a lot of this Swain damage, especially those E's. I felt like every time the camera cut up to top lane, it was Jack's getting hit by E's. Now we have an opportunity. Look at how slow Callista is attacking. It's brutal, especially with that Maokai Q. That also has a pretty brutal slow on it.
That's true.
So those two things combined or independently, this Callista's just going to have a hard time following up on much of any damage in this lane. And now James Madison setting up a nice freeze here to try and really suffocate the CS kill.
Oh my goodness.
One
Look at
level
the
advantage, enough. I mean, even Mel was dishing just a ton, still hasn't backed. And still sitting on both of those health pots.
That's
like
insane.
it's been such a dominant lane for Mel. Malzahar forced to finally get a mana crystal and an amplifying tome, which isn't much at all.
Yeah, what's the buy coming through from Mel here as well? Lost chapter, first back, 5 minutes in, up about 15 CS on Popper's Malzahar. It's kind of the same way going up in the top lane, but this time in favor of James Madison, the Swain, with a very substantial CS lead with that extra assist gold as well from the start of this game. So, yeah, it's definitely going to be a close solo lane thing to watch of who gains a greater advantage and how do they transition that to the map. How do they impact it with these gold advantages that they are able to accrue early on?
Yeah, and this is reminiscent of that, Zoe, right? That was such a impactful champ for Gnarly to be on, and there wasn't much Popper could do to counteract that early game. So we'll see if it's similar, if they're able to hold down Gnarly long enough, and that's just half health gone. Gnarly with another one.
A lost chapter.
That's really what does that.
Really?
Just a 50%
That is
execution.
Shocking.
That's
Yeah.
unreal.
Why not?
Well, Gnarly continues to snowball this lead into more. We'll get a nice back here. Won't even back. We'll move down to help with this dragon a little bit. But
Team
I'm
player.
also noticing that double cloth armor start for Swain. I'm curious what that is going to build into. If that's meant to be a Bramble or if it's going to
Probably
be
a
a
Bramble, if I had to
Zonya's or
guess.
something.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Oh, Zonya's is another good shout.
Oh, it could be Zonya's,
Yeah,
that's
I
true.
don't know. I see the mana crystal there too, which I don't think builds into either of those. So I'm just a
think
little
that's-
confused.
yeah, that's how-
But it is where we're at, so we'll keep an eye on that once Swain finds himself back in base, whether that's right now or not. But expending the ult, and Jack's forced to flash to avoid the E, so a good aggressive play. They trade flash for flash, but that Swain ultimate now on a bit of a long cooldown at level 1.
And Mel, of course, keeping up the aggression. 30 CS lead there in the mid lane. 2 kills as well. This Mel has been accelerated quite quickly in this game. Very dominant laning phase thus far. We'll get, I believe, the blue buff donated to them. I think they were trying to donate the blue buff to them, but just could not quite get that connection done between the mid laner and the jungler. But still, through the first few minutes of this laning phase, gold pretty much dead even, about 400 in the advantage here as we look for a top lane play coming through from Chantilly, but we'll be able to just move away with the Undying Grasp. Is that what that is called?
Very
I think so.
casual about that. Saw 2 members of Chantilly walking up on a ward, and just was not looking like they were running away.
Yeah.
Perfectly fine. Knew they weren't going to be in trouble, apparently, and they weren't.
Grub's now spawning too at the 8-minute mark, and Chantilly all over them to start as the headbutt will send Xin Zhao all the way back, but Chantilly securing the first, and now public execution. They turn onto the Swain with no ultimate, forced to just walk away, but won't be able to get out. The Feet of Warfare also going to Chantilly, so 2 more grubs on top of that, as it looks like James Madison will opt to not contest, and that's a big play to pull Chantilly ahead in an early game in a series where they really have not had an early lead.
Yeah, bot lane now we can see Cheese Nibble trying to get some damage done. The Ren is flashing forwards. What is going gets the kill as well. How on earth did that happen? There was no realm where that should be allowed to happen.
I mean, clearly the forward posturing, I think that if Ashe was able to get at least 1 or 2 auto attacks on that Callista, slow down their attack speed a little bit, their rate of approach, but the Rend doing enough before the tower takes their life.
Great heads-up play. I mean,
Yeah.
from Cheesy Nibble, right? We didn't really get to see how many spears might have been built up, or if they built up on a minion and stacked them onto the Ashe. I'm not sure, but one way or another, Cheesy Nibble certainly saw an angle there and committed to it, and it worked. It did have to use the cleanse that got a little uncomfortable with the Ashe arrow under tower, but little uncomfortable doesn't matter, right? It got the result that they wanted. I'm sure they knew as soon as they right-clicked under tower that they were going to lose their life for it. But walk out with a 1-for-1 and ultimately calculated. Period.
Yeah, and with that, I mean, both ADCs are 1-1, and the CS lead is over to Callista. So the laning phase has been kind to them, despite all the disadvantages we highlighted through the attack and movement speed spells and effects that this Maokai and Ashe can bring down. But this Swain just feels like, despite being 0-1 as well as the Jax, feels like they're having a field day up there, up 30 CS, just kind of in La La Land, enjoying themselves, really just making it hard for the Jax before they can really enter the fray in sort of this mid-game tier team fight phase.
Yeah, and I will say, for each one of those Swain E's and W's that's landing, he's getting permanent max HP for it. So every time we bang, there's one more, there's 2 more. You know, like every time we look up here, it's Jax catching one of those E's, and now it might be Swain catching a kill with that long distance Q. Will be one more, or I guess a first in Swain's pocket with that faded Ashes buy. That damage is going to start to rack up with every one of Swain's abilities. So we see some damage already coming from the tower, but a flash Malzahar ult. And will it be enough? About the most mechanical thing you can do in League of Legends, but the Mel, forced to run for her life, cannot get away from the collapse of 3, and James Madison commit and execute on this mid lane Mel.
That's what you got to do. You recognize a huge threat building around the rift, and you make an effort to spend resources to take that out and gain an advantage going into what you are trying to achieve is your first dragon. But now, 3v3, 4v3 here in this bottom river. A little bit of trouble. Popper and Jake in. And Goob is going to try and help out a little bit. The Ashe arrow just going wide. And still 4 members in pursuit of these James Madison champions. And only Maokai able to escape. So, you know, you trade the Mel, but you gain 2 eliminations and a dragon for your troubles.
The Ashe arrow goes just wide there from Rui as well. A lot of damage being dealt onto Jake, but not enough to pull the trigger on the ultimate for Gnarly. Rui now trying to get some poke damage down as Mbessa works away at that dragon. Looks like it will be secured uncontested. 2 dragons now in the back pocket of Chantilly. And now the soul will be Infernal, one of the best souls in the game.
If I can make a request for our observer, I'd like to see the finances, if possible. The gold difference between these 2 top laners, I think, is going to become a pretty big problem as we see a little skirmish over the red side blue buff. But the twisted advance follows all the way a lot farther than I'm sure he planned for it to, and now forced to retreat. The Q does come down, lethal tempo active, and Xin Zhao opts to go back in, but won't be able to take down the Callista. So Gnarly finishes it off with the execute, and now they chase down this Malzahar a little bit, but that's
Malzahar ult is up if Mel steps forward too far.
Ooh, good catch, too. I did not notice that. But Ashe now potentially looking to run down these 2 stragglers left in the jungle as these slows from Ashe can be overbearing, but opts to not pursue it. The play is over. And Chantilly walks away with yet another elimination in the hands of this Mel.
Some mid lane pressure now being put on from Gnarly. The spell shield coming up, but quickly removed by Gnarly's long-ranged abilities. from Mel. Right now, a pretty back and forth game thus far. 7-4 the kills, only about a 2K-ish gold lead in favor of Chantilly, who won game 2 to force this game number 3. Gnarly now in danger. The twisted advance will connect. The arrow just goes wide.
I love
Gnarly,
the efforts, though.
still alive for the time being, but just waiting for cooldowns to come offline for Goob is best to find that one. Now finding themselves 3-3-1. The Sundered Sky completed for the Sinzhao.
Yeah, this is, you mentioned the Swain Jax disparity. 5,000, it's actually only 700 gold. So the extra assist gold on the Jax, the 40 CS not being as impactful as we maybe thought. But certainly once these two top laners enter the team fight fray, it's going to be quite a spectacle, because huge sustain from Swain, and Jax just using whatever weapon he chooses, a lamppost or something other, just going to thwap away at the heads of James Madison.
Yeah, and again, Swain building up so much value from his passive stacks as well. We'll check when we get an opportunity, but that's one more elimination in the hands of Swain, and still just burning these Chantilly targets as they continue to walk at him. There's another W that connects. One more Q. Are the Faded Ashes enough?
No.
It doesn't look like it. Alistair will get out with his life, but Mel gets caught in the crossfire here. So big damage done onto the Chantilly carries, and they're forced to get out as Gnarly does get hit by the Sinzhao, and the Malzahar ult comes down.
boy.
Lots of damage on her way out, though. Ult comes down, though, and now Mbessa secures the Malzahar. Swain caught on the wrong side of the law, but it
my
does
goodness.
take Mbessa down with it.
Wait a
does
second.
Alistair have
It's
the
just the
damage?
Alistair.
Wait a
I don't
second.
know that he
He's gonna-
does. The E does get blocked by the minions, and here comes Jax. So it goes to Alistair in the end, but how about it? Just back and forth. Now Maokai looking for a play here on the bot side as Callista gets slowed, forced to flash, does not use the cleanse, and is able to walk out.
So all said and done, I think that's a 3 for 2 in the top lane. James Madison, they were looking for a little bit more and maybe bit off a little bit more than they could chew. But I love trying to flex advantages that you have. You understand that Swain can dish so much damage. Frozen Heart and Leandri's just going to be able to live forever, slow down attack speed, and also burn people just infinitely. So really nice job from Chantilly to get something back there in the face of the James Madison aggression.
Yeah, and you can see the Swain advantage starting to grow. 2 items completed to 0 completed on the side of Jax. A 40 CS lead as well. The Frozen Heart and Leandri's Torment, the 2 completed items for that Swain. So certainly very hard to kill and doing a lot of very consistent damage as we look at the damage coming through from the Callista there as well. The Bork completed for them, doing fairly well in the damage department. Gets knocked up. The ult coming through from the Sinzhao as well. Not sure if that was necessarily needed, but still some back and forth in the mid lane. But Gnarly hits one button and Popper is, well, popped.
Yeah, it didn't look bad from Popper, but Alistair quick to react with the headbutt to interrupt the Malzahar ult, and just like that, Chantilly find their way to another elimination onto this Mel. It will come at the cost of a dragon, but that only being James Madison's first means that Chantilly's not too stressed about it, as they will opt to trade this top lane tower and potentially threaten this mid lane tower with Mel coming back.
And this is kind of what I expect from a Jax, right? You can go around and threaten other parts of the map. We saw the Swain teleport down into mid, but the challenge is Jax is going to continue pushing. Jax now has a Triforce, so big damage coming down on the turret, going to be able to clear the wave and try and catch up in some degree and take a little bit away of that top lane safety. Now, we are hitting 20 minutes, so you're not angling to stay isolated up in that top lane anymore. I actually don't think Swain has spent any time under his turret this entire match, but the fact that if you leave Jax alone, that's what he will do, and he still has his teleport. It's a big threat and will continue to build. I've always thought of Jax as sort of a ticking time bomb in what he can do in a game. Early game, obviously receiving a lot of pressure from the Swain, but late game, he is going to be scary.
Yeah, for sure, and we see the gold differential there. Excuse me. Pretty sizable in both top and mid for either team respectively, right? Swain over Jax and Mel over Malzahar. And just a, 500 gold lead for Kalista in the bot lane. But we see an engage here in the mid lane. A Maokai ult comes out. Ashe ult does not connect. And now Xin Zhao ult also burned. Here comes the Swain ult as well. Everybody presses their R buttons. Swain E connects onto 2. And he's dealing a lot of damage and not taking much. That's a shutdown onto the Swain as well. But this Kalista Rend could be huge. No Rylai's on the board yet for Swain. He gets rooted by Mel. And the ult one more time comes out to finish him off. So Chantilly come up huge in a mid lane skirmish, and no neutral objectives up. That just means they're going to push a lot of these objectives, or maybe look for this Ashe that's on an island down there.
Yeah, luckily Hawkshot sort of recognizing that there was a threat coming down. But Otacon is up and available. They're opting to 2-mana to start. Is there any more help coming?
A lot of damage to this.
They're actually getting it done, and they have not yet read.
Malzahar TP comes in, but I don't see Malzahar doing much about this. You both said it. This Kalista Rend is going to do a lot of damage, and no smite on the board. Or excuse me, there is a smite on the board, and we just saw it. So Chantilly able to turn that mid lane skirmish into an Otacon, and not much trouble in the aftermath.
Yeah, I'm just amazed by how much damage the 2-man could do to the Otacon. I guess when there's nobody else around, I just figured it might take a little bit longer than it actually did. Huge.
Yeah, Chantilly now find themselves with about a 2K gold lead moving into the mid game portion of this game number 3. A lot of the lanes going pretty even across the board, minus maybe that mid lane and top lane. So very, very close affair thus far, and we'll come down to execution later on if they can get rid of Gnarly, Kalista, whatever it might be in the way for James Madison to claw their way back.
I did, in that last fight, mention that there was no Rylai's on the board for Swain, but he opted for a Frozen Heart, which does slow Kalista's attack speed. And Jax's attack speed, and Bess's attack speed, So smart buy, smart buy there from Swain. I was not thinking that, and that's what that double cloth armor went to, as now we see an engage from Alistair, more caught out than an engage, forced to engage, but Swain able to catch that one, and now Xin Zhao finds a pick on the backside, but Jax ready to come to the defense of his AD carry. The ultimate comes out once again for Xin Zhao. Can he finish it off? He can't, and the actual gets reflected, but in exchange, Swain hits a root onto 2. Malzahar comes out to hold Jax down, but Mel gets to walk away. We get one more public execution into the back line of full health, and Bessa has made her way into the fight. Kalista is not down and out just yet, and she won't be.
Wow.
Yeah. Kalista surviving for so long does not go down at the end of that fight whatsoever. It looked like Gooba's best had the angle, had the kill, but just wasn't able to get the damage down in time to find it. And then that allows for the rest of Chantilly to come to the aid of their ADC. Cheese Nibble able to survive for the entirety of the fight, continuing to put down a lot of damage. Gnarly as well, doing a whole lot of work in the AP department of that fight, as well as they turn their sights over towards the Dragon.
And I gotta feel like Kokushibo has such a great mind for objective timing because always seems to be in the right place at the right time. One, surviving that fight and being able to dish a ton of damage, but then also understanding that Dragon's going to be coming up, Otacon's going to be coming up, and they find themselves in the right place at the right time consistently. And we're 24 minutes into the game, and they are now on Soul Point. So the next Dragon that comes up, it is the Infernal Soul. That is something that James Madison has to keep in mind because that is such an impactful soul. So much damage can come out from a team that already is dishing so much damage.
Yeah, can I make another selfish request from our observers? Can we just click on Swain real quick? I want to see what the stat count is looking like. What does that say?
660?
Yeah, he's got 660 additional max health from all of the E's and W's he's been hitting onto opposing champions. So he's got the Rylai's, he's got the Frozen Heart, he's about to have, he's got the Leandries, he's got the Frozen Heart, and it looks like might have a Rylai's that I keep talking about, or whatever that blasting one will be. But this Swain is kind of the force for James Madison right now. This Ashe is just a little behind, and Kalista with upgraded boots as well has had just a bit more of an impact in these fights. Kraken PD for Ashe is hard to match, but Malzahar at 0-5 and Xin Zhao just struggling to stay alive in these fights. Swain is quickly becoming the enforcer for James Madison.
But I think the Swain has to find ways to not get kited. With the Kalista, with the Ambessa,
there's the Rylai's.
Oh my! There's the Rylai's coming out, and it just... There goes Malzahar. 0-6 and 7.
There you go.
Huge damage from Mel. And here we go again.
Oh my
Still
goodness.
sort of that kitingness. And there's so much damage from Mel. Now Swain has to turn tail.
Yeah, an auto attack might finish off this Swain with the execute, but it won't come out just yet. A shutdown there, but what's the cost? A huge investment on the bot side, and Chantilly with the great map awareness to say, all right, the top side of the map is completely open. Kalista ult now channeled and released. Alistar goes wide, and now looping all the way around, this Ashe is caught way out of place and has no way back. He's going to look for an execute. Jax is looking to try and close this out, but he won't be able to do it. So a good execute from Rui to not hand them any more gold than they've already got. But out of position once again, did get the tower in the mid lane. So that's something, but blow for blow once again. But I would say this one, I would much rather be on Chantilly's side.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. So many, so many people invested towards the bottom side opens up a completely free Baron for Chantilly. Now they have almost a 3K, 4K gold lead here in their favor. They are playing with incredible speed and not really allowing for James Madison to find avenues to fight and get onto Cheese Nibble or onto Gnarly. Both of these carries have been extremely protected in these fights.
Yeah, and that was really off the back of Swain opting to engage in the bottom lane, then taking a ton of damage, having to turn tail, needing support from two other players to come in and try and save them and secure the elimination onto Mel, but not before wasting a ton of time. So just like game number 2, every little decision mattering on a macro scale, not necessarily even on only a micro scale. So now we have Twisted Advance over to Curb and the exhaust going down as well, but there's just enough members of Chantilly to scare off James Madison from pursuing because Jax would not fall quickly.
Yeah, and how do you play these fights if you're James Madison? You have to keep Ashe alive. You have to hope that Swain can at least stay alive long enough to get a lot of his damage off. But like, who does the Malzahar ult go on to? I'm not really sure. Maybe it has to be Kalista, but I mean, when does it come out? Because the moment you use it, if 5 members are alive, you know you're gonna get Alistar headbutt or you know, Kalista ulted and launched into you, right? So these fights just seem so awkward for James Madison, but they're gonna have to find a way to make it work, and so far they are pushing off the line here, but Mel does find an E, and the public execution goes all the way to the back. So Mbessa pretty deep here. Swain ult does come out. Callista finds her first rend, but look at the Ashe damage. She is getting a lot of autos off onto this Alistar, but Callista all the way back to the backside does find another rend, and it will take out the Ashe. So Swain and Maokai, the two remaining. Swain with a lot of damage, but not a ton of survivability, and especially not in the face of that Mel ult. A double kill to Gnarly. Hottie like a bag of Takis.
That's what I was gonna say! Dude!
It had to come at some point.
Yeah, I was gonna say, they can describe everything in this world with one single word, and that's gnarly. That is crazy. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean, 10, 4, and 5 on this Mel thus far. A bounty on their heads, and right now running away with this game, a 6K gold lead and the soul in the back pocket of Chantilly, looking to get a tier 2, possibly threaten the inhib, but with members down and the respawns coming through from James Madison, I would not find that likely. We'll just go on to that reset and possibly look for posturing around this Baron towards the top side that spawns in 2 minutes.
6K gold lead, Infernal Soul in their pocket. 2 minutes to Baron, 5.5 minutes till Elder Dragon. So in a state of advantage with the current leads that they've sort of built for themselves. I've been really impressed with Chantilly through the face of losing game number 1, through the face of losing game number 1 until they, or game number 2 until they won game number 2.
Yeah, pretty much.
Now have found a lead off the back of Gnarly in game number 3 and really have never looked back. They've made a lot of really good team fight decisions. The draft clearly favored them, with Gnarly dishing tons of damage over onto the Malzahar and really negating the 5th member of James Madison. And surprisingly, even into the Callista going into the Ashe, when Chris was quite shell-shocked. Couldn't quite believe that already with Ashe on the board, Callista getting picked right away just shows the power that Cheese Nibble has. Made great plays in game number 2 and making it known that they are one of the power players here in game number 3.
Yeah, for sure. This Callista has found so much value in these team fights, and especially that last dragon fight, as we have one more engage. The Malzahar ult comes out, but they will get bailed out by the Callista. Alistar able to just walk away from all of that. I don't know if James Madison maybe didn't see Callista or just didn't factor that one, but a huge bailout there from Callista to save a teammate, save the numbers, and now James Madison just left sort of twiddling their thumbs.
Yeah, I mean, a great play coming through from Cheese Nibble, able to pull Alistar out of trouble. Curve going on the split push here as well. And that pulls the Swain away from the fight as well. With the Baron spawning, everyone has to get back and try to respond to this Jax. And this is the go button to look towards this Baron. Not pulling a bunch of people just yet. Swain now moving their way back. Curb, however, taking so many eyes off of the Baron, and it's gone. And Curb might even still get out. They might be able to get out of the fight. Will go down, but at what cost does that mean for James Madison? They find one, the ult coming through from Mel, obliterating the front line, and now Mbessa moving their way forward, trying to find these last blinking health bars, but will be able to escape with their lives, are 3 members of James Madison.
Swain with Spirit Visage in ult with people around him looked like paper thin, just absolutely exploded. Didn't look like a frontliner at all in that fight.
Yeah, this Mel is shredding through the front line of James Madison and everybody else. This Mel does not discriminate, and they have turned their eyes to the Nexus. 2 towers down, an exposed Nexus, 1 person left to defend it, and it's a measly Maokai support. It won't be enough. Chantilly from the brink of elimination bounce all the way back in game 2 and take a decisive game 3 to punch their ticket to grand finals.
You could look at our bracket and see that number 1 and number 2 advanced and not fully understand how close either one of them were to not being in the grand finals.
Yeah.
Our 3 and 4 seeds absolutely bringing it today. And while they will go home out of the tournament at this point, and we will see Chantilly versus Lightridge in our grand finals, let us not take away from how well both of those teams played today. Unbelievable performance from James Madison. I think we expected at any given moment for them to take over the entire. I don't think any of us expected really through most of game number 2 for us to go to a game 3 based on how they were playing.
No, not at all. And I want to shout out, Rui on the on the Lux. I mean, my lord, had me sitting here speechless a couple times. But yeah, I agree. I certainly don't want to discredit the efforts of our 3 and 4 seeds here. They played a very strong games of League of Legends, just unfortunately not enough. And that's the characteristics of these good teams, these high-ranked teams. They find ways to win and stay in games where other teams just might not. And this game was no exception. Game 2 was a perfect example of Chantilly all the way on the brink and somehow managing to bring it all the way back into a win off of one fight and take a commanding game 3. Chantilly definitely deserves to be in the grand finals after this performance, but James Madison was a very, very strong contender along the way.
Yeah, I mean, they played incredibly well. That arrow reflect is I mean, Mel has been, it's been picked twice now and hit double digits both times in each of the games that Mel has been played, and definitely a force to be reckoned with. Mbessa as well, getting a lot of stage time here between the 4 teams that traveled down to Shenandoah University. And I mean, everyone has been stepping up and doing exactly what they have to do in very key moments. And it's props to both of the teams that advanced to the grand finals. They've played very, very well.
Looking at Mel, both Gnarly and Iron Giant played Mel. I fully expect a 100% pick or ban in our grand finals. It has looked so good.
Yeah, you got to think that that's going to be a really contested pick, a high priority pick in this next series, because whoever gets their hands on that champion is going to be in a pretty good spot. You have to think. But we'll get there when we get there, right? That's still next series we get to admire. This very exciting series as we wind down to the end. We watch the Nexus explode and watch the moment that Chantilly punched their ticket to grand finals, which should actually be starting relatively soon.
I would think so, yeah.
Which is maybe a bit of a mental aspect, but we can take a look back at our bracket. Again, pretty simple bracket here so far today, but a lot of League of Legends has been played in this very simple-looking screen. Lightridge taking 2-1 over Woodson, and then Chantilly doing the same on the opposite side. Means we end up with a 1-2 matchup in grand finals.
Yeah, it's going to be an absolute blast with these 2 teams in the finals. Both of them on the brink of upset, frankly, in both of their series. Woodson taking that first game very convincingly in I think a 47-minute game 1, and then able to bounce back very convincingly. Iron Giant doing a lot of heavy lifting for that team to really punch their ticket into the grand finals. And then here, James Madison looking very good in game 1, winning game 1, and then on the brink of winning game number 2, but just couldn't quite get it done. Chantilly able to claw their way back in game number 2 and then win another very close game in game number 3. So a very, very good performance from all 4 teams thus far today.
Yeah, and Xander said it at one point in this series. We accounted for these series going to 3. I don't think we accounted for these series being 45-minute games. So that means that we, I believe, are going to take a pretty short break this time around, not nearly as long as last time, as we prepare for our grand final matchup between Light Ridge and Chantilly, the reigning champions from this time last year. Chantilly looking to run it back against Light Ridge, a new opponent who looked very strong in their opening series. You won't want to miss it. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back on the other side of this. Well, here we are at the exciting conclusion of what has been an extremely long day of League of Legends. 4:24 p.m. Eastern Time, local time here in Winchester, Virginia, and we are live from our Shenandoah Esports Arena with the Virginia High School League Fall Finals. I'm Chris Clayton, joined alongside Ben Kincaid and Xander Merrill-Smith once again, as we are here to wrap up what has been a wild day of League of Legends through two best-of-3 series, both going the full distance and solidifying us in our grand finals with two teams remaining, Light Ridge High School and Chantilly High School.
Yeah, these games have been good. We can take a quick look at what the bracket looks like, how we got here. And they've been pretty close, right? I mean, you have a 2-1 win for Light Ridge over number 4 Woodson, and a 2-1 win for Chantilly over number 3 James Madison. So both of these early series have been extremely close. It has been very competitive, and well, I only expect that to continue here in this grand finals as the number 1 seed Light Ridge faces number 2 Chantilly, like you said previously. So this is going to be a very good matchup, and I just can't wait to get underway.
It all comes down to this. The number 1 seed versus number 2 seed, they've both had incredible seasons and have earned their way to the championship. They both got here in pretty different ways. We kind of have to highlight the two different ways that they in each of their series, right? Light Ridge lost game number 1 pretty convincingly, though we did go to 47 minutes, so they had some way to hold off Woodson for quite some time. But then in game number 2 and 3, they turned it on and got the job done so convincingly. Chantilly, very different story in that they were playing from behind almost until the middle to the end of game number 2 and then led the rest of the series. So they were resilient through the face of adversity when James Madison was really playing incredible League of Legends. But the fact that they weren't a give-up type team and showed their true colors in being down, if they're able to do that against a team that is certainly going to push them to the brink in Light Ridge in the way that they have the ability to take over and dominate, Iron Giant in the mid lane is going to be a serious threat once again, though maybe tempered a little bit by Gnarly. We saw really great play come out from that player as well on the Zoe and Mel. It's going to be an incredible matchup.
Yeah, two teams that have faced unique adversity, you're right, but adversity nonetheless, and both of these teams overcame it in their own ways and had a lot of character along the way, right? These two teams have very much defined themselves out of the 4 that came here to compete today as the 2 that have earned the right to be competing still at this point in the evening. And so during the break, I was just out filling my glass with water, and I overheard behind me somebody waiting to go into the bathroom, and one of the players was like, "Hey, are you playing in this?" And he's like, "Yeah." Like, "Oh, good luck." And he's like, "Yeah, thanks. Are you playing in this?" He's like, "Yeah." And, "Oh, well, good luck to you." He's like, what, who are you? So I'm the mid laner. He's like, "Oh, I'm also the mid laner." So that just happened out in the hallway.
That's fun. I love that.
So spirits are high, right? These kids obviously want to win, but there's a lot of pretty awesome stuff going on here today at VHSL, including Smash Bros is still going on our other stream. If you're here to watch the exciting conclusion to the Smash Bros day of competition, be sure to tune in to our YouTube stream at Shenandoah Esports. But here's the bracket for this, because this has been a ton of fun. We have massive upsets here, including but not limited to that 13-1 victory for Woodside over Massaponics, and we still await the winner of this 2 and 3 seed.
I was watching a bit in our break, and CD Hilton leads Frank W. Cox 2-0 in that series. So, not as big of an upset, but still 3 posturing to be taking down the number 2 seed. So we could be seeing a 13 and 3 seed in the grand finals.
There you go. So if you're here to tune in to that, be sure to tune in to our YouTube stream to see all of our Smash Bros action. But with that, we are underway here. Game number 1 of our grand finals best of 3 between Light Ridge and Chantilly is underway.
Bans coming through. Nothing too surprising, I guess, throughout the first few. I mean, we have a Zeri off the board, a Zoe gone as well, Gragas and Zaya banned on this side of Light Ridge as well. So
our graphics will
definitely,
update.
yeah, at some point
it is not an immediate thing.
That is true. Yeah, it will hopefully populate here soon. There's the Gragas. Zeri soon to follow on.
So interesting stuff so far. We have the bans coming through from Chantilly, namely that Zoe ban catches my eye. Clearly, they did not like what they saw from. No, excuse me. That's Light Ridge banning
Flip-flop,
Zoe.
yeah.
Yes, these teams are flipped. But Light Ridge did not like what they saw from Gnarly Zoe in Game 1, even though it was not enough to win them the game. It was certainly very impactful in the early to mid stages of that game, and Light Ridge making the decision that they don't want to deal with it. They don't have a great answer for it, so they take that out as well as the Xin Zhao and the Zeri, which we have not seen all day today.
Yeah, and we will get those names updated on the side of Light Ridge as well. But looking forward to seeing who we're getting and what these team comps are ultimately going to look like. I think we're most excited to see what this mid lane matchup is going to be, especially meeting in the bathroom lane.
That's so fun. That's so
just
fun.
previously.
I love it. Yeah, I was talking to Iron Giant a little bit beforehand. He has a little bit of a posse around him. He's got a group that has followed him from school to Shenandoah University. They're like, yeah, like all my buddies have been watching the stream. They've been texting me. They've been like pointing at me and stuff like that. I'm like, well, this is pretty cool. He's got a little fan club. He's got a little fan club for Iron Giant, and well, he's been performing very, very well. So he mentioned that he was a little bit nervous going up against Gnarly, knowing that Gnarly is also a very, very good mid laner, but also said that he's very excited to be able to play in the grand finals and is just happy to have made it this far so far. So definitely good spirits on both sides of the Rift here tonight.
Yeah, Diana Milio getting picked out on the side of Light Ridge.
Yeah.
And now we have the Poppy coming through as well. So we know what our support is going to look like. And the Mel does get grabbed by Gnarly. So we know one of the two mid laners, Gnarly, we just saw have such a great game on that player. And we'll see what Iron Giant is going to choose to counteract that. But pretty curious that they would hover it, and we did see a hover. You guys weren't privy to that, but they were hovering it in their second pick, and then opted to pick the Poppy, prioritizing that support. So maybe not trying to give away too much mid lane information.
Yeah, and we knew this Mel was going to be a prio pick in this series, given that through the semifinal series we got to see both of these mid laners really take over games on this Mel champion. So you have to think, just based off the information, based off the League of Legends that we've seen today, that Mel pick is going to be pretty influential. But we are now moving into phase 2 bans. The Ashe first off the board for Light Ridge. Again, must not have liked what they saw.
I don't think they want to cheese nibble on that again.
That was a pretty painful game for Cheese Nibble on the Ashe, catching all of the unstoppable forces, but still coming out on top and being impactful through it all.
Yeah.
So Vayne off the board as well from Chantilly. So we await the next ban is Ornn from Light Ridge. Again, now starting to see some of these picks that we've already seen today make their way off the grid.
Yeah, a lot of picks on the side of Clixers is kind of starting to get erased, right? Sivir off the board. That's their most played throughout the regular season. Also, a very good Vayne player in their ranked climb, has 135 games played on that champion as well. Does still have the Jinx kind of in the back pocket, knowing that is their second most played champ for their ranked climb. So we'll have to see if the Jinx makes an appearance.
You got to build around it, though. You got to be able to protect the
agree.
Jinx, and I don't think that this team comp does that.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't expect to see, albeit a hyper carry, an immobile hyper carry on the board for Light Ridge.
Yeah, so we continue on through this draft. It will be Cassante being the next pick, and the Callista is back for Chantilly. That was a big decision in the last game we watched that ended up paying off quite well for Chantilly. The Callista able to just sort of bounce around on the edges of the fight and really rip through the back line of the James Madison roster. So Pantheon, the final lock-in for Chantilly, and we now await the final pick of the draft, the ultimate counter pick. Will it be a jungler? Will it be a mid laner? Oh no, excuse me. I'm thinking of Akshan as an 80 carry. Excuse me. No, it will be an 80 carry, and it's Yunara, a champion who was pretty prioritized at Worlds, but has since been nerfed once or twice. So we'll see if the Light Ridge 80 carry is able to still put it to good use. This is certainly not a bad champion, one of those late-game hyperscalers. But that's an interesting pick to me, because now you've got two 80 carry, or two marksmen, I should say.
Yeah.
And otherwise, What I'm trying to say is I don't really see where Diana fits into this comp. That's a very divey, engagey comp, but you've got a lot of people just sort of sitting back and watching.
Right. Yeah, especially with the Milio looking to just heal buff. You don't have a lot of dive-in support outside of Cassante, and that even then, that's not necessarily the case. Just with the ultimate being able to separate and isolate an enemy player from the team fight, then all of your front line is Diana. So how are you building Diana? Are you looking to get some of these picks? Certainly plenty of sustained damage, but the Akshan does bring a unique passive into the game where if they are able to be alive towards the end, get an elimination, they could res the majority of their team. So could be crazy late game.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if I wonder. I will not know, but they might have wanted to get the Yasuo pick, but they might not have recognized that the Yasuo was taken away. They might have missed the ban, possibly, but I wouldn't expect that to happen. Maybe it's just a comfort pick because we know that Diana Yasuo is a very powerful combination, and that Sly's most played champion in his ranked climb is Yasuo. Right, so he has a lot of experience with the combination with Diana and with if he plays with anybody or if they just kind of text and they'll be like, hey, pick Diana and I'll pick Yasuo and we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
So I think it might just be a comfort avenue, but we'll just have to wait and see. I know Diana does still have pretty good agency when looking for ganks, especially when you hit level 6. A lot of good follow-up, but there's not a whole lot of dive on the side of Light Ridge other than maybe the Cassante when you go all out. But even still, it's hard to follow up on a really deep Diana ultimate. So we'll have to wait and see how that one plays out. But I think both of these comps can get the job done if played correctly.
Yeah, I do think that Mel has, in both games we've watched her, has been a champion that pokes out their lane opponent. And there is putting in a sort of attack damage, ranged attack damage carry in the mid lane could not necessarily counteract because you're not doing it through sustain, but maybe some of your own sustained damage working between those cooldowns of Mel. Because you're not necessarily working off of those. So this is going to be an interesting matchup to look at. I love the Pantheon. I always love a Pantheon in a game because I love global ults. We saw the Ashe arrows being so impactful. Not necessarily a lot of the Pantheon ults because it is difficult to time when you're going to be landing with the rest of your team. You could be late, you could be early. So if they have that dialed in, this could be a really strong team fight comp.
Yeah, we also never really got to see a fair chance for that Pantheon because he was behind from the start. That Mel got first blood and just snowballed that into a victory. But it's worth pointing out as well that in this game, Mel is the longest range champion.
Yeah.
So, like, Mel will absolutely be poking as many people out as possible because it's going to be hard for much of the red side comp to do much about it without committing to a fight and getting an auto attack range. So we see
now this is interesting.
Yeah, load into our first game here, maybe suspecting another invade from the Chantilly squad. We know that these teams have had the opportunity to watch each other play, so there has been a common trend of level 1 shenanigans. But so far, you see the heavy stack on the bot side of the map for Chantilly. Means we likely won't get in much trouble here unless Curb maybe oversteps here.
Curb not biting on the bait. Just will go right to the tower into the top lane.
Though if they had stayed in that bush.
I was going to say, if they stayed there, that would have been something. But yeah, nothing happening in that level 1. Just trying to call the bluffs, but unfortunately, both of the squads landed on opposite sides of the map. One squad went up top, one, of course, down low, and did not cross paths. So we will just go back to our standard start for all of these players. Curb making himself known, just trying to push Sly off the wave early, trying to maybe push for an early level 2, but still will allow Sly some space to get back into the swing of things.
Now, I'm curious to see how Sly faces another mid laner, or sorry, top laner. Because Mini Judgment in their earlier series was incredibly dominant. There was not much Sly could do until mid to late game when they, kind of made themselves known in the team fight series. But laning phase did not go Sly's way, and already Captain Squid forced to flash out and maybe paying the price.
Whoa.
The Ren comes through, first blood over to Cheese Nibble, and this Kalista getting rolling early again.
Yeah, great vision from the Poppy to see the angle into the wall, get the stun. That's a lot of damage from your support. And all that time, Kalista is just free hitting, stacking up those spears, and hits level 2 in the middle of all that to add one more Q spear to secure the execution. And first blood goes to Chantilly's bot lane. Once again, this Kalista now quick buy, gets a pair of boots and a dagger. So just means more spears heading your way.
Yeah, I mean, the level 2 in that fight, like you mentioned, definitely helps secure that kill there in the bottom lane. Cheese Nibble already on the board. The first back, some boots and a nice little dagger for some attack speed in this lane. And another thing to note is that there's nothing really slowing Kalista this time around in this game. So this will be a fully powered attack speed demon in Cheese Nibble. Won't have to really worry about trying to manage the positioning as intensely as before that we saw in the game.
Not
3.
a lot of CC to worry about.
True.
Yeah, so now well underway here. Mel again with a tier start, so a bit of an aggressive option with less sustain, but 2 pots and not much contest from Akshan. We will have Jolly Jellyfish looking down here from the Tribush, but no angle there. Not
Doesn't
much
matter, apparently.
yeah, not much of a wave to work with, and not much dive threat either. So Curb takes his fight up top, blocks a lot of damage with his E, gets a good full combo there with 2 full passive procs, and walks away with some good damage.
Yeah, the tier start on Mel we saw against the Malzahar didn't shop after the first blood and still was dominating lane. The health bars are certainly still in favor of Mel either way, right? Still sitting on 2 pots. Akshan once again feeling the pressure of this Mel poke.
Yeah, Curb still doing a great job at keeping this wave pushed in, finding themselves with a CS advantage as well up against this Cassante. Every other lane relatively even, other than bot, of course, a 10 CS advantage in favor of Kalista, but that's just to do with their first early kill, right? There's a level 2 support on the other side for Captain Squid, just ticked over to level 3, whereas the Poppy is level 4. There's not much that this Milio can provide right now, being so far behind, so squishy as well. Very hard to fight this very powerful bot lane.
Yeah, now Faded Ashes online as well for Diana, so that's going to help with the clear speed. She'll be able to make her way around the map just that much faster. Pickaxe buy for Akshan's first back as well. That's pretty solid first back, can't complain about that, but TP spent as well, so he's got a bit of a window here where he's sizably stronger than his lane opponent if he can sort of keep his lane opponent in lane. But 5 minutes 40 seconds into this game, not super close to Grubs just yet, so expecting to see, and you can see it on the map, the attention of these junglers move toward this bot lane.
Yeah, I'd expect to see some resets to come through from this mid laner on the side of Chantilly. Gnarly will be chailing that one now. Curb under tower there, but not tanking whatsoever, and a good trade back. Q3 from Cassante as well. Was up and available, but will not, well, possibly could have connected that one. I will never know. No one will ever know if that was connected or not, but it was used at some point as both of the junglers now hover around bot side.
Yeah, Sly seems to be having a pretty tough time in this top lane, down almost double the CS, but getting a little bit of damage back could help even up the wave and gain a little bit of a foothold against a really dominant Pantheon at the moment. And now we have Akshan, Iron Giant, rotating around. We'll see if they have the damage. A ton going out, but then the E comes out from Pantheon and nothing doing. Going to be able to recall back and recover the health bars. Though no teleport on the Pantheon. I'm not expecting a ultimate back to lane, but certainly plenty of kill pressure with the Ignite. So Cassante needing to be very wary of that.
Yeah, Iron Giant now in a pinch is able to sidestep the Mel routes, but will get slowed by the Ambessa E. Now Diana online here to make this a 2v2, but here comes the Chantilly support. A flash E from Gnarly. He does not follow up with the Q. He ults too early and does not find the finishing blow onto Iron Giant. Here comes the Pantheon ult, and they will find one. Grub spawning in 30 seconds. Dragon on the map already. Awkward timing here for Chantilly, but they do control the top side of the map.
Really awkward timing, especially for Jolly Jellyfish, because only level 5. So gap closing for Diana not online yet. So even if they wanted to really put some pressure in a skirmish like that, don't have the ability to do so.
A lot invested in that kill as well, right? We see flashes across the board, 2 ultimates used to try to secure just one of those kills. They are able to find it in the end, but it unfortunately goes over to the Poppy, right? You would like to see that onto the Mel, onto the Pantheon, or the Ambessa, one of the other more damage-dealing champions on the Chantilly roster, but still, a kill is a kill. Assists are still gold in your back pocket, so you can't really complain too bad, because it could have gone worse. You could have not gotten the kill, and then you'd be like, well, we invested so much and we got nothing out of it.
As Chantilly did opt to move toward the bot side river and secure the dragons, so that is first drag off the board a little late, so the soul cannot be claimed for a good while compared to other games we've seen just here today. But Grub's now online, and it's Jolly Jellyfish who is right behind the pit and just spotted that nobody's on it, so not feeling much pressure to make the move. Is going to finish their clear, but that also should hopefully alert this Light Ridge bot lane that something is off.
There's two sides to the coin here, right? Light Ridge has not played any League of Legends since about 12:30. So maybe warming up a little bit in this game 1, early game. And then Chantilly on the flip side just got out of a 3-game best of 3. Or best of 3. First of 2, best of 3.
Yeah. All nail biters.
So, all nail biters, so they could be a little bit exhausted. So Curb, a little bit of danger here in the top lane, and deals quite a bit of damage, but also kind of came from Sly's all out ultimately with the damage done.
Yeah, Jolly Jellyfish also spending the ult on the Pantheon, so now not much team fighting ability into these 3 that have appeared in the river. Meanwhile, Iron Giant cross-mapping to find a elimination onto Cheese Nibble, but that will still likely be Grubs secured pretty comfortably for Chantilly, but Light Ridge not giving them away for free.
Yeah, so it kind of depends on what you see out of this, right? It was a 2-for-2 across the map. And
Late spot lane.
True. bot lane tower. Yeah, do you like Grubs or bot lane tower better?
Yeah, I don't know.
Both.
There's certainly nothing wrong with investing in this Yunara, because obviously they have very similar CS counts. Kalista has 1 elimination, Yunara has none, but you'll see that their finances, well, never mind.
They're still pretty even, though, given the 1 kill.
Yeah, but
well, I guess.
Yeah, that's about a 300, 400 gold difference. So, but could have been worse without those plates. So, still making the most of the moment, losing the Grubs, which I know nobody wants to do, but still able to walk away with some gold back in their pocket, and that's how you stay in League of Legends game.
Yeah, in total, it's still a 2K gold lead for the side of Chantilly. Iron Giant sneaking his way back into the mid lane. Sneaky. Yeah, Iron Giant going in now as well. Might be able to find a potential kill. Did not take a tower shot. Kind of surprised that that one does not opt to use the ultimate, as Curb now is fighting up towards the top side up against Sly. And now bottom lane, Jolly Jellyfish looking for a gank of their own, but won't be able to find it back up to the top side. Sly dancing around the turret range. Might be able to find the kill. One more kill, but won't go for it. Curb will walk away safely.
The Ignite deters him and decides not to pursue. Just not quite enough damage. Now we're taking a look at the bottom lane here. Cheese Nibble and Poppy pressuring to try and take out this control ward here in the tri-brush to maybe get an advantage, maybe a gank opportunity in the near future. But the vision of the river does go over to that of Light Ridge. A lot of damage down on the Cheese Nibble. And then the Oathsworn comes out. Clixers. Oh, Captain Squid almost going down.
My goodness.
They're going under the tower. And that's going to be the Ambessa falling. So 1 for 1, but
so
maybe
ramped.
more.
It's so ramped.
Yeah, wow, super ramped tower, and again, Yunara getting so many autos off in there. The full ultimate value being cashed in there for Yunara. Completed Kraken Slayer now in base. They will lose part of a wave, but taking 2 from that tower as well. Yeah, that's not too shabby for Yunara, especially given the resources committed. Now we look to the opposite side. Sly trying to take a fight, does opt to go all out, so loses a lot of HP, but here comes the Cassante damage. Does force the flash and has a Q3, but it will not connect. Curb will give a nice little thumbs up, say okay, and walk away.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, able to walk away with their life. Does have the Black Cleaver completed as well, trying to get rid of some of that armor that Sly has been building thus far. Iron Giant again going in, getting some good chip damage as well, but still just kind of even trades across the board here for these 2 mid laners.
Iron Giant's knowledge of the mobility of Akshan. Oh! Almost going down.
That's not allowed.
Oh,
you're
dead! Bye! Oh my goodness.
What a play. Yeah, big overcommit there from Gnarly. I think maybe pressure of the moment, getting to the mines a little bit, and that time, yeah, just can't. If the ultimate didn't finish the job, yeah, you can't really force flash over that wall without many resources left. Now we look back to this bot lane, and this Yunara is pretty strong with a completed Kraken Slayer, but completed Bork on the opposite side means that Callista is actually very much keeping up with the damage. We look back to the top side, while Jolly Jellyfish did secure the dragon during all of that, worth mentioning. So the dragon's tied at 1, even further delaying either team walking away with a soul.
It will be the Infernal Soul as well, the one to come through for this game. We'll have to see who picks that up, but another big objective to play for later in this game. Sly just getting some chip damage, just trying to push Curb off of that tower, who's done some great tower damage thus far within the first 15 minutes of this game, threatening a potential first tower here if Sly completes this back. Opts not to, I think, recognizing that the tower was in deep threat of going down.
Yeah, and then once again, continuing that same damage. They've got the, I'm pretty sure Chantilly, yeah, they've got the grubs, so some additional damage. I can't remember if the grubs, do they do additional damage to turrets post-plating as well?
Yes,
I believe so.
for the rest of the game.
Yeah,
Yep.
well, there you go. So
Perma
a
buff.
little bit of extra chip damage. And this has been a kind of Pantheon's lane for the most part, even though 0-1 and 2, always kind of feeling like they're in control of the position of the wave, which is huge for this level of League of Legends. And Akshan, sorry, not Akshan, Cassante, kind of been on the back foot, on the heels, most of the 15 minutes so far.
Yeah, somehow up a level also. Level 11 to Pantheon's 10, and I'm not really sure how that happened.
I don't know either.
But always worth pointing out, especially in those top lane matchups, those level disparities can be a lot of stats.
Especially from 10 to 11.
Exactly, yeah. So, Cheese Nibble a little up far here with
Whoa!
no help flashing forward.
What is happening?
This is an extremely aggressive play. The Milio Q does connect. Barrier comes out, almost trades. But a very interesting decision to just force a play on the side of the map where you have no help, maybe to draw some attention away from this Rift Herald, but Lightridge is not really biting, and Chantilly just already had numbers.
You used the term in a previous matchup, limit testing.
Yeah.
Right?
I believe that's what we just saw in Cheese Nibble. See what sort of confidence could come out. The 2v1 does not work yet.
Yeah, fight up in the top side slide goes down, but I wanted to mention that's something that Cheese Nibble did the last time they played Callista too. They flashed in, they tower dove, and were trying, and they were able to trade that 1-for-1, but I'm curious as to what Cheese Nibble is seeing to make them commit so heavily to some of these aggressive plays.
To be fair, it almost worked.
That's true. That is true.
It did, yeah, but you know you're gonna die in that scenario, so you have to come out with something to make that worth it, especially if you're gonna flash and use your barrier. But ultimately does not. Now a 3-0 Yunara, even CS with this Callista, that's gonna be a problem late game, and it looks like it will be a Runan's second item for Yunara instead of Phantom Dancer. It's, in my experience, just kind of a personal preference here as Cheese Nibble really keeping these close and will once again just trade with Iron Giant.
A fairly even matchup, you might say. Nobody else involved. They just eliminate each other.
Yeah, I guess so.
Might as well, yeah. Quick 1-for-1, tied 7 eliminations to 7 for both of these teams, but still around a 1.3, 1.2k gold lead in favor of Chantilly so far. A lot of that most likely on the jungler, sitting 3-1 and 2 with a good CS lead. A little bit probably on Curb there as well as a posture and take this bot lane tier 1, as well as 2 towers to 1 now in favor of Chantilly.
Cheese Nibble is giving Battle Karthus vibes.
I like that.
Yeah. Just without the post-mortem passive. No, you're right. Mentality-wise, a little bit. But, I mean, trading 1-for-1 in a raw 1v1 with a mid laner is a pretty good thing, all things considered, as we now have Curb ulting on the wave top lane to try and force Sly into a sticky situation, but he's able to sneak away without much trouble. Cheese Nibble moving up just in case, but Cassante will meander his way back comfortably to his lane, as now Cheese Nibble once again finding his way into auto attack range of a couple of people. Iron Giant able to take care of business on that one, but Yunara ult spent as well, so they're going to look to keep fighting. Clickers taking some good damage there, but a massive shield from, I didn't even see where that came from, to sort of protect him from the Mel ult, and he's able to walk away.
I think Emilio just has a straight-up shield, no?
Yeah, he does. I just didn't think it was that big, but...
Yeah, I guess that's, valid. But, yeah, that could have been dangerous if the shield doesn't come through from Captain Squid there. It's just a 1-for-none, but still the Dragon falling in favor of Chantilly. At least started in favor of Chantilly. Gnarly, dangerously low. We'll be able to escape the flash. Yeah, not able to get in range. And now a fight over this Drake. Heavily in favor of Lightridge in the numbers, but the Dragon still slain by Chantilly.
Yeah, this Yunara is becoming a problem. Brunon's completed now, so that AoE damage, especially in these team fights, in these neutral objective skirmishes, this Yunara is going to be dishing some serious damage, but good start here to a fight from Curb. They're going to opt to just walk away from it. And Clickers goes back to clearing the wave, but Iron Giant's going to make a surprise appearance here. Can't connect the Q, and he'll opt to just recall.
I'm really liking Iron Giant's aggression on this Akshan. Using the, I don't know what you call it, the rope?
Yeah, I like that, the swing.
The swing to play aggressively, and also understand how long they can stay under tower before they take a tower shot. Several times in the landing phase, we saw him use that under tower and back out before the tower even sent one out. So getting a ton of damage for basically none in return. And on top of that, it's no different moving into the mid lane here. Or mid game, rather.
Yeah, and as we move to the mid lane, we do still have plenty of wave clearing going on. Iron Giant going to make another move onto Gnarly, but not any damage actually landing onto this Mel. So Rift Herald secured in the meantime and picked up by nobody? Oh, no.
Chantilly
Sorry.
used,
Is that what it was? Where
think they
is
used
it?
It's
it mid-
Chantilly
just
into
mid
mid lane.
Oh,
it
I
just,
see.
It just went down.
All right, we're
No,
I'm not-
Sean's just walking around
yeah,
right now.
I was like,
Yeah.
I'm very confused right now. Well, all right, here we start the Otacon fight. Cassante finding some good damage onto this Poppy, and this Poppy is actually just kind of getting blown up, but a lot of
Look how many
spears are
spears.
in this Otacon.
Holy.
They're going to have to time their Ren with the smite. Who got it? I
got it? I
can't
don't
tell,
know.
but 4 still alive.
Oh,
The blue
okay.
team walks away with the Otacon, but it will cost all of their lives. Callista, the one remaining, forced to flash to safety under their tier 1 tower, but 4 eliminations going to Lightridge in exchange for that Otacon.
All right, so the way that I see this game shaping up right now is Chantilly is doing a fantastic job on neutral objectives. Lightridge is then in turn getting eliminations, other objectives in return, so getting the gold advantage. But there are passive stats and passive abilities that Chantilly is slowly building up over time, and this could be the breaking point. All things even, Chantilly has the advantage late game.
Yeah, and looking at the gold there, we have a 2,000 gold lead in the mid lane for Iron Giant, about 1,000 gold lead there for Clixers as well. And every other lane is relatively even so far, amounting to that 2k gold lead that we see in favor of Lightridge. But this Akshan and Yunar, these marksmans, are going to start posing a little bit of a problem, right? 7-1-1 with Akshan, 2 items completed. Yunara as well, 3-0-6 with 2 items completed. I'm assuming working towards that Infinity Edge for Yunara as well. So definitely a danger approaching very, very quickly for Lightridge to possibly continue and blow this game out of proportion.
Yeah, and we're starting to see now the fall off of this Callista just a little bit. We haven't really been able to see this Callista find the same value that we saw just 1 game ago in the last series.
I think that a little bit of that is self-inflicted.
I
That's fair.
think I would agree. As now they do get caught on this mid lane.
Well, speaking of the devil.
Iron Giant swings into the fray and is able to quickly deal with the Callista, now opening up the mid lane, and Iron Giant's not actually done as they find this
That might be another one.
Ambessa under tower, and it has to flash to finish the job, but now here's Gnarly in quite a pinch, also forced to flash to safety, but misses the bind, uses the ult in a bit of a Hail Mary. The final blow will go to Clickers, but I mean, that was moment after moment after moment of just Lightridge sort of stumbling their way into a Chantilly player out of place.
Yeah, a little bit of trickle there, but it wasn't too much fault of their own there. The mobility of Akshan opening up so much there.
Yeah, I mean, great approach from the jungle. They're able to catch 2 unsuspecting Chantilly players off guard in their own half of the jungle. And now, with the Infinity Dragon, the Infernal Dragon spawning in just about 10 seconds time and the Baron up in about 20, Lightridge are setting themselves up for great success when looking for these 2 objectives.
There's Baron.
Oh my!
Yeah, spawning on the other side of the map as we play the vision game. Milio looking to clear out as much as he can, but I mean,
That
in the
was
blink
gone.
of an eye, this Infernal Dragon gets fried. So we once again tie the dragon count at 2. This
My
game is
gosh.
going long. Nobody's going to get a soul for at least 10 more minutes. Lightridge in control of the map, though, with Baron just spawning, as we saw it wiggle through the river, slither. And now we return back to a neutral state until Lightridge feels that they want to move to the top side.
And that's something interesting that you just highlighted, how that dragon just exploded. A lot of that comes from just pure DPS. Akshan, Yunara, these are 2 champions that get to... We haven't seen them take a neutral objective yet because Chantilly has been so good. So now we know what threat Lightridge can do if they try and posture for something like Baron. It is in trouble.
Yeah, it's going to require a prompt response.
Yeah.
And it just means Chantilly's going to have to be on top of their vision and really just on top of the map to get a feel for any time Lightridge decides to pull the trigger on one of these neutral objectives. Because you're right, this double Infinity Edge core that is the Lightridge bot side of the map is going to melt through these neutral objectives if Chantilly gets to complacent.
Yeah, not only that, but both of those carries, 13 eliminations between the two of them. They are on fire right now.
Yeah, only one death between the two of them as well.
Yeah.
Iron Giant only with one, and still Clicker undefeated thus far, 5-0-7. So both of these marksmen playing very, very well, posturing kind of towards this top side here as well. Potentially trying to catch someone off guard, maybe in a bush. I saw a lot of pings up there towards the alcove.
I was just about to say, you immediately see the pings coming out from Chantilly because they need to react. As soon as Lightridge moves out of vision, it requires a response. And Chantilly able to move up through the jungle now, and Lightridge opting to not take a fight around this Baron, not feeling the pressure to make a move just yet. And feeling pretty good about where they're at, but that was a great example. Yeah, you saw all those pings start flying the moment they lost vision on the Lightridge unit.
Yeah, Baron looks so silly.
It does. It's so
He's
festive.
cozy. He's got to keep warm.
Baron.
Come on, won't you give me a buff? Oh, please.
Oh, no.
I don't know. That's all I got. I don't know.
All right, a Death Rush look here from Chantilly as they know that Baron is the current objective online. Though Infernal Drake 2 minutes away, so we will see some vision going down to the bottom river here shortly. But if they're not taking Baron, there's really no reason to venture into the jungle at the moment unless to take one of your own buffs. There's a lot of danger when it comes to Lightridge at the moment with their current 4K gold lead. And we're just going to farm up and prepare for our next major engagement. I deem likely to be this Infernal Drake in 90 seconds.
Yeah, I really liked the macro decisions there for Lightridge. It doesn't look like much, but they did send Akshan down bot, knowing that Chantilly can't exactly start the Baron by themselves. So Lightridge does not feel the pressure around the Baron. They send Iron Giant to the bot side of the map, but Chantilly is feeling constant pressure around this Baron. So Gnarly and Cheese Nibble were splitting minions and experience in the mid lane, and they lost like 2 full waves down bot. So a good decision to play the map and recognize that Lightridge is in control and they can kind of manipulate the map how they see fit for the next couple minutes, at least until this dragon spawns.
Yeah, Akshan would teleport as well, so able to get back if needed. Now finally some looks towards this dragon pit. And the Scar. The Scar.
That's tough, man.
Oh no, that is one of the hardest wards in the game. I will
That
give
is
you
true.
that. So
I find myself proud when I hit it. I'm like, oh, let's go, man.
Thank God.
Finally, it went in the bush. But yeah, Dragon now spawning in about 15 seconds time. Teleport coming through from Gnarly as well from
Wait, that's not
this
allowed.
Mel. Yeah, this is a dangerous situation. Curb also not there. The fight's coming through. Keeper's Verdict charged up. Knocks 2 away. Will go down. Poppy is gone. Iron Giant
This
on
Callista
a
needs to go.
rampage. But Cheese Nibble is so far up in the enemy team. There's no support there. The ADC now. The entire bot lane for Chantilly is gone.
Dragon over to Lightridge, and they will be at Soul Point.
They should just right-click Baron here.
Yeah, look at the
And
pings.
you see the pings on
going right
the
to it.
way, dear. The entire red squad going straight up river
TP mid
as
too.
25 seconds on this Callista still. So almost even the delayed death on Callista making all of this possible.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. And now Callista's still down for 10 more seconds. This, you see the Baron damage. I mean, it's half dead already.
Yeah, it's gone.
They are melting through this thing. I expect Akshan to stay on the map, but everybody else probably needing a reset. Maybe it looks like Sly opting to stay. Nope, never mind. All right, so we'll just be Akshan maintaining the pressure. We'll opt to be the one to send top lane, and I expect the rest of the team to charge down mid, and they can try to get this top lane tier 2, and if they get more, cool. If not, they'll probably reset and move to the bot side.
I love this Akshan pick. I don't get to see it that often, so to see it played well is a real treat.
Yeah, this is a very unique pick, and it's hard to execute on in different ways than we talked about with Zoe and Lux and all that, because it is just an auto attacker. You can't miss your auto attacks, but a very fragile and, as you've seen, very aggressive character, although maybe in some trouble now. It took a lot of Mel hits there, but Mel not using the ult just yet. But yeah, Akshan just a pretty difficult champion to execute on at a high level, and now level 17 and 9-1, 700 gold shutdown, and a Last Whisper in his inventory. That's a pretty good place to be.
Yeah, that's exactly where you want to be if you are an Akshan, or frankly any marksman. If you can hit level 17 and have almost 4 full items at this 32-minute mark, that's great. As we see the siege coming through onto this mid-tier 2, we'll see if they continue or back off.
Yeah, I think I would. I'm hesitating here because I don't love the 5-man commit from Lightridge. You have the Baron. I would really love to be spreading this Baron to more waves than just mid. But now that I'm looking at it, they don't really have a side laner, as now Poppy caught a little bit out of position, will get a 2-man knockup, and here comes the public execution. Milio ult saves everybody from a bit of CC, but a Mel ult comes down and it won't find any just yet. Callista will take the shutdown, but look at this. Yunara able to finish up the fight, but a very bloody one at that, as bodies fall all over and 2 stand, just Clickers and Jolly Jellyfish.
People just started exploding.
That was wild. Yeah, it was. I almost thought that it was going to be an ace for ace, and we'd sit here staring at minions fight for a little bit, right?
All right, let's go to commercial.
Let's see if we can fly around, zoom into some of the cool things on the map, see what happens.
It looks like Akshan got a revive on Milio, too. Milio should not be alive right now.
That is true.
So that must have happened in the middle of all that. I couldn't have even told you that. But they will finally knock down this mid lane inhibitor tower, and that's going to put a lot of pressure on these outer tier 2s.
7K gold lead now in favor of Lightridge, as well as the resets are to come through. You look at the gold disparities, right? 4K in favor of Clicker in the bot lane, all around 2,000 in mid, and everything else is just kind of falling into place. A lot of this gold lead are on these 2 marksmen, and everyone else is just kind of falling into their role. Protect these players, keep them alive, and we'll win.
That was uncomfortably close, though.
That
if you're
true.
Lightridge, I feel like you're a little rattled from that.
Yeah.
Even though you came out on top, and you get to reap the benefits as well in the form of that mid lane inhibitor tower, but yeah, that was a little uncomfortable for what looked like a fight that started on your own terms, right? You caught that Poppy out and took care of her pretty quickly, and for that to still be as close as it was is a little jarring. But we'll see if Lightridge is able to overcome that and not let it get to them, because they certainly are ahead and much stronger in just about every important way.
Yeah, I think you can never really count the Mel out, right? Regardless of whatever amount of eliminations you have on the 280 carries on the side of Lightridge, Mel, just the AoE damage and the execution damage available. We saw that happen just now. And now finally 15 seconds until the next dragon, and this one would be sold for Lightridge. So Chantilly needing to prevent this in some way, but the aggression out from Lightridge happens early. The huge Poppy ult splits the battlefield, but that is going to be pretty convincing. Never mind, not
They
convincing
can't count
at
out
all.
Mel.
That's what I just got done saying, and I ignored myself.
Gnarly keeping the pressure on right now. Clickers can't walk up, and the Milio ball gets reflected, so Gnarly walks out with his life, but it will still mean Lightridge has full control of the dragon, and barring some miracle steal from Mel will still mean Infernal Soul for Lightridge.
I mean, Gnarly is fully capable of one-shotting both of these marksmen. It's just a matter of catching them both at the same time. Almost fully one-shots Iron Giant. Needs a little bit more help with some auto attacks, but that's about all you really need. If Gnarly can get on top of these marksmen, it's going to be very difficult to keep them alive. I mean, Mel's at 4 items and a needlessly large rod, which I'm assuming is going to go into a death cap, possibly. So I don't know. Mel has a lot of power, and the later this game goes, the higher chance of just getting one shot outright by Gnarly is just increasing.
It feels kind of, and I know that it's it's not the same team, right? But Light Ridge, they are playing more aggressively, but it feels like they need to find a way to end this game sooner rather than later. That's not how you do it from a Chantilly perspective. Kalista once again just thinking that they can 1v1 a 10-0, or what was a 10-0 Yunara. No, that's not how this
Oh,
works.
but this might be it! Yunara gets blown up by a Poppy ult and the Mel ult with the public execution. The deathless Yunara goes down, and now where's the damage? Iron Giant in the back trying to get off of this Pantheon, but Curb standing strong and getting in the way. 4 alive still for Chantilly, and it looks like they might have found their avenue back into this.
I don't know if this is Baron. With
I don't think
Akshan
so.
still
They're so
alive,
low.
there's still so
Iron
much
Giant's
red
That's an
kill all
here.
of
Infernal
them.
Soul Akshan as well, but the reaction times from Curb to block that damage, and Iron Giant up way too far trying to make the hero play, can't do it, and Captain Squid left by their lonesome. Now it most certainly is a Baron.
Iron Giant trying to make a hero play there, but gets caught out instead, and now it's a Baron over to Chantilly, only a 3k gold lead, which is now going to be brought down to around a 1k gold lead once this Baron goes down. I mean, I don't know. It's just you get caught out, Clicker gets blown up by Gnarly, and all of a sudden the game swings.
But you haven't lost all of your damage at that point with Akshan still up.
That's true.
The positioning there in that last skirmish 1v4 wasn't exactly what I was looking for from Iron Giant. Certainly had plenty of damage to dish if he could keep range. And kind of steps into a Pantheon at any point in the game that is sort of threatening. You're probably not going to live through that, but all of that off of the back of Kalista trying to 1v1 in the mid lane. Surprisingly enough, Chantilly still picking a very good fight there in the Baron pit.
Yeah, that's kind of my takeaway. That was the perfect fight for Chantilly. They got all of their abilities onto Clickers. They caught him at a moment when Iron Giant wasn't expecting it, so he's on the wrong side of the river and can't get there because Curb had perfect placement to just be a body and prevent this Akshan from swinging in. It feels like those are all the things that need to happen for Chantilly to win fights.
I also
That was cool, but can they do it again?
I also really love that Curb was holding the top side of the river so that Akshan could never really approach. So the sustained damage, once Yunara was down, Akshan kind of just had to sit there and watch that fight transpire.
Exactly. And again, if I'm Light Ridge, I'm thinking, all right, show me that you can do it again. But now this time it might be on to Captain Squid. It will pull a flash from Mbessa, but Mbessa does a lot of damage. So that's an early pick, and now Emilio ult, a summoner heal, all now off the board. You might think it's not much because it's just a support.
I don't like this.
This is a TP.
Whoa, wait, I didn't
Slice.
even realize that was red team, but able to get out, and now
Keeper's verdict is huge.
wow, but the Poppy ult interrupts the play.
No way.
Charlie Jellyfish goes down 2. It's a 3v5 with Baron and
They
Power
might try to
Minions
end.
and Grubs. They're going to march down this base.
They should end, yeah.
Chantilly looking to do it again behind the entire game, but Light Ridge can't close in a situation where Chantilly has a lot of disadvantages. They find a great fight, and off the back of that, Baron get a couple more picks.
They're wavering. Oh, the hesitation.
They're nervous.
With a 5v3, health bars a little bit higher on the side of Light Ridge, they opt not to go under the double tower of the Nexus.
I wonder if they're just trying to stall for this Elder. Elder's up in a minute, but I don't think you want to let it up for another fight, because if you lose Elder, lose that fight, there's no reason why Light Ridge can't go back and end it. And now Iron Giant is gone. Clicker trying to stay alive in the backline, doing so much damage as well. Untouched in the backline, flashing forwards, able to find multiple kills. And now
This might be a pentakill if he can stay alive. Not quite. It'll only be a quadra, but left with Curb and Captain Squid, the only two. A Diana sprint sprinting through the jungle. Man, what an effort from Clickers. But again, all of these fights starting with one of the two carries getting absolutely nuked, and the other one just can't hold the weight of the entire team by themselves.
And now Elder's up in 5 seconds, right? Everyone is dead.
I will say,
no one's on the map.
I will say them having two huge threats like that, the fact that one of them can get blown up and the fight is still pretty even.
Yeah.
Imagine if both of them live through the initial engagement, it's bye-bye Chantilly.
Exactly, yeah, and that's where you got to think, one of these Ambessa ult goes, what? Whoa. Here we go. Pantheon's here. We have a TP from the base. Emilio might be dead here. Won't quite go down just yet. The Diana ult will hold Curve back, but now Pantheon's in some serious trouble, and it will be the Akshan taking down the Pantheon, which revived Yunara. I didn't see how much time was left on Yunara's death timer.
That's crazy.
That's wild to think about. We're that far into this game that's even possible. But Emilio now left with little to no HP. Elder buff online. All 5 members of Lightridge got it.
They are rich.
So now, with the numbers advantage and a very low health support, though, they're going to pressure this bot side, try to split up Chantilly. But that scares me a little bit, given how Chantilly has been able to completely execute one of these 2 carries every fight.
This could be a potential kill here in the bot side as well. Iron Giant overextended.
Swing away from the
root. Unable to land it.
my
Iron Giant able to
goodness.
walk away, and now instead it's Poppy wiped off the face of Summoner's Rift.
That feels like just a very, very minuscule timing difference. Mel was barely too far away from the play to follow up on the Akshan, because the Akshan couldn't move. He had to blow his flash. He could not get away from Poppy. But again, why are we not ending the game
I don't
here?
understand. They've had a huge pick there down in the bottom lane. They've got the numbers advantage. They have Elder, Dragon, and Soul.
Yeah.
So a lot of damage advantages. All of the damage advantages you can have, basically. And they're looking back towards Baron spawning in 15 seconds. I mean, I respect the safe play, but if a safe play like that wastes Elder Dragon and ultimately costs you the game, it was the wrong decision.
Yeah,
So we'll wait and see.
I see. We will wait and see, but I'll say the safe play is 1-1 on the day.
That's true.
We've been in this exact situation. One time it worked out and we applauded it. The second time it didn't work out and we questioned it, right? Here we are. Double endgame buffs online, but Elder certainly wearing out soon for Lightridge means that they will just have the Baron. 1 tier 2 tower remaining in this top side. You see the pings, a 5-man overload on this side of the map. A TP coming in from Mel. Chantilly's going to do everything they can to hold this tower, but I don't see it happening. This thing should go away without much issue if Yunara and Akshan feel like walking up and hitting it, but I guess they don't.
And Bessa's still bot too, though. So this is
That's
a
true.
4v4,
I guess.
Yeah,
Yeah. Iron Giant going back mid. So.
Yeah, trying to push that mid lane up, and that's the smart decision. None of this really works if your mid lane is all the way up in your base. Gnarly getting some good damage out onto this Milio. He's going to get some healing in response, but this Baron-empowered cannon minion is going to be doing a lot of work. Milio now in some trouble, but there's Mel ult offline. The burn damage still ticking, but it won't be enough. And that's kind of whatever if you're Lightridge, but they are put off by it. They're going to go back and recall without taking the tower, I don't think.
Yeah, tower is standing, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah,
Yep, there it is.
I don't know. The Baron still in their pockets, but kind of dwindling away right now. Not really using it to its full advantage. I feel like if you split mid bot like a 3-2, a 2-3. You can open up the entire bot side of the map, set up for this next Elder that's spawning in 2.5 minutes, and end the game through that. But instead, it's a reset, and Chantilly have some space to breathe and try to regain some control as a Death Bush now is being constructed by Lightridge.
And I think that was sniffed out by the sweeper from Poppy. I think that was the very edge of it. So, excuse me, they give up on the play. Elder 2 minutes away And again, based on how this game has been played, you have to think that, yeah, nothing's going to happen for the next 2 minutes. Until this objective comes up, there's no reason for anything to happen until then.
Yeah, I mean, Chantilly finally peeking out from behind the walls of their base. The vision going to be going over to Light Ridge, the neutral control, staying in favor of them. That push took so long that Elder is about up in 90 seconds. So I'm surprised that Light Ridge wasn't a little bit more aggressive in trying to take more, especially off the back of that poppy pick bottom lane. And correct me if I'm wrong, the blue and red buffs go over to all 5 members after 35 minutes. So that is not a nothing objective to fight over late game.
Yeah, no more mana concerns. And Light Ridge able to stay up on the map. Everybody practically full build at this point, so not going to find a super impactful recall here other than maybe the support's backing for wards. But here we go, a big... Oh, man, that I think is super lucky that Emilio walks out of there with his life. But we all move on like nothing just happened because nobody has any clue what just happened. So Chantilly making their way up through the jungle, again, fighting for vision, but Light Ridge doing a good job of maintaining a lot
Everyone's
of
on vision, but they don't know it.
Yeah, just about everybody can see each other currently. As they will once again maybe look to set up a fun bush, but
A fun
I like fun bush.
yeah,
I like that too.
That's always been my go-to. It's a fun bush. But giving away with the sweeper plant, the Scryer's bloom, that they had vision. So Light Ridge now somewhat the ones who have to work their way into the river. Iron Giant gets a good little chunk there onto Pantheon. That's a half-health Pantheon, and he's pressing B. So numbers potentially, he does have ult. No TP, doesn't need it. Vision on the Dragon now for Chantilly, so they know that it has not been started. They know that they don't need to make a play just yet. Iron Giant will be the one to start it, and now the timer has begun. Light Ridge is going to start taking some damage from this Dragon if they don't opt to commit to it, but Chantilly has to commit to it, or otherwise Light Ridge will just fry it. Look at this Pantheon, too, on the flank. Poppy looking as well. One of these teams looking for their moment to pull the trigger, and it will be a root onto Cassante, but he's not going to be in much trouble. Public Execution lands onto Iron Giant. Blast Cone causes chaos. Huge redemption comes down. Iron Giant finds them all. One more onto this resurrecting Ambessa, but the Akshan ult lands fully onto Pantheon. It won't be enough just yet. This Ambessa's doing a lot of damage, but not enough to take out the Diana. A full swing from Iron Giant with the resurrection onto the Cassante, who's TPing back into the fight. There should look to end the game from here.
This time.
Should look to end the game. Oh, curse this 3-minute delay. We can't let them know what we think in real time.
Yes, surely this is the best opportunity you're going to get. Maybe barring other opportunities we've had earlier this game. But the past is the past, and we are hitting Nexus Towers. Q3 connects onto Pantheon. He'll block a lot of damage, but it won't be enough. He gets jumped right back in with the Diana ult. And finally, 49 minutes, 57 seconds later, Game 1 goes to Light Ridge.
Wow.
That was almost an hour.
Wow. What a match. Oh, my cord is getting all hung up here. Woo!
Excuse me.
What a battle between these two squads. Light Ridge felt like they were in the driver's seat for a lot of it. You look at the eliminations from Yunara, from Akshan, 19 and 15 respectively, and that just goes to show you the kind of damage they were outputting consistently throughout this match. I will say that the safe route worked out. That final team fight,
I suppose.
That final team fight was a explosive affair, to say the least. And they were 5-0 basically by the end of it. So really great job by Lightridge to close the door on this, albeit 50 minutes into the match.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and extremely close in that last fight. Like
Yeah.
the goal difference was negligible. That was one of those knife edge moments that fell the Lightridge's way, and I still don't love the gamble. I would much rather end the game on your own terms.
Yeah.
But they
If you
come out
feel
on top when it
confident in your
matters.
team fights, yeah.
Exactly.
Was that final chunk or that full team chunk damage onto Chantilly, was that a redemption?
I saw the redemption, but
I
the
did see
redemption
it,
couldn't
yeah.
have done all that
I
damage.
know.
I think
But-
Yunara had Runans and was
Oh
hitting
my goodness.
everybody
Yeah, there was and
very
that's-
quickly.
Yeah,
So
that is the dream scenario for Yunara,
Yeah. Yeah.
especially because she went
It was
Runans
crazy.
and not PD. When you get a fight with everybody so clumped up like that, Yunara. I mean, I wish we had like the LCS style.
Oh, here we go, the one for one.
API. Yeah, this was wild. To see exactly
Yeah,
how much
damage during
damage
team
was
fight.
done for one specific team fight, but Yunara's value in that last fight has to have been insane.
I mean, by the end of the game, I think Yunara was what 17-2, 18-2,
Something like that.
something around that ballpark.
Yunara was 15-3.
15-3. So, yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
And Akshan was 19-5. Like, what are we doing?
Mel, the one to do the most damage in the game
That's true.
overall, but a lot of it just
I'm not surprised.
yeah, a
yeah.
lot of it, and I said it right at the start of the game. Mel actually being the longest ranged one in the game. I guess I would hope that's the case. But a lot of it also just being, burn and chip damage onto the Cassante, who's just eating it and not caring. So, take that as you will. But yeah, this fight
right
here was really alarming for Lightridge. The fact that this was even as close as it was, you see Clickers getting so many autos off,
Fireworks.
flashing in to finish the job.
My
but
goodness.
that should not be as close as it was, given the statistical advantage that Lightridge had.
Look at all those little embers just flying
Yeah.
out.
Yeah, it's
It's a massacre.
this was a extremely close game one. Emphasis on this is game one.
Oh my
so
goodness,
we have
you are so
At
right.
least one more of this and possibly another.
Yeah.
So, yeah, what a way to kick off a grand final with a 50-minute banger of a game one. And, yeah, this was it was so back and forth. I mean, Gnarly almost one-shotting the entire team in one rotation. Just could not get it done, and it all comes down to Clickers doing so much damage in those team fights. Iron Giant as well.
Yeah, this
doing
is the
so
moment
much
where
damage.
I saw Iron Giant that I was hoping a little bit more time spent poking.
Yeah.
'Cause I feel like the damage with Infernal Soul was enough, but then just stepping forward a little too far right here.
Yeah.
And there is so much CC with the remaining 4 people on that squad that it was plentiful.
Yeah, this here too. Like, this was an insanely close fight, but Clicker in the back is untouched throughout this entire fight pretty much, and is just able to unload so much damage over and over again. All goes down in the end, but man, was that so close.
Almost penta.
All resources
Here we
spent.
go.
Yeah, here's the last fight. See, Iron Giant gets out.
Look at how much damage
That was that
So
redemption?
it looked like Diana ult had part of it,
okay.
as well as Iron Giant got out of all of the trouble. I did not notice that the first time around. Yunara did go down, but yeah, I mean just huge AOE damage from both sides. Results in a victory here in game one for Lightridge. But man, I mean, one slight misstep at any given moment during that game, and it might have been a grossly different outcome.
I agree.
Yeah.
And shout out to production to getting a slowdown of that.
I appreciate
one
that.
That is true.
big
That is true.
boom.
that was huge, and I still couldn't really see what happened.
There were so many lights on my screen. I don't know what's
Enhance?
happening.
Yeah, but
Zoom in. Okay, pause. This could be 15 different abilities at once hitting you. I'm not entirely sure.
everybody's health bars just disappeared.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's what happened.
That game took so long that we had so many replays that we are ready to go into draft for game number 2. Folks, we are back at it. There is no rest for the weary. Let's go.
Yeah, thankfully, while we were sitting here looking at replays and talking about the game, hopefully the players have had a solid minute to decompress after that.
No.
Because I don't doubt emotions and everybody's just muscles are real tense after that one. So I hope all the players were able to get a nice breath, maybe a drink of water, and we're getting right back into it.
Pick band, baby.
Yeah.
First off the board is Zinzao and Gragas. Looks like it might be Zeri to follow yet again, but we'll have to wait and see. Yep, Zeri will be the one to come through.
The thing about longer competitions like this, right? We already had a game number 1 go to 50 minutes, and you've got at least one more game, potentially 2, that wins or losses, you don't want too high of highs or too low of lows in your mentality. You want low highs and high lows.
Right, there you go.
Because that's going to help you push forward and continue to perform. Both of these teams very accomplished, top 2 teams in Virginia. And for a game to be a knife's edge like that, any one decision going a little bit differently at any point in the game could be Chantilly up 1-0. So be curious to see how the draft is approached in game number 2 and see what sort of builds these players are looking to go for.
Yeah, Mel taken off the board by Light Ridge. They don't want to deal with that again. They don't even want to take it.
100% Big Band.
Yeah, Light Ridge
You
with
said it.
the first pick here. As for reference, by the way, these Light Ridge names are not updated, but
true.
We'll get on that
Production.
But opting that, they get the first pick, but they don't want to take Mel with the first pick. They would rather just get rid of it entirely. And what do they opt to take in place of it? It will be a Scion pick, first overall blue side.
So, yeah, this Scion, I'm pretty sure, is an Iron Giant pick. This is not a Sly pick. This is a roaming midline Scion. Iron Giant picked this in their matchup against Woodson in one of their regular season matchups, and it went to Iron Giant. It was an Ornn top in that. Well, was picked, so can't be an Ornn top.
You know what I also like though is because it's such a powerful pick for either top or mid. It can go either place, and depending on where they go mid, could inform where Scion goes.
Very true. Yeah, no, it's definitely a very powerful flex pick for this team.
Yeah, and we'll see who the third pick will be ideally. Well, all right, it won't have to be a
there you go.
support or an 80 carry this time around. It will be a top laner, Aatrox, locked in. So likely going to Sly, and which I believe would mean you're right, that Scion will be ending up in the mid lane into Ornn, Nocturne, Nico. So some seriously huge team fighting ults coming out for Chantilly. They're going to look to try and change the narrative on some of these team fights.
Though a lot of CC in the Nico Ornn collaboration there, Scion Aatrox can kind of shrug a lot of that off unless followed up with some serious damage from the mid lane and ADC. So we'll see what those picks ultimately look like. But I'll be curious to see that combo it's not speaking too much to me yet until we follow up and round out the team.
Yeah, I also want to mention that these two teams have also played each other in the regular season, and people are playing different roles than that initial matchup. Sly was mid the last time. He's now top for Light Ridge. Jolly Jellyfish was top. They played top the entire time.
And now they're jungle.
And Iron Giant was jungle. Iron Giant was their jungler. So definitely a new look here in this grand finals of playoffs than when they met in the regular season.
Versatile squad we have here as the number 1 seed.
Yeah, it certainly seems to be working. Like they seem to have found the order that they like, or at least one that's producing results. Because they are one game away from securing first place in the grand finals here. So no more experimentation with roles anymore, as we have our Phase 2 bans behind us and a Caitlyn locked in. That's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage.
To
That's true.
help follow up, especially with a trap placed underneath, one of these Nico knockups or Ornn knockups if Caitlyn can get in range.
Yeah, somebody
So-
could be standing still for quite some time.
Exactly. Yeah, set up a lot of time for one of those bear traps.
Sivir is Clicker's most played champ in the regular season as well. So back to comfort for the bot laner of Light Ridge. So yeah, there's a lot of comfort picks coming through from this team, and it looks like they're just trying. Well, you would hope they're trying to just end it out here in a clean 2-0 in grand finals. But it's into an Ornn with a Caitlyn, a Nico. There's a lot of potential for some disruption on the side of Chantilly.
Yeah, we've got our final pick for Light Ridge, waiting for it to pop up, and our teams look to be set. What excitement we have! The Nami coming out to support Clickers there in the bot lane, and our mid laner Gnarly going to be on the Akali.
That's a scary pick right there. I mean, that's very much a we're putting the game on you type pick, and you're going to have to really perform on this Akali pick for it to work out. Caitlyn is in a good position, especially in lane with the Nico roots, but into Sivir, Sivir's actually pretty comfortable into Caitlyn being able to spell shield those traps and avoid a lot of that damage. So we'll see how that lane plays out. But a lot of pressure on Gnarly right now.
Yeah, and I also like the Akali because it helps follow up. I feel like Nocturne in our previous matches has been a bit on an island and not terribly impactful. But the fact that Akali can also go in with the Nico, with the Nocturne, with all that CC, and just give Caitlyn space. That's going to be really big win condition for this squad here. And when you're looking at a build like that, giving the longest range ADC in the game space to work and to dish damage, I think it's a good look. See how it plays out, right?
Yeah, and late game Caitlyn is very capable of shredding through very tanky bodies. Caitlyn does a lot of work if they can make it to the late game and into an Aatrox, into a Scion, though. Their health bars might look big, but they will vanish quite quickly in the face of a Caitlyn, especially, like you guys say, if they are given that space to really maneuver and work around Nami bubbles, the Diana engages, whatever it may be coming through from Light Ridge. If Caitlyn has the space, like you guys say, it will be a big problem for Light Ridge.
Yeah, I'm very curious what the Scion build will be here.
True.
I have to imagine it will be tank, just considering that Aatrox is not necessarily a tank. Diana, I guess, could build tank, but probably doesn't want to because that's your only AP. So I have to assume this will be a full tank Scion, but given that we've seen a couple Baus builds today,
That's true.
I can't sit here and totally rule out that this might be like a lethality crit Scion just in hopes of completely one-shotting this Caitlyn and maybe like Nocturne in his passive.
I think there's a couple different things that Scion has to offer, right? While alive, if tanky, does so much CC.
Mm-hmm.
But then if they ignore him, he does CC. If they take him out first, then he goes into his passive and chunks.
Dishes damage.
So Scion, just honestly a very well-rounded champion, limited by their mobility outside of their ultimate. It's a great pick. Can't wait to see Iron Giant on him.
Yeah, not often we get to see Scion in competitive until the last 6 months or so.
Yeah.
Really since the conception
Since,
of Flows
Lost
for Tones.
Yeah, that's true.
And Baus really making this pick seem a lot more viable than anyone ever would have given him credit for. But we'll see if that translates here today. A lot of pressure on all these players still as we are in grand finals. Light Ridge one game of League of Legends away from potentially locking first place in a 2-0 over Chantilly. But Chantilly still with plenty of league left to play, looking to not let that be the case. And they think this might be the draft keep them in this series.
Yeah, this is definitely a very interesting draft from Chantilly, right? There's a lot of counting on winning your lanes, specifically with the Akali. And obviously into a Scion, it's going to be hard to win that lane because you're an assassin. He's a tank. You can't really assassinate the tank. So you'll be looking for Gnarly to go on a lot of roams, most likely towards the bot side because there's also the Aatrox up top, also very hard to kill, especially alongside an Ornn who, well, mind you, does do a fair amount of damage, but once that kind of kit is run through, there's a lot of cooldown before they can do damage again. So, yeah, definitely expecting some bot side roams, some potential dives as well. When Nico hits level 6, they can really do some damage with some bot tower dives. So, definitely expect to see maybe 1 or 2 of those.
Or level 1 antics here out of Light Ridge. They will come up short, though. Chantilly opting for a more defensive, just 5-point, really. They did invade with a Nocturne and Akali and get a ward on Raptors, so they will see Scion walking up here and maybe giving away. You see the question mark ping there. Sniping him on his path back to lane, saying, something ain't right about this.
And now we go into our laning phase of game number 2. Light Ridge with the game advantage here in the grand finals against Chantilly. And see just what each team is looking for. Using a little bit of the cheeky clone ability to get some attack damage down with the increased attack range of that Caitlyn. So you're not seeing double, that is Nico. Being a
which
friend.
one?
Yeah, which one?
Which one is the Nico? How can I tell?
Ain't that the question?
Ain't that just the way?
Yep, we've got Aatrox up here again. Last time we saw an Aatrox today, it was a very, very strong pick. Also starting Doran's Blade into a Doran Shield Ornn, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, no, it was Cassante that game.
Yeah, it was.
But still, very, very strong Aatrox pick the last time we saw it. So I'm somewhat expecting similar levels of success. If Sly is able to recreate that in any degree, I think Light Ridge is in a pretty solid spot on the top side of the map to hopefully make up for what I expect to be a pretty oppressive and irritating bot lane to deal with.
Yeah, do your best mini judgment impression on the Aatrox. See what you can do into this matchup thus far. Well, losing out on some of these trades. Q3 landing, however, the W as well. Q off cooldown, and now Curb looking for a potential solo kill. Forces the flash out from the Aatrox. Some skirmishing heavily going on in the mid lane as well. Both of those mid laners getting dangerously low. So, yeah, solo laners not afraid to bring the fight to their opponent early in this laning phase.
No, absolutely not. You can see on either side of our screen the health bars of our top and mid laners on either side of the battlefield looking a little bit low. Jolly Jellyfish looking for something. Sly going to retreat back towards the bush, but it is too little too late. The health bar dropping to 0, and Curb says, okay.
Yeah, now Gnarly looking for more. Does have the Ignite off. Will it be enough? The tick damage, it will. So Iron Giant drops, Sly falls as well. Make it a cool 2-0 for Chantilly in their solo lane.
Yeah, and when you're that low on Scion, you still, you just have like, the instinct to run away, but if you're that low at that point, you run towards the danger.
Exactly.
So that your passive does have the potential for something more. Alas, a 1-0 lead for the Akali in Gnarly is going to take the lead there in the mid lane. 3 members of Chantilly back at base, so they're just recuperating and spending some of that hard-earned gold.
This is Bowson's Law in effect here, too. That was a good death from Iron Giant. You know why? Because he has no death timer and has TP, and Akali doesn't. So what is Akali's reward for getting that second elimination on the game? She loses a whole wave for it because Sion was able to crash or from his passive, get a bunch of clear the wave that existed, TP back with no death timer, and clear the next wave. So you actually see that Sion is up on CS from dying there.
How about
that's crazy.
that?
That is the tempo dilemma that is Sion. But we see now Jolly Jellyfish making their way down to a bot lane. Great snare from Nico to avoid damage, or avoid trouble onto Cheese Nibble. And now just the return damage from this very long-range Caitlyn gets to just kind of poke you down. This Nami's up a little aggressive, but the bubble will land. One more snare connects. The spell shield just a little late. Clicker's very low, but not low enough. Will the Ignite do it? It does!
Oh, the flash
and then
forward!
the flash forward!
No!
But they don't
Recall!
know! They don't know! Go back!
Run!
What's happening? Wait, Orn
can't
killed
be
the
real.
Aatrox up
You're
top
right.
as well. Jolly Jellyfish finally does go back and finish the job. Meanwhile, what happened, Tom?
I'm so sorry, Dinner. I forgot we're so loud in your ears. When
What
I
was
The Diana goes
crazy.
down to the Nocturne and Akali, and they're gonna have a free Infernal Drink to start things off.
This is
I
our
can't
8th game of League of
believe it,
Legends
man.
today. We're losing our minds, dude. What is happening?
This is something else. Oh my
All
goodness.
right, breather time. Orn is 2-0 in the top lane and just got a plate. Chantilly's going to walk away with first dragon as well. Sion threatening this mid lane might get a second plate out of all of this because, again, the tempo dilemma that is Sion.
Oh my goodness.
When he's losing, he's winning. So now Nocturne's going to walk and hit this controller and catch a bubble for it, and get scared off the controller. But here we go. Big engage from Iron Giant. Ultimate's still up and won't need it just yet. Akali able to kick flip back and get out of trouble, but Ornn and Aatrox here now going at it. Not much mana from this Ornn, who has not had a chance to back since taking down Aatrox off our screen. So now Sivir caught in a little bit of trouble, but a spell shield means that not as much trouble as other 80 carries would have been in that scenario. And we get to take a breath and chill for a little bit.
Yeah, Nocturne getting close to that level 6 as well, about halfway through their level 5 level, if I am not mistaken. We'll hit 6 right now, actually. So does have the Paranoia up and available for some optimal Nocturne ganking. So we'll have to see where that comes, when that comes, and if it is successful, as we have fights on top and bot thus far. Cheese Nibble will be eliminated from the Rift, going over to Sivir there, and Sly now getting aggressive. Oh, won't be able to find the kill off of
What is
this?
this?
What is this?
Oh my! We cut away. Okay, but he's fine. Ornn has no mana. He doesn't die to the Q. And
Jolly Jellyfish is here.
He leveled up. He's
Nocturne.
up to about 200 HP. Now, yeah, Nocturne and Akali both moving from mid lane. Grubs are up.
Oh no,
so
Sly gets there
no
first.
way.
Kokushibu.
Hey, just don't
Neither
slide.
top lane
Just don't slide.
wants to move. Kokushibo doesn't
Why
want to
not?
die before Grubs, so they opt to just let him live and back, and they will just take the Grubs.
The Paranoia
Sure.
would have been enough to secure that kill, and I mean, it would still have been a 1v1 because Jolly Jellyfish full health there, and Ornn basically no health,
Yeah.
Very true.
with no ult as well to help from range. So identifying that the Grubs are up next and knowing that Diana is around, they do not opt to start them right away, and Jolly Jellyfish looking like they want to be the one to take first crack at the Grubs. Nocturne is nearby, and any vision will allow him to get in there, but just going to be taking the red buff and really nothing doing. Going to let them have this one.
That's very interesting to me.
Yeah.
It felt like the whole reason we didn't see the Paranoia come out was because they had the positioning in their favor to start the Grubs while Diana was covering for her top laner. But that apparently was not the mentality, and here comes a surprise to Nocturne to find out that there are no Void Grubs. So That's a bit of a misstep from Chantilly. I think they had a window but didn't know that they were in that window. And Light Ridge able to capitalize.
I have to wonder if there's like
I don't know.
at the start of that, if there was no vision on Aatrox on like 100 health or so, because I know whenever I play Nocturne, I cannot wait to hit the R button. And if I see somebody that low, I don't care what the cost is.
Yeah, I just go. Might as well. Yeah, Gnarly now getting some good trading up against Iron Giant there in the mid lane. But yeah, this is a pretty close. There comes the Paranoia. Misses out on the Q, has to flash to follow up and find that kill. In the end, it will be a 1-for-1, and now Sly getting dangerously low there, and Curb will find the solo kill up against the Aatrox.
See, that's tough. I mean, you're already down 0-2. You want to try and find something, but at this point, you can't find it by yourself. So stepping that far forward just to try and get some farm, you're not that far behind in CS, but now with a 3-0 Ornn, look out. This is going to be an impact player moving into the mid game. We're 11 minutes in, and 3 eliminations there with about a 1,500 gold lead on the Ornn is significant.
And again, it's a good death from Sion. Did you see that wave that he just collected? Yeah. Because he has TP, Akali doesn't, and all of a sudden there's a almost 800 gold lead on this Sion that is 1-2. That's Sion. That's Sion as a champion. It's fascinating when you get into the layers of Sion as a champion. And for the longest time, until literally within the last year when competitive Sion became popular, Akali would have a shutdown right now. So if Sion got a killing blow onto Akali, he would actually be rewarded even more, even though he has more money than the Akali.
Yeah,
Sion,
that's
ladies
crazy.
and gentlemen.
How wild is that, huh? My goodness, a level lead here for Curb as well on the Ornn. Has about a 1.5k gold lead up in the top lane as well for this Sion. So playing very, very well into this Aatrox matchup. Sly just trying to maintain some sort of pace and trying to soak up some XP, get some CS as we have a fight in the mid lane. It will be a Pop Blossom going through. Sion able to find that kill, but Gnarly not enough damage to seal the deal on Jolly Jellyfish. So instead, it'll just be a 1-for-none.
It's a completed Hollow Radiance, too, on Sion. Who can do any damage to this Sion other than Caitlyn? Nobody. Okay. And he's going to walk away with an Akali in his pocket. Caitlyn is finally here to cause issues here. Nocturne might have been able to do it, too.
Wave.
But, yep, here goes the wave, and he's going to run really fast at this Nocturne and get 1 or 2 autos in, just one. But... Again, it's a good death, and Akali loses more than Sion ever will in that exchange.
Yeah, and just kind of taking stock of top lane, Sly not having the best time, and Curb doing a fantastic job shutting down Aatrox. Can be very scary champion once they get into the mid game and into team fights, but if they never are able to complete their first item and are constantly in grayscale, or constantly backing because just a few interactions chunk your entire health bar, this Curb might just be taking this turret before we even get to, well, it's not going to finish before plates, but going to get all 4 plates before all said and done.
Yeah, and Aatrox did just hit level 10 while he was recalling. So almost a full... Well, not even almost. A full level deficit between these two players now, as now it's Iron Giant's responsibility to come and cover this lane, and Aatrox will be sent mid.
And you know what? He's a good replacement.
He is a good replacement because Sion can hold his own way more into an Ornn as he'll sit there and, well, that was rude.
Trying to build an item right in front of your opponent as Jolly Jellyfish goes in with the ultimate and will find the shutdown onto the Diana as well. Now it's Gnarly's turn in the mid lane. The perfect execution is used. The Q there will be able to find that elimination in the mid lane as well. But still, if you look at the gold, it's pretty much dead even across the board right now.
And that just goes to show you the Akali, who was still eliminating Sion pretty consistently with help of others, of course, having a really difficult time against Sion. Then Sion goes top to Ornn. Ornn looking almost invincible against Aatrox, and looks like shredded cheese against Sion. Just goes to show you how far behind Aatrox is at this point, because then goes to Akali and gets blown up again. Rift Herald now on the Rift. So we've got Nico and company over by there trying to get a little bit of vision. They do have the river bug.
Scuttlebug. Not river.
Again,
Crustacean.
this is our 8th game of League of Legends today. Riverbug is the best I could do.
Sion is like 1,300 gold up on Akali.
That's wild.
Which is the economy of League of Legends. But thankfully for Chantilly is mostly canceled out by the advantage they've built in the top lane. Aatrox just about a minion right now. For about 200 to 300 gold separating these two bot laners, so they will continue to scale late into the game. Both of these AD carries very much late game powerhouses in their own rights, right, in different ways. And the gold stays pretty even, but 2 dragons in favor of Chantilly, as well as now the Herald secured mid lane tier 1 felled without it. Means it looks like Nocturne is setting his sights on potentially top lane, or at least his topside camps.
Yeah, Iron Giant doing a great job at just kind of mitigating what Curb was able to do in that top side. Some dancing, some champion mastery flashes coming across the board from both Curb and Sly, or excuse me, Iron Giant up in that top side portion. But yeah, this is a game that's had a lot of action thus far. I mean, we have 16 kills in 16 minutes, almost about 1 kill per minute thus far, but still a very even game state for the grand scheme of things.
And you know what's funny is we have heard almost nothing from these two bot lanes other than that. They've been very quiet, and this Sion just getting those quick rotations with the ultimate, the huge Qs, the huge damage, huge health bar. I think we have our answer in the itemization the Iron Giant needs to go, because it doesn't really matter. And when you're this far ahead, you're dealing the damage and you're staying alive. But yeah, the Caitlyn hasn't really gotten a chance to get off the ground, farming well enough. But the bottom lane's been pretty quiet, and now the bottom laners are going to shift around as their lane has been taken over by others. Now Clixers and Captain Squid looking to put a little bit of pressure on there in the mid lane, but we've got Mr. Kokushibo going to be able to clear that wave with no problem.
Yeah, Ornn items starting to roll out now as he's given himself one, but Paranoia on the line here in the mid lane. The bubble does not connect, but the tidal wave will, and it's not enough to protect you from this Nocturne. And Cheese Nibble looking for more. The headshot will do it. Is the spell shield online? It looks like it was. So Cheese Nibble now in some trouble with this Sion, but Gnarly's going to engage on the backside of the Dragon Pit. Sly very squishy and is about to go down, but the Diana connects on the Akali in the Shroud. She drops as well. Aatrox finally goes down, and Diana does as well. Meanwhile, on the other side, Cheese Nibble not able to get away from Iron Giant. So plenty of bloodshed across the map, but will it translate into objectives or just towers? As now Iron Giant may be the one in a bit of trouble with Nocturne chasing him down. A great little flash ult play to secure the Nico, and now in his passive, Nocturne so speedy, able to just walk away. But
he can just
Sion's
go raid the tower.
And the
no,
there
it is.
I was about to say.
I was like, that's robbery if you don't get that.
Passive does actually significantly reduce damage to structures.
So I thought that was going to be one punch.
Yeah, I was not sure that he was going to get it, but
3 damage per hit.
I thought for sure he might just opt for the wave, and because that was a cannon wave too.
That's true.
But got the tower, so it worked out. Can't complain. That's 300 gold to that Sion, and once again, a great death.
And only 4. He's 7-4-2. Like, it's not like he's
running it
inting,
down.
if you say. like it's been very, very well calculated as the bubble steal attempt from Captain Squid comes through, but won't be able to find that one as Koku Shibo had the smite up and available.
Gold lead about 300. Now, Chantilly, though, with 3 Drakes, the elimination advantage, and it's not as crazy as it may seem where we're talking about Sion running over this game. It does feel like that, but there's plenty of people in the Nocturne and Ornn that are keeping this game very close for Chantilly. And it's still anybody's game at this point. And now we see Ornn with 2 people in the top lane trying to take him down, but a very tanky Ornn just gets to waddle away. That's going to be a bubble, a flash that isn't going to go over the wall, but will avoid the extra CC, but just not going down very fast. The CC does help out, so he doesn't get the Ornn horn. And finally, Clickers coming over and going to finish off the Ornn about 20 to 30 seconds later.
Yeah, and this play feels late from Lightridge. That took forever to take down the Ornn, and now Lightridge able to return the favor across the field. They do get the Pop Blossom onto 2, but Ornn will connect with 1. Down goes the Nico. Sly also taken out of combat, and Nocturne takes shelter in the Rift Herald and will run over 2 and sprint to safety, as Shelly will make her happy way to the mid lane. But it will be an Otacon off the back of an Ornn pick all the way up in the top lane as Lightridge converts it all the way down to the bot lane.
As tanky as we've got a TP here, I will analyze in just a moment as this battle is not concluded. Curve is here and a huge knock-up onto Captain Squid. And Otacon below 50%, but the health bars being shredded by Otacon.
Surely Kokushibo and Gnarly can do it, no?
I would assume so. I mean, you have...
yeah, maybe trying to avoid the vision of Lightridge, and yeah, they make their way back onto it. All of the health bars too low for Lightridge. Sion had no mana, so Chantilly makes their way back into the Otacon pit and just end up brute forcing it back their way.
All right. Nice. Well...
What
it's still only about a 1. Yeah, I thought that Lightridge had that theirs, and it was kind of all done and dusted, but the TP and the low health bars and Otacon doing all that damage very quickly just kind of scares them off, and they're able to instead take it from them. And it's now still only a 1K goalie with Chantilly, by the way, at soul point in the next 2 minutes here. So this is going to be a big fight coming up, so we'll see how that one fares. But yeah, I mean, Chantilly is still hanging in this game, right? It's only 2 towers to 2, 15 to 14 kills, a very, very close game thus far, and a lot of positivity on the side of Chantilly with that soul on the horizon.
This game feels so much further along than 23 minutes.
Look at him go.
He's got his own wave. He's got his own Shelly.
Yeah, he sure does.
Himself.
And he's going to walk right out of there. Gnarly actually threatening a little bit here, but the Hollow Radiance giving him so much MR. Huge shield there. Gnarly going to be forced to wait it out, but the Diana ult comes down, and they just end up blowing up the Diana instead. Smart decision making from Chantilly. A good flash to avoid the charging Sion Q. And now, once again, can they finish this Sion or not?
Oh my!
Huge damage
damage
onto Clickers, but is it enough? Not quite. Pop Blossom lands onto the Sion, but is he going to go down or not? They cannot finish him. Gnarly flashes forward, but still can't get there. Nocturne will finally finish the Nami, and Gnarly on the other side of the river will take care of Iron Giant after a lengthy dispute in this bot lane. But ultimately, that's kind of one big nothing burger for both sides.
I mean, there's no objective to take. There's nothing up. Tower, well, probably just tower would be the only thing to take on that bot side of the map right now. A lot of pings coming through from the Lightridge side of things on the Scuttle specifically, so maybe they're going to try to fight for some vision before that dragon spawns here in the next 25 seconds. Resets coming through from the Chantilly side. They don't necessarily have to fight for this dragon, but certainly would be nice to have a 25-minute soul.
Something I see Chantilly start to do is they're wising up to the cues of Iron Giant. So the big charge up, it's a mere sidestep, but they are being much more cognizant of those coming down, because followed up by that Q, it already does a lot of damage, but it just feels like they are huge chunks of not only CC but that damage. And the last time Iron Giant was in this bottom lane, he was missing a lot of them. Of course, one was a flash out, but people simply sidestepping them because he's opting for a big damage full charge. And that does land, and that's going to be enough. Gnarly going down early in this team fight. Ornhorn does go down. Pop Blossom as well. Huge cooldowns happening all the time. Caitlyn free firing the ultimate, the headshot coming down, and now we still have 4 members of Light Ridge battling it out. And back and forth. Both of these teams just trying to survive. Ornn stepping in. Can he deal it before the Q comes down? No, Iron Giant able to get that off. Kokushibu really just in this backline, not opting to go in and deal any damage because it doesn't have a ton of heals.
The jungler.
And there, the jungler finally dropping. And that is going to be Sion still not dying. How is this possible?
My goodness.
And he almost holds out there, but Ornn able to dash in the way to block it. But look, Iron Giant is
still alive.
take out Nocturne. Like, this champion is crazy. It looks like he has
The heals.
Oh no! This is ridiculous.
The 2 tankiest people on the Rift just trading blows. And now it took so long that the respawns have come through. And now Akali gets to clean up 2 members of Light Ridge, and they'll have the advantage going into now both the Drake being up, and if they want to, rotate all the way up to Baron.
Yeah, that's going to be Soul as well for Chantilly there with the slaying of this Drake. We know that some respawns are already off cooldown with how long that fight went. Sly is back. Jolly Jellyfish as well, the jungler on the side of Light Ridge, back alive, possibly looking for a steal. Gets that root and remains rooted and might just almost goes down as we have a 1v1 again between these 2 top laners, but Sly able to just slip away from the danger of Curb.
Yeah, Mountain Soul going to help a lot with dealing with this Sion because he does not do a ton of damage, but he does it over a long extended period of time while not going down in his own right. So the Mountain Soul just going to subtract from that Sion damage even more, and especially value gained in the form of Sion not having it. So Chantilly now moves to the top side of the map. Once again, Jolly Jellyfish just getting chunked out. Meanwhile, this poor Aatrox
is just full health.
Yeah, this is getting ridiculous. Gnarly takes out the jungler, so they do have a smite advantage in the pit as Nocturne has not stopped hitting the Baron, but Sion wreaking havoc through the backline will just ult out, knowing that the play is likely over. Nocturne does take down the Baron mere frames before potentially losing his life to the Baron. But also Chantilly cross-mapping in the bot side because this Ornn is having his way with Aatrox.
Yeah, Curb is still full health in the bot lane, finally recalling after finding an elimination onto Sly there. I mean, this Ornn is unbelievably unkillable, right? It's very hard to kill this Ornn right now, and finally we see Cheese Nibble as well starting to get some damage under their belt with the completion of the Infinity Edge and some other things kind of getting stacked on top. You can see how even these bot laners are right now, about 10,000 gold apiece.
Okay, I will say that in the bottom river scuffle that we had earlier, Overlord's Bloodmail was completed on Sion, but now we have the addition of Titanic Hydra. So, big boy, big damage.
Absolutely, yeah. Now this Sion can very much take down your AD carry in about 2 to 3 autos with, an auto cancel and a tap Q with the armor shred from his E. Like, you put it all together and you might just vanish. Again, big factor in that, though, is Mountain Soul. It's going to actually make that a lot harder for Sion to nuke you that quick, but still on the table and going to have to be addressed in some way.
And now a 4th item for Sion, creating even more tank.
Lord.
And, okay, I will point out, I hate this from Caitlyn. She has a Zeal and a
The slingshot?
scouts, yeah, slingshot. So she's building what appears to be either a Renon's or a rapid fire cannon. I assume a rapid fire cannon. As the fight breaks out here in the mid lane, and Nami is the first to fall. But can anyone take out this Scion? They're actually doing a lot of damage to him, and he does go down. Still CC'd in his passive, won't get much value from it. Walks right into another trap. That's still 5 alive for Chantilly, and great news for this #2 seed as they march right into the base.
And they're calling for the end, too. Finally, someone going for the end if there's less than 4 people alive.
They're not knocking on the door. They're kicking that thing down. Although the health bars with the Sivir clickers. Oh, no. Mistimes the spell shield and is going to fall. And that's going to be Chantilly taking game 2. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been here. We have had game 3 through semifinal 1 through semifinal 2. Why not with the number 1 seeds in Virginia? We're going to game 3 in the grand finals of the Virginia High School League Championships. I am here for it.
Why not?
Could you expect any less? I mean, the roadmap was laid out for us.
Yeah.
And sure enough, yeah, here we are. But what felt like a game with no direction. And just chaos from start to finish, trades all over the place with neither team coming out explicitly on top, other than Chantilly coming away with all the dragons. That seemed to be the only advantage that either team could build for themselves, and all it was one great Pop Blossom and then lots of well-timed CC onto that Scion. And that's all it took. The Aatrox was a non-factor. The Sivir could not defend against 5 people and was ultimately outranged and damaged by the Caitlyn in the 1v1. So, yeah, the game blows wide open with one great play from Chantilly in what was a very even game, and that's League of Legends.
Yeah, I mean, there seemed like there were so many advantages getting built up on both sides, but in the end, it's Cheese Nibble, right? Going for only 4-7-7, but doing 32,000 damage in that game, the most in the game. The second one was Scion. Iron Giant did 30,000 damage on the Scion. So
I mean, Cheese Nibble caught up there in the final fight,
100%.
spending about 10 minutes hitting Iron Giant.
Yeah, that is true.
While he was CC'd for all of eternity.
Yeah, it was just a back and forth affair pretty much throughout the entire game, and in the end, it's Chantilly.
This was really fun to watch.
It's unbelievable.
Dude, Scion is one of those champs, man.
Look how
it takes like 4 auto attacks.
3, 4.
Doesn't get the fourth, but the Grub finishes the damage, and only because Grubs do true damage over time.
Yeah.
So scary look there, but ultimately paid off. Again, great Pop Blossoms out of this Chantilly support. At multiple points in this game, catching 2-3 members of Light Ridge. So, and obviously the big one at the end. Look at the Sivir damage. Sivir was online at this point in the game. It's just hard to get close and get a lot of that damage off, especially when you're matched up against a Caitlyn that has to do the exact opposite.
There
right?
was
they don't have to get it close at all.
Very real threat that Clickers was going to be able to finish off the entirety of Chantilly as they were knocking at the door.
Yeah.
The bouncing
the
ricochets, it was chunking the entirety of Chantilly.
And even this fight, look at the damage that Clickers gets off here. But not enough to finish the Nocturne and stepped a little too far forward to...
This took a while.
Yeah, again, we're going to sit here
Let's see how long this replay is. This is a 20-second on top of a 20-second replay.
This goes so long. They don't even, not even to where this ends. They're not even close to where this ends yet.
It's this auto right there. Look, they just healed about 400 health in that one exchange.
This fight is so silly.
And Captain Squid is doing so much healing on top of it as well. Shields, heals, anything that you can imagine. Another knockup to come through.
I know. Prioritize the Nami, for goodness sake.
And then the Q misses.
Oh, that was awesome.
Yeah, incredible
Oh,
game
and then it's not even
all
over
around.
yet. I forgot. Yeah.
Oh, right.
Then Akali comes in
keep
and
going.
finishes everybody.
My goodness.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
The
that was
storm surge damage is so crazy.
A lot of Storm Surge value in this game for sure for a gnarly, but yeah, it was so close to like this is only we're about 30-ish minutes in, and it's only a 2K goal difference. It's very, very close.
Yeah, very close, and the Baron call at the end too, probably part of the decision making here too, because Chantilly survives this fight with 5 members alive and Baron buff, right? That's gonna be, if these minions are not Baron empowered, then yeah, a Sivir would absolutely melt through this wave too. Not only the champs, but they would have no wave to work with. But Baron keeping them alive, and Cheese Nibble just not even letting that scenario play out. And here we are, game 3 for the 3rd time out of 3 today. 6:20 local time. We had our schedule blocked out for our award ceremony being at 6:15. So I don't think anybody was expecting all of these games to go to 3, all of these games to be 50 minutes long. But it's been an exciting day of League of Legends.
Yeah, I will say this has been a special day to be here, sitting with you guys, getting to watch. Just so much fun getting to geek out over League of Legends and talk about it with the 3 of us. We don't get to do a TriCast very often, but this has been probably my most preferred way of having to spend 6 to 8 hours in a room with some people.
Yeah, and what is
6 to 8?
Yeah, we were hoping.
Yeah, no, I gotta say for what is
Close enough.
for what is likely my last Shenandoah stream, this is
Both
a
of ours.
barn burner.
Yeah, both of ours, yeah.
What a way to go! But
awesome.
all right, well, with that behind us, all this hype, let's take a quick moment to look across the aisle at what's been going on in our facilities here. Smash Bros was competing over in the Collaboratory. Hopefully you had a chance to tune in at some point in all of their competition. But as we saw, or as we had a feeling, it was going to be the number 3 CD Hilton in the finals, and they did ultimately end up taking the victory over Woodside. So congratulations to them on a very hard-fought and well-deserved victory and a first-place finish in VHSL finals.
Yeah,
That's huge.
What a road! You not only have to go that we have arguably longer sets. Not arguably, we have longer sets over here in League of Legends.
Let's argue about that.
I'd say their games go around 50 to an hour. Yeah.
But they have to go through several different phases. There's new matchups that they have to go against. There's blind picks into new opponents. So there's a lot of strategy that goes into the long road that is starting in the quarterfinals, not the semifinals, for those Smash players. So really hats off to CD Hilton getting the job done, making it all the way to grand finals, and coming out with a 3-1 victory. Props.
Yeah.
We're probably
Very
going to
good.
miss your award ceremony. I don't know if we're doing
Sorry.
it live or if
Yeah.
we're on stream, but
We're a little occupied.
we got stuff to do. So we are into the draft of game number 3. We see the Zoe ban, the Zeri ban, and over on the other side, the Gragas, Zaya, and the Yasuo. We have not been able to see the Yasuo come out for, who was it?
Sly, I
that was
believe, is the
favored
Yasuo.
that one.
Let me
And I
double
think
check
keeping Sly off
Yeah.
of his most played champ is probably a good one because you made him look like, Chris said, a minion in game number 2.
Yeah, and we have our B1 pick in with Mel still on the board, surviving phase
That's
1
true.
bans. It is Chantilly opting to take the Nico with the B1 pick, blue side first pick, not Mel. So does Lightridge value that pick enough to take it now? Blind? Hard to say. It's not undefeated on the night, but it has been certainly one of, if not the most impactful pick that we've seen on a consistent basis through all 8 games of League of Legends that we've watched. But Now with the next 2 picks in, it's Jarvan and Milio, so Mel still on the board. Will she make it to phase 2 or not? I really don't know.
A Vi hover is what we're seeing right now on our side. Not locked in. Yes, locked in now. So it will be a Vi to answer into the Jarvan. Some very early game power from the Vi and a lot of backline dive capabilities as well to follow up with a potential Nico Pop Blossom if they do catch that backline target. That would probably be the best case scenario for that ultimate, as the Volley Bear is the one to be in response with an Ornn as well picked on the side of Chantilly.
Yeah, they really like that Ornn on the curb, and rightly so. What a dominant performance in lane and also outside of lane. Through most of that game, did a really great job getting the lead and then just being the biggest, baddest person on the Rift, even with a Scion.
Yeah, you have to think now. Phase 2 bans and both mid laners not shown yet. There's no way Mel gets through. But unfortunately for Chantilly, it's kind of on them to ban it. Because if you don't, Lightridge gets the first pick in phase 2 here. So like we saw Lightridge just hover the Mel ban and switch off of it. And I think they noticed exactly that. They said, we're going to make you use a ban on it. And if you don't, we'll take it. Fine. Boo-hoo.
Whoopsies.
You really forced our hand. So I think this is an advantageous position here for Lightridge and just a big decision for Chantilly. Are they afraid of the Mel or not?
Okay, taking away the Akali and the Ashe off of Cheese Nibble and Gnarly. So afraid of some of those previous picks that were pretty impactful in games 1 and 2. We'll see what our final ban looks like for
Hovering Vladimir.
Oh,
there he goes.
Interesting.
So the answer is no. The answer is that Chantilly clearly thinks that they can deal with the Mel, and if so, you got to show it.
Yeah, surely he gets picked here, right?
Yeah,
I mean, I
to
see
assume
no
the Mel
reason
gets
why
picked
you
here.
would not pick Mel right now. They're taking their time. Oh, well,
Hovering
just as I say
Mel.
that. Hovering, they are now hovering Mel, yeah. So you got to assume that that's the pick. I mean, it's been so powerful throughout the entire day that it feels like it's a must-pick champ right now.
And it's must pick enough that they did it. So what is the response? So what will be the mid laner that we see dethrone Mel for the first time today? Hovering Galio right now, and I don't hate that at all. With a MR
we already
type.
did have a dethrone of Mel, actually. Akshan took her down.
I guess that is kind of true.
That is
yeah,
true.
That's
So
a great point.
it's not bulletproof.
Yeah, but and Mel still did like most damage in that game.
Yeah.
60,000 damage.
Even with a loss, still did the most damage
Right.
in the game.
Yeah.
So.
Is it enough? We will see. But it looks like Chantilly will not opt that direction. They will secure the Caitlyn once again, like that on Cheese Nibble. But the final pick, the mid lane counter to Mel, according to Chantilly, is Syndra.
I like this pick.
Yeah.
A lot of single target damage. There are enough opportunities to get a pretty safe stun that you should be able to pretty fearlessly scatter the weak into your ultimate without fear of reflection. So I like this sort of counter single target damage sort of angle they have. Syndra, Vi, and Caitlyn can all put a pretty big hurting down. But boy, we have gone team fight, where we now have a misfortune on the field. You partner that with a Jarvan Cataclysm, and you have a recipe for damage.
Yeah, that's going to do a whole lot of work in the team fight. If that finds Caitlyn in the backline or Syndra, either of those squishies, they will be blown up very, very quickly by a late game misfortune.
Yeah, that's about as textbook as it gets. You think of the most old school basic combos in League of Legends. You think Lucian Nami. You think, Misfortune Jarvan is on that list. Yeah, Oriana Wukong, Oriana Nocturne. This is one of those. And And we know that that bullet time can cause all kinds of problems, especially when the Mel's on your team. Because if Mel was able to reflect a lot of those bullets, then all of a sudden Misfortune's not really an option. But thankfully for Lightridge, they were able to secure the Mel and the Fortune, and potentially set up some really nasty team fights around these objectives.
I did like the one interaction we saw earlier today where Mel reflected one of Maokai's ultimate vines, and it just went back in the direction.
Yeah.
I noticed at one point one of the Mels reflected a Ziggs bomb, and I thought it would go. So Ziggs throws his bomb and then it bounces 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
I thought if Mel reflected it, that it would be thrown back at Ziggs, but it's not. It just started on the 3 little bounces and went like nowhere. I was like, oh, well, that was kind of anticlimactic. I thought Ziggs was going to get hit with his own bomb, but I guess not.
Well, if you're going to reflect something, it's taking the same velocity into the reflection.
It's a great point.
So it was already at the
Physics.
dribble stage.
There you go.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The dribble stage.
Triple stage.
All right, we've had a lot of video games here today, but with 1 minute left in our spectator delay and one game separating these two teams between a first place finish and a heartbreaking second place finish here in VHSL. Nothing here should be too heartbreaking because these two teams have absolutely earned this position and should be very proud of the seasons they've had. But boy, you'd hate to get this far and not finish the job. And both teams, certainly with that goal in mind, now have one game to settle it between the two of them. And this has been one of the more exciting days of League of Legends I've had, especially in this room, that I can certainly remember in recent memory.
Yeah, completely agree. Both teams, I can't figure out, just based how today has gone, I have no idea who's taking this one. And that's how it should be, right? Both teams have shown their stuff, and they've shown they know how to win games. And we're going to settle it in one final game here at VHSL. And gosh, what a day.
What a day.
Yeah, it is jam-packed with a lot of fun and a lot of good League of Legends thus far. And yeah, I mean, you make the best point of who knows what is about to happen. Like, we have Mel in here again, on Iron Giant again specifically, who went absolutely insane in Game 3 of the semifinals for Lightridge to punch their ticket into the grand finals up against, that was against Woodson High School. And now we're back at it. We're shooting our shot again with Mel, and if it works, it's going to work really well. And if it doesn't work, it's going to work really well in 40 minutes. So, one or the other,
Oh, they are. Oh, wow. It looked like Lightridge might have had an opportunity there with just another 3 seconds of patience, but Cheese Nibble gets away with one there.
Although, did have to spend the ghost. So
fair.
It was not for free.
Yeah, and now Nico looking to start some mischief in the river, but gonna take one Mel auto and walk away. So, handshake, good to see you. How you doing? Keep
How
it
you
moving.
doing? Yep. Good to see you.
Worth mentioning too that Misfortune brought Cleanse. Well, yeah, you mentioned that. Caitlyn has, it looks like, Ghost, which is what we saw, yeah. So, different summoners in this bottom lane than we've seen in previous games, but double TP across the board still. Milio taking Heal, Nico taking Ignite. So pretty standard stuff so far. We'll see if this Milio is able to get much value from his summoner heal, especially in lane, because this Caitlyn is going to be really obnoxious to deal with.
Yeah, Caitlyn is definitely just one of those champs, especially if you're a shorter ranged ADC. It's really hard to combat that laning phase. D'Amelio is doing some help with the Cozy Campfires, extending some of Misfortune's range to try to go against it as a root comes through. That might be a kill. Oh, it will be. That is first blood to the Mel Iron Giant, the first on the board.
Okay, but in order to get there, Gnarly, for the first time I've seen, made a laning Mel use one of their pots. So
That's fair.
So
this is huge.
there is definitely pressure coming from Gnarly on this Syndra, although does go down early and now at a CS deficit. This is it shows that this is a champ that can tango with the best of them here, at least early game.
Yeah, 50 gold difference from previous laning matchups we've seen. And that's something where we otherwise had nothing. So take that as you will. But a solo kill to start off game 3. What a way to kick things off here. That's certainly the last thing you want to see from Lightridge. But a big flash in once again from Cheesy Nibble. And it amounts to really not much other than low mana bars for this Caitlyn. But aggressive decision making, very much overestimating their strength here at 3.5 minutes into the game.
But they do have their Ghost coming up soon, so movement abilities are because they have 2 and was spent 1 earlier. They're gonna have another one coming up here pretty soon, so not a lot of loss there. Mel, for one of the first times we've seen, getting forced out of lane. Going to be forced to back. Syndra coming back, not with anything more because they died so early, but just utilizing a bit of the extra mana that they had and those health bars and the lack of health pots because Mel had to spend them early to get that elimination. Going to serve them well to get at least some sort of catch up here.
Yeah, now Mel looking for the reflect on that scatter, and it actually didn't work. So still getting stunned, not taking damage at least, but a bit of a strange interaction there, and maybe something to keep an eye out for as this game goes on. But
I wonder
again,
if it's because it's a combination of 2 spells.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. Maybe you got hit by the ball while it was still in the E versus on the outside of the E, like being pushed.
Yeah, maybe the E was the thing that got reflected, and then the ball, I don't know.
Yeah, I have no idea, honestly. That was a very strange interaction for sure. But now flash, flag, and drag into the Mel route. Lots of damage coming out, but no Mel execute. Won't matter. Jolly Jellyfish able to get that one last auto attack to finish the job, make it 2 on the scoreboard for Lightridge. And now low health bars in this top lane with a huge wave crash, and we might see Volibear look to dive this, but misses the lightning and will opt to take the safe way out.
But look at the difference, though. Volibear, or Slime, much happier on the bear, not getting brawled out.
Yeah, still being in the game at this point.
Yeah, exactly. Still alive, has not fallen yet, as that did not happen in the
with a lead.
Those other games. Yeah, and with CS lead in the top side as well. Definitely some more sustain in the early lane.
I like
for
the idea
Volibear.
of going for the ring, though. A little bit of extra AP and a little bit extra mana to continue to W to sustain. So smart play there from Sly to know what sort of hurdle was ahead of him with that Ornn.
Yeah, now bits of damage coming out from both sides of this bot lane. Neither one really a ton of poke damage, as Caitlyn's not able to get up and get many auto attacks off, so just trading, Qs for Misfortune ease, as now we have a bit of a skirmish here breaking out. A nice little 3v3 with a flag and drag from the Tri-Bush means that he's going to walk to safety with the help of the Milio. But Caitlyn still dishing auto attacks onto this Milio, but no flash to potentially secure that elimination means Milio also walks out. Meanwhile, on the top side, Sly gets his revenge for 50 minutes of horror, and he'll get his first solo kill in the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, a great solo kill. A Volibear that gets ahead early is definitely something to be scared of, especially if they go kind of, would not assume an AP build from Volibear as a flash away comes through. But so far, it does look like it might be the case. Jolly Jellyfish goes down to Gnarly as well. The Q follow-up will land onto the Mel as well. Uses the ult and is able to trade one right back and is still alive. The Q
No
not
way.
able to reach and will get pushed
Bullet time?
back. And now it's all up to Clickers, right?
ol',
Able
big
to
ol'.
come through. Big
no.
Scatter still alive, but will also live through the root from the Nico. How does that even happen?
Oh, did Clickers only just now hit 6, so that's why there wasn't a bullet time coming across?
They
'Cause
did, but I
think
think
so,
they had
yeah.
a window there.
It was
I think
so
so.
ripe for a good bullet time.
Exactly.
All four in the jungle bunched up. Oh, they better watch out for that. Maybe that was a calculated risk knowing that Clickers wasn't 6 yet.
Yeah, maybe. And I mean, what a disastrous break so far from Chantilly. The scoreboard says 1-6, and 3 of there, I guess only 2 of those being 1v1s, and the rest now a very just tough fight, sort of, one of those Knight's Edge fights, falling Chantilly, falling Light Ridge's way, and now Chantilly has a bit of a hole to crawl out of.
I have a 2K gold lead now in, 8 minutes of game time, so definitely looking good, especially Iron Giant again on this Mel 3-0-2. Yeah, it's looking a little rough as the Blackfire Torch is getting close to being completed here. 2 of the, what are they called? Oh my goodness. Ingredients. So we'll go with ingredients.
Components?
Yeah, components. That's the one I was looking for. Are bought, and looks like it will be also the Dark Seal as well for this Mel.
But Chantilly, I mean, really to no surprise, the range of Caitlyn and the oppressive sort of roots and range and damage of Nico, they're able to put so much pressure into this bottom lane and getting a bunch of plate damage and plate money for it. So we should be looking to see Caitlyn coming out of laning phase fairly strong. Certainly not to sort of a Iron Giant mid lane level, but we do have a skirmish here in the top lane. And Sly, for the first time in his life, looking damaged there on the Volley Bear, but going to be able to walk out. All things said and done, not much damage done, no kills going down for either player, but now Orin kind of gets the free farm there in the top lane while Bear has to lick his wounds and head back to base, though not yet.
Yeah, a lot of tower plates going in favor of this bot lane too. That's
go get it.
the
There we
tower. The tower is gone. All 5 plates in the back pocket of the bot lane as Gnarly still continues to put the pressure on Iron Giant in the mid lane here. As we take a quick look at the gold, it's only about a 300 gold lead, but still something better than nothing in the bot lane.
So looking at neutral objectives, right, we have Dragon over to Light Ridge. They also have Grubs, so that's 2 out of 3 neutral objectives they need for feats of strength. They also got the elimination portion. Okay, so they need 1 more neutral objective in order to secure feats of strength. First stone, I'll call it, going over to Chantilly. So the only route to the upgraded boots will be for them to find some more of those neutral objectives before Light Ridge can.
Yeah, likely going to have to be 2 dragons and a herald, which is going to be every objective that spawns between now and about 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's a tall order, for sure.
Yeah, so... But I'm sure they're going to keep an eye out for it, right? Again, the gold lead could be significantly worse, I must say, for the circumstances here, given the scoreboard. But Caitlyn able to really put the bully lane value on the table and take that whole first tower, 5 plates worth. Unfortunately, being in a duo lane, that means you're splitting it with your support. So that's why we're seeing that gold lead not be as big as it might otherwise seem. Also, little things like, Fortune keeping up with CS as well as having first strike means that she's making extra income. All the little things, add up to be a little bit more than you might expect. But now Mel forced to retreat against this buy, sidesteps the engage, but won't be enough. The reflector already used, so cannot protect from that Syndra ultimate, and she will go down. So a response from Chantilly to get back on the scoreboard in the right area.
Yeah, and if you kind of look at levels, right, with Cheese Nibble and the Nico versus Clickers and Captain Squid, Captain Squid has been roaming a lot, and Clickers, part of the reason that that tower went down is Clickers has been spending a lot of time solo in that bottom lane. So already level 8, almost treated as a solo laner for a lot of this laning phase. So once we get into a true team fight, expect big damage coming down from a potential ultimate there. Bullet time will shred.
Okay, I thought maybe a bit more trouble than that. But Cheese Nibble able to get away with a lot of damage in return onto the MF, landing the net and the Q. So Cheese Nibble walking away without much trouble, and we'll just get a back off for it. Collector completed, and I expect probably boots here, or maybe a BF sword. Yep, boots it is on the recall. Fortune not able to stay for these last minions, but Emilio being a great support and holding those minions there until Fortune gets back.
Doing whatever the ADC requests. Hold that wave.
Yep.
Hold it. And it goes, okay, sure thing. Anything
Okay,
for you,
well,
my
this
ADC.
will be one of those 3 needed for Chantilly to get back into the Feats of Strength race.
So Mountain Soul again as well. That will be, our 3rd Mountain Soul, I want to say, of the day.
-1.
So, yeah, something around there. I think it's 2nd of this series, because I think that was the Soul in game number 1. So
That was so long
Yeah.
ago, I don't know.
I know. It was almost 2 hours ago when we figured out what Soul that was. So, yeah, I mean, this is a good approach, again, coming through from Chantilly. A fight breaking out here as well. Bullet time forces the flash. The ult coming through from Iron Giant as well. Won't be able to find the kills. And if you look at the top, at the gold, we're dead even.
Yeah, I have to say, you know, a big difference from this game from Iron Giant. And,
Oh!
Vision
Hello!
from Sly there, flashing over the wall to go ahead and secure that Nico. Potential danger here for Syndra as well. Catches the flash, too. What a play.
Wow.
The Cataclysm comes down, too, just to make sure. But what a play from the Jarvan here to, again, secure another one in response. Or I guess to cross map for the same team. Crazy stuff. So, big difference that I started to say between the semifinal and this game is that we saw Iron Giant get a sizable early lead as well in the semifinal series and be able to translate that really nicely to the rest of the map. We really have not seen that this game. Iron Giant has kind of been in their own element this game, still very much taking over, as now we see trouble in the mid lane with a Pop Blossom connecting onto the AD carry for Light Ridge. One more Vi ultimate to put it away, and Chantilly strikes back after some bloodshed the other direction, but yeah, Iron Giant has been a little bit more quiet this game, all things considered, which is an insane sentence given that he is 4-1 currently.
Yeah, I mean, great mid lane play, able to find the kill on 2 Clickers. Gets an ultimate and a flash out of Captain Squid as well. The ultimate, the flash, of course, on Clickers there in that sense. So good stuff across the board, and will translate into the mid lane tier 1 as well in favor of Chantilly. This gold pretty much still dead even. It's only about a 600 gold lead, 3-8. A lot less bloody than we've seen in the other 2 games when we approach the 16-minute mark, but still a lot of bloodshed across the map, as it looks like Gnarly might be next up on the chopping block. But as I say that, Curb is there to snuff out the flank from Jolly Jellyfish, dangerously low now, trying to find an angle. Gnarly the one able to find that one, and now it's Iron Giant trying to possibly clear this wave, but not much you can really do. The tower will fall regardless.
It is so hard to know the game state as a player in a game. You don't get to know necessarily where the gold sits at. You can see some eliminations, but for Chantilly to go get picked off twice sort of into the start of this mid game and then turn around, get a pick of their own, and then continue to fight in this state. This team is resilient. I can't really think of a better word for them through every stage of this tournament.
Yeah, this team is just never out. No matter how the game looks, you're right. This team has, it seems, has always come back from something worse. And right now, while on their heels on the scoreboard, right, if you're just looking at that 4-8, yeah, they don't get to know that they are technically up in gold. So I'm curious to see where this Volibear sort of comes in, right? I'm expecting a lot from this pick, but it hasn't been able to do a ton into the Ornn. Obviously, that's not a great scale. And we do see Jarvan still committing to this Nico after missing the flag and drag. But Nico almost gets out, does not. Big scout of the week onto 2.
TP behind.
So Vi in the mix now will use the ult onto the Mel. Big CC onto her as well. She'll block a lot of damage, but here comes the Ornn horn, and Gnarly picks up another one. Huge bullet time with first strike. Lots of damage, and almost it will be enough now. The ace in the hole from Cheese Nibble all the way from their red buff. Potentially one more, not quite. And will we have an 80 carry showdown between two? No, Fortune just trying to walk away, will use the strut to get the movement speed. Don't walk back! She will get out with her life. We won't see the clash that I was hoping for. But what a trade between these two teams.
Wow. You know, I knew that the bullet time was going to be impactful, but I didn't know where and when. And to throw that down when the team fight was over and then turn it completely around. Oh, wow. All right, Sly going in. No real support nearby. Jolly Jellyfish going to be the first to respond to the aggression. And now everybody looking for this Mountain Drake. We are still far, far away from any souls being in the conversation. But still, this is a neutral objective you would like to be at, gaining in numbers over your team, because with a Mountain Soul, there is a lot of resistances you can get.
Fleck down now as well for Mel was used up against that Nico route, so keep an eye on that timer. It's around, what, 16-ish seconds right now?
Pretty long, even though it feels like it's never not up.
Whoa,
Sly going in. Here we go.
Sly, gets into the mix. Pop Blossom connects onto 2, and Cataclysm also comes down. Ornn Horn on its way down and will only knock up 1, but Gnarly finds the scatter, and it will take out 1 in reverse. Mel forced to flash out still with no reflect up, and the ace in the hole will secure the misfortune as well. It's 4 bodies hitting the floor for Lightridge, and Chantilly gets to turn on this dragon with relative ease.
And that's kind of the difference when you don't give the MF an opportunity to use such an impactful team fight ultimate, especially when they're all bunched up. That could have been devastating, but never got really the opportunity to lay it down. And a 4 for nothing in favor of Chantilly, and they get the dragon, they get the Otacon, and all of a sudden Chantilly is running away with game number 3.
Yeah, Chantilly has very much seized control of this game, and I think a lot of it is falling on the backs of, this Mel has not found the value in team fights, this Volibear has not found the value in team fights, and we didn't get to see much of a combo there between Jarvan and Misfortune. So just sort of discord between the teams, no pun intended, but ultimately resulting in very fragmented fighting, and Chantilly has looked the exact opposite. They've looked very cohesive, very just as moving as a single unit, and it has paid off for them in the last couple fights now.
I know Shelly is probably timing out, but still very weird use there.
Yeah, I think it was winding down, but just a drop at top and the tower already being gone. It's just kind of
sorry,
kind of strange. But
I mean, I think we all know what Shelly means. But
Right,
I
didn't even hear you.
Yeah,
just flew over me.
Yeah, this is his sway, right? I mean, we have about a 3K gold lead now in favor of Chantilly. up against the 1 seed in Light Ridge. Chantilly is the 2 seed going into this matchup. And right now, they, like you said, they are just moving around kind of as a whole. They know what their timers look like. They know what they want to fight for. And they're setting up the vision required to be able to fight for these different objectives and chokeholds or vision, whatever it may be. They are doing a great job at, one, avoiding danger. Well, just as I say that, never mind. That might be one already, but still alive. Iron Giant will likely fall for this. Yes, they will. And now with Cheese Nibble there as well, likely going to find the jungler as well. And now Clickers all by themselves. That's a double kill now. 5, 1, and 3 Caitlyn.
Expending a little bit too many resources on the Vi, who, with Sundered Sky, able to sustain a little bit, especially just self-shielding. Maybe didn't go down as quickly as they'd hoped. And the rest of Chantilly getting to pile in. A couple of misplays from the other carries on Light Ridge. And now pushing towards this tier 2, going to take this down. Extra pressure coming down the tier 2 in the top lane. Chantilly is taking everything.
Yeah, the map is falling apart at a very rapid rate, and it's kind of a shame coming off the games that we've had, being so close, so back and forth, and I'm not saying that can't still happen, but this has been a pretty systematic dismantling of Light Ridge's advantage and now entire base. Chantilly has, again, I said it just a couple minutes ago, pretty much seized complete control of the map. And now Light Ridge is just really suffocating to make plays around the map and try to find a way back into the game, and it's just not landing in their lap.
Now looking at the gold leads here, right? We have about 1,000, 1.4 gold lead now on the 80 carries. In mid lane, they're about even. Top lane about even. The jungle, however, has a 2K gold lead of their own as well in favor of this Vi, playing very, very well and setting up a lot of the successful angles that Chantilly has been able to play with for the scatter of the weeks, stopping a lot of Clickers' ultimates as well.
But we got that on camera. that was theft. Right there.
All of a sudden, 5K gold lead. I mean,
Yeah.
Chantilly just blew this game wide open, and now they get free reign of this topside jungle. Jarvan getting caught out unawares, may be able to flag and drag out. Yes, the help and shielding and healing from that Milio is going to help support, and enough members from this Light Ridge team going to help escape. Go back and heal, figure out a way to approach what feels like an impending doom from Chantilly knocking at the doors of Light Ridge. A lot of damage, and now Clickers has to back, and they can continue to rotate a lot of this damage into each one of these individual carries of theirs, and Dragon is up, and now they're going to be at Soul Point.
Yeah, if I'm Light Ridge, I'm thanking God that we got one dragon early on because that will still stall this game for presumably 5 more minutes at least, as their soul will not be up for that long. But look at this. Yeah, Caitlyn able to just sit in mid lane completely uncovered and just free hit the wave and walk into the jungle without a care in the world, because Light Ridge has no way to walk out of their base unless they do it as a 2-3 man unit, and even then they might get blown up for it. If Chantilly's able to sort of see it coming and time these camps, because they know when they're getting taken, Chantilly has control of the map. So yeah, Light Ridge just very much against the wall. These are the very suffocating situations where, like, the game doesn't look the flashiest, and, like, to the untrained eye it might seem like there's not a lot happening, but this would take an insane comeback from Light Ridge to get out of this hole.
Yeah, and I don't know. I think that it's going to take a fairly perfect wombo combo to win out in a fight, and that could be convincing enough to take a Baron, to take the next dragon, right? But it's how do they don't necessarily get to pick the platform in which these engagements happen. So it has to be incredibly well reactive or very risky and out of position for them to be able to make a play.
Yeah, and like the avenue that I see to try to win some of these team fights is getting to that backline as fast as humanly possible, right? If Jolly Jellyfish is able to get a Cataclysm onto Cheese Nibble and just eradicate this Caitlyn, there's so much damage that is now gone. A lot of their damage is in that Caitlyn. Sure, Gnarly is doing a lot of damage with the Syndra as well, but it's all ability-based damage, whereas Caitlyn is just right-clicking you for free, and it's doing so much damage. And if Iron Giant is able to catch a root onto Syndra or Caitlyn and vice versa, whatever it might be, it's definitely winnable in a lot of these fights. They just have to find the moment, but right now it's just so hard to find anything as Chantilly turns towards the Baron.
You have to know with Cheese Nibble like angling over towards Baron, and now they do have the information, but there's not really anything they can do about it. Already at a quarter health, and Cheese Nibble just going for it.
They got it.
Pretty good. And that's going to be a Baron Nashor stolen off the back of the hard work of Chantilly. Bullet time going down, not going to really get much for it, but they've got 3 alive and they've got the Baron buff, and their job right now is stalling the game. They cannot risk getting eliminated here while they have 2 members already down with long death timers. 20 seconds before their jungler is even up, 25 for their top laner. But they get to stall, and the more they stall, the lead becomes less.
You're exactly right. This feels like where we've been in previous games, where I feel like where teams have opportunities to close out. Oh no, trouble for Caitlyn, but they will be able to walk out.
Trouble for Mel.
Yeah, maybe more trouble for Mel as the reflector just barely wore off. If that lasted maybe even a quarter second longer, Caitlyn might be dead right now. But yeah, it feels like one of those scenarios that we've been talking about where a team has an opportunity to close, except this time Lightridge is actually forcing the game to continue from a defensive standpoint. And I applaud that, right? That was a great steal, a big moment for this team to stay alive and again stall the game out. But what comes next?
Yeah.
You know, like we're pretty much exactly where we were just a couple minutes ago. The gold lead shrunk from about 6K to 4K, but still 0 control over the map. I mean, now starting to finally regain it by overloading this top side.
Like
Maybe
this.
going to try to make a play on this Ornn, but you certainly can't play on
like
Ornn.
this.
But Gnarly can blow you up in return and maybe just ult this Ornn to death. A double kill for Gnarly in the top lane, and that's 2 Baron buffs off the board. A flash to try to get away from the Pop Blossom, and it still is not enough. Ace in the hole from way downtown gets some more damage on board. The ult does not come out, and that's 4 down for Lightridge. Chantilly should likely, with a double TP
They're
mid
gonna
here,
go for the end.
and no, 1 wave coming at about midfield currently. Chantilly should lock their eyes on the Lightridge Nexus.
Yeah, 20 seconds here on the Volibear, 10 on Clickers as well. Iron Giant, 30 seconds till they respawn. Jolly Jellyfish, the only one up and available right now, but with a double TP, the wave in their back pockets as well. You would think they would go for the end, but instead they turn away. There's only 2 members alive there. You can easily end the game, but instead they turn back for the Mountain Soul.
I think enough cooldowns expended there to get them into that position. The threat of MF bullet time was maybe just enough to push them off of that, where they didn't have maybe enough gap closing, the Vi ultimate down. And they now get to, with their pacing, they knew they were going to be able to get a free soul. So this is pretty huge damage coming out from Mel.
Oh,
Cheese
goodness.
Nibble is down. So if there's anything that Lightridge can do in the next 50 seconds, they have to move. But unfortunately, there are no neutral objectives on the map. Their Baron buffs have expired. There's still 4 members of Chantilly up on the board. They have advantage. They have Mountain Soul. That was a nice to have, a little bit back, but it's not really going to mean anything.
Yeah, I mean, it's a gold stimulus to Mel, right? That was a shutdown.
Yeah.
And we'll see what they're able to convert that into. But now with a full Rabadon's Shadow Flame and Blackfire Torch, that is a very strong Mel. And across the board, Lightridge has reclaimed their jungle for the first time in quite a while.
Yeah.
So again, little things start to add up. We take a look at the gold lead, and it is still hovering at about that 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 difference as the game moves on and various little hiccups happen. But again, if I'm Chantilly now, I'm thanking God that I just took that dragon, because now they have the Mountain Soul, and that's not another way for Lightridge to extend this game another potentially 5 minutes, although they do find a way to extend it through the elimination of Caitlyn. But I guess assuming now we just sit for 90 seconds until the Baron comes back.
So far up. Just barely avoids the root, but still so much damage. Goes to the ult, can't quite find the kill.
Close.
Just about 25% or so HP left. But yeah, I'm interested to see what this buy is going to be from Iron Giant. They have the cloth armor, so I'm assuming that's going to be turned into a Seeker's Arm Guard. Just for some extra survivability in these team fights. But right now, I mean, we have a minute till Baron. We got 4 minutes till Elder.
This is the
close.
opportunity if Lightridge is going to get back into the game. It's taking a good Baron fight. This is not an objective that anybody can ignore. There is a huge time gap, 3 minutes between Elder and Baron coming up. All cooldowns will be up for this next fight. So if they can find a way to bait a Baron take and be able to bullet time and utilize all of the damage opportunities that they have, this could be a great resource. But Cheese Nibble postured forward again. The Callista in previous games is stepping up to take out Clickers. Solo could have spent their life for it. I don't know what I'm watching.
I don't know.
I don't love that. I really don't from Cheese Nibble. I mean, now Chantilly does have an opportunity to step up. There is no more bullet time to clear the wave. So if nothing else, that's value. But your wave clear has now been reduced to Volibear and Mel. You have a super minion here with the mid inhib being down. But can you walk up? Can you hit these turrets? It looks like the answer is no.
Scatter.
Huge scatter, but no follow-up. So Chantilly will just be forced to walk away. Again, I really don't like those one-for-one trades. That's such a huge investment to come out even from Cheese Nibble, and I feel like too many times now Cheese Nibble has been too far forward, but now it's not the time. Oh no, Nico able to find the Pop Blossom onto one, but everybody is scramming for their lives. Mel with so much healing to stay alive. Whoa! Flex the Ornhorn, but not much damage. Bullet time is back! Look at the fortune damage. She's back, but Caitlyn's all the way back at the tier 2. Ornn will fall again, potentially flashing over the wall, running for his life, but not going to get away from a Volibear almost surely. And now Baron's on the table.
Welcome back, Miss Fortune. And that is sort of the disadvantage you look at with the 1v1. All the next team fight is happening where closest MF is going to be coming back. And so huge bullet time. Mel with a incredible Ornhorn reflect. Thought they were going to get picked, but no, sir. That turned around into a huge bullet time, and all of a sudden, Lightridge is clinging to life.
Like, you get the kill, but you're going to spawn in Narnia, and you're going to be so far away from your team who's pushing up, whereas Clicker is just right next to their team and has a huge bullet time, rips the game wide open, and they don't go for Baron, which they likely could have if they really wanted to, but now, I mean, goodness me, it's just kind of a toss-up now. We're now back within 2K gold of each other.
Yeah, and even if we're not taking the Baron, I think Lightridge needs to be threatening right now. They need to be setting up around this Baron, and a huge Caitlyn headshot to this Milio is going to send him to half health. But again, they don't get to hold their position. So now Ornn is alive, and Chantilly can just walk their happy way into the jungle like nothing ever happened.
All right, Jarvan is just about the only person on the map that still has flash, and bullet time is about to come back up. Caitlyn still down with
Does
the
not
ghost and
flash.
flash, so huge cooldowns on the way.
Elder as well in 15 seconds. So these are two massive objectives that are up on the board for either of these teams. Whoever, I gotta say, whoever gets the Elder, I feel like can just run down mid and end the game right now.
Which is insane because Lightridge should not have this opportunity.
I agree.
But
I agree.
oh no, Captain Squid
Dude.
walks way too far up. That's a huge misstep for Lightridge. They were now down their support, down their vision.
Going to Baron.
And Lightridge, is going to have to take the trade and sprint to the Baron. But Iron Giant now is struggling to even get through this Ornn's Mountain Soul Shield. And Elder Dragon secured. Do they have the damage to even really take Baron and
They
get
do have
back?
MF.
They will
yeah.
get increased recall timers, so they
Yeah,
should
they got
get out
it now.
safe here. But
Yeah.
everybody press your B buttons.
Are they? I can't see them. Are
Immediately.
they moving? Okay,
Oh,
no, they're back.
and they
All
are
gone.
gone
All
now.
gone. They're all gone.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know what to say about this. Okay, so we have reached the point where goal difference is effectively negligible,
Yeah.
right? It's
Yep.
not even because everybody's at full build, but we're to a 2K gold lead for Chantilly. At 40 minutes into this game, that doesn't matter. Divided across 5 people, that's a long sword each.
pretty much.
It's not a huge deal.
Nothing crazy.
And tell you what, though, Elder Dragon buff is a huge deal for Chantilly. So I have to expect that if they're able to get through the waves of Lightridge, who will be severely buffed and much more difficult to just one-shot as Syndra or Caitlyn or even Nico, then they can force a fight and look with this Elder Dragon to do a lot more combat than they've done in these previous situations. But they walk up, they threaten the tower, but the wave clear just too strong from Lightridge.
I mean, Clickers as well has the Edge of Night, has some survivability from at least one ability. So I'm looking for a scatter to hit Misfortune and that cease and desist to be pulled immediately onto Clickers to avoid a big bullet time, right? You cannot afford to tank an entirety of a bullet time to your face because you will just get melted by this MF. This is such a dangerous situation for both of these teams because this really could flip the game. The Elder Dragon as well, ticking away slowly. I'm not sure what the timer is on that buff, but it's running out.
Yeah,
Elder Dragon is so scary.
Yeah,
You see that
it is.
little white line that shows up on the health bars of Lightridge? That is the
Oh,
threshold they need to get
that's
to.
half health. That was a 6 shot.
Yeah, it's very hard to play as a full build Caitlyn into Mel. Thankfully, Mountain Soul able to reclaim some of that damage dealt, and the health bar itself just, with the Bloodthirster, I guess, coming back at least a little bit. But now, Elder Dragon should wear off here pretty soon. It looks like it just did.
Yeah,
And
gone.
Chantilly forced to walk out,
I
take
mean,
camps, and look for a reset and try again in 3 minutes.
Well, unless Lightridge steps out of their base again without any vision. But I think they've wised up a little bit, and they survive the Elder. I mean, it's that decision to go Baron and get those empowered minions was the call. It was similar to our previous matchups where it wasn't necessarily that they could utilize it in any meaningful way. It was taking it away because we've seen time and time again, Elder plus Baron equals end of game.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
all you're looking for right now is to give yourself a shot. As long as you're in the game, now we're 40 minutes in, it's one half decent team fight, and you win the game.
Yeah.
So Lightridge has done everything they need to do and bought so much more time than they ever should have been able that now, one fight should determine this game one way or the other, assuming the team that wins is confident enough to march into the other team's base and finish the job.
The siege has lasted so long, the inhibitor is just about halfway back up. I mean, that's how well Lightridge has been holding the door open. They are not letting Chantilly shut it just yet. And that's what we expect from the grand finals here, right? I mean, best players in Virginia. This is some of the greatest League of Legends I've had the opportunity to cast. And I'm looking forward to how this might end. We finally have a little bit of damage, full damage actually, going down onto the inner turret here in bottom lane. And just rotations from Chantilly. There's not really much else they can do. They know that if they filter into any sort of funnel, Lightridge will take advantage of just that. So staying spread out as best they can, trying to keep Lightridge guessing, keep them defending as long as they can, because now, as we see it, 90 seconds and there's another decision to make.
Yeah, I was just about to say we have about 6 seconds differentiating these two major objectives. The Elder Dragon will be the first one up in about 60 seconds time. Both of these teams just waiting for either one to be up. I don't know if you fight for one, if you just go for another trade. Like I don't know what the call is going to be, but one way or the other, one of these, if not both of these objectives will be taken, and I'd assume at that go around, the game will end at some point between those two buffs, but it's hard to say with the way this most recent go-around went. Not able to find an avenue to utilize the Elder Dragon. No one willing to pull the trigger and lose the game in a very pivotal team fight.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. My read on this is I don't think Lightridge can afford to give up the Baron. So if Chantilly opts to go for Elder Dragon, I think we shake hands. I think if Chantilly opts to go for the Baron, we fight and determine the game right then and there. But what we just saw is that Elder Dragon does not mean you win the game. Yeah. And especially if Chantilly does not decide to overcommit. And no! A massive misstep here from Nico might mean that's Pop Blossom off the board, and Baron just spawned. Elder is alive on the other side. Do we shake hands?
We're
Do we
again.
take the fight?
They're splitting the party! They don't know where to go! No way!
They went the other way!
Wait!
Okay, so the members on
keeping back.
Dragon have noticed that they saw them on the wave, and the members on the Baron noticed that they're not on Baron. So Lightridge does have a window here, but they're going to get pincered because I don't even think they realize what just happened. So Scatter lands onto 2. Does Ornn take it? Nope, he gets rooted and can't walk much further. This Syndra is extremely strong. Ornn dash does not connect. Mel root lands onto Caitlyn, but won't be enough just yet. One more Scatter doesn't connect either, but look at the chase down. Ornhorn misses, but the knockup connects onto 2. Is there enough damage? Mel is down, and the bullet time is not enough. Misfortune running for her life will get through her own team gate. No, she won't. The damage is gone for Lightridge. Chantilly still have 4 left, 5 left, 1 running down mid lane with a full wave. And no wave clear means Lightridge, I don't think she has any way to get out of this.
The Cataclysm coming through will be tossed out in a ditch effort, but the health bars are eviscerated by Chantilly. Lightridge trying to hold on with any ounce of life that they have left. The ace will come through, and Chantilly will be your VHSL champions.
What a game. I mean, all we can do is sit here and laugh at that. Another 45-minute, very different game than the other 45-minute games that we had here today. But just a complete stalemate from minute 20 to minute 45. Nothing happened. Everything that happened had a response that resulted in nothing. What a stalemate. What an even clash between these two teams, but Chantilly, the ones to hold on and not overcommit, not force the issue, and walk out with a successful macro play right at the end with the neutral objectives, and they walk away with a win because of it.
Wow. And I just thinking about it, and we'll get there in about 3 hours with the replays. But that final play where Nico gets picked, that
That's
my
pivotal.
my
I thought
heart
it was
sank
over.
for Chantilly.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you get a 5-man stack coming right over to Elder Dragon. Ornn teleporting in. I thought that was a mistake, but of course Ornn is going to take forever to go down anyway. And all of a sudden you have a very scary Chantilly just aggressing right through the mid lane, or not through the jungle. And I thought that funnel was a perfect opportunity for bullet time, but that being said, Cease and Desist is still up. There's a lot of cooldowns that are available to immediately stop the MF, and without that cooldown, not very impactful. And we saw that finally in the mid lane going down, and wow, what a match.
Yeah, and what a call too on that chase down through the jungle by the wolves that you're talking about.
Yeah.
Chantilly was down in numbers.
Yeah.
Like they could have very easily made the decision of, hey, all we need to do is not die here and we'll be fine. But that's not the decision they made. They said, wait, this is great for us. We can just keep going at them. They have to respect us. They have to respect the Syndra. They have to respect the Ornn. They need to run away from us. And sure enough, the one time that was the call, it was a huge, aggressive gamble, but it was the right call, and I think it was the only call in that situation, because if Chantilly does play the passive game and just sort of watch the game go by, watch the Elder potentially fall, then I don't know that they're able to come back from that stagger before Lightridge goes down and breaks the game open.
Yeah, Chantilly waited about 20 minutes for Lightridge to come out of their base. And finally, when they do, they get a member picked off. The fact that they still had the confidence, remembering and recognizing that they have been leading this entire game, even down a member 4v5, still looked like the stronger team fight team.
Yeah, and in that kind of TP from Ornn as well around that dragon fight, I was surprised that Lightridge didn't turn on to Cheese Nibble, right? They were kind of on there by themselves. I thought if you turn and you blow up that Caitlyn, that's so much damage gone.
Forget the Elder, go end the game.
Go get the
so right.
biggest damage dealer out of the way for Chantilly, and they can't really do anything against you anymore.
Yeah, it's going to be this game. The last 15 minutes of this game, I think, is going to haunt this the Lightridge roster. And that breaks my heart, because they played a great game, and I don't think should be disappointed with their performance today or over the course of this season. These were truly, I think, the best two teams in the state of Virginia, and I don't think that could have ended any other way.
Yeah, I 100% agree.
So there you have it. Chantilly, the victor after many hours of gameplay.
Yeah.
They are able to go back-to-back through James Madison and Lightridge after going down game number 1 in both of those series. And I stick to my previous statement, resilient. Chantilly showed time and time again that they can be down in a game, in a series, and claw their way back into it. And finally, in game number 3, they showed that they are the champions of Virginia.
Absolutely. Yeah. And we went live at 9:30 this morning. It is 7:21 local time.
Oh
so, and we are not, I don't mean to make this about us. We are not the only people that had long days. These competitors were out there in absolute slogs of League of Legends games.
I'd say we had the easiest part.
We're just sitting here talking about it. Yeah. So a massive congratulations to all the players that made it here today, both in League of Legends and Smash Bros. Hopefully you all at home got to tune into a little bit of both streams and appreciate all of the talent that the Virginia high school scene has to offer. But ultimately, Chantilly is undeniable here, and they go back-to-back in these fall championships. And I agree with you, Xander. I think that they absolutely earned it today, and they were the better team. They deserved it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was an amazing day of League of Legends, but I believe that does it for us here tonight. Congratulations to Chantilly on the victory. Congratulations for CD Hilton as well on the Smash Bros side of things. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for all the competitors for coming down to Shenandoah University inside the arena. I hope you guys had a blast no matter what the result was. Thank you to the production team for everything that you guys did behind the scenes, TOs, the event management class here at Shenandoah University for helping put on this beautiful event. I've been Ben Kincaid, joined by Chris Clayton and Xander Merle Smith. Thank you so much for joining us, and we will see you next semester.